Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 73, 62, Chayekit. Rose rising with the sun. Rose rising with the sun, simply Rose, to those she cared to claim, and Rose rising, in less formal settings, had been named in the tradition of her clan. Her venerable father was named for the rare sun in all its glory, ember of sunlight, always burning through the tribulation sent by heaven and earth. His venerable mother before him was the same, and so on until the very founding of their clan and tribe. They were the Sun Clan, elevated as their namesake to guide those who looked to them. The Sun Clan had ruled these lands and trees for longer than any human memory. And still, they oversaw only a portion of Chayekit, translating to the land we know, in the tongue of the Phoenix. Rose knew the Phoenix Empire called Chayekit something else amongst themselves, the Wishing Woods. It was a presumptuous title, in her mind. The outsiders would never know these lands, never know the spiritual mysteries they named them for. A wish in the woods was sacred and intensely personal, kept solely between the wisher and Chayekit. Yet stories of them had spread to the rest of the empire. And now, the name would be impossible to change. But the outsiders were not wholly terrible at naming things. The tribe, for example. Their people had many names. And while Chayekit, the original name in the tongue of the woods, would always hold traditional weight, it was actually the outsiders' name that resonated with their way of life most profoundly. The Sunbeam Hunters. That title. Rose didn't mind it nearly as much as the Phoenix replacement for Chayekit. She'd known it all her life, for it had come with the Empire's rule, and the Empire had ruled them from afar for as long as it hadn't. While Chayekit was sacred and true, Chayekit was, generic, to be so blunt. Rose knew of another two tribes that claimed the same name in their tongue. By comparison, Sunbeam Hunters was unique. It may have been given to them by outsiders, but sometimes, the best titles were. The name gave legitimacy and face to her clan's rule, to the sun they embodied. And it summed up their people rather well. For, in these deep woods, what were they except hunters of the rarest commodity, of the sunbeams that survived to reach the forest floor? What were they if not all fond fools that cherished the sacred sunbeams despite the shadows they were born beneath? No people of Chayekit had managed to fully integrate with the empire. And that was fine. Preferable, even. They kept their ways of life alive like that. They were still hunters as all their ancestors before them. They were still survivors, in harmony with both the rest of the tribe and the lands they knew. Some cultural influence from the Phoenix crept in on the north winds, enough to change but never wholly overwhelm and destroy everything they'd ever known. But likewise, Chayekit's culture crept north. After millennia, the Phoenix's settlers to the north were as much of the woods as they were of the empire. And Chayekit would certainly be unrecognizable to Rose's noble ancestors. One truth remained prominent, though. Constant. No one who was not originally of Chayekit dared to venture past the mortal woods. Those edges where sunlight through the trees was common, where the spirit beasts and dangers of the woods were rare, and where Chayekit could reportedly be mistaken for any other land. Rose was skeptical of that last fact. But the ignorant would claim what they claimed. So long as the deep woods, the true woods, were left to the original people of Chayekit, the situation would remain satisfactory. Rose knew the histories better than anyone else of the younger generation, except perhaps him. The tribes had once made their homes in the mortal woods. But steadily, they all made their way deeper. Not due to being forced out, for this was long before the Phoenix came. But because, despite the greatly increased dangers, the people of Chayekit found their lives to be simply and wholly better where the air was heavier. Those migrations were what first sparked the cultivation of Chi amongst the tribes. The deep woods were dark and dangerous, most certainly. Deadly, even to the strongest of Chayekit's hunters and cultivators, to say nothing to the rare outsider suicidally arrogant enough to try them for personal gain. Only spirit beasts roamed the deep woods. Rose hadn't even seen a mortal beast until her 25th year when she embarked on a trading pilgrimage to the Empire's settlers in the north. And the land itself could be even more hostile to those who were disrespectful and complacent, devouring quick moss, ever-shifting hills and caves, chi whirlpools and riptides, and the wandering white peak rapids in the sky came to mind. But despite everything, Rose didn't know a single person who regretted their ancestors' migration deeper into Chayekit. With the many and varied dangers came boons to match. Dense, rich, valuable chi. The harvesting of powerful spirit beasts. Earthly and heavenly tribulations and treasures to push them higher and higher. And, of course, the profound connections they forged with the totem spirits and Chayekit herself. Long, long ago, their ways had changed with the migration. They found the strength to endure the new dangers. Then, they rose above to conquer them. to cultivate the land just as they cultivated themselves. New paths were forged, new prey was sought and stalked, and new proof of their claim to the land was manifested, proof seized by power and perseverance. Their claim was passed on, growing stronger with each generation. And eventually, men came to rule the deep woods just as much as the spirit beasts did. The deep woods were their home. Their lives, livelihoods, and legacies. The land they knew. And those who claimed them and were claimed by them, in turn, were made strong and spiritual for all of their strife and struggles. Yet in their strength and spirituality, no matter what heights they might reach, they remained connected to the land that had birthed and raised them. Eventually, they would return to it. As all things did. As all things should. The first phoenixes were said to have seen Chayekit's daos and dismissed them instantly. Even when the strongest hunters of that age rivaled the then Phoenix Emperor's strength for strength. The path of Shennon, the phoenixes had whispered, whispers that were now forgotten by all but the deepest histories. Though the whispers had faded, the immediate dismissal remained. For all the deep wood's strength and value, their province would always be looked down upon by the phoenixes. But the tribes never strayed. Ascension was for the phoenixes, for the birds, not the people of Chayekit. Let them chase vague, pointless, and disaffected ambitions materialized by only a score throughout history. From Chayekit to Chayekit, that was the way. Yet despite that core deep certainty in her culture, history, and heritage, sometimes Rose still dreamed. She quested through visions in her deepest sleep. The deep woods were often open to her then. Open and empty. Just Rose and Chayekit. She would wander endlessly, her purpose not yet clear. But always, the dreams returned to a single place. That recurring scene. It was burned into her mind, into the very core of her being by now. The clearing she came upon changed. She never quite recognized it until she saw what stood at its center. An island of sunlight in the dark depths of the woods. And standing tall in the middle of it all, a single toadstool. The mushroom always called to her when she laid eyes on it. Each iteration of the dream seemed like the first time. The cap would shimmer and shine in the rare and sacred sunlight. Sometimes tiny, sometimes titanic, always reaching for the son of Rose's name and ancestors, always set against the heavens themselves. And when Rose would reach for the toadstool, she touched Chayekit herself. She felt the land that birthed her and gave her everything, that she'd given everything to in return. Yet there was always something more at play. Chayekit would gesture upward toward the heavens, encouraging Rose to be the first of her people to do the impossible. When she woke, Rose couldn't help but feel chosen. Chosen to do more than any of her venerable ancestors or any of her peers. It was profound arrogance, without a doubt. She dared. Yet even with her arrogance, the dreams didn't disappear. Was it true? Was she to be the first of Chayekit's people to reach for the phoenix's ascension? From all she knew, it was impossible. Quite literally, quite wholly, impossible. Rose, like all people of Chayekit, was tethered to the earth. That was the way, how it always should be. Why would she be the first to go against their ancient ways? Why would Chayekit herself advocate for such a thing? Yet with each dream, she became more sure of the fateful purpose she could grasp if she would only strive for it beyond all else. Chayekit was seeking something new. And Rose was chosen to be the center of it. She was blessed with her talent for a reason, blessed with dreams of something more for a reason. The earth itself pushed her to unbind herself from all earthly connections and reach for something impossible against the heavens. Rose told no one of her dreams, no one except him. That noble fool. That infuriatingly wholesome creature who never stopped chasing after her like a happy hunting hound. That boy who'd been with her since birth. That oblivious man he'd become who never even raised irksomely stirring, smiling face from his scrolls and creations to see the slatterns and harlots Rose chased away from him. For all the vexation he caused her, Rose could never keep a secret from Windwaver. He was utterly unmindful of anything social. Deaf and blind to everything that didn't catch his interest. But for all his endearing flaws, he was far from dull. With his surprisingly profound counsel, Waver always helped Rose put her dreams in order. She swore him to secrecy. She knew he would sooner die than betray her trust. And so, she confided in him second only to Chayekit herself. Waver was fascinated by the implications at play with Rose's dreams. He'd always been odd like that. The most curious of the tribe's younger generation. He would have stood out if he wasn't so damned likable. They were opposites like that. Rose was the perfect princess of the tribe, the strongest young hunter, the most promising talent, and the highest ideal her peers and elders held. Waver wasn't particularly good at hunting. He wasn't particularly strong by the tribe's standards. He wasn't particularly interested in anything but deepening his profound understanding of the world to actualize his practical inventions. Yet those traits only made Rose more fond, more protective of him. He was a mediocre, oblivious, unfortunately handsome fool in the eyes of most. And he was perfect just like that. Rose anticipated that she would eventually set out beyond Chayekit in the quest for her purpose. And when she did, she knew Waver would come chasing after her without question. Good. If she wasn't around, the women of the tribe would eat him alive. And Rose couldn't bear to think of that happening. Every time she tried, her stomach turned and her chi twisted. It was unacceptable, even if Rose couldn't fully comprehend why. Typically, she did her best to put such caustic thoughts out of her mind. It was easier to focus on her cultivation and hunting than consider strange longings she didn't understand. Waver would warn of heart demons if he knew. But, of course, it wouldn't come to that if he just mustered a single strand of consideration toward her field dash. No, Rose stopped herself and let out a breath. Barely a puff through her nose. Anything else would be unseemly for the young mistress of the Sun clan. Peace and patience. This hunt requires all of my attention. She took a moment to settle and cycle her chi before continuing. The familiar sensation was refreshing. Invigorating. She came back to herself, back to the trail she stalked. Waver would be waiting when she returned. By now, the other women of the tribe knew better than to challenge her clay dash. Another breath. Rose cycled her chi again for good measure. Her current task was important as well, after all. It was the first hunt since her breakthrough. Solo, as was tradition. Rose alone could give gratitude and tribute back to Chayekit for the blessings bestowed upon her. Only 27 and already, she'd stepped into the spiritual realm. Truly, Rose knew she was a generational talent, with a strong foundation and the drive to grow forevermore. From the stories and news that reached them, Rose's growth rivaled any of the Empire's younger generation, even from the big three sects. Such prodigious progress gave hope to her dreams of more. But it never paid to be ungrateful. She set out days past, seeking a suitable spirit beast for tribute. On the first day, she found the tracks and markings of a great beast. Something cloven of hoof, large, and heavy. Then, the hunt truly began. Rose tracked the spirit beast for days, learning its habits in an attempt to identify it. For the Sunbeam hunters, information was just as important as strength. They sought to know their prey as they knew themselves. To do otherwise courted only death. But somewhere, somehow during that hunt, Rose had, quite frankly, erred horribly. She was not complacent and strove to never be arrogant, yet she'd made a grave mistake regardless. The beast she stalked wasn't the beast she thought it was. The signs were all familiar, pointing to a large boar of a spirit beast. Rose thought she knew which one, a stone skin, so she'd hunted one before and slayed it with little complications. But in the wake of her breakthrough, it seemed the luck of the heavens was spitting on her dreams of more. The beast she intended to take as tribute turned out to be her greatest tribulation. For, when she finally caught up to her quarry, it wasn't a stone skin, so it was a jade boar, similar enough in theory to mistake the signs for each other, but like a mountain to a pebble in truth and practice. Stone skin sows reached as high as the profound realm, but never higher. Jade boars averaged in the earth realm. Most unfortunate of all, her days-long hounding of the beast seemed to have been enough to push it to a breakthrough of its own. Rose arrived just when the tumultuous chi of that breakthrough was settling. Before, it was at the peak of the spiritual realm. Weak for its kind. She might have had a chance to flee or fight. But as Rose laid eyes on it, a spirit beast of the earth realm stared back at her. Despite her recent breakthrough, Rose might as well have been a mere initiate hunter again, staring with awe and determination at her young uncle Ray of Sunlight, her venerable father's baby brother. He was in the earth realm, too, and despite all the power Rose now claimed, it felt the same. But where Uncle Ray sparked a love of cultivation, the earth realm jade boar sparked only terror. Rose wanted to scream and shout, to cry and collapse, and to rip into the accursed heavens until nothing remained. But she did not. She was the young mistress of the Sunbeam Hunters. She was favored by Chayekit herself. She had her tools and weapons and her cultivation, and so if the heavens wished to lay her low like this, she would make them work for it. Rose rising with the sun's tribulation began with bang, crash, and doom as the jade boar charged. Rose would have been the greatest of fools to meet it head-on. But as the phoenixes said, men plans, and the heavens foil. Monstrous steps shook the very earth beneath Rose's feet. So much so that even her ascendant balance was lost for a moment. Her dodge to the side was shaky and delayed, turning into more of a dive than a graceful step. Even when she got out of the boar's way, waves of stone followed in its wake. They swept outward, and Rose was struck. Breath and composure were driven from her lungs as a suddenly rising pillar caught her in the gut. She barely resisted falling to her knees. For the first blow, it was more shock than pain. Rose knew the next blow wouldn't be so kind and considerate. Quickly, she scrambled away, forgetting any face. Beasts cared little for respect and honor. So thankfully, her disgraceful posture in that moment went unremarked upon. In a breath of time, the jade boar turned to face her again, bellowing and chuffing its challenge. Rose knew she hovered between life and death. Her next moments wouldn't be easy, wouldn't be gentle in the slightest. One wrong move and the jade boar would crush her like dry reeds and smash her like rotten wood. It would break her upon the land itself. The heavens were judging her now, but Rose wouldn't kowtow and beg for mercy. She cycled her chi and resolved her will. Once more, perhaps for the last time, even, Rose stood tall. She had her blades, threefold and set into a ring she wielded with long practice. She had her furs as armor, spirit beast pelt stronger than any steel. She had enough hunting resources to see her through, chi pills, healing potions, and effective restoratives concocted by the tribe's strongest shaman. And she had the very sun of her clan set upon her brow. So when the jade boar lowered its head and vicious tusks once more, Rose passed like thunder and moved like the wind. It didn't get the chance to charge again. In a flash of sunlight, Rose was upon it, seeking flesh beneath its jade scales. Her ring blades ripped and rotated all along its flank. A trio of sunlit scars were scored and burned across the pristine jade there. Then, Rose was past it and running farther still. Indignity roared from the jade boar's snout more than any pain. Quicker than any blink, any breath, the massive beast turned to lash back at Rose. Sharpened tusks found only air. It gave chase. Suddenly, Rose was leaping between the tree trunks and branches, leading the spirit beast in a reversal of her earlier hunt. The sun of her clan's cultivation arts burned on her brow. Both blood and chi rushed through Rose's veins. Raging. Roaring. She felt it from her core to the tips of her ears. Death was only a hair's width away as she led the jade boar. Eventually, it would catch up to her. Eventually, it would reap her like so much grass. She would be equal, would rejoin her ancestors and Chayekit herself, in death. But still, Rose persisted, always for a single breath more. Chased by an Earthrealm beast, those single breaths were all she could spare. The jade boar stumped mid-chase. Stones were torn from the ground, turned to jade, and launched at Rose's fleeing back. The first shattered a line of trees where she just was. The second dug a hole straight to the bedrock. Each piece of jade the boar spent would have enriched a whole clan forevermore. But value was the last thing on Rose's mind. She couldn't, look back, relying on her chi senses to aid her movements. She dashed up bark, out along a branch, and bounded far from her perch. The air itself seemed to push her even farther than her spiritual realm strength. She alighted upon another branch for only a moment, turning herself into a hummingbird in constant motion. Like the hummingbird, if Rose stopped, she would certainly perish. Her wings were desperate. Each flap drained her of precious stamina. Still, she stimulated her chi to rise to the occasion, this heavenly tribulation, this hunt for her life. The charging beast behind her tore a path through the forest that would never be forgotten. She would be known forever by the tracks this hunt left, Rose knew. But she was determined that they wouldn't be all she was remembered for. When she saw a chance, Rose spun backward mid-flight. She tore a pair of pills from her pouch and crushed them together. They'd been made and given to her by Waver. He vouched for their effectiveness and Rose lamented that she didn't have the chance to appreciate it. The powder from the crushed pills fell as a curtain behind her. Rose just barely caught a glimpse of sparkling sunlight from them before she couldn't afford to look back any longer. Still, with her chi senses, she felt the jade boar run straight through the curtain. Upon contact, the motes ignited. They burned with chi, sunlight realized on Earth, if only for an instant, and the boar squealed. The chase continued, but Rose knew something had changed. Waver's pocket sunlight blinded and burned the Earthrealm spirit beast to the point that it veered ever so slightly off course. Rose could have rejoiced with a whoop. As expected from Waver, anything he deigned to craft for her was spectacular. Rose turned to strike once more. To try her hand at more damage, as slim a hope as it was. As she did, Rose felt eyes on her. She couldn't look around for them, however. The jade boar lunged, shaking its head and tusks to tear through the tree Rose stood sideways on. Rose pushed herself off to dodge once more. And as the boar tried to follow, Rose ran straight up its snout. Expectedly, she was flung off in short order. Recovering midair, rare sunlight reached her heavenly tribulation through the treetops. The jade boar shined. Rose hoped she did as well. She felt Chayekit's favor settle upon her most heavily, then. She might dream of the heavens but the earth was always behind her. In a single, frozen moment, a breath between breaths, Rose found serenity. She felt the chi in her core harmonize and then surge upward as her cultivation rose a rank. To advance leaps and bounds even during a tribulation was certainly an auspicious sign. The eyes upon her watched with bated breath and vaguely distant amusement, two parties. Then, just as suddenly as the breath between breaths came, the action of Rose's tribulation resumed. Her hand whipped into her pouch for another of Waver's creations, this one a pill too large to ever swallow. It was a hefty thing that flew straight and true when Rose threw it. Impact. Instantly, there was a rush of chi and physical energy, a cacophonous crash and crack. Something intensely, wholly destructive bloomed from the pill. Something that tasted of fire and pure force. Something that shook the very woods of Chayekit. The pill shattered and detonated in an explosion grander than any of the Phoenix's fireworks. Even the spirit beast's shrill squeals were overwhelmed by the sheer, thunderous whump of rushing wind and expanding flame. Rose was sent flying, fluttering like rice paper in a storm. She just barely managed to anchor herself upon a tree. But even the mighty spirit oak she clung to bowed and bent like a young sapling. The jade boar had nothing to anchor itself upon, though. At the center of the fireworks, it stood. At the center of the fireworks, it fell. Jade scales shattered like brittle glass. The silver flesh beneath was shredded like wheat and chaff. Its pillar-like legs buckled. The whole beast crumpled in on itself, collapsing outright. It was over in an instant. Yet Rose had never seen a more glorious sight, never wished for anything to last longer. Truly, she was a frog in a well, as the Phoenixes said, if that noble, beautiful, oblivious fool could create sudden glory like this. Then, a handwritten note blew itself directly into her hands, one with handwriting Rose recognized and that could have only come from her pouch with the pill in the chaos, and Rose was reminded just who Waver was. Hey, Rosie. Forgot to tell you some things about my stuff, so I thought I'd leave this here while packing your hunting pouch, cause I know you'll be diligent as ever and read it carefully. Be careful with the big one, yeah. It's really very volatile. Not a problem for you cause you're all responsible and whatnot, of course. But make sure you throw it super far when you use it. Anyway, good luck. And don't forget that I packed a few lunches for you as well. Rose didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fool of a man. After this, Rose was going to eat all of his packed lunches in one sitting just to spite him. An utterly pitiful noise pulled Rose from her, righteous, fuming. The spirit beast still lived. Stubbornly and furiously, it clung to life, enough to start crawling toward her at an alarming rate. Chunks of jade fell from its back and silver ichor fed Chayekit beneath its feet. Yet those tusks were still just as sharp, just as spiteful. Before the jade boar died, it would take its killer with it. Rose scrambled ungracefully. She pulled upon all of her chi, all of the sunlight from her arts. But immediately, she knew she'd be too slow. Those jade-green spears would reach her. They would skewer her. Even victorious, triumphant against her tribulation, Rose was as good as dead. Then, a mere breath away, the jade boar stopped in its tracks. Something pulled Rose's attention upward, away from the now frozen tusks. Standing beside the jade boar, with a gentle hand placed just under its now dead empty eye, was a dark beauty. Stunning, entrancing, she was the peace of midnight dash, no, she was the closure and serenity of death itself. Rose's chi senses couldn't begin to comprehend, couldn't begin to fathom the dark beauty. She was endless. Wholly, utterly, entirely endless. Yet endless Chayekit simply smiled at Rose and said, "It is over, child of the woods. The beast cannot harm you anymore. It has reached its final end, while you have not. I sense a full life still ahead of you. See Chayekit." Rose stuttered, asking, pleading, almost. Endless Chayekit just cocked her head, humming a denial, "No, I don't think so. You must be mistaking me for someone else. I am Death of the Endless. But as with most people, I ask that you simply call me Dee. The shining crown of the Sun Clan sputtered almost comically on her brow. Rose didn't spit blood, but it was a very, very near thing. For she knew the endless beauty spoke true. She didn't know how, didn't know why death was appearing before her, and didn't know what she should be doing. But one thing was certain. The dark beauty was eternal and endless. She was utterly not of this world. She was as far above Rose as the heavens were above a mere dung beetle. And, she'd saved Rose's life. Once more, but in a very different context, Rose didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Or kowtow and never raise her head again. Death herself had saved her from certain death. The greatest ascended ancestors of the Phoenix couldn't tell such a story. Yet Rose, an unknown young mistress from a province with no claim upon the heavens, now could. In the face of death, of endless quietus and dark beauty, Rose rising with the sun froze. Even the chi within her core stilled completely. She held not just her breath, but her very life in stasis. And all around her, Rose sensed a second remarkable occurrence. Chayekit was with her, now more than ever, Rose knew. She could feel the true spirit of the woods focus wholly and solely on her situation. The chi of the land she knew surrounded her. She felt its wariness, its cautious hope, its favor and willingness to intercede on her behalf. But at the same time, Rose knew that even Chayekit would falter if the dark beauty of endless quietus made herself a foe. Then, the moment was suddenly broken by yet a third remarkable, impossible occurrence. A man came up to Death's Dee, sighed and laid a loving kiss upon her porcelain cheek. He was handsome but otherwise unassuming. On the surface, at least. below, Rose could barely begin to comprehend. Only one word came to mind. Samsara, and perfect peace within. He'd known heaven and earth again and again. Yet in the end, he only came to treasure endless death. Sean Kane, the man, smiled openly at Rose, introducing himself. Didi's prince consort and Death's hand. All right there. Rose was too shocked to even consider spitting blood. Prince consort to Death. And Death herself. Both expressing such earnest and genuine concern over worthless her. Her chi almost deviated. Her cultivation almost collapsed. But Chayekit was there to stabilize her, with a more direct hand than Rose had ever known. And that was the final straw, the push that sent Rose into unconsciousness as her heaven and earth were turned upside down. I. Gentle, formless dreams carried Rose back to the waking world upon a chariot of mushrooms of all things. Rose, her mind hazy and ignorant, did as she always did upon waking at first light. She turned her gaze inward. Toward her cultivation and toward any gains she might have made in the night. Her eyes didn't open, but her brow furrowed at what she found within. She'd somehow advanced 2 stages, ascending by leaps and bounds and then leaps and bounds once more. Immediately and instinctively, she set about settling her new cultivation. As she did, the memories of how trickled back into her mind. The tribute hunt. The mistake and tribulation. Her noble fool's genius made manifest. Oh so valuable, it had saved her life. One of her advancements had come during the hunt, the tribulation, the fight for her very life. Rose could recognize and remember that much. The other, however. It came from meeting Death herself and her prince consort. Like lightning from the heavens above and a sinkhole from the earth beneath her feet, Rose remembered. Her eyes shot open. Already, she was prepared to kowtow, to grovel, and to flatter her pristine cultivatoress off. Her surroundings brought her up short. She was in a carriage. In Chayekit. Wheels would get one next to nowhere. But then again. Death and her prince consort. Who was Rose to question them traveling in such luxury and style? Strangely, Rose turned and saw the inviting door of a palatial cabin in the woods behind her. Woods that were both there and not, within and without. Yet in front and all around, Rose was certainly riding within a vehicle of some kind. She was laid out upon a surprisingly comfortable bench and the ride was smooth. As she sat up, she saw her hosts cozied up upon another bench in front of her. And in front of them still, the woods of Chayekit passed by as easily as an experienced hunter would traverse them. Shakily, Rose gathered what composure she could to best represent herself, her clan, and her tribe. Ahem. Good morrow, exalted masters of masters. Though it must be worth little to you, you have my gratitude for not leaving me where I lay. I shall intrude no further, of course. You may let me out here. No, I shall let myself out. There is no need to trouble your progress by making you stop. Yet for all of her deference, the prince consort snorted a genuine laugh. No need for all of that, young mistress. We don't mind giving you a ride back to where you need to be. Just give us directions. Fascinating place, these wishing woods, but very easy to get lost in. You know who I am. Rose gasped softly and barely stopped herself from gaping in unseemly shock. Not a clue. Death herself happily chimed. But that just means we'll get to know you now. Rose was quick to nod in obedient agreement. Of course, great Lady Death, as you command. It would be my pleasure. Didi, Death cut her off. And Sean. I must insist you call us by our names. Then. Rose hesitated, but only just. Didi. And Sean. I must also insist I give you leave to use my most familiar epithet. I am Rose Rising with the Sun, young mistress of the Sun clan, who lead the Sunbeam Hunters tribe, one of the many noble peoples of Chayekit. I would be forever grateful if you would simply call me Rose. That's more like it. In a rearward-facing plane of polished glass set onto the carriage's ceiling, Rose saw Death herself, Didi, smile at her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rose. The pleasure. Nay, the unpronounceable honor is all mine, Lady Didi, Rose quickly assured. Lady Didi sighed and consort Sean chuckled. I think that's the best you're going to get, my Death. The sheer fondness, the profound implication, and the loving fit of such a name shared between two more than divine lovers made Rose suck in a sharp breath. It was perfect. Beautiful. Simply, everything. Rose hardly felt worthy to witness it. Yet she couldn't bring herself to avert her eyes, either. Could she dare dream of such a thing on top of her dreams of more? It hardly felt fair to compare the prince consort of Death to her noble fool. But would he not live up to such heights in his own way? Rose quickly shook her head and hoped her transcendent hosts hadn't noticed her wandering mind. That mortification was not one she could bear to live with. Thankfully, if they did notice, they didn't say so. May I ask what brings such exalted beings as you to lowly but beautiful Chayekit? Rose asked. Vacay, Sean answered in a strange sing-song. Rose cocked her head slightly. Apologies, Consort Sean. I do not recognize this word. Dee rolled her eyes, and Rose was shocked to recognize the expression in the mirror. It was exactly how she felt about her noble fool when he was being just so him. A vacation, Rose. We're on vacation. A short break from our usual routines. Just enjoying each other's company and revisiting a world from Sean's past. Rose bowed in her seat. This lowly young mistress is honored to be part of your transcendent vacation. Dee giggled to Sean, they're so stuffy. It's adorable. Now, Dee, Sean playfully chided. Rose is being perfectly respectful. She likely doesn't know up from down or heaven from earth right about now. Despite herself, Rose nodded, you are certainly a wise and perceptive master. My deepest apologies if my manners offend or disappoint, Lady Dee, Consort Sean. No, of course not, Rose. You're doing as good a job as you can so far. Adapting well, Dee reassured. But if you still feel the need to apologize, Sean began. We could use a guide. I'm afraid I never got the chance to visit these wishing woods in this life. Chayekit, you called it. Is that the local name? We've got a bit of a trip ahead of us, so why don't you come up here and tell us about your home while you direct us? Chayekit, Consort Sean, Rose humbly corrected. It is the true name of these lands and woods in the people's tongue. Only the phoenixes call our home the Wishing Woods. I would gladly tell you more, but I wouldn't dare intrude upon your seating. Nonsense. Dee waved. We insist. Her noble hosts didn't give Rose a second chance to refuse their offer. Something shifted. Between one blink and the next, Rose found herself sitting on the front bench beside them. Further denials died on her tongue. Rose marveled at the instantaneous sensation of movement. She marveled more at the sheer shocking lack of oppressive presence from her two hosts. They could have crushed her without lifting a finger, Rose was certain. That she could feel simply nothing from them was just as, if not much more, impressive. Rose could only bow her head in deference and make herself comfortable, as you say, Lady Dee. I shall strive to be worthy of this prestigious distinction. Sean smirked straight ahead, oh, I'm sure you'll do enough of that just by speaking to us. Proudly share your people's culture and history and you'll be fine. We're not overly caught up on face and the like, Rose. Think of us as old friends already. Oh my, Rose could never. But if her hosts insisted, she could act more familiar. Familiar with death and her prince consort. Rose's view of everything under heaven was shifting dramatically. It was all she could do to maintain her course and composure. And so, she began. This land and the spirit all throughout are known as Chayekit. Translated literally, it means that land we know, for only her people can know Chayekit best. We've walked these woods since forever past and shall do so forevermore. On and on, Rose exposited. Some of the tension she was holding drained out of her as she did. She spoke of Chayekit. Of the stories that brought her tribe and many others into the deep woods. Of how her ancestors survived and thrived so she might do the same. Of how the phoenixes came, but nothing truly changed within the deep woods of Chayekit. Rose spoke of the connections they forged with true and totem spirits. All children of Chayekit are raised to respect the land we know. Everything we take, everything we use, we give back twofold. Not in pursuit of strength, but in pursuit of harmony. As is right and proper. Like that, Chayekit claims all of us as we claim her. We are her people, and she is our land. Few if any form a direct connection with Chayekit herself. But she gives us the totem spirits as proof of her claim. Each clan in the tribe holds a totem spirit as their own. From totems of wind and sunlight to totems of bear and mantis. As I know it, the other tribes do the same. We are all mirrors of each other in that way. But for each tribe, a different clan, a different totem, leads the way. My venerable father is connected to the spirit of rare sunlight through the trees in the deep woods. With its aid, he has risen to the peak of the sky realm. But I don't believe I will follow in his footsteps. You see, exalted ones. This young mistress has dreams. She couldn't even help but share her most sacred secrets. To impress or to simply lift the weight from herself, Rose didn't know. Regardless, she told Death and her prince consort aspects of her life that only one other had heard before. One could hold no secrets from Death, Rose supposed. Her throat grew scratchy, but her Tao heart was light. Something settled and resolved within herself as she spoke her dreams of more, as she gave true voice to them for the first time. She felt Chayekit practically perched on her shoulders, urging her onward as she bared her Tao dreams. The spirit saw an opening for its most favored child, and Rose was encouraged to seize it. Through it all, Death herself listened intently like a student before a master. It was a heady feeling. But Rose wouldn't blind herself to Mount Tai. She strived to keep herself humble and grounded. The mere reminder of who her audience was helped that quest tremendously. Eventually, the positions were reversed and heaven lectured earth. Rose listened with all her being, all of her focus. Sean shared a perspective of her situation that she never would have comprehended alone. You said no one makes a connection with Chayekit directly, he said. But I think you have. An untraditional one, purposefully incomplete, but it's there all the same. The moment Sean uttered it, Rose knew it to be true. All around her, Chayekit puffed happily at the assessment. That was the only way Rose could describe the sensation. Sean continued on from there. However, on the whole, you're talking about the path of Shenong. Or a uniquely local version of it, at least. Your people tie themselves to the land through their veneration of Chayekit and their connections to the totem spirits. They're made stronger and healthier, more fulfilled and prosperous for it. But you, Rose, your connection is different. Less of a tether and more of a push. I can't say I've seen anything like it before. He summed it up best with a single sentence: Chayekit vicariously seeks heaven through you. Rose felt her foundation rocked from that revelation. She was awed. Honored. And that much more determined to manifest her Tao dreams. Chayekit deemed Rose and Rose alone worthy to carry her name to the heavens. She would fulfill those ambitions. Then, not even death will stop me from reaching ascension, Rose firmly declared. A moment later, she paled and almost spat blood. No offense meant, exalted ones. This one did not think before she spoke. Yet death, whose name she'd just taken in vain, simply giggled. Don't fret, Rose. That determination is cute on you. I understand that defying the heavens is the way of this world. I'll hardly intrude just to turn all of that on its head. Truly, your wisdom, patience, and benevolence know no bounds, Lady Didi, Rose bowed. Flattery will get you everywhere, Didi grinned. Yes, I think I've decided. You're going to come with us. Rose blinked. Come, with you. Oh, yes, Didi nodded. You're adorable and serious and oh so driven. So is there a better way to start your journey toward the heavens than with us? Sean chuckled. No objections here. We'll give you a nice, nifty head start and maybe introduce you to some valuable friends and rivals. As far as journeys go, it'll be a hell of a first step. And really, what's a vacation without a few friends made along the way? Rose hesitated but Chayekit practically shoved her forward. I can only accept. Your offer of nurture may mean next to nothing to you, but it means everything to this lowly growing seed, exalted ones. All I ask is one allowance. Again, her host treated her with kind patience and gentle indulgence, and what would that allowance be? Rose looked away as the lightest dusting of blush darkened her cheeks. I could not bear to leave without my noble fool. Sean laughed, not cruel but certainly amused. Didi was kind and gentle and, just as amused. Oh, of course, Rose dear. Trust me, I know the feeling all too well. Rose, more flustered than she'd ever been, utterly failed to meet their eyes. She focused on the woods of Chayekit instead, stubbornly avoiding her embarrassment by thinking of how this might be the last she saw of them for a long time. Slowly, melancholy came to reign and her blush faded. She didn't let the feeling affect her determination, though. Looking into the woods of the land she knew, savoring the sight, Rose saw something she'd never seen before. A half-sized figure sat atop a familiar toadstool, beaming a bright smile directly at Rose. She was clearly not human, but clearly not a spirit beast, either. A true spirit, with voluptuously fertile curves, a doll-like face, and a toadstool cap on her head in place of hair. Sharing a moment only with Rose, the spirit pointed skyward. Then, suddenly and certainly, Rose knew. Chayekit would always be rooting for her to reach the heavens. And, unfortunately, the Gemma XP fell through. Didn't really want to drag my homebrew stuff out and the whole Sunbeam Hunters village scene I had vaguely planned would have done just that. So the rest of this Wishing Woods section of the trip will be accelerated. Sean, Didi, and their new companions will be in the process of leaving at the start of the next chapter. For those interested in the nerdy, nitty-gritty details, I do have a few world-building notes I can share, though. The monster hunter cultivator tribes do have Palico Expies LOL. Essentially tamed and awakened spirit beasts. Pretty sure they're going to come up when it's time for gifts and souvenirs back in the bar. Also, the Chaye spirit was supposed to show up as more of a character, but I relegated her to basically just a cameo and presence. She didn't really add anything, other than short stack, shroom waifu. She's essentially all of the fungus in the Wishing Woods, though. And in a forest like that. Well, you know how the largest living organism on Earth is a honey fungus in Oregon. Yeah, it's that, but on a cultivation scale. So she's massive, with a mycelium network underground that spans the entire forest and a critical fertilization and decomposition role in every aspect of life there. Pretty cool, I thought. Shame I haven't really figured out a way to reveal it in the story. Anyway, next chapter will be mostly their travels through the rest of the Empire and then a cultivator tournament, practically required, IMO, where they'll meet players from the big three sects. There's a little surprise there, concerning when in the world Sean and Dee Dee arrived. It's likely not what you think. But I'll leave that reveal for next chapter. I foresee 2 more chapters in this vacation arc. I'll have to workshop the next vacation trip after this. Turns out, hopping to a whole new world is a rather hard thing to write in a succinct package. If I included everything I wanted/thought up, we'd be here for a while, to say the least. I think I'm striking a decent balance with this first Vaka arc, but it can certainly be improved. Chapter 74, 63, Empire Bound. Wind Waver. The day had finally come. Waver always knew it would. Rose was leaving the tribe, leaving Chayekit entirely. Waver had to go with her. She'd forget all the little, important things otherwise. Like eating. Or sleeping. Or the most terrible prospect of all. She'd forget how to laugh, the rare little laughs that only he seemed able to get from her. Waver knew Rose better than she knew herself. She'd get all serious and responsible and determined until she stopped living altogether. Power and cultivation, her dreams and ambitions, always seeking more. It was what made Rose so special, but it couldn't be all there was for her. Waver wouldn't allow it. So he couldn't bear to let her go alone into the wider world. Even just the thought made his skin crawl with disgust and self-loathing. What kind of man would he be if he let Rose forget the little qualities of life? She returned from her tribute hunt with strangers. No, strange beings. They seemed to defy any sense set against them. Even by ember of sunlight, Rose's father and leader of the tribe. At the peak of the sky realm, not even he couldn't make heaven or earth out of the strangers Rose returned with. They were impossible. Unknowable. And just so fascinating to Waver as a result. Death and her prince consort, they claimed. No one dared disbelieve them. Somehow, they made the truth of their beings as plain and clear as the trees and leaves and the wind rushing between. They weren't mere cultivators, weren't mere hidden masters. They were facts and facets of life itself. Just call us Sean and Dee Dee, they insisted. No one dared to be so familiar. Even Ember of Sunlight and the tribe's elders bowed their heads respectfully. Wisdom thankfully reigned in that regard. For all their strength, for all that the tribe as a whole could match nearly any other sect in the empire, it was plain to see that they were ants before the strangers, so caught up in their society, their level beneath heaven and on earth that they could never comprehend the ascendant beings now walking among them. Rose declared her intention to accompany Death and her prince out into the wider world. No one protested. Not even Waver, not truly. It was a day long in the making. When Rose would inevitably set out to pursue her dreams of more. Even the tribe's elders and shamans expected it at some point. And Waver knew it was coming more than most, knew Rose's secrets in the path chosen for her. So his shock was short-lived, and quickly overtaken by determination to not be left behind. He snuck away to begin gathering his things as Rose introduced the deathly strangers to her father and the other elders. Already, plans sprung to Waver's mind. He'd lock himself in his sanctum workshop and claim to create one last thing for Rose to take with her. No one would bother him then. They never did. But instead of remaining complacent, instead of accepting the sudden shift of fate, Waver would sneak aboard Death's strange and fascinating carriage. Rose would miss him when the tribe saw her off. But that was fine. 'Cause he'd simply surprise her with his presence when they were too far along the road to bring him back to the tribe. At that point, Rose wouldn't have any choice but to take him along. Waver couldn't bear to let her leave alone, so he wouldn't. She'd forgive him. She had to. It was just the best outcome all around. Rose wouldn't embark on her fateful journey alone. And though his desires were currently playing second fiddle to Rose's needs in his mind, Waver would still be able to see the wider world as he'd always wanted to. Waver knew he was strange like that. He'd never been satisfied with just Chayekit. There was too much to see, too much to understand beyond her borders. He'd learned everything he could from the tribe's shamans, Waver felt. He'd surpassed their understanding, their ancestral knowledge taken for granted. His alchemy, formation work, and smithing were the best in the tribe, only comparable to the other shamans where his cultivation base fell short. He grasped all of the concepts and quandaries that the tribe had to offer. He knew the totem spirits better than the clans who claimed them. And while Chayekit would always have something else to teach, always have something else to see, Waver knew. More awaited him now. Even more than he'd ever anticipated, too, for Death and her prince could open his eyes ever wider. Outward, elsewhere, and deeper all at once. It was time he took his Tao of knowledge and understanding into his own hands. Rose reached ever upward. Waver would reach all around, forming a stable foundation of profound comprehension to lift her, to help her in whatever ways he could. It was a choice he made easily. Rose needed him. That was all the motivation and determination he required to set aside everything he was familiar with. It was a terrifying prospect, setting aside his comfortable routines and his peacefully profound existence. But for Rose, Waver barely even hesitated. He'd adjust. Eventually. Probably. Waver set about packing everything he had in, well, certainly not record time. There was so much to consider, so much to take. His tools and brushes, of course. They went into the storage formation on his pouch before even his clothes. The chi furnace went next, though he had to dismantle and deactivate it temporarily. It wouldn't do to have it trying to refine the storage space from within the pocket dimension. He packed what materials he could carry. Formation inks he'd mixed himself. Various powders and liquids he'd been the first to discover and refine. Spirit beast parts and cores, hunted by Rose and himself, Rose, more often than not. Spiritual herbs and seeds and even whole logs he'd yet to process. After his tools and supplies, Waver had to quickly craft a whole new storage pouch to bring along his clothes, plus a few Rose always seemed to leave with him for some reason, and all of the food he wanted to bring. Knowing Rose, she'd forget food entirely. So Waver overcompensated there. At the end of his packing, Waver had just about his whole home in a series of unassuming dimensional storage pouches on his person. Seeing the barren living space he left, reality really set in. Waver paused but shook the moment off quickly. For Rose, he'd carry his whole life on his back. She would need him to, so he would. It was as simple as that in his mind. He gave his now empty sanctum workshop a reverential bow and let the only chapter of his life he'd ever known close. Only something chillingly and thrillingly new awaited him now. But Rose would be there. She'd always be a constant for Waver to ground himself upon. Now, all he had to do to join her was sneak aboard Death's carriage. He might not have thought this plan all the way through. Still, he was committed. If his plan failed, he wouldn't hesitate to sink to his knees and kowtow without shame. Begging, groveling, kissing ass, whatever it took to join Rose. He'd never been one for pride. And for Rose, for profound understanding, he'd throw what little he had away in a heartbeat. The tribe was seeing Rose off at the base of the great tree. It wasn't technically a ceremony, but certainly an event. Waver snuck past them all. He was only in the fourth stage of the profound realm, but his profound understanding of the world allowed him to do miraculous things with formations. Not even his grandfather Wind Dancer, the best tracker in the tribe, could find Waver if he was trying. When he came to the carriage, he looked for a way inside. As much as he wished to pore over it, that would have to wait. He should have expected it, but Waver found no entrance. Until that is, a door swung open on the side of the carriage facing away from everyone gathered. It was a purposeful gesture. It had to be. Death and her prince knew about him, knew he was trying to stow away. But they approved. Waver didn't allow himself to consider the implications then. He just threw himself into the carriage and closed the door behind him. Outside, Ember of Sunlight was saying the tribe's parting words to Rose, "Be well, daughter. Grow. Thrive. Live. You will always have a place in our tribe. And when you return to us, let it be in the flesh, not in words of remembrance." "I shall, father," Rose answered. "Think of me not with worry, but with pride. I shall carry all of our names to both heaven and earth." "She'll come back just fine," Prince Consort Sean said. "Better, even. She is being watched over by Death, after all. We'll look after her and make sure she doesn't return as an obituary," Death reassured. As one, Ember of Sunlight, the elders, and the whole rest of the tribe bowed to Death and her prince. As if rehearsed, they all proclaimed an echoing tribute, "Our thanks, exalted ones." But Rose, Waver saw, seemed distracted. Frantic, almost, though none but Waver and her father would notice the emotion behind her perfect mask. She looked around at the gathered tribe pointedly. "Where is Wind Waver? Has my oldest companion not come to see me off?" Rose asked. Ember of Sunlight sadly shook his head. "I am sorry, daughter. From last I heard, he has locked himself within his sanctum in an attempt to create one last gift for you. It seems he will not manage to do so in time." Then Rose began. It was slight, but her perfect composure fractured. She recovered instantly, exhaling the flaw with a small breath. "Then someone will just have to fetch him." No time for that," Prince Consort Sean shot her down, visibly amused as he pushed her toward the carriage. Rose straightened her back and Waver knew she was about to go against Death itself for him. Thankfully, Death herself stopped her. "It's already taken care of, Rose, I promise. Just trust us." Rose settled onto the bench in front of Waver while he kept himself hidden. She composed herself once more with a breath, and calmly raised her concerns with Death and her prince. "This lowly young mistress must humbly protest, exalted ones. This is not the agreement we had in place. Waver must join us. I will not Waver couldn't help himself from popping his head up curiously, cutting her off. You made an agreement with Death and her prince for me. Rose spun on the spot, her eyes wide and her perfect mask nowhere to be found for once. Waver. You dash. What dash? How dash? Fool. Scroll sniffing, pill information brained, inconsiderate, oblivious fool. Waver blinked, but quickly, he paid her insults back with a happy smile. She knew him so well. I couldn't let you go alone, Rose. So here I am, coming along. If Lord and Lady Death will allow it, of course. We did have an agreement, Sean said, smirking. But I doubt Rose would appreciate me sharing the specifics of it now. It's hardly relevant anymore. Rose nodded quickly, yes. Hardly relevant at all. Because this fool thought it a good idea to stow away aboard Death's carriage. She was glaring at him again. Waver just shrugged. They opened the door for me. Good sense does not retroactively apply based on unprecedented results you could not have predicted. Shouldn't it? Expect the unexpected, no. An open mind and no clue what's going on are often my greatest tools when comprehending the profound. Shouldn't this qualify for the same? No. For I know you've learned nothing. Fool. Fool, fool, fool. Also, that confession explains too much about you. A fool, even when you're being smart. Oh, this should be fun, Dee chortled. Sean shared a conspiratorial glance with her. He makes her the most lively we've seen so far. Yes, I suspect they're very good for each other. Well, with how long we'll have to travel in the same vehicle as each other, I'm sure we'll know for certain very soon. Nothing to it, though. Back on the road, my Death. Back on the road, indeed, my prince. I. Sean. Seeing the native cultivator's first reaction to radio was amusing. Recorded music was far from impossible here. But the cultural whiplash. That was impossible to get anywhere else, priceless and maybe even profound. Rose's honest, genuinely taken gasps when she first heard Hosier were adorable, and I'm pretty sure her cultivation even got a small boost from the utterly new experience. That along with many other things, seemed to fill Waver with questions. So many questions. And since we would be driving for a good long while still, it was only natural that he'd begin to ask those questions. His hunger for knowledge, large or small, profound or mundane, was insatiable. But Dee and I made sure to give him and Rose quite a bit to think about. Waver started with the essentials. Who are you? What are you? How are you? Waver. Rose gasped, apologizing profusely. Forgive him, Lady Dee, Prince Sean. His common sense and common manners are sorely lacking. It's a fair question, though, I said, making a show of considering it all. People always ask, how could Death dash, never, how is Death? Yes. Waver paused. That too, I suppose. Well, how are you doing, my Death? I asked Dee. Playing along, she answered with an appreciative sigh, oh, I'm having a grand time so far. Thank you for asking, Waver. Clearly not what he meant by his question, Waver just cocked his head, you're welcome. To answer your actual question, though, I chuckled. We're people. Just like you or Rose. We have our needs and desires. We love, we laugh, we live, more than most for that last quality. Reaching endless conceptual enlightenment can change just about everything, but paradoxically, nothing at all as well. Dee picked up where I left off, I am Death. But also conception. Two sides to the coin, like all of my endless siblings. We have always been and always will be. From creation to the ultimate quietus. In our home, my domain is truly endless. I oversee every death and every conception. But here, I am merely a woman like any other on vacation with her lover. Meanwhile, my prince is Dash. Waver and Rose alike stared at Dee with wide, humbled eyes. Her explanation echoed with the usual truth. And here, a profoundness that was unmatched. Cultivators studied concepts and Daos like science anywhere else. They were knowledge. Wisdom. Experience in everything that ever was or ever could be. And the more one understood of the profound, the more whole and in tune with reality they became. An essential facet of life for those who reach for the heavens with their own power. I smirked as Dee trailed off back to me, I'm just one lucky schmuck. My frankness startled the two cultivators. Rose just blinked. Waver leaned forward in his seat, luck. Dee rolled her eyes, he's underselling himself, of course. You don't think I'm the luckiest man to ever live and die and live again? I asked, amusement raising a brow on my face. Without a doubt, Dee sniffed. Just as I am the luckiest Death who ever lived since you drifted into my lap, Sean. But that's hardly all we are. I'd even go so far as to say that most of the things you've grasped or done were manifested so on your own merit. Here, for example. You ascended to the highest echelon of this reality when you lived here. Terrible example, I teased. Cultivator luck is notoriously bullshit. Dee let out a fond sigh. Oh, you're just being purposefully difficult now. Very well, I put on a sigh as well. You win. I'll admit that I'm not solely defined by my luck. Luck alone could hardly carry someone through the 69 lives I've lived. That's who, what, and how I am, Waver. A serial reincarnator to match Dee's endless death. Rose bowed her head reverentially. Truly, we are but frogs in the well before you both, exalted ones. Waver just cocked his head to the other side, his natural curiosity far from sated. Did you ever live in hell? Several times, I confirmed. Each time was different. And each time was fun. Well, interesting, at least. The demons this world knows are far from the only brand out there. I see. Waver said, visibly trying to wrap his head around the concepts Dee and I spoke of. Our drive lapsed into silence for a while after that. Truth and luck, beings of heaven and hell. Worlds upon worlds. Endless death and endless lives. Already, there was enough profound material there to keep them entertained for the rest of the drive. Likely enough to spark an entire Tao or two. But Waver proved himself to be as insatiable as a starving man when it came to the profound. Soon enough, he came back for another round of questions. Do you cultivate? Always, in some form or another, magic, prana, aura, ki, haki, chakra, demonic energy, or even just pure skill, I shrugged. To seek power, any power, is to cultivate, in a way. To live is to cultivate, in another. And I've lived many lives over. But in the manner you're referring to, only once. When you lived, here. Waver clarified. Beneath this heaven and on this earth. Rose shook her head in awe. The truth you place in front of us is almost impossible to believe, yet I can refute it no easier than I could stop breathing altogether. You'll get used to it, Dee reassured. More close-minded people have. Saying the truth so plainly that your soul can't help but recognize it as such certainly helps. I chuckled at the moment of pause her words gave the young cultivators before continuing. Here, I was born into an utterly lackluster existence in the Empire's capital, in the Phoenix Nest. Right beneath the Emperor's nose, yet as far from his notice as heaven is from earth. I was a cripple. And an orphan. Doomed to mortality more than any other, even my fellow rats on the streets thought so. They kept faith that they might eventually work and claw their way into a sect, any sect, no matter how minor. A cripple doesn't even have that slim hope. Oh, dear, Dee sighed sympathetically. I can hardly imagine you crippled, Prince Sean, Rose declared breathlessly. Just the cruel luck of the cosmic draw, I explained. Your birth can define so much about you. But it will never fully define your final fate. It's a beginning, yes. A beginning to everything you are. But it's hardly the only beginning you'll have in life. It's never the journey. And certainly never the end. Rose bowed her head until she almost, comically, hit her forehead on the dashboard. I shall strive evermore to make your wisdom my own. Yeah, of course. Waver nodded along easily. But his attention was clearly on something else, practically vibrating to hear more. But then what's the capital like? Would living on the streets be like living on the paths in the deep woods? I can't even imagine how does that even work? I smiled at his enthusiasm, not at all. You're confusing street with path, thinking of them both as routes from one place to another. But that completely ignores the environment surrounding the routes. On your paths through the deep woods, you're typically alone, yes. On the streets of a city, you're never alone. And that is where the danger comes from. Danger from men, not beast. Rose shuddered slightly. How? Foreign. The Phoenix Nest is spectacular, I continued. It's also a unique iteration of hell. Picture living in a place where everything you think of can be found, yet you still starve. A place bustling with people from every walk of life, yet you're constantly alone in a sea of them all. A place the very heavens smile down upon, yet you remain forgotten no, purposefully ignored. That is living on the streets. Community is rare. Competition is fierce. And your very existence is a tragic comedy, satire put on by civilization itself. I didn't mind putting the horror of city life into the two tribal cultivators one bit. Living as they had, there was no concept of it in their mind. Best to tear that bandage off quick and early. A single district of the Phoenix Nest could surpass their tribe's population a dozen times over, without any of the camaraderie they were used to. I wanted them to know they couldn't expect something like their tribal village scaled up when we got to the capital. From their looks of incomprehension and wariness, they got the message. I continued. But the capital is far from all misery, woe, and struggle. As I said, the Phoenix Nest can be truly spectacular. The strong thrive there, more than anywhere else. It's essentially the center of the known world. And the city itself is a work of art. A testament to architecture, culture, and progress, to civilization at its best. The mountains of heavenly triumph overlook the city in eternal vigil. An entire mountain range, carved and painted in a scene of final victory that pushed back the age of darkness. From the capital, history is still alive on the horizon in those mountains. And the 7 colored flames of the phoenix burn forever over the city, a second sun brought to earth from the heavens. Then there are the floating islands, chained to the earth with sects and stadiums atop. The 5 hills of virtue, duty, propriety, credibility, and mercy. The Phoenix Tears River. The Great Forges. And the Imperial Palace, of course. It's a magnificent city. Larger than life. But to an orphan and a cripple, it's all just a painting in the background. It does sound beautiful. All of those masterpieces and wonders to be proud of. But at what cost? Waver considered aloud. Yes, I struggle to fathom how anyone could call toiling under such mortal trials and tribulations more civilized than living as we do with the tribe, sharing our whole lives with kin and peers and Chayekit. Rose clicked her tongue. TCH, but I suppose I'll reserve my final judgment for now. You'll see it for yourselves soon enough. You can decide then if the heights are worth the pain, I said. For me, then, they certainly weren't. I struggled through my days, barely scraping by. No friend or family in sight. No one stooped low enough to peek into the gutters where I slept. It was no surprise I took up drinking and wasting away. Anything to numb myself while lying, stealing, and cheating my way to the next bottle. My condolences, Prince Sean. Rose bowed to me. For your painfully inauspicious beginnings. That you have risen so high regardless is something to be celebrated. Perhaps, I smirked. Or perhaps it was blind luck. Or perhaps even a joke played by the cosmos. Whatever the cause, I eventually stumbled my way into greatness without even realizing it. Without realizing. What do you mean? Waver asked. Well, I was on a bender, you see. I began. Blindingly, deafeningly, deathly drunk. And somehow, drunk as I was, I still don't know how I managed it, I entered myself in the premier tournament of the decade. In the Imperial capital, no less. I didn't sober up one bit by the time my first match rolled around. Yet still, drunk and crippled. I beat my opponent so badly that he destroyed his own cultivation in shame. Without ever realizing it, I had drunken myself out of cripplehood and into cultivation, igniting my chi. My way, my Tao, was the drunken fist in the beginning, and it was certainly a first step to be remembered. Rose looked as if she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ah, that age-old trope here. Non-cultivators never got the sweet and sour, scrunched-up expression quite right. Meanwhile, Waver was grinning widely, vindictive and vicarious as I spoke of the victory that started my cultivating journey. He certainly knew what side of the age-old trope he was on, laughing loudly, ha ha. Spectacular, Prince Sean. I've heard of nothing like it. What made you so unique? What enabled you to do the impossible? Several things, I explained. But the most key of all, I embodied impurity. I was civilization's chaff and dregs. I was the exact opposite of the usual cultivators. Instead of purging myself of everything mortal, I reveled in it. Found solace within it. A numbing peace, at first. But a sort of peace all the same. Now, there's nothing wrong with the usual method of cultivating. If it works, it works. But it never would have worked for me. So I forged a whole new path. To note, you and Rose shouldn't try to follow in my footsteps. It only worked for me because of my inauspicious beginnings. The heavens respond best to cultivators who are true to themselves. You'll each find your own ways, ever forward, ever upward. Impurities can be just more fuel for refinement. If you know what you're doing, and if that Tao suits you. It's a way of recycling waste, from your own to the waste of heaven and earth. Most cultivators don't bother for good reason. For almost everyone other than me, it's hardly worth the trouble for such mediocre gains and the potential for deviation. But to an orphan from the gutter, waste and tainted chi were my bread and butter. Like a trash panda, Dee Dee giggled. The mental image suits you surprisingly well, dear. Truly, anyone or anything can ascend to the heavens above. Rose froze immediately after muttering the words. Air. That is to say dash. I don't mean to imply dash. No shame or slapped face dash. I believe I shall just apologize and stay silent now. How does one turn waste and impurity into heavenly ascension? Waver curiously asked. I can hardly imagine it's a sustainable Tao. You'd be surprised, I chuckled. Waste is everywhere. Plentiful and without any competition to speak of. Poison and venom, tainted and demonic chi, in life and after death, so on and so on. But you're right in that it's not a wholly sustainable Tao. I was forced to spend much longer than usual on my foundation, refining and re-refining the impurities I took in. My cultivation was slow to start, but heavy and dense with potential. All of that mortality gathered like weight behind an avalanche. And once it got rolling, there was no stopping it. I went through the rest of that first tournament still drunk, still almost unaware of myself and my surroundings. The drink guided my fists and loosened my tongue. I made many, many enemies that day, crushing young masters and seducing young mistresses. But I just seemed unable to stop winning. I dueled my way through initiates, and then profounds, and then spirituals, until I reached a final, utterly humiliating victory over the whole event. Outmatched, overpowered, and drunk as hell. I still triumphed. And then immediately made with the disappearing as some semblance of sobriety returned to me. I didn't want to be around when the seniors decided to pay back the face-slapping I'd given their juniors. With no background and no sect to tie me down, or support me, I made myself scarce rather well. I spent the next 100 years wandering the empire, drinking and brewing to cultivate, dodging blood feuds like it was a career, slapping more faces, of course, and just generally leaving chaos in my wake. During that time, I never reached above the middle of the profound realm, in theory. In practice, I punched well above my weight. By then, my foundation was built up enough that the aforementioned avalanche began. The next 100 years shot me straight to ascension at an absurd rate that would be impossible to recreate. It took me 200 some years to ascend for the first time. And reality itself seemed to be left scratching its head as to how. Once ascended, it started all over again. Just with a bit of a head start. Heavenly cultivators here are roughly equivalent to the spiritual realm up there. It's a whole new stage, but the play remains remarkably similar. Time and continuity get wonky between worlds, but I continued progressing. Eventually, my Tao changed and I adopted change and something rare in this reality that I have much prior experience with, magic. That Tao took me all the way to the great endgame in the stars. I trailed off my heavily summarized story. Thankfully, Didi picked up for me, nodding, and the rest, as they say, is history. I saw his end here. It was beautiful. But hearing about it while you're still so fresh and malleable would influence you unduly. Sean had his way, his journey, his Taos. You too will have to find your own. Rose stared at me with wide, intent eyes. It starts all over again. I nodded, confirming, heavenly ascension here is just the first rung of the ladder. But the foundation you build here will be the most important. The other worlds between this earth and the last are, largely just filler. Filler with fully realized peoples and histories, of course. But it's best if you worry about all of that when it comes. Rose fell silent. Shocked. Struggling for composure but contemplative all the same. The whole then quietly settled. Even Waver's insatiable questions had ceased. Didi and I were happy to leave them to their thoughts. We shared amused looks and she came to rest her head on my shoulder as we drove. During the conversation, we passed through the entirety of Chayekit's deep woods. No small journey. But the Vaki vessel and deathly transit made distance rather trivial. An Earth-realm cultivator would have run for days what we crossed in less than one. Now, sunlight in the mortal woods greeted us once more. Rose gasped as it hit her. Immediately, she began to cultivate intensely. Practically throwing around her internal chi as she drank deeply of the sunlight, not so much taking in new chi as she was attuning what she already had to the flavor her clan's cultivation method suited best. I don't think she realized she'd be seeing much more sunlight than she was used to as we continued. In the mortal woods of North Chayekit, roads began to appear. It was still clearly frontier territory, but steadily grew more traditionally civilized and settled. There were even cleared spaces for farms, logging camps, and towns. And at the border of the province, Rose and Waver encountered their first city. Hardly something to compare to the Phoenix Nest, but still the most densely populated place they'd ever seen. Frontiershire sat on a river to match the Mississippi. The majority of its build-up was on the river's south side, leading into Chayekit. But a district or two of commercial outposts, company compounds, and stockpiles dedicated to trade were accessible by a great bridge to the north side. It was the empire's foothold and gate into the province and saw decent traffic as a result. First and foremost, it was a city of trade, as I understood it. Chayekit was rich with valuable resources for export. That was kinda the entire point of the empire settling the northern tenth. That small slice of the pie was able to stimulate a prosperous economy, even if input and interaction from the tribes of the deep woods were relatively rare compared to the trade between the Phoenix settlers and the rest of the empire. We drew quite a few odd looks, and quite a bit of wary respect, as we drove through the city. People likely mistook the Vaki vessel for the strange carriage of a powerful cultivator or rich noble. Me and Didi happily waving out the window as we passed might have thrown that thought process for a loop. Meanwhile, Rose and Waver simply stared out the windows, trying to take it all in. So many people. Waver muttered. So many mortals. In places that aren't as stupidly dense as the deep woods, mortals are by far the norm and majority, I pointed out. Both Waver and Rose seemed shocked by that information. Which was fair. Everyone in their tribe had at least ignited their chi. They had no reference for how absurdly potent their home, people, and ways of life would be considered by the rest of the Empire's standards. Ironically, the same could be said for the Empire about them. Waver, whose fourth stage profound cultivation was considered mediocre in the tribe, would be a significant, but not heavenly, prodigy in any sect. Rose, who achieved the third stage spiritual by 27, would be considered a generational talent even by the big three sects. And the idea that a tribe of 150 people, max, could boast a master at the peak of the sky realm was just absurd by local standards. The smallest sect still had dozens of outer disciples and hundreds more mortal servants, all within a wider civilization. Chayekit's deep woods tribes may have been isolated, but they were kinda bullshit in that isolation. Personally, I couldn't wait for the reactions that their special brand of isolated bullshit would inspire. In fact, why don't we stop for a drink while we're here? A toast to celebrate your first steps into the wider world. Dee glanced at me like she knew I was plotting something, didn't know what, and was still more than happy to go along with it anyway, and I suppose you'll be our expert guide to the local drinks. We'll see what they have in stock, I shrugged. The important part is that we go to a tavern. Preferably a bustling and popular establishment. Without announcing ourselves. And then we simply wait for the fireworks to start. Waver perked up at that word, fireworks. There will be fireworks. Is there a local festival going on? Oh, you sweet summer child, I chuckled ominously. When it comes to popular drinking establishments and arrogant cultivators, there are always fireworks. Aye. Dee. You dare. Do you dare? Come. I, your young father, will show your simple face the back of this hand. Fath dash. Gah. You will die a dog's death. Shall we take this outside? I would not sully the noble owner's floor with your putrid blood and fetid death. Behold. Sean declared, grinning as he gestured at the scenes around them. Fireworks. This is common. Dee asked. Common. Sean just chuckled. Baby, this is the norm. You can't enjoy a single drink or meal without cultivators doing what cultivators do in the background. Dinner and a show is a fact of life in this reality. Rose and Waver, those adorable unorthodox cultivators they'd picked up on their trip, were visibly baffled by the dramatic scenes of cultivator disagreement. For good reason. As Dee watched, a second iteration of it sprang up as soon as the first bickering pair vacated the bar to fight outside. She couldn't help but giggle at their expression, though. They certainly added something sorely needed to their trip, more grounded perspectives to live vicariously through. What, even is the meaning of this? Rose asked, her face almost but not quite scrunching up cutely. Face, Sean answered. When in doubt, it'll always come back to face. Face leads to a very specific kind of idiocy. Face leads to arrogance and ego. Face leads to grudges and insults and the inability to let even the littlest thing go. Wanna give it a try? Rose seemed to be building a head of steam over how pointless that was, but Sean's ending question brought her up short. She blinked. Give it a try. Sure, Sean encouraged. You're a young mistress. It's practically your heaven-given right. You don't even have to pick the first fight. Just go stand by the bar and someone will inevitably pick it for you. Well. Rose considered. I suppose it is important to see how my strength measures up in the Empire. That's the spirit. Go get Rose. And try not to kill or cripple anyone in the process. Sean practically shoved her out of her seat. Rose gasped but quickly gathered herself. She set her back straight and went to follow Sean's instructions for picking a cultivator fight. Immediately, quite a few eyes in the tavern focused on her. Rose noticed but pretended not to. Soon enough, a young master was approaching her. Is this necessary? Dee amusedly asked Sean. Because I know it's not a good idea. Oh, she'll have a grand old time, Sean assured. It's in the air here. A moment later, the picking of Rose's fight reached their ears. The young master was painfully plain in his extravagance. Perfect silks, perfect looks, and perfect composure. It all came together to make him utterly mediocre, utterly boring. Yet he held himself as if he was heaven's gift to earth. What is a savage beauty doing here without an escort? Worry not, Flower, this young master will ensure you are kept well. Oh. Sean winced before raising his voice for Rose to hear. I take it back. This one, you can kill, Rose. Dee, hold Waver down, will you? I don't think he realizes he's trying to get up and rush to her side. Dee gave an indulgent sigh, putting a hand on Waver's shoulder. His expression was terribly offended on Rose's behalf, even if he didn't seem to know why he was seeing red. Adorable, those two. Simply adorable. The young master coming onto Rose spun at Sean's voice, rage painted across his perfect face. Or, he began to spin, at least. Rose interrupted him before he could even lay eyes upon the fool who dared. Her expression was one of cutting disgust, and an open palm landed on the young master's cheek with a shattering crack. Surprisingly, that was it. The fight was over before it could begin. The young master, for all his perfection and arrogance, couldn't even stand up to a single slap from Rose. His head spun around on his neck. Twice. Shock bloomed in his eyes, just for the light within them to die instantly. Rose didn't even look back at the body as she stomped back over to their table. The energy and happenings of the tavern didn't even pause for a moment with the young master's pathetic demise. I believe my appetite for this type of entertainment has been sorely ruined, she declared. Sean sighed, that's fair. Usually, it's all indecently good fun, but there will always be assholes who take it too far. I suppose we'll just have to find some other show for the evening. Any thoughts there, Waver? Waver seemed surprised to be addressed, but his eyes darted to one corner of the tavern, air, perhaps. Following his gaze, Dee saw a pitiful scene. A young man tried and utterly failed to drink away his sorrows. His once fine silk robes were dirty and ruined. His expression, the dim light in his eyes, was lost, utterly lost. From him, Dee sensed the death of a dream. Sean seemed to as well, grinning, oh, yes, I smell a side quest in the making. Should we see what brought that poor soul so low? Getting up, Sean walked over and slid into the ruined young man's booth as if he belonged there. Waver was following him instantly, curiosity getting the better. Dee held for a moment to share a certain look with Rose, commiserating over their chosen fools. Then, they too joined the side quest in the making. The ruined young man's name was Gong Shoshan. His cultivation had been sent back to Foundation in a spontaneous, unexplained, and unexcused attack by someone he called a friend. While he wasn't completely crippled, Gong Shoshan knew he'd never reach the heights he would have before Chayekit's seeming betrayal ruined him. And yes, that one meeting did start something of a side quest. One that followed them out of the Wishing Woods province and through their journey in the Phoenix Rest Plains that began the next day. The home city that Gong Shoshan fled in shame happened to be on their path north. It cost them nothing but a bit of time, and even gave them something to do, to check in on this Chayekit for an explanation. From there, the story only deepened. And deepened, and kept deepening some more. Dee would readily admit that she quickly grew invested, if only for curiosity's sake. Chayekit was filled with rage when they met him. But it wasn't directed at the friend he ruined. Sitting him down and getting him to talk, they learned that his sister Qinghuan had been stolen by the Fang clan and he'd lashed out in his loss. From there, Waver insisted they seek out the Fang clan to get their side of the story. His insatiable mind was stimulated like never before, and watching him work through the mystery was just as entertaining as the mystery itself. At the Fang clan compound, they discovered Qinghuan. Rose outright gasped at the twist that came with meeting her. She hadn't been stolen by the Fang clan, instead willingly eloping with its young master Fang Shi. But she only did so because Fang Shi's fiancé Luozhu was actually stolen by a spider of a woman named Yinli. To use Luozhu's special yin-yang something-something body, Dee didn't pay much attention to the specific name, as a cultivation resource of all things. How far did this one rabbit hole go? They continued on the trail of the side quest to the other side of the city. The Luos were a small, relatively poor family. Their daughter falling in love with young Master Fang Shi was going to be their big break. But by the point things had developed so unfortunately too, they honestly cared more about getting her back safely. To that end, Uncle Luo ran to the local Twisted Peak sect to call in old favors. Invested as they were, Waver and Rose naturally wanted to keep unraveling the story, and Dee and Sean were happy to indulge them. Really, it was their side quest, Sean said. The first adventure for them in the wider world. Something to be treasured. But it also helped that the trail continued to lead north, coincidentally going the same way they were already headed. At the Twisted Peak sect, they found Uncle Luo. He was on the verge of losing hope. The sect had no time or resources to spare towards helping him take on a potentially powerful hidden mistress cultivator like Yinli. For they were already engaged in a fierce struggle for cultivation resources with another hidden cultivator, a master this time. The Twisted Peak sect was competing with Master Hu Yongyan for a classic hidden realm, as Sean called it. It was the kind of resource that could utterly change a sect's fate and trajectory in the world. So of course, Master Hu wanted it for himself. He was powerful for what essentially amounted to the countryside of the empire, standing in the first stage sky. But that also meant he didn't necessarily need the resources as much as the Twisted Peak sect did. Meeting him offered a change of pace for the side quest. Every other cultivator they'd met so far was at most a peer to Rose's cultivation, and usually below her on the cosmic ladder of power. Rose and Waver had no such claim to authority over Master Hu. So that was where Dee and Sean stepped in to give them that authority. It was a simple thing, just expressing a portion of endless displeasure when Master Who tried to dismiss Rose and Waver's quest outright. Yet just that fraction of endless might made Master Who cough up blood. Dee found herself bemused by that turn of events, but Sean claimed it was rather typical. That Master Who had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai, whatever that meant, and his sudden, dramatic internal bleeding was just the price he paid for that arrogance. Still, their endless authority allowed Rose and Waver to continue unraveling the story. They learned Master Who's side of things. He was in hiding to avoid his troublesome descendants, the Treasured Gourd sect. They then left Master Who on proverbial ice to see what was inevitably troubling his troublesome descendants. That troubling seemed to come in the form of oppression from an elder. Tian Song of the Hidden Grove was an old rival of Master Who, and an old lover. Finally, they found the source of the side quest, like following a river through its many twists and turns. It was, of all possibilities, a lover's spat over child support. Following that discovery, Rose and Waver began to retrace their steps, setting things right all along the way. Through Sean and Dee Dee's influence, Tian Song and Master Who were convinced to sit down and actually talk to each other. An alien concept to cultivators, to be sure. That freed the Treasured Gourd sect from oppression. It also distracted Master Who from the cultivation resources he didn't actually need. The Twisted Peak sect triumphed in that battle and finally had the wherewithal to address Uncle Luo's concerns. The sect sent a party to rescue Luo Zhu from Yin Li's clutches. When the hidden mistress turned out to be a demonic cultivator, she was annihilated outright. Luo Zhu returned to her family, traumatized but ultimately whole. She was certainly not interested in marriage anymore, however. Still, Fang Shi was satisfied that the young woman was safe. His elopement with Cheng Huan was officialized and he made peace with Cheng Aigua after everything was explained. Suddenly Cheng Aigua found the sense to see the error of his ways. He kowtowed and swore an apology to the brother he'd ruined in his rage. "If it is the last thing I do, brother, I shall help you reclaim what I have taken from you," he promised. Gong Shoshan was given a new lease on life, a new hope that he might return to what he once was. After the side quest was completely resolved, the Valkyrie vessel simply continued on their way northward. Waver was practically giddy with all of the intellectual stimulation he'd gotten. Both he and Rose got to see how wide the world truly was. And Dee Dee had to admit that the not-quite detour was certainly entertaining. Just one small feud, Sean chuckled to himself as they got back on the road in earnest. "Oh, I missed cultivator shenanigans. I counted 10 layers to that whole mess, dear," Dee Dee pointed out, unable to keep the amusement from her voice. "As I said," Sean simply nodded. Small. The one small feud side quest added a few days to their journey north. But it had also stimulated Waver enough that he rose to the 5th and final stage of the Profound Realm. Thankfully, the rest of the trip wasn't nearly as eventful. So in just a week, that would have been a month or more for anyone else, they came to arrive in the imperial capital. From a distance, it was everything Sean promised it would be. Dee Dee had seen many cities come and go. Few, if any at all, measured up to the Phoenix Nest. Massive, just massive, enough to surpass any modern city. And magnificent. It sprawled on and over the 5 hills Sean had mentioned, around a great, essential intersection of rivers. Islands flew in the evening sky. A 7-colored beacon burned above the city, seeming to stream down from the heavens to a great, bowl-shaped brazier atop the imperial palace. The mountains of Heavenly Triumph Monument overlooked the city from the west, painted in the colors of sunset as they arrived. Even Dee Dee had to stop and appreciate them. At the center of the monument, of the mountain range, the big 3 forces of the empire were represented. A man who embodied the calm chill of clouds, even statuesque as his depiction was. A woman of heavenly composure, with rage and loss burning in her stone eyes. And one last man between them with a phoenix mask and the weight of heaven and earth on his shoulders. The first phoenix, Sean named them in reverse. The spark who ignited an empire, who led the pushback against the age of darkness. Without him, none of this would be at all. Admiral Chiochinga of the Soaring Heavens Isle. That massive godship is hers. And yes, it's true to size. She was a simple artist before the demons came to the Soaring Heavens Isle. She lost everything to them. They killed her husband, her sons, her daughters, and even her, in a way. But she found the strength to do what needed to be done, despite the rage, despite the anguish, and despite the sacrifices she bore until the end of her days. And finally, the first founder of the Cloudy Sword sect, Zeman. His founding ideals are noble, perhaps the most so in the empire. It's said that even the emperor stopped and engaged the Cloudy Sword sect's founders in noble debate. Even now, his sect's descendants try to live up to their founder. They venerate their ancestors, their brothers and sisters, the peace and independence they carved from the Crimson Crucible, and even, especially the mortals who look to them for protection. Those 3 were the backbone of the Phoenix Empire as it rose from the Age of Darkness. Even now, the 2 principal sects are considered pillars almost equal to the Emperor. They have only themselves and the Emperor's sovereign sword sect as peers. And they're honored as such, as you can see. Rose bowed her head toward the distant mountain monument, a truly awesome way to never forget the heroes, sacrifices, and ideals of the past. I can only hope their stories are still told from mouth to ear as is most proper. Mouth to ear to scroll and formation, Sean laughed. The Empire might not have as much of an oral tradition as your tribe, but they certainly don't forget their history. The Emperor's library is the largest in the known world by far. Waver stared out at the massive palace at the center of the capital with its eternally burning beacon on top, almost drooling. Oh, I can hardly imagine. Entering the capital, their strange vehicle drew much fewer eyes. Not when cultivators flew on swords and thrones and carpets, rode spirit beast steeds, or even walked around on impractically towering stilts. Crystals shining with pseudo-life provided basic and advanced utilities to the people of the capital, anything a modern city needed and more. The streets and buildings were pristine and beautiful, decorated with extravagant murals of paint and tile, banners of silk and even chi, and artworks built into their very architecture. Along the streets, the hustle and bustle of human life was ever present. Carriages, wagons, and litters. Merchants and their wares. Citizens, mortal and cultivator, humble and noble alike. Guards policing and patrolling the main thoroughfare into the capital. And if one looked into certain alleyways, glimpses of the city's darker side, the side Sean had lived, peeked through. The Vakai vessel rolled along the main street with the windows down so they could appreciate the sights. And through those open windows, a crier's announcements could be heard. Hear ye, hear ye. The Rising Stars tournament shall begin its 333rd iteration 2 days hence. Come see the heavenly talents of the immortal empire and its infinite sects. From wide and far, they come to test their skills and provide pointers to their peers. Just who, shall emerge victorious? Inner disciple Shen Yu, the Rising Blade, or core disciple Go, both of the Cloudy Sword sect. The ethereal beauties Han Song, Baishir Lily, or Tianjia minion of the Soaring Heavens Isle. The Phoenix Prince, leading his sovereign swords. Or even some hidden talent, waiting to be discovered. The van slowed to hear the crier, Rose nodding. I believe I would like to enter this tournament. But Dee Dee's eyes were only on Sean. She watched him slow, stop, and blink as a bemused realization came over him. Just. What is it, Sean? She asked him. Our arrival seems to have displaced us in the timeline. I know slightly, he answered. Oh. Dee Dee was far from concerned about matters of time travel, but she was certainly extra intrigued now. How so? Well, Sean explained. The Rising Stars tournament is the one I entered, the event of the decade. Only. My tournament was the 420th iteration of it, fitting for an inebriated victor, I know. Yet the crier just announced the 333rd Rising Stars tournament, along with mentioning quite a few names I recognize, as exalted elders in my life here. Dee Dee felt her eyes start to sparkle with amusement and excitement. Oh, how fun. You just have to introduce me to your old friends who haven't met you yet, dear. Oh, yes, Sean chuckled. This should be amusing, at the very least. Aye. And, done. The twist. Sean and Dee Dee arrived 800 to 900 years before Sean ever lived there. That's just a vague, and probably not completely accurate, guess as to when Shen Yu and the other elders' generation was. So we won't be getting any FA-RAM stuff. But we will get a young Shen Yu, Jean Rose Gramps. Also Elder Go, and maybe other CSS elders, Minion, and the other SHI elders from the BOC SHIAU, great read if you missed that, and the future Phoenix Emperor. All in their primes of youthful cultivating adventure, too. The lack of FA-RAM stuff is on purpose. I didn't want to trample over casual farmers' main characters like that. Cameos like Baida in the companion piece chapter are fine, but I like them too much to risk fucking up their characterization or intruding on the main BOC story, if that makes sense. Shen Yu's generation is my way of making up for that. All for the small price of having to bullshit my way through timey-wimey fuckery lol. But I'm not going to stop a little thing like Paradox stop me. That said, the OCs from the companion piece endgame chapter are still going to show up at the end of this arc, heavenly visitors essentially. That special chaos, likely seen from Shen Yu and the Phoenix Prince's POVs, should be very fun. Chapter 75, 64, The Youngest Generation. And, come join us on patreon.com/dryskies_BTB, we have bonus pics, smiley face. Sean. The reveal of when Dee Dee and I ended up in the world I knew was certainly surprising. It also promised to be very, very entertaining. 800 years in the past, well before I was reborn here, and another 200-odd more until this iteration of myself would ascend past this heaven. The FA-REM wouldn't be founded by Jean Rowe for a good long while yet. A shame. I was looking forward to visiting again. But this era had advantages of its own to offer, without a doubt. I'd meet people I knew all over again, while they were still young, too. The timey-wimey fuckery did spark a bit of consideration in my mind, though. Did Shin Yu and the other elders know me beforehand? From this very vacation? They must have. Time wasn't the concept I was most familiar with. Those would, undoubtedly, be death and change. But I knew enough about time to tell that the world's timeline hadn't suddenly become a tangled mess due to me showing up before my time. I suppose cultivation worlds were just robust like that. Ultimately, it was a deep, serious, and fraught quandary to consider. But I was determined not to torture myself like that. I wouldn't make it so fraught, so serious, so deep, especially since the immediate reality didn't seem to be in any danger of paradox. All of this had already happened, even as it was happening now. The best thing I could do was shrug and do what I would do anyway. It did raise some intriguing implications. After this vacation trip with Didi, Shen Yu and the other elders would have already met me. I wasn't about to hide myself. But really, that was all a concern for past me. I didn't particularly remember encountering this whole situation from the other end back then. But to be fair, I was deathly drunk for essentially my entire life here. Again, I shrugged. It was something for past me to deal with, something that I'd already dealt with in a very real way. Here and now, I was just going to enjoy my vacation. Meet the young versions of old friends and acquaintances. And entertain myself with the chaos me and Didi caused with our mere presence. Didi understood my thinking without a word shared between us. Paradox was something for a brother Destiny to concern himself with. Death didn't care. And in the end, it hardly altered our time here much, other than giving us another cast of natives to introduce ourselves to and, lovingly put, fuck with. At the same time, I didn't share the went reveal with Rose and Waver. If they were diligent and successful, as I highly suspected they would be after Didi and I left, they'd find out eventually. It'd be a nice little surprise. An eventual reminder from us, of us, to them beyond time itself. I could already imagine Rose's utterly flabbergasted face when she heard of a drunken tournament victor 800 years down the line while she was preparing to ascend. Maybe the best pranks were played across continuity and in spite of causality. Something to consider for back home. But before any of that, quite literally, Rose wanted to participate in the tournament of the decade. This decade. Waver begged off, not one for fighting. He still had the makings of a great cultivator. Just, a different brand than Rose or past/future me. The cultivators who focused on deepening their profound understanding of reality before anything else could be just as successful as the pure battle junkies. Consistently, more so. It was a slightly slower, but slightly more stable route through the heavens. And in this reality's endgame, DAOs and concepts became much more important than pure cultivation base anyway. Rose's registration was actually rather simple. Bureaucracy was essential to running most successful civilizations. But many cultivators notoriously believed themselves above things of that nature. For the mortals organizing things, especially a premier tournament where everyone wanted a piece, it was best to make the process as easy as possible. No one wanted to be annihilated from existence because a young master or mistress was feeling slightly irritated by how long they had to wait in a queue. That might have been how past me slipped through the gaps, in the future. Anyone signing up for the tournament of the decade had to know what they were getting into. For cultivators, they were accepting the very real possibilities of injury and loss. For mortals, well, they were accepting almost certain death. There was little point in spending precious time and energy checking each entry when the results would speak for themselves. Sign-up took place at the Imperial Archive outpost within the capital, separate and second fiddle to the main archive within the Imperial Palace. So, after Rose went up to give her name, association, and cultivation base, we had something else to occupy ourselves with. Namely, that something that had Waver practically jumping about in place with his excitement. TCH Rose clicked her tongue at the reactions her appearance had garnered, so dismissive. Almost disrespectful. They dare. They have eyes but they fail to see Mount Tai, I reassured her in the local fashion. You'll just have to prove them wrong about ignoring the power of your home, people, and way of life, Rose. And I shall, Rose nodded firmly. The Empire will be introduced to Chayekit all over again. Through this lowly young mistress. They were less dismissive once you stated your cultivation, Didi pointed out. Yes, Waver agreed too quickly, clearly trying to change the subject. The Phoenixes only care about power. To illogical and rude extremes. Now dash. Since we're here at the archives. Can anyone enter? Rose asked me on Waver's behalf. Any Imperial citizen, I nodded. And despite your people's isolation, you two still qualify for that. Unfortunately, I doubt Didi and I do. I shrugged, continuing, but that's fine. We'll temporarily part ways here. Didi and I can enjoy a proper date in the capital while you two explore the archives. Date. Rose cocked her head curiously. I'm unfamiliar with the word in this context. Regardless, I wish you good fortune and good times, exalted ones. Will we rejoin one another afterward? I'm afraid Waver and I will be rather lost within the capital otherwise. We'll find you, don't worry, Dee said, giggling. It'll be a pair of dates. Enjoy your library date with Waver, Rose. Her teasing went right over their heads. Dee and I just shared a grin, waved, and moved to leave them to their time alone. As we did, Rose muttered a question to Waver. What do you think a date is? An outing between close friends or lovers? Waver suggested. The last we saw of them for the next few hours was Rose's cheeks blooming into the slightest of blushes. Lovers. It's just a guess, Waver shrugged, taking hold of Rose's hand and dragging her into the archives. Come on. I've got a date with these scrolls just as much as I have a date with you to get to. Rose was swept along at his pace, the blush on her cheeks gaining momentum all the while. Waver remained utterly unaware. Chuckling to myself, I turned to Dee. Now, would my death like to see the imperial capital? Dee nodded, imitating the local mannerisms. She would. But not simply the surface. This death would see the capital as you knew it in your life here. It won't be pretty, I warned. I'm aware, Dee smiled, soft and slightly sad, but still firm in her decision. But that was how you lived, Sean. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I matched her smile, nostalgia cropping up within me and not very fondly. Very well. I suppose we'll be entering the shadow of the Phoenix, then. This isn't my era, but somehow, I doubt much will be changed. Nothing ever did when I lived here. If there's one constant, even in a world grasping for heavenly power, it'd be dash. I. Shen Yu, the rising blade. The struggles of poverty, far away from the eyes of heaven, Shen Yu intoned somberly. Come, my friends. Witness life, witness youth as none of you knew it. We struggle and strive against the heavens. Yet, some will only ever know a struggle against the very earth we all walk upon. Shen Yu knew all of his companions, his rivals, his friends had their own stories to tell. Stories of origin, tribulation, and loss. Each had a unique journey upon the earth to call their own. His brother Xiaogu may have been born into the Cloudy Sword sect, but he worked hard, ever determined, ever diligent, for everything he now claimed. The Phoenix Prince may have been born into the ultimate nobility, nigh divine royalty, but he bore the weight of the heavens and the empire on his shoulders as a result. Tianjia Minion would forever carry the sacrifice of her noble, mortal brother to get to where she now stood. Han Song had been raised by an awakened spirit beast of all beings and still gave tribute to that venerable hound every year. Baisher Lily had given herself completely, heart, mind, and soul, to her sisters in the soaring heavens isle, wearing an ever-joyous mask to hide just how far she could and would go for them. Shen Yu had his story as well. One of damned, downtrodden beginnings, with only the luck of the heavens and his hard-earned, hard-fought, hard-forged make as a meant to elevate him above them. He knew privilege now, after having clawed for it tooth and nail, but he began his life without any at all. No matter how high he rose, Shen Yu vowed to remember his origins. And given the chance, he would share that perspective with his closest peers. Shen Yu began his life on the streets of Crimson Crucible City. An urchin. A rat. The dregs of the empire. Yet he pushed onward to seize power by his own means. His cultivation began without almost any structure at all, and certainly no guidance. He was utterly disadvantaged. He should have gotten nowhere. Instead, he rose. Like a star. Like the blade of a man who was already dead yet fighting on. To 12-year-old Shen Yu, life was always the last stand of a dead man. Every brawl was his last. Every grudge and feud was final. And every ascending breakthrough was an impossibility he manifested with his own merit, his own strength of will, his own measure of spite for the earth he was born upon. Eventually, he earned a spot within the Cloudy Sword sect through his talent and dedication. There, as an outer disciple, he met Xiaogu. The Cloudy Sword sect didn't abide by weak nepotism. Even Xiaogu, the son of a core disciple, would begin his journey amongst the outermost rung of the sect. It was then that Shen Yu knew he'd found a place to thrive. Both he and Xiaogu revealed themselves to be heavenly talents, and unbreakable bonds of brotherhood were forged between them in the process. The rest, as they say, was history as they rose to the top of the youngest generation together. Both were promoted, though Xiaogu rose higher simply due to being more suited to the essential internal work that kept the Cloudy Sword sect running. Through adventure, breakthrough, combat, and discovery, they remained as close as snow peas in a pod. Various missions for the sect introduced them to the others at the top of their generation, both the Phoenix Prince and the Jade Beauties of the Soaring Heavens Isle. Now, Shen Yu stood at the end of an era. This tournament would almost certainly be his last within the youngest generation. At 36, he'd reached the peak of the spiritual realm and was merely counting the days until he broke through into the earth. That barrier marked the threshold for what was commonly perceived as the youngest generation, or the age of 50 for those who didn't achieve the breakthrough before it. Soon enough, Shen Yu would be the first of his peers and companions to cultivate out. He would have to assume additional responsibilities then. At least, until Xiaogu inevitably caught up to him from the fourth stage spiritual so Shen could begin pawning those responsibilities off on him again, as was usual. Still, the end of youth. Oh, woe, indeed. Such shame, such disgrace, to be so talented. There would be at least a year where Shen would have to play the responsible senior brother to Xiaogu. A reversal most foul. Shen enjoyed each day until the terrible, temporary fate. It was at the end of his youth that Shen looked back. Back to his dismally doomed beginnings and how far he'd come with introspection. This idea came to him then. It was only right to show his friends and rivals where he came from, or close enough, in a different city, on the eve of his graduation. He'd even made commemorative cards to ensure his fellows would never forget the essential truth he wished to share with them. Strength, grown from nothing, the cards read. Shen put his soul into the calligraphy as always. All of the emotions of his youth now that it was at an end. Idly, and only to himself, Shen envisioned his friends treasuring the fruits of the skill he was perhaps most proud of. One day, would they put his calligraphy up on the walls of their homes? The walls of the imperial palace, even, for the Phoenix Prince. Truly, then, Shen would know he won. A street rat, with one of the noblest art forms, a testament to civilization and culture, to emotion and profound understanding, and to the ability of man's mind to learn and grow forevermore, on display in the imperial palace. What a dream! But if such a dream was ever to be, Shen believed his friends needed perspective. They were all privileged by strength now. Yet if they were to continue their shared journey against the heavens, they couldn't forget their origins, good and bad. Shen hoped to start a trend among them today. If, on the eve of her graduation from the youngest generation, Minion called for them all to give tribute to her fallen brother, Shen would come running through hell itself to kowtow to that shrine all over again. But the first step of a trend was always the hardest. Shen could only rise to the occasion. As a man should. He forged his own path. Even if it meant temporarily kidnapping the Prince of the Empire to take him slumming in the capital. I have never seen this side of the city. The prince said, his tone both thoughtful and mournful. My father's city, his capital. To be mine eventually. And I've never seen, never even conceived what could lurk in its shadows. Shen snorted in the future emperor's face, of course, you haven't. Your damned retainers tried to fight me when I removed you from your carefully curated schedule, Prince. Through no some fault of your own, you've known only the light side of the empire you will one day rule. What I show you today will teach you that there is always more. I should have you executed for your words and tone toward me, Shen the prince chuckled. At the very least, chastised most grievously. But you won't, Shen stated with the utmost confidence. The prince shook his head, there is a reason my retainers hate you. But I am not so close-minded as to ignore what you offer here. With you to keep me humble, I doubt I ever shall be so supremely arrogant, either. This is preposterous, even for you, Rising Blade. Dragging all of us, including the Phoenix Prince, slumming along with you. The prince may accept your arrogance for now, but it cannot be borne forever, Minion scoffed at him in turn. Though her version of the expression was much more attractive than anyone else's, Shen especially could admit that. Oh. Shen raised an eyebrow at her. You don't wish to open your eyes, Minion. You would walk blindly through the darkness instead of trying to push it back with your own enlightenment. I should carve you down to size here and now, Minion glared coldly at him. The heavens would thank me. Unfortunately, Xiaogu sighed his usual sigh. I would not. Please do not slaughter my sworn brother for trying to teach us all. It wouldn't be for his nobly ill-executed attempt at aid, Minion retorted. It would be for that wicked tongue in his mouth. Shen grinned, should I put my wicked tongue to better use in your presence, beautiful Minion? The best part of Minion, in Shen most humble opinion, was that she rarely flustered at his teasing. Some might have claimed her transcendent, inspiring beauty as her prime aspect. But for Shen even Minion's beauty lost out to her sheer fire icy, stormy fury, to be more accurate to her cultivation method. Her personality was much more captivating than any feminine feature, especially how she didn't hesitate to strike back at him and keep their games going. Minion raised her nose imperiously, I would find a better use for it, most certainly. Scandalous, Han Song reprimanded them both. Entirely inappropriate for the current situation. You stand with the Phoenix Prince and you bicker like cats. I expected something so uncouth from the Rising Blade, but you as well, Sister Minion. By sure Lily giggled, they're not just bickering, Songer. Remember how Shen honored her brother's shrine? Remember how much Minion? Minion cut off her sex sister with a glare, finish that sentence and I shall take your tongue, sister, or not. Lily gasped playfully, I speak the truth and she seeks to silence me. Oppression. Betrayal. Oh, our sisterhood shall never recover. Minion gritted her teeth, I will give you my bottle of 100-year ice plum wine if you simply stop talking. Sold. Lily chimed. A grievance well repaid. How could I ever doubt you, sister? Truly, the corruption runs deep within our own sect, Han Song frowned. All the more reason for the lesson we seek today. Shen Yu exclaimed, working his silver tongue. The rot I come from is different from the corruption you refer to, Lady Han Song. But valuable to witness and learn from all the same. It is a lesson with many applications. Here, I seek to keep us all humble and to drive us ever closer to enlightenment. Here, I seek to remember origins we might otherwise forget. Those origins influence us still. They will influence us always. I invite all of you to reflect and truly know the world how it is, not how we wish it to be. I, for one, Xiaoge said. Am in complete agreement with your attempt at aid and teaching, brother. It is a noble attempt, to be sure. It honors the founders and their ideals. In the end, we all come from mortal stock, mortal origins. Even our exalted prince. We should not forget that truth. And I can think of no one better to remind us of it. Shen Yu's martial heart soared at the support from his sworn brother. Xiaoge would always stand shoulder to shoulder beside him. He was virtuous and diligent. He knew little in truth of Shen Yu's birth. But despite his privilege-born blood ties to the venerated Cloudy Sword sect, Xiaoge was willing to lower himself to learn. They all reached for the heavens. Yet Xiaoge would always be the first to turn his gaze back to the earth alongside Shen Yu. Minion, for all her ice and storm, was the second, I will not willingly blind myself to the darkness. The inauspicious origins you know, Shen Yu, are just as true to life as any other. More so, in many ways. I shall put them in mine own eyes. Just as you have put mine origins in yours. Shen Yu flashed her a smile, more honest than most his face bore. Minion was good people. He would kowtow to her brother's shrine 100 times more, not just to ask permission to court her like his drunken first kowtow, but to give thanks to the brother who raised the wonderful woman like a father. The brother who gave his life so she might live. The Phoenix Prince, Han Song, and little Lily were not far behind, the prince saying, I am here. Abducted from my carefully curated schedule, or not, it would be an awful crime to turn away now. These will be my people one day, like all others. My retainers may resist as they cling to propriety, but I believe I should learn about this darkness while I'm still able. A prince is entitled to a bit of rebellion, after all. Han Song nodded, I shall watch and listen and contemplate as well. We are dignified cultivators against the heavens. As such, we have a duty to these ignored mortals just the same as any others. If strength, talent, and noble birth are all the next generation values, civilization itself will fall apart at the seams. Lily grinned and waved, her words carrying a strangely sober weight even if her tone didn't. Oh, I've been in agreement from the beginning. Show us the life you once knew, Shen Yu. Show us what we ignore, out of malice or ignorance. Show us the darkest truths of the earth so we might carry them to the heavens. The last agreement, Lily's, hit the heaviest. People rarely saw it through Lily's bubbly exterior, but she had a way of cutting to the core of a matter. Shen Yu straightened and stood strong. They all looked down from the rooftop over the slums they were perched atop. Though Shen Yu didn't recognize the surroundings, he knew the situation in his very bones. And with the experience of one who'd lived it, Shen Yu began walking his friends through a day in the ignored shadows of the empire. They witnessed it all from on high. Distant, but as far from completely removed as they could currently be. Even Shen Yu didn't dare take the Phoenix Prince truly slumming. But he got as close as he could manage. Every eye in the slums was focused on the earth, never even thinking to look up to the heavens. Shen Yu remembered the feeling well. Where the heavens weren't just a lofty ambition and an ultimate goal to reach for. But where they didn't exist at all. Every moment on the earth was a struggle. How could they ever dream of more? Shen Yu showed his friends that ever-present truth of the slums. Life and everything within began and ended with the earth. And it was cruel. Beggars didn't dare beg in the slums, for there was nothing to give. No build, no create, only take. Never enough to go around. And what there was taken by one set of hands only to be taken by another. Ever onward, the cycle dwindled and drained itself and its people until skin and bone remained. Wasters collapsed in dark alleys, crowding them with painfully mortal flesh. Young urchins and street rats roamed the slums in gangs, finding strength in numbers just as quickly as they would turn on each other to survive just one day more. Drunks lamented there, everything, numb to all they would ever know. Thieves were plentiful. Prostitutes, even more so. It was survival by any means, for they were the broken, the doomed, and damned, the ones forgotten by heaven and ignored by earth. By the Phoenix. The prince muttered, witnessing it all. This lies right beneath our nose. Yet, we smell nothing but a perfume of our own making, our own ignorance. When you have nothing, what do you do? Shen Yu asked somberly, speaking to himself as much as the others. Many wither and waste away. Yet many others grasp tightly to anything they can seize by their lacking means. If the peers of my youth had my talent, How many would stand beside me now? More than a few, I have to imagine. For cultivating is seizing power and ascension with your two hands. And that was all any of us knew back then. Ironic, Lily considered aloud, her tone surprisingly serious. Starting with nothing at all seems to make for some of the most fertile soil for cultivation. Minion was looking at him differently now, Shen Yu saw from the corner of his eye. Considering, weighing, valuing. What have you done to survive, Rising Blade? Anything, came Shen Yu's solemn answer. Everything. That was the truth as Shen Yu remembered it. To survive, there were few lows he didn't stoop to. For even if he regretted the necessities of his situation, he was still alive to do so. Shen Yu wouldn't lie to his friends. He wouldn't claim noble origins. Not when he killed and stole and fought for just one more day back then. What? Xiaogu focused his gaze on something happening a few dark and dirty streets over. Is that? I can hardly imagine they belong. With a glance, Shen Yu saw what confused his sworn brother. A handsome and beautiful couple, dressed in fine if strange dark clothes. At first, Shen Yu took them for a pair of slumming idiots. But no. Xiaogu was right. They didn't belong. Yet, they did, at the same time. The man walked the slums as if he knew them once. The woman saw through the people as if she knew them, all of them, always. Hair like yin and yang, feminine black and masculine silver, the couple completed each other. Endlessly, endlessly, endlessly. They were everything and nothing, formless yet so solid they almost hurt to perceive with Shen Yu's senses. Truth shined through their every movement, every pore, and Shen Yu inherently knew he was witnessing something he couldn't comprehend. Perhaps never would. They were impossibility incarnate. Both of them. Just, utterly impossible. Not merely sky realm cultivators who hide their names in the boonies on a lark. Not even unknown imperial realm monsters, Shen Yu thought. They were something more. Something greater than this world. Something endless. Hidden masters. Minion suggested. Would we not have heard of them entering the city? The prince shook his head. To slip past myself and my father unannounced. They're called hidden for a reason, my prince, Lily giggled. True, Xiaogu nodded. But to visit the slums before the imperial palace. It's almost unthinkable. His friend's light debate over the impossible couple's identity was temporarily blocked out of Shen Yu's ears. The longer Shen Yu looked at the couple, the men specifically, the more he became certain that he was kin. Not of blood, but of circumstance and situation of birth. Then, as he watched, the men sidestepped a child pickpocket, only to slip a steamed bun into the child's pocket as they hurried away in defeat. That familiar ease of motion, the care he showed in returning the favor he'd dodged. Shen Yu's conclusion was sealed. This hidden master, he'd come from the same origins as Shen Yu. Before he could realize what he was doing or stop to consider, Shen Yu found himself preparing to leap and greet his newfound senior brother. The stories he could tell, the guidance he could give. Yet, Shen Yu didn't get the chance to complete his movement. Mid-step, Shen Yu's newfound senior brother turned to look him directly in the eye. The stealth and suppressed chi Shen Yu and his friends were politely maintaining was nothing before the silver-haired man's eyes. Shen Yu froze in shock, his chi jolting in his veins. But the men just smirked with amusement and familiarity, winking at Shen Yu specifically as his stepping foot hit the ground. Instantly, he and his lady disappeared like a chi ghost, as if they were never truly there. The others were confused, but that quickly passed. They clearly didn't feel the same connection Shen Yu had with the men. He'd known Shen Yu, he was certain. And that fact left him uncharacteristically quiet as the leaders of the youngest generation returned to the world as they knew it for the tournament to come. Even when the noon bells rang and the Phoenix Emperor himself opened the tournament, Shen Yu was distracted. He stomped his way through the first round, barely looking up. He slashed through his second fight, some furious retainer of the prince, or perhaps just a coat rider. Shen Yu hadn't paid much attention to them or the fight. That pattern of events continued throughout the whole tournament for Shen Yu. It was to be the last triumph of his youth, yet Shen Yu only had a mind for the men who knew him. In the semi-finals, things changed. Shen Yu was forced to focus, with the Phoenix Prince as his opponent. The crowd was split. Phoenix Prince, some chanted. Rising Blade, chanted others. The prince fought well. His scorching chi flames would have burned even an Earth Realm master. But Shen Yu's blade cut swift and true, even through Phoenix fire. That focus and securing his rightful place in the finals shook Shen Yu from his contemplation. Once more, a self-assured smile returned to his face. Who would be the last challenge of his youth? Han Song, Baisher Lily, or Minion? His sworn brother Xiaogu. Yet as Shen Yu caught himself back up on the tournament's proceedings, he was shocked to find that all the ladies of the soaring heavens all had already been eliminated. Defeated by an unknown. A woman now facing Xiaogu on the other side of the semifinals. Unprecedented. Simply unprecedented. The announcer exclaimed. An unknown rising star makes her debut today. On and on, she wins. She ascends like a phoenix to the heavens. Rose rising with the sun, of the Sunbeam Hunters tribe in the Wishing Woods. Now, she faces off against young Master Xiaogu of the Cloudy Sword sect. Will her province have what it takes to triumph over such an established power of the empire? Shen Yu doubted the unprecedented claim, but it certainly made for a better story. Fascinating. He'd missed something rather eventful in his contemplation. Not just a hidden talent, but one from such a mysterious part of the empire. Truly, everything beneath heaven and above earth was wider than one man could ever fully know. As this rising Rose stepped into the arena across from Xiaogu, she raised 2 salutes in tribute. One to the Phoenix Emperor. And one to a seemingly unremarkable section of the crowd. Shen Yu's eyes followed the gesture, only to widen in shock a moment later. He almost spit blood. There. The rising Rose was saluting the hidden master who knew him. The impossible man who'd been lingering on Shen Yu's mind for the entire tournament. He sat within the arena's stands as if he were just one more in the crowd, with his lady at his side. What dash! What heavenly fortune! Shen Yu must know the connection. He must meet the hidden master. Shen Yu was giving Xiao Ji's match his full attention now. At the very least, there was a chance he'd face the rising Rose in the finals. But truly, he was looking for her connection to the impossible man. What made her different? What made her so special that even endless impossibility took notice? The match began, but both sides paused to give each other the proper face. Xiaogu gave a martial bow to his opponent. Shen Yu expected nothing less from his sworn brother. The rising Rose returned the gesture stiffly. As if she was still adjusting to the way of things outside her isolated and mysterious province. But earnest respect shined through. Not simply for Xiao Ji's name and position within the Cloudy Sword. No, the rising Rose gave face to Xiaogu himself, all that she'd seen from him so far in the tournament. Shen Yu was intimately familiar with his sworn brother's cultivation, both method and base. Xiaogu exemplified the Cloudy Sword. He would fight with an ethereal blade of his qi, spirit, and sword intent, hidden by manifested clouds that swirled to escape comprehension. Yet despite the intangible essence of his cultivation method, his position and foundation at the 4th stage spiritual were solid. Few in the youngest generation could hope to challenge his clouds. But the rising Rose. She mounted the sun's mantle on her brow. It burned bright there, shining straight through even the most overcast clouds. A fortunate matchup for her, then, Shen Yu noted. Her pure cultivation base was technically lower than Xiao Ji's. But it was enduring. Tried and tested. A result of real-life experience, real-life battles, and real-life challenges overcome. Shen Yu evaluated both sides in an instant. An instant of mounting tension, a string of fate drawn tight and taut until it snapped. Explosively, the fight began. Xiao Ji's form was wreathed in clouds, disappearing from the spot where he stood. A step, a breath, a blink, and he reappeared in a great puff of the same clouds, now right beside the rising Rose. The sun on her brow pulsed. Some of Xiao Ji's clouds were burned away. The rising Rose pivoted, bringing her weapon to bear. It sat in a ring of blades around her hand and wrist, spinning faster and faster like a revolving symbol of the sun. But as she lashed out with a vicious spinning strike, Xiaogu was no longer there. Another step through the clouds took him behind her. The rising Rose's revolution continued and Xiaogu found no openings. The clouds took him once more. But then, the sun shined down upon him, revealing and true. He was caught in a sunbeam and the rising Rose gave chase. Xiaogu was forced to abandon his probing steps and meet the sun head-on. His sword intent was turned to defense. The Rose struck seemingly nothing, made solid by Xiao Ji's will and qi. The clash of sun and cloud truly commenced. His sworn brother's opening was familiar to Shen Yu. It was perfect, straight from the manuals of the Cloudy Sword sect. But also, as rigid as its clouds were formless. The rising Rose didn't give herself over to any exacting techniques. She was Xiao Ji's opposite, in that way. The instinctive fight of nature, of beast against beast. Or, more accurately, of a hunter against a beast. Everything she practiced was perfected by real life or death struggles. And the only thing that seemed to be holding her back was adjusting to face her fellow men. She was real. Raw. Practically ragged with potential and true experience. Was that a hint? Was that what connected her to the impossible men? Shen Yu could only wonder. He saw so little of the men before. The mystery tormented him all throughout the fight. By the end, Shen Yu needed to take action, do something, anything. Xiaogu fought well. He always did. But he lacked the depth of experience to match the rising Rose. It was as if she was born fighting. And Xiaogu simply couldn't match that head start as he was. Not yet. Shen Yu was confident he would eventually. His structure would come into its own, come to rival any other. Shen Yu would just have to keep pushing his sworn brother until it did. Still, the sun emerged victorious over the clouds. It would be Rising Rose versus Rising Blade in the finals. But first, there was an intermission. And Shen Yu was determined to use that time to its fullest. He left his sworn brother with a slap on the back in consolation, blurring away before any of his friends could get in a first word. He rushed to meet the Rising Rose. More importantly, he rushed to meet the endless impossibility sponsoring her. This junior greets his senior brother. Fortunately, luck shined upon him. He found exactly what he sought with the Rising Rose. And he only had to intrude upon the privacy of her assigned preparation room to do so. Shen Yu bowed his head deeply and shouted his greeting with given face and great energy. Speak of the Lucy and he shall appear, Shen Yu's newfound senior brother chuckled. He knew Shen Yu was coming, there wasn't a doubt in Shen Yu's mind. Oomph, presumptuous, the Rising Rose huffed at him. Shen Yu didn't raise his head. Shen Yu doesn't give much thought to propriety, the impossible man said. Shen Yu nearly rejoiced. It was true. Real. He was right. His newfound senior brother did know him. Now, he just itched to know how. Raise your head, young man, the impossible woman gently instructed. Unlike with most people and in most situations, Shen Yu obeyed instantly. I've been wanting to meet you since Sean told me about you. Xian, a name, finally. Shen Yu muttered to himself. Sean, the impossible man corrected. All one character. And my lovely lady is Didi. You likely know of Rose already. Her claimed man here is Waver. Shen Yu clasped his hands together, this Shen Yu greets the Rising Rose and her Waver. This Shen Yu gives the utmost face to the exalted, impossible, endless Sean and Didi. M.I.man dash. The Rising Rose sputtered. Waver simply nodded, yeah, that sounds about right. They fell into the background for Shen Yu as Sean pinned him in place with an amused look, noting, noticed that, did you? I'm not surprised. You always were a talented one. Then, Shen Yu couldn't take it anymore. He had to know. Forgive this one's impudence, senior brother, but how does one so exalted, so endless know of him? The tone of Sean's answer was simple. The answer itself was anything but, oh, just a little matter of things that haven't come to be yet. Shen Yu's mouth worked open and closed. Apologies, senior brother, I don't understand. Don't worry about it, Sean waved dismissively. Just think of me as an old friend. I insist. It's a good thing you came, though. I wanted to introduce you to Didi, my death. There was meaning to that loving pet name, Shen Yu was sure, but he couldn't comprehend it. He simply said, I am glad to be of service. Didi giggled, he's cuter than you made him out to be, Sean. Sean smirked, well, he is only, what? 30-something. Yes, still so young. Practically a babe. He's got a long way to go, doesn't he? Without a doubt. But we shouldn't spoil anything. Not even the horse piss story. Oh, especially not that one. Shen Yu's mind whirled round and round, trying to comprehend anything. In the end, only one question remained on his mind. A question that he couldn't help but blurt out almost rudely. Is it true? Are you from the gutter, from nothing? Like me. Can those of us grown from nothing truly reach so high? Sean gave him an honest smile, so honest that Shen Yu almost jumped in his skin, beneath this heaven. Anything is possible. Anything at all. Your path is true, Shen Yu. But so are others. Keep that in mind, yeah. And no matter what, keep on keeping on. He would, Shen Yu swore to himself. It was profound in its simplicity, in its truth. He was just as worthy as any other. So, keep on keeping on. Anything under heaven was within reach if he did. A crack in his foundation, an inborn turmoil and need to constantly prove himself, one he hadn't even realized was there, settled. In the end, Shen Yu hardly cracked the mystery of his newfound senior brother at all. Yet, he still left satisfied. Stable. More whole. And finally feeling as if he was truly ready to move on from his era of youth. For the heavens awaited, always. He just had to. Keep on keeping on. I. Sean. It was almost immediately after the tournament's finals that our vacation came to a close. While we'd had fun and made some new, and one old, friends, Didi and I both loved our home and wanted to return. But we could hardly up and leave without one last, tiny, itsy, bitsy bit of chaos to memorably see us off. Rose and Shen Yu's final match was one to be remembered. The Rising Rose, as the announcer had taken to calling her, versus the Rising Blade. I remembered Shen Yu as the unconquerable blade, but I suppose he was still building up to that title. Shen Yu was sword in its most quintessential form. Strong and weak, straightforward and sneaky, sharp and subtle, all where it suited him best. In contrast, Rose was a hunter at her core. She treated the challenge offered by Shen Yu as a beast to slay. But that's where she ran into issues. A beast was focused and primal, but a tool, a weapon, could be versatile. In a talent like Shen Yu's hands, that versatility could be used to rise above almost anything. Shen Yu won the day. But both he and Rose were invited onto the podium to be honored by the Phoenix Emperor. Then, during that final ceremony, everything changed. Heavenly talents, known and newly found dash. The Emperor's speech was interrupted. Above, the sky itself blinked. An incomprehensibly massive eye opened behind the sun. It covered everything, the whole of heaven and earth, seemingly. The slitted pupil was a black tear in the firmament and the iris around it was a living nebula of impossible proportion. Cosmic thunder rolled and rumbled as a deep, familiar to me and perhaps Didi, voice spoke. "Found you, Brother Sean. Hold there, I shall fetch our sworn fellows." The chaos was immediate. To the natives, the heavens themselves had just opened up and a great cosmic dragon now looked down upon them. I heard screams and cries, prayers and curses. Many people, mortal and cultivator alike, fainted outright. Even the Phoenix Emperor was shocked, utterly silent and speechless. He looked to be resisting the urge to fall to his knees. The whole world shook it away it would hardly soon forget. I, of course, knew the reactions were unnecessary. I would recognize the star-devouring, life-giving serpent long on anywhere. He was a good friend, and a dragon of his size tended to leave something of an impression. He wouldn't hurt a fly, though, whole stars, however. So while heaven and earth panicked, I was just amused and rather delighted that my endgame companions from this life had finally caught up to me. Beside me, Didi was grinning widely, finally. "I can't think of a better way to end this trip than with old friends who actually remember you, Sean." I sighed playfully. "Yes, I suppose we should see to all of this. Waver, will you be able to take care of yourself and Rose?" Waver, visibly on the verge of a profound awakening, stared up at Longon's eye in the sky. Slowly, he nodded. Yeah. We'll manage. I have so much to think about. Maybe I should be asking Rose to take care of you, then," I chuckled softly. "Regardless, if this is the last we see of you, it's been a pleasure. You're a good kid. Keep learning, keep asking questions. And I'm sure we'll be in touch. One last word of advice, though. Start looking Rose's way more often, you dense motherfucker." That shocked him out of his stare down with Longon's eye. He turned to me with his head already cocked, "But I'm always looking Rose's way." Didi giggled, "Then, think of what that fact actually means more often. We're rooting for you too, okay?" We left Waver with one more awakening to think on. One cosmic, with the true scope of the heavens overhead. And the other, maybe romantic, if Waver could stop being so adorably oblivious. Didi and I stepped from the arena stands into thin air. We walked there all the way down to the podium where Shen Yu and Rose stood. Shen Yu was completely frozen in place, staring up at the spectacle of a cultivator's lifetime. Rose, however, was adjusting better than expected. She turned to us with a brittle smile. "Prince Sean. The dragon in the sky is here for you." "Yes, I do believe he is," I casually answered. "Rose, meet Longon, the star-devouring, life-giving serpent. He's good people. And if he's summoning them, the other should be along shortly." "Other dash?" Rose began to ask before cutting herself off. "No, I don't even wish to know." Finally, Shen Yu moved. He twitched violently, seemingly coming to. When his eyes met mine and Didi's, he looked utterly overwhelmed. Not that anyone could blame him. Senior brother. T the Great Eye. "It called for you." "Another old friend," I simply said. "It's been a while, and clearly, he wanted to catch me while I was in town. Want me to introduce you to him and the others?" Shen Yu's expression was shocked, and sorely tempted. "You would. Could my own friends experience this honor as well?" "Xiaogu and Minion," I clarified. "You know them as well?" "I shouldn't be surprised." Shen Yu shook his head back on track. "Yes, them and Baisher Lily, Han Song, and the Phoenix Prince." I grinned. "Oh, even better. Let's give the next generation a taste of the heavens that await." Shen Yu bowed, "Deep and true, I shall be back before you can brew a pot of tea." "Shouldn't you invite the Phoenix Emperor as well?" Rose asked curiously. I shrugged. "The prince is good enough. Everyone else will just have to watch from the sidelines and cope and seethe." "Cope and seethe?" Rose quoted back at me. That is a surprisingly apt and profound phrase for its crude wording. I laughed. "Isn't it just? Feel free to use it. Introduce it to this world. No one needs to hear cope and seethe more than an arrogant cultivator." Soon enough, Shen Yu returned with the peers of his generation. I knew Xiaogu and Minion and knew of Baisher Lily and Han Song, but I'd never gotten the chance to meet the prince, then emperor, in my life here. Everyone here would go on to be paragons and legends. It was rather novel to see them all so young and untested. They all bowed with clasped hands to me and Didi. But then, shock rippled through them as Shen Yu bowed the deepest. That just wasn't something you expected to see from a man like Shen Yu. Still, Xiaogu recovered quickly. We thank you for this honor, hidden masters. Though this one will admit to some confusion as to why you chose us over potentially more worthy others. Why not? Didi answered for me. Why not you? They seemed to stand straighter after that, and I chuckled, thank, or blame, Shen Yu. Blame, it is, then, Minion muttered to herself. The opposite was never an option. Shen Yu grinned, but before he could strike back with a witty retort, lightning struck. Old friends rode that lightning from the heavens, materializing into the lower world. Immediately, I saw that not everyone could make it. But that just made me treasure those who came that much more. Zhong Hong, that suicidal old swan. Bai Xiaodan, that badass goth goddess. Liang Yi, that prickly rival. Qian Shifeng, that heavenly milf. And Big D, that proud and erect fellow. Oddly, they weren't the only ones to arrive. Another pair of cultivators was added to their ranks, a young master and a young mistress, though still leagues above this world. Something about them was almost painfully familiar, but before I could fully place it, the reactions came fast and furious. You kept us waiting, drunkard, Liang Yi sniffed imperiously at me. Indeed, Shifinger nodded along. Waiting for much too long. I'd hoped I would have finally kicked the bucket before you returned, Zhong Hong sighed. Oh, woe to be eternal. Senior sister. Bai Xiaodan whispered reverently, the only one to address Didi first instead of me. It is an honor and a pleasure. Baida cocked his head around, tasting the air, home. Yet not yet. What a profoundly odd feeling. Then, from the natives, came the reactions that were almost guaranteed wherever Baida cocked his proud head, a chicken. I couldn't have hid my grin if I tried, a cock most erect. Baida chortled and crowed, as is only proper. Brother Sean. It is good to see you, finally. You simply must tell us how Samsara has been treating you. I'm sure I will, I nodded. But first, introductions are in order. Old friends, meet my Didi, Death of the Endless. I was expecting that reveal to shock even endgame cultivators, but of course, a rival like Liang Yi and a suicidal old man like Zhong Hong couldn't let me have that satisfaction easily. Oh, this should be fun, Zhong Hong snorted. A new wife meeting the fruits of past lovers. Liang Yi bore an insufferable, anticipatory smirk, fourth sister, Phoenix mother. I will quite literally kowtow if you allow me to be the one to introduce him to the children he left behind. Suddenly, the two unknown cultivators took center stage in my mind and everything clicked into place. Oh. Somehow, Didi was already one step ahead of me. The world stuttered as distance died for a moment. Instantly, Didi was glomping onto the two, now fully grown, children I'd given to Bai Xiaodan and Shifinger before I let myself pass on here, eagerly and giddily hugging them to her breast. Sean. Step babies. As momentarily stunned as I was, I did take pleasure in ruining Zhong Hong and Liang Ye's petty jabs. Didi would never turn away family. Silver linings, I suppose. Now, all I had to do was meet a son and daughter who didn't know me from anything other than stories their mothers told. And, things are moving quickly here at the end of the first vacation arc. But I didn't really want to linger on the tournament. There just wasn't any investment to play off. Instead, I focused more on characters and interactions, with the obvious reveal at the end. Next chapter will wrap up everything here and have Sean and Didi returning home with gifts galore. The way I envision it, the chapter will be half interactions with the heavenly visitors and half gift-giving to the Dead Ends regulars. Then we'll move on from this arc. It'll probably be a little while until the next road trip. There are still stories to tell in the bar, after all, and more traditional plotlines within the Deekverse to explore. I'd love feedback on how you think this first vacation arc went, though. What worked? What didn't? What can I do better for the next one? Was it dragging on or well-paced? Even what worlds you might want to see as vacation chaps/arcs versus. What worlds would simply work better as stories told within the bar? Just let me know. Any feedback is welcome and helpful, smiley face. Chapter 76, 65, Heavenly Visitors. Sean. I'd been clotheslined. Bamboozled. Flabbergasted. Dumbfounded. Stricken and staggered. Completely and utterly. And I really should have seen it coming. Step babies, step babies, step babies. Didi squealed, practically chanting her excitement for heaven and earth to hear. I knew I'd left proverbial, and rather literal, buns in the oven when I moved on from this reality. But those buns had completely slipped my mind up until now. I had kids here, kids from the endgame. And now that some of my endgame peers had found me again, those kids had, obviously and rather appropriately, been brought to the reunion. An honor, senior sister, to have my child be accepted so readily by you, by Xiaodan, said Nai reverentially. Oomph. Acceptable, this mother supposes, Shifinger sniffed slightly, finding no true displeasure to express. The mothers. I had complicated relationships with them both. Qian Shifeng, the mother of many, was a mother and a cultivator queen, and those two aspects were closely intertwined. First and foremost, she aimed to birth powerful children for her to love and raise to greatness. She wasn't a breeder who would throw away her spawn to simply have more. She loved and cherished each and every example of her bloodline. But she did have quite a few children to her name spread throughout the worlds and cosmos. She always had been and always would be most concerned with expanding and spreading her lineage. With providing new life to this reality. With ensuring that herself and other noteworthy cultivators passed on their genes, traits, and legacies to another generation. She did so to further herself. But more keenly, more importantly, she did so to further her children. The mother of many was the closest person this reality had to a prime progenitor. Her line spread deep and wide throughout this sea of worlds. Those she birthed went on to leave nigh-divine dynasties and eternal empires wherever she placed them. From the base worlds that made up reality's roots to the countless middle realms and even to the endgame. She was, put crudely and most aptly, the MILF of all cultivation. To that end, Shifinger saw me, for lack of a better term, as prime breeding stock. I was strong, attractive, but most importantly, proven and novel. Perfect for creating something new, something lasting, something great, a child of pure potential and change from conception. I was under no illusions about her feelings for me. There was little if any romance between us. No lingering feelings, true, hard, or fond. Just Shifinger's slightly strange sense of practicality. I would give her strong, beautiful, and unique children. So she extended me an invitation to dual cultivate with her for the pure purpose of procreation. I knew exactly what I was getting into when I accepted. By Xiaodan, she who comes with dawn and sunset, on the other hand. She was the opposite. A potential romance never realized. We were close in the endgame. But only ever as friends with hints of something more to be had. I like to think I knew her well even still. Xiaodan was darkly dashing. Deathly sexy, but pointedly, not purposefully seductive. Dark beauty came to her naturally, in her curves, in her pale, stunning features, and in the way she held herself like a stalking spider. And while everyone always focused on her beauty, she didn't aim to seduce or tempt. She didn't need to try so hard at all. No, she would just kill you, upfront and outright. She walked a Tao of death, a reaper at dawn and dusk when the borders of safe reality blurred. In that way, it only made sense that she immediately took to calling Didi senior sister. But for as powerful and transcendent as she was, as all of us were in the endgame, she was far from endless on two fronts like Didi. Her Tao of death abandoned conception. It was part of the reason we never actually got together. She was afraid of the disappointment she thought would come when she couldn't give me children. I hadn't cared much, of course. But that was the burden she bore. Only, that situation had changed with my essence, it seemed. I could feel it. Xiaodan had conceived with the extra seed I'd left behind with Shifinger and the mother of many's aid. The child with her was hers, even if Shifinger had carried them to term where Xiaodan's womb couldn't. Shame I had to move on from this reality to get us here. Speaking of, my newfound children looked just as utterly bamboozled as I felt. Hilariously so, being hugged tightly by death while she asserted herself as their new stepmother. Didi, of course, wouldn't take no for an answer. Not when it came to family. They were mine, so they would be hers. There was nothing more to be done about the matter. So said endless death herself. What dash? Boo dash. I dash. Mother. The boy, young man, really, sputtered, eventually settling on a confused plea to his mother. MMM. The girl, young woman, really, accepted her new situation immediately, settling comfortably into Didi's hug. Peaceful. Step, mother. Yes, little one. Yes. Didi cooed and tittered. And you, young man. Stand still and accept my love like your half-sister. Immediately, my grown son obeyed. Almost competitive and most definitely familiar with the way he did so. Instead of just accepting like his half-sister, he began to push into Didi's embrace. It was, honestly adorable. I almost wanted to give him a prize, a trophy of some kind for how fiercely he accepted Didi's stepmotherly love. Suchen is our fourth sister's daughter through and through, as you can see, Shifinger declared bluntly. Susheng is mine. Our son, brother Sean. They've been raised as the truest of siblings. As is only proper. I blinked. That was a bit of a surprise. But not much of one, to be honest. Shifinger may have been the mother of many, but she treasured every child she raised. And it seemed she and Xiaodan had teamed up to raise the children in my unfortunate absence. Siblings. She was right, it was only proper. And now, I had names to match to the faces so similar to my own. Su Chen, my daughter with Xiaodan. Su Xing, my son with Shifinger. They looked like siblings too, no half coming to mind. Both of them had my hair, like loom-spun silver frames for their faces that they kept in manageable halftails while the rest fell freely. They had my chin as well, sharply chiseled on Su Xing and finely sculpted on Su Chen. Su Chen had my stormy silver eyes, while Su Xing's eyes were a shockingly popping icy blue, almost like the eyes of a husky on a man. Su Xing's build was tall, lithe, and powerful. Su Chen was slender, much more so than her mother, but also taller, and graceful. Patterns of ink flowed across her exposed skin in intricate tattoos, from her arms to her face. But the best part came while I watched them in motion. In Didi's embrace, Su Chen jabbed a sharp finger into Su Xing's side. He hissed at his sister, truly. Before our venerable father. Be dignified for once. Am always dignified. Su Chen mumbled, smugly snuggling into Didi's breast. You need to loosen up, elder brother. I recognized those expressions. As if they were my own. Because they were. They quite literally were. Su Chen's smirk was mine when I was feeling particularly amused teasing someone. And Su Xing's glare was mine when I was frustrated but not truly angry. The realization struck me like a blow to the gut, just viscerally fond instead of uncomfortable. They were so mine that it almost physically hurt. As did the overwhelming smile that immediately bloomed on my face. Before I knew it, I was joining Didi's hug with gusto. Oh, just look at you two. Brilliant. Beautiful. Another B word I'm too overwhelmed to come up with right now. Oh, I love you both already. Su Chen melted into me the moment I joined the hug, Father. Not one of many words, are you? I asked, chuckling. Not when they would waste valuable hugging time. She's infuriatingly quiet more often than not, father, Su Xing snitched. Am not, Su Chen poked him in the side again. You just talk too much. Never. You dare, sister. My son sputtered. I forget you're even in the room, unlike me, whose presence is always known. That is the correct manner for exalted cultivators of our noble birth. My daughter stared him straight in the eye and said just one thing. How is your empire coming along, elder brother? Su Xing flinched and looked away, the wind taken out of his sails. It's a work in progress. I fail to see why you would bring that up, sister. Because you try to talk too much and don't just kill and conquer enough, Su Chen deadpanned. Hear that, Didi? I asked rhetorically over the children's heads, smiling widely. My son admirably attempts to conquer by diplomacy, while my daughter adorably advocates for the undeniable efficiency of conquest by murder. It's always the daughters, isn't it? My, simply precious. So young, Didi playfully tittered right back. And already living such interesting lives. Slowly, almost regretfully, we disengaged from our group hug. But really, that was only the beginning. Su Xing stood proudly with the barest hint of hesitation that sought my approval. I gave it freely, placing my hands on his shoulders and looking him over. Brilliant, I praised. Truly, you are my son. Just that simple acknowledgement, just that simple statement of fact had him releasing a relieved sigh. As if he hadn't dared to hope until I said it directly. A shaky smile spread across his face and he nodded at me. Father, Su Xing greeted properly. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Mother has told me many stories about you. I can already see you will live up to all of them. Patting him on the shoulder and returning his smile, I shifted to his sister. Su Chen just stared at me. Expectantly. Patiently. As if she would have waited for me 100 years more. Beautiful, I praised her just like her brother. Truly, you are my daughter. Su Chen stayed silent for a moment, shooting her mother an unspoken glance. I sensed Xiaodan nod. Without warning, Su Chen rushed forward to hug and cling to me tightly. I folded her into my arms with ease and natural familiarity. Father. She whispered. Thank you. For returning, for recognizing us. I look forward to knowing you. Oh, you will, my girl, I reassured. Even after Didi and I leave, you'll have something that will allow you to visit or contact us whenever you need. Didi loves you and your brother already, as you can tell. We won't have a broken home or any real distance between us. I promise. Don't coddle them, Shifinger chided, though I could tell it was in good faith. They are children grown now, due to the time you've spent away. They have their own lives to live, their own das to walk. Exactly why I should be coddling them, I disagreed. They've had whole childhoods without me, without their father. I've got to make up for lost time, no. And I'd like to see you tell Dee she can't spoil them rotten. Dee nodded nonchalantly as if agreeing on dinner. Her words contrasted the tone rather jarringly. A world will die before I fail to spoil my new step-babies. Even endgame cultivators paled when endless death declared well, death. We would not deny you that right, senior sister, Xiaodan quickly and deferentially said. But the children should still live in their own ways, should they not? Dee pouted. Fine. But we will set up a visitation schedule. Sushing cleared his throat, ahem. We would welcome the chance, honored stepmother. You're just so precious, child, Dee cooed, just about melting at the respect he showed. The Su kids would have her eating out of their hands in no time at all, I was sure. Well, Zhong Hong spoke up from the background. That went better than I expected. Brother Sean's new endless wife is almost all too reasonable. Isn't that right, Brother Yi? Yes, Liang Yi grunted half-heartedly. How disappointing. I was looking forward to drama and comeuppance for the drunkard. Hate is always a surprisingly good color on you, Liang Yi, I casually jabbed at him. A true hater. It's almost something to be proud of. You know damn well it's far from true hate, Liang Yi grumbled. Just eternal frustration with everything that you are, drunkard. I quirked a brow, warning in my tone, I hope that eternal frustration hasn't extended to my children. Liang Yi just scoffed, never. What do you take me for? This master has been a supreme and exemplary uncle. Uncle Leafy is, okay. Suchin said softly, nonchalantly. Too prickly with thorns. Uncle D is our favorite. Liang Yi clicked his tongue and sharply turned away, ungrateful brats. Baida, on the other hand, preened with the praise, I dote upon them, yes. Teach and advise them as well. It's only right for the son and daughter of my brother. His storied wisdom is greatly appreciated. Most helpful, Su Xing told me. Especially, during my current attempts at conquest and establishing my dynasty. I wouldn't expect anything less from Big D, I chuckled. A proud and erect fellow, to be certain, the heavens rumbled as Long Un joined the conversation from on high. The short silence that followed was almost profoundly comfortable. For those of us from the endgame, it was familiar. Something we naturally fell into. I could have just stood with old friends and newfound children forever. So, of course, someone had to ruin it. Rose, Shen Yu, and the others were, smartly, staying quiet and trying to make themselves unnoticed as they watched beings and masters beyond their comprehension. They were unintrusive and welcomed, even if they weren't being addressed. But rather suddenly, we were reminded that our reunion was taking place at the center of an arena. This is preposterous. Someone declared from the crowd, their voice booming impressively for this world, and still utterly losing out to Long Un above. They offer no face to the Divine Emperor. Someone must take action. So this master shall. For the God Emperor dash. Just as suddenly as the master began, I snapped my hand closed as if I were squeezing a pair of lips shut. The whole world seemed to fall silent. My response echoed through the audible vacuum. You don't get to steal that phrase. We don't owe you or your emperor anything. But since you object so viscerally, I think we'll just have to take our heavenly reunion somewhere else. Congratulations. You've single-handedly driven off heavenly visitors. Jumped up mortals, Liang Yi scowled. Oh ho. An almost worthy death wish, Zhong Hong smirked. Dee beckoned with one finger. From the surrounding arena, a single old man came flying forward. To the Empire, he must have been a dignified and exalted master. An imperial realm pillar, even. That man at the peak of this world came to kneel frozen before Dee. Despite the master's rudeness, the Phoenix Prince moved to step forward for him. It was a noble attempt, made out of duty. For his and his father's empire, the prince would even kowtow himself. Shifinger stopped him. But even as she did, she was nodding proudly. As pleasant it is to see one of my dynasties hasn't completely fallen to ignobility, you must cease, child. Don't let the mistakes of an arrogant citizen fall upon your rule. We shall deal with the bug as we see fit. The Phoenix Prince obeyed, gaping slightly, with wide eyes, at Shifinger. But I suppose being confronted by the nigh-divine progenitor of your royal line wasn't an everyday occurrence. Meanwhile, the master kneeled in silent, stuck horror. And Dee just looked down at him like he was a child throwing an entirely uncalled-for tantrum. How disappointing. You're lucky you waited until Sean and I had already met the children. Still, for shame. I think it'll be a timeout for you. Sit in purgatory and think about what you've done for a good long while. Dee passed the sentence, judge, jury, and executioner. A portal to grey nothingness opened up beneath the man. More horror bloomed on his face, practically bursting from the seams of his features. But the peak of a single world had nothing on Didi. The old master couldn't even struggle as he was put in Didi's timeout, forced to sit and think, and likely torture himself for a small eternity with his own stupidity. Wiping her hands of the matter, Didi turned to me. Now, shall we continue this reunion back home? That's what I was thinking, I smiled back at her. After all, Alice should meet her step-siblings, shouldn't she? Didi's eyes lit up as that realization struck her as well. What are we waiting for? The dead end awaits. Where are we taking these proceedings? Bida asked curiously. Fondly, I answered, home. The home Didi and I have made together. You're all invited, of course. A round of drinks and a story from Samsara should round out this reunion rather nicely. Aye. At the end of my retirement's first vacation, I exited the Valkyrie vessel as it parked in front of the bar. A parade of endgame masters and promising talents followed me. Bida rode in a place of honor on my shoulder, not that I would ever try to replace his first master, and even Longon had taken on a more manageable form to tag along. It was like the start of a joke. A group of cultivators, a mini-dragon, and a cock walk into a bar. Gotham was, just as we'd left it. Our guests looked around at the city with interest in their eyes. Rose and Waver shuddered slightly, still not used to urban living. Shen Yu and his friends flexed their cultivation bases, trying to get a sense of the chi here, very different from anything they were used to. I warned them all that it was best to close themselves off temporarily and let Gotham's everything just flow right over them. Even the endgame masters. When it came to Gotham, well, it was best not to tempt fate at all. We arrived back just before the dead end's usual opening time. Perfect timing, as far as I was concerned. I predicted the rest of the night would be interesting. The dead end itself discovered us first. Its spirit welcomed me and Didi back with much enthusiasm. Like a big ol' building-shaped puppy. What an odd home. Bida commented from my shoulder. It suits you, Brother Sean. A bar, Liang Yi scoffed. Of course, the drunkard would live in a bar. Oh, the dead end is so much more than a bar, I chuckled. It's neutral ground and a melting pot. A who's who of this universe's most interesting people showing up on the regular. Big D, your master found peace in family, made and found, and simple, honest living. I found mine in surrounding myself with friends and personalities and good times so I'd never have a boring moment. Zhong Hong hummed, I could use some friends and good times right about now. Everyone could, old friend, Long unrumbled, his voice deeper than space itself even in this small, manageable form. Always. You made this peace for yourself, senior brother? Shen Yu asked, his voice surprisingly quiet and respectful, especially for him. Oh, yes, Didi answered for me. There were some bumps and dips in the path. But mostly, it went smoothly. Sean just kept the good times rolling and made sure everyone had a place at the dead end's bar. The rest followed naturally. Peace, seized by one's own means. Shen Yu murmured, mostly to himself before nodding firmly. It is only right. You know, I didn't recognize my grandmaster at first, Bida said to me specifically. Too quiet, too respectful, too stunned and out of control. But now. I can certainly see the seeds that were nurtured with age and experience. To be fair, I smirked back at the cock. He has been suddenly thrown into a party with heavenly visitors from the endgame. I suspect he is a bit too stunned to be his usual self. We'll just have to bring it out of him throughout the night. Bida agreed with a crowing chortle. I led the way to the dead end's door, only to return to chaos before the bar had even opened for the night. Pots. Tup tuah. Cyagnets. Alice was shouting, her words, backward. Damn it. Why isn't this working? How does Zatanna make it look so easy? She was also, very much dressed in, the forbidden outfit. A risque leotard and fishnets like the skimpiest stage magician. Zatanna's costume. Which meant she was borrowing that magic right now. Something Didi and I had very specifically forbidden her from doing until she was well of age. But I suppose, when the rents were away, the unruly teenage daughters would play. Alice was frantically and futilely waving her hands at Grundy. Because he was currently very much on fire. Like, almost wholly consumed by flames. Yet he was just sitting at the bar, calm as can be. This is fine. Behind the bar, Harley and Ivy were just watching the chaos unfold. Simi was noting everything down with diligent interest. And Ophis seemed to be curled up near the flames, putting her little hands out like Grundy was a campfire. Warm. Hecate, who could have put a stop to the magical fire at any point, was pointedly crossing her arms and refusing to help, I warned her. I did. It's not as simple as just having the Sorceress Supreme's magic. There's much more to Zatanna than just her admittedly powerful magic. But did she listen? No, of course not. I'm just the goddess of magic. Bah. She can pull herself out of this mess. Harley was the first to notice our entrance, perking up instantly. Goth boy. Hey, welcome back. There was a moment of pause as she noticed our guests as well, and the noble rooster perched on my shoulder. A moment later, she fell into one of her usual smirks. Heh, nice cock. Hello, Sean, Ivy waved. Have a nice trip. Grundy waved as well, still on fire, and Ophis immediately popped up from her campfire to practically skip up to me. MN, welcome home. I gave her the head pats she wanted without her having to say a word. Purpose. Return. Simi happily dinged, reaching out with gentle telekinetic fingers as she welcomed me back. Oh, Sean. Dee. And guests. Hecate greeted us with pleased surprise, only to pause as our guests truly set in for her senses. Oh my. Guests. Meanwhile, Alice just froze at the mention of our return. Slowly, very slowly, she turned to look at us. Her eyes were as wide as a rabbit in a trap. Her mouth opened and closed again as she failed to find the words. Eventually, she managed to squeak something out. Mom. Dad. This dash. This isn't what it looks like. Dee raised a single, patented mom brow, so you're not currently being caught red-handed in the forbidden outfit. Alice's mind searched for an excuse, and found absolutely nothing. At least you didn't wear it out in public. I shook my head, more amused than truly mad. Damn Zatanna and her sexiness. How about you just drop the magic and we'll call it mostly even? Yup. Yes. I can do that. Alice quickly agreed, nodding frantically. A moment later, she returned to her usual self and usual outfit, still looking at us nervously. Dee couldn't have that. Not at all. She opened her arms to Alice. Now, let's do this properly. We're back, Alice. Alice went slack with relief, rushing into Dee's open arms. Welcome back, Mom. Welcome back, Dad. Behind us, I heard our cultivating guests begin to react. Rose exhaled in exasperation. This all explains so much about Prince Sean. It fits him, Xiao Dan commented. Sickeningly well, Liang Yi agreed, playing up his disgust. The advantages of samsara, on display in full effect, Zhong Hong said. Brother Sean simply knew what he wanted already and built it for himself without waste or misdirection. Shen Yu nodded to himself, still uncharacteristically quiet and thoughtful. It's a worthy result he's worked towards here. I will freely admit that I am having some trouble keeping up, Xiao Gu said frankly. Aren't we all? Waver snorted. I have many questions. The Phoenix Prince began, hesitating to voice his thoughts. I did not know the heavens could be so pedestrian. Baishir Lily shrugged. When one has such power, why waste it on pointless frivolities? Personally, I wouldn't spend a second away from my sisters and friends then, if I didn't have to. Baida bowed magnificently on my shoulder. True enlightenment is knowing when what you have is the best you ever will. Infinite growth does not always make the little things that matter most better. As high as we ever reach, we should always return to family and friends and home. The youngest generation bowed back at his shared wisdom. Hecate reacted with some small surprise. Oh, Hestia would just love this ascended rooster. He's quite right. There will always be a special brand of magic in the small things. Purpose, home equals contentment, Simi nodded along. Grinning at everyone getting along so well, I clapped. Perfect, just perfect. Now, I believe some introductions are in order. First and foremost. Su Chen, Su Xing, come here, please. The Su siblings stepped forward. Su Xing was nervous, I could tell, but he hid it under practiced composure. Su Chen wasn't nervous at all. She simply stared at Alice as they came to stand across from one another. After a long, slightly tense moment, Su Chen nodded. I like her. Thanks. Alice nodded back. You seem cool, too. I like your tats. Thank you, Su Chen said, softly and flatly. I was born with them. I placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Su Chen, this is Alice. Dee and I adopted her after a spot of trouble. Alice, this is Su Chen, my daughter and your stepsister. And this is Su Xing, my son and your stepbrother. For the dead end side of things, there was only silence for a long, processing moment. Ivy eventually broke it with a simple statement, you know. I can see it. The dam burst after that, mostly from Harley. She gasped, loud and dramatic and only about half played up, gasp. Mini goth boys. What a twist. You walked out to get milk on didn't ya? Not of my own volition, I chuckled at Harley's teasing. At least, not completely. But yeah, I missed a good portion of their lives already. Nothing to it but to make up for lost time now. Su Xing deeply bowed to Alice. It is a great honor and pleasure to meet another of our venerable father's children. Alice genuinely jumped at the show of respect, wah dash. Boo dash. Huh. Suddenly, she turned on me, poking me in the chest with a finger, Dad. You can't just come home from vacation with a second family. Your mother doesn't seem to mind, I shrugged. Dee tittered behind a hand. Oh, no, I insisted. The wind dropped from Alice's sails just as suddenly as it appeared, HRNG. You would. And that's, like, fine, I guess. Her voice trailed off into something small. Dee was on the ball, though, wrapping Alice in a loving hug. You'll always be my daughter, Alice. That won't ever change. The family's just continuing to grow, that's all. In Dee's arms, Alice found direction again, HRM. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I guess I didn't really want to be an only child anymore, anyway. This is fine. Cool, even. I've got a brother now. And a sister. I will be the best elder brother you could ask for, Sushing dutifully declared. Suchin shared a sly glance with Alice. He's okay. I'll have to teach you how to twist him around your little finger. Break through his duty and responsibility, and his Dao heart is a soft and pliable thing, in truth. Sister. Sushing sputtered. After that, introductions proceeded apace. My endgame companions went first, Shifinger telling Alice, call me Auntie. Xiaoden nodded, I, as well. Liang Yi introduced himself with a grumble, feel lucky you don't truly share the drunkard's genes. Baida made his introduction with careful consideration. It seems I have a whole other childhood's worth of gifts to give now. A challenge I will eagerly accept. Long unbobbed his serpentine head in midair, good tidings and good fortune from the cosmos, little one. Zhong Hong chortled to himself, at this point, I could use a good drink to go along with the show. We moved to the bar as introductions continued. Rose and Waver, the latter visibly bubbling with questions. Rose almost physically held him back from asking until the night was out. Already, Hecate was taking fondly to his insatiable curiosity. Simi as well. Greetings. Data. Waver nodded as if he'd found his people, yes, Data. Oh. Oh, that can't be good. Rose muttered to herself. Ophis didn't so much introduce herself as she did focus wholly on Longun. You are loud. But quiet loud. Much better than other dragons. Acceptable. At some unspoken invitation, Longun came to rest around Ophis' neck like a living scarf. His voice rumbled deeply, but without disturbing Ophis' peace, these cosmos shall strive to exceed your standards, infinity. Shen Yu and Xiaogu went next, for once more similar in mannerism than they were different. Xiaogu was perfectly dutiful, perfectly respectful, and perfectly inoffensive by cultivator standards. To match his sworn brother's purposefully inobtrusive showing, Shen Yu remained appropriately cautious and thoughtful. And that just wouldn't do at all. As the ladies of the soaring heavens I'll introduce themselves alongside the Phoenix Prince, I poked Shen Yu's mind with a message. You don't have to keep yourself so tightly leashed. We're all friends here, or soon will be. Are you the rising blade or are you not? Rediscover your boldness, junior brother. He took heart in my assurance and encouragement. Minion finished her introduction last with a bow, this young mistress greets you all. Thank you for the honor of allowing our presence. Then, Shen Yu smirked and interjected, don't bow too low, Minion. Why, they might mistake your intentions for something else. With a crack of icy thunder, she turned on him, sending a mini blizzard that Shen Yu cut apart with a swipe of his sword hand, uncouth wastrel. Why don't you bow even lower to this jade beauty as atonement? Shen Yu flashed her a killing smile, for you, Minion. I would bow until my nose grazes the dirt. Without shame. Only raising my head when you kneel before me and cup my cheeks with grace and mercy. TCH, Minion turned away. Shen Yu didn't see it, but those of us on that side witnessed her face flash bright red for the briefest of moments. Harley wore a Cheshire Cat's grin, oh, I'm loving the cultural differences already. Nice to meet ya all. I'm Harley and this is Ivy. Let us be the first to welcome you to Gotham. You're gonna love and hate it here. Everyone does. Speaking of, how has business been while we were gone? I asked. Ugh, just awful. Harley put on a dramatic groan. Slow and offensively uneventful. You and Dee are essential parts of the dead end, Sean, Ivy elaborated. We missed you. Some of the regulars have still shown up, but most seem to be holding off until your return. Well, we'll just have to change that, I considered. Announce that we're back so tonight can get properly busy like usual. And I think I know just the way to do so. Harley perked up at that, yeah. Goth boy chaos. I think you meant to say, business as usual, Ivy fondly rolled her eyes. Well. I grinned. I did promise to bring back gifts and souvenirs. Gifts? Harley lit up at the prospect. Then, she gasped, presents. Goth boy Santa Claus. The jolly old saint exists here, too. Bida asked, cocking his head with interest. We honored him on the FA Ram many a time. Come on, Dad, don't keep us in suspense, Alice urged. All right, I chuckled and conceded. I guess I'll start with everyone here first. Alice, these are for you. Harley, go buck wild with this one. Ivy, I think you'll like these. Grundy, my friend. Hecate, don't study yourself stupid with this. Ophis, the same goes for you, don't eat yourself sick. And for Simmy, of course. Data. Simmy chimed and dinged and hooped as data from the cultivation reality was sent straight to her shard. It was quite a bit of information on chi, on cultivation itself, and on the general metaphysics of ever striving for power and enlightenment. That should keep her busy for at least a day or two. Ophis' gift came in the form of a sweets tax. A great many colorful, hard candies. Only, they weren't actually candies. They were ascending cultivation resources, pills that could lift a mortal to immortality. The youngest generation choked slightly, almost spitting blood to see me so casually handing out priceless pills as candy. But Ophis loved them, casually popping a rising earth pill into her mouth and humming with satisfaction. To Hecate, I gave the gift of magic. What else? It was an example of her domain that she hadn't seen before. Because while cultivators didn't quite term anything they did as magic, chi formations were startlingly close to traditionally structured magic. They could be spells, wards, rituals, or just about anything else one imagined. The difference in terminology was purely semantic, but the new results and methodologies were something I knew Hecate would enjoy. As expected, she happily clutched my handwritten scroll concerning everything I remembered about chi formations to her chest, looking bare moments away from foregoing everything else to study it. Locking herself in closed cultivation, as a cultivator might put it. Grundy got a cultivation manual. Mostly because the thought of the hulking undead men earnestly cultivating amused me. But also because it suited him. His condition was already one of immortality. How far could he take things if he began to take his immortality and enlightenment into his own hands? Then came Ivy. I handed over what looked like a greenhouse in a snow globe with a gentle touch. It was more than that, of course. Magical fuckery made it possible to enter and exit the snow globe greenhouse at will. And inside, Ivy would find a whole new world of flora, chi-infused flora, to explore and nurture to her heart's content. The realization seemed to hit her when her powers reached into the greenhouse dimension and connected to all of the new plants there. Immediately she gasped, covering her mouth while happily sparkling tears welled up in her eyes. Harley's gift was probably the simplest. Just a big, fuck-off hammer to match her preferred weapon. Bitches love hammers. And cannons. Luckily, Harley's new weapon was both. The shaft was polished spirit beast bone, and a fortified crucible of fire chi sat within the head. Harley's grin bloomed wide and manic, and I immediately knew I'd unleashed something special upon Gotham. Finally, for my youngest adopted daughter, I gave Alice a set of cultivator robes. Magically tailored to fit her out of silk, soft enough to sleep and yet strong enough to survive a nuclear blast with all of the wearer's fleshy bits untwist. Most importantly, though, I made sure they still fit Alice's usual style. Everything was black and goth, so though it might be a new look for her, it wasn't a completely foreign one. Xiao Ji's perfect composure broke at my gifts, be by the heavens and the earth. Yes, Zhong Hong drawled. Simple gifts that could lift whole worlds to another echelon. That does sound like the Prince Sean I've come to know, Rose considered aloud. Those pills alone could found a whole new empire, the prince stated with quiet awe. Ophis proceeded to defy even my expectations. She paused mid-sweet to offer one to long on around her neck. The cosmic dragon in mini-scar form graciously accepted, HMM. They are surprisingly pleasant as candies. Truly, it is the formation scroll that is the most valuable, Xiaodan pointed out. Curated guidance and lessons from a man who defied the heavens, Minion nodded in dumbfounded agreement. Hecate is already from the heavens, I excused with a wave. So it's only fair. I wouldn't give her anything that I didn't think was worth her time. It's an intriguing weapon, Shen Yu told Harley. Would you be interested in trading pointers, Jester of Gotham? Now, Harley may be surprisingly strong, but you're still a cultivator, Shen Yu, Didi gently reminded. You'd likely squash her flat. Never count me out of the fight. Harley shot back. Cultivator, schmultivator. Let's see him stand up to my new baby's backshots. Terrible, just terrible phrasing, Ivy deadpanned. All the while, since Simmy's gift, Waver seemed to have gotten himself stuck in a profound awakening and breakthrough. Before everyone's eyes, he rose into the spiritual realm and another stage beyond. But his face as he did was comical, with quite literal overwhelmed swirls in his eyes. Oh. Data. He takes, to Simmy's language, rather well, Grundy slowly pointed out. perhaps a little too well, I joked. Rose? You want to see if a kiss will snap him out of things? Rose genuinely blushed, if I must. By some shared agreement, we all turned away to give them a bit of privacy. Then, Ivy asked, so, now what? That was hardly much of an announcement for your return, Sean. I grinned, oh, I've still got gifts to give. What's next is already happening as we speak, a round of surprise presents delivered by portals at the best and worst possible times and places. There won't be any question as to who's playing spontaneous Secret Santa, I'm sure. We'll get the dead end popping tonight in no time at all. Thank Bat Jesus. Harley exclaimed to the heavens. Back to drinks and stories and chaos. As it should be. Aye. And, this is essentially the end of the first vacation arc. I think I've learned a lot from it. I'll certainly be doing things a bit differently, and hopefully better, for the next one. Nothing is set in stone for that next arc yet, but I'm kinda thinking Batfam in RWBY with Professor Sean and Dee Dee. That won't happen immediately, though. I'm hoping to get 2 to 3 bar stories and maybe a DC side plot before the next vacation. The next chapter is going to be one of the stories, with the endgame guest sticking around for it. I think I've found a world that's well tailored to their inclusion, but I'll need to do a good bit of research beforehand since I'm not entirely familiar with it. That research shouldn't disrupt my usual writing pace, edit, it did LOL, but only a bit, especially since the world is from a webcomic I can read at my own pace. So next time, we'll be dipping our toes into the City of Throne and the world of Kill 6 Billion Demons. Don't worry if you don't know the setting. I'll be doing everything I can to keep it very beginner-friendly, made easier by the fact that I'm new to the setting as well LOL, smiley face. Chapter 77, 66, Reach Heaven by Violence. Diana. Diana was mid-flight when it happened. Just traveling, truthfully. Her presence had been requested to deal with an ancient foe. A monster from her own mythology. Such things happened now and again. Currently, a minotaur, thankfully, not the minotaur, had managed to set itself loose in Alexandria, Egypt. She would deal with it quickly and without much hassle, Diana was sure. The unnamed minotaurs were only a threat to mortals and civilians. A warrior of her prowess and fame would have no trouble with the mythological beast. She needed not to be Theseus for a simple minotaur without a labyrinth to call its own. When she first heard the call, she, of course, went straight to Athens to check that another labyrinth had not sprung up in the modern age. That would have been a disaster in the making. And a suitable challenge. It was almost a shame, for Diana would have happily embarked on a quest to conquer the labyrinth reborn. But it was not to be, and that was for the best. This way, no mortals would find themselves trapped within twisting corridors and hostile chambers, hunted by a beast of legend. Finding Athens empty of both the legendary labyrinth and the minotaur she sought, Diana began to track the unnamed beast. From her investigation, the minotaur had indeed emerged in Athens. It sprung from the ground and rampaged through the city for a day and a night and no more. Then, it set out into the Aegean Sea, bloodlust unsatisfied. Diana tracked its trail through legendary waters. Though that age had long since passed, mythology remained in the Aegean under an immortal veil. And tracking a minotaur on the quest to earn itself a name, it was as if the age of Olympus had never passed, as if it had never faded as it did. Everything considered, however, Diana's hunt was uneventful. She was no fledgling hero, neither in the mythological or modern sense of the title. She quickly determined her quarry's final destination and began to catch up. That was when the mysterious it happened. Beside her, the very air warped, split, and opened up. She prepared for the worst, of course. Some god or monster interfering with her current hunt. Some magical interference from a meddlesome wizard, witch, or sorcerer. Some interdimensional or alien interference. Nothing would surprise Diana of Themyscira. Yet, only feelings of peace, friendship, and amusement came from the sudden portal. Through it, Diana saw the interior of the dead-end bar, and a certain Mr. Barkeep waving her way. She blinked. Perhaps something would surprise Diana of Themyscira after all. She was certainly not expecting such an odd and mischievous announcement of Sean's return. Before she could slow her flight or truly turn to respond, the portal fulfilled its purpose. Then, just as suddenly as it waxed itself into existence, it waned to nothing out of the ordinary again. All it left behind was a curious sword that now flew along beside Diana. The sword was not European in style or make. Certainly not Greek as Diana was used to, as her own sword was. It was long, straight, and relatively slim. A Chinese jian. The crossguard was styled as widespread wings and the blade's material was not any metal Diana immediately recognized. It shined as readily as silver or steel, yet the color was a glossy black like obsidian. Most curiously, however, was the power Diana could sense from the strange sword she'd been suddenly gifted. It kept up with her flight without struggle or trouble. Already, an unusual feat for a sword. And there was a will there. Not intelligence, not as such. But certainly a will, an intent. The sword wished to cut, to slice and slash, to fulfill its killing purpose before anything else. A nobly spirited blade makes for a noble gift, Diana hummed. I suppose that means Sean is back from his vacation. Very well. How say you, sword? Will you help me with my current quest before we visit your maker in the days to come? Schwing, the sword's answer was a cut of agreement, and Diana couldn't help but smile. Oh, yes, she did think she could come to enjoy Sean's sudden returning gift. She couldn't remember fighting with a companion not just by her side, but in her hand. It was an intriguing prospect, and Diana couldn't help but wish to try. I. Raven. Raven was in meditation when it happened. But she didn't notice immediately. Deep within her own mind, Raven went undisturbed. Recently, her mindscape had become rather different than it once was. After shaking the chains of her father, for good, only two halves of Raven remained. Her prime aspect, the flat exterior that the world saw. And, her passion, all of her emotions in one, the spirit to her soul, and something of an overwhelming pain in Raven's ass. Sit. Raven thought/commanded/demanded. The only thing I want to sit on is goth dick. Passion roared/whined/cackled back. This is entirely unproductive. I'm working on it. Work harder. No, better yet dash. Let me. That can only end in disaster. Or nirvana. Bah. You're useless. I'm not. I just want an actual plan instead of running in half-cunt. Like some sort of desperately stupid slut. But we are. Doesn't mean we have to make it obvious. If Sean doesn't already know, I'll eat Dee out. Wow, such a sacrifice. Not like you win either way. Exactly. We're getting nowhere. Just sit and shut up so I can think for once. You can't resist the desperate horny forever, me. Returning to reality, Raven muttered to herself, I don't intend to. Raven stood and put her passion in the back of her mind, literally. At the very least, she had time. Sean was on vacation right now. Raven could plan for his return to her passion's content. But looking around her sanctuary, her room in Titan's tower, Raven saw it had been breached. Not maliciously. More like, a letter slipped through the proverbial mail slot. The breacher hadn't tried to hide anything, and low-level dread mounted within Raven as she felt them out with her magical senses. There was only one being who matched that signature. On the table beside her bed, Raven found a scroll of all things. It was plain, yet damn near physically brimming with power and knowledge. A note was there with it, and Raven read. Didn't want to disturb your meditation, but I have a gift for you. The scroll contains everything I know about Chi demonology. Summoning, binding, contracts, and best of all, exploitation. It's mostly safe. But I trust you to not get carried away. It'll help that the demons written about in the scroll should see you as some kind of distant kin. A cousin or something. Use that to take them for everything they're worth. They deserve it, the bastards. P.S. Dee and I are back from our vacation, by the way. Drop on by the dead end whenever you feel like it. You and your friends are always welcome, of course. P.P.S. Oh, I may have given Beast Boy a never-ending noodle bowl as well. You might want to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't eat himself sick. Slowly, Raven set down the note. Only one word escaped her lips. Fuck. Her passion wasn't nearly so reserved, yes. Daddy's home. No excuses now. Jump him. Jump him real good. Get moving, me. We've got a return party to join. I. Damien. They were in a league briefing when it happened. Damien dutifully sat and listened, but he would really rather be doing anything else. Practicing his blade, tending to his animal companions, stamping out scum, anything. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Instead, Damien, the ever-dutiful son, the best of his father's children without a doubt, focused his mind on father's words. The meeting concerned the dead end, Sean Kane, and his current vacation. In Gotham, there's been a noticeable but not necessarily significant uptick in crime with Mr. Barkeep's absence. It was expected to an extent, and father was already preparing for the next one. Due to the topic, all of Damien's siblings were in attendance, along with those league members who'd had the most contact with the dead end. Yet, surprisingly, there was less chaos abound than Damien had expected. Even Cass, the rival, was keeping herself mostly under control, if bored, as she sat with her feet up and made faces at the ceiling in a silent rant. Degree omega degree. Asterisk phi omega phi asterisk. From what Damien could hear, the rant had something to do with Cass' frustration at being left behind by Mr. Barkeep and she who gives exquisite head pats. And her determination to rectify that atrocity for the next time. Damien found himself agreeing with her arguments and plans. He'd have to see about joining her plea when the next Mr. Barkeep vacation rolled around. It was somewhat boring to be left behind like this. Father's briefing continued apace as if Cass wasn't ranting her head off, something to consider. Perhaps someone should be assigned to temporarily replace Sean Kane in his role while he's gone. It might help maintain the new normalcy and keep a few more of the bar's regulars off the streets. Not it, the respectably murderous brother, Jason, deadpanned. Not it, the repressed wench, Barbara, did as well. Oh, I'm so in. The insufferably competent idiot, Dick, eagerly agreed in their place. I wouldn't mind giving it a shot, too, Dame Kara offered, smiling. I could even tell a few stories of Krypton before the fall. That sounds wonderful, Kara, Sir Clark smiled. Acceptable, Father nodded. But before he could continue, true chaos broke loose. A series of portals opened up above the meeting table. Out fell things, many and varied. And a statement from a familiar voice. I'm back. Sean sing-songed. And I bring gifts. That was the only communication they got before the portals disappeared once more. Damien knew Father wouldn't be happy about the League's security being so easily breached. But truly, he shouldn't have expected anything less from Mr. Barkeep. He received a gift as well. Compensation, at the very least, Damien figured. More keenly, however, Damien focused on the gift delivered unto him. It was a sword, one of almost transcendent quality. Forged in the style of a Chinese dao and curved similarly to the favored swords of Damien's homeland, its black blade shined despite the color or surrounding light. There was a palpable sense in the air, a sense that the sword was everything a sword should be. Quintessential and embodied by something willful. The sword's intent was unmatched. A finer blade, a finer gift, Damien could not have asked for. An honor, Damien bowed to his new blade. SHHCHHK, the blade politely sheathed itself in thin air in turn. I suppose that means Mr. Barkeep has returned, Damien considered aloud. HNG, Father grunted, paranoia pushing him to examine the gift he'd been given as well. It was a ring, simple and unadorned, hardy and practical. The note that came with it was read over by Father twice, and then once more for good measure. Then, satisfied with the ring's safety, Father utilized it. The League tablet in front of him disappeared within. It was withdrawn just as easily, just as quickly. Damien could only nod in approval. A ring of magical storage, in Father's hands. There could be nothing better. Despite himself, Father agreed as well. Useful. Across the table, Dame Kara and Sir Clark had been bestowed with grand scrolls that shined with inner sunlight. Damien could sense their power, their potential from where he sat. Cultivation, manuals. Sir Clark read aloud. Oh. Sean told me about this. Kara exclaimed. According to him, Kryptonians are naturally proto-cultivators. I suppose he wanted to cross that proto out of the term. How to set the sun upon your brow. Sir Clark continued. That. Okay, I can see how that might suit us. Brother Jason and wench Barbara received scrolls as well, though much less grand than the cultivation manuals. Jason began to unravel his, and continued to do so, seemingly without end. His eyes lit up, stunned and eagerly curious in equal measure. Oh. So much history. The untold foreign history of a whole other world dash. Damn, Sean. Just damn. Barbara's scroll was smaller and as she opened it to read, her cheeks began to flush. Damien couldn't resist peeking over her shoulder. Her Tao heart couldn't resist him, that doomed fool. Though he challenged the heavens, he wished to do so with her at his side. How could a poor woman, of perfect body and heart, hope for anything more romantic? Even if they failed, she could at least readily claim that his spear pierced her heavens. How vulgar. How smutty, Damien deadpanned at Barbara, cutting deeply. Positively obscene. Be ashamed of your amorous repression. What dash? I didn't dash. That's dash. Barbara sputtered before eventually settling on a groan. Ugh, damn it, Sean. Then, there was rival Cass, who broke the trend of inanimate gifts, sword, ring, and scrolls. A living being was bestowed upon her. A cat that stood on two legs with the intelligence of a man. Instantly, Damien knew envy. Made worse when Cass cocked her head at the cat and it spoke back. Who? Butters Naya, mistress. Though the reply came in purrs and chuffs and meows, it was perfectly understandable. Just like Cass' usual manner of speaking. I'm a palico. Best Nyang assistant a good hunter could ask for. You Nyaake the bodies, I strip 'em down to the bone. The good master bought out my contract for you, so don't you worry Nya. You've got me for a good 5 years before renewal rolls around. Fi, Cass grinned wide beneath her mask. Oh, you're perfect. I think we'll get along just fine. To good hunting, Butters. Slowly and purposefully, Father stood from the table. I'm just going to ignore that for now. I believe this meeting is best adjourned. It seems the dead end is in business again. Someone get eyes on Sean Kane down there. Lord knows I don't want to. Asterisk, Cass leaped at the chance. Dibs. Damien, the ever-dutiful son, took responsibility for watching her. I shall accompany you. Also, second dibs. Aye. Sean. I came as soon as I heard. The door to the dead end was blasted open by force and enthusiasm. My friend, my rival, my brother. You have returned. Hello, Savage, I said, waving him in. Make yourself at home. This is perfect, actually. You of all people should really meet my guests for the night. My friends, old and new, meet Vandal Savage, Immortal Man. The oldest living human. Oh, whoa, Zhong Hong drawled. How do you deal with it? The tedium of immortality. Tedium. Savage scoffed. There is always something new to see, even after 50,000 years. Truly. Sean proves that existence will always be bigger than one being could ever comprehend alone, be they immortal or even endless. Zhong Hong simply blinked at being rebuffed so firmly, truly. Oh, yes, Didi nodded in agreement. Sean drifting into my lap opened my eyes to everything outside, not for the first time, but certainly for the best time. Immediately upon Savage's arrival, Shen Yu was taken. His eyes were wide with awe and admiration. Savage was exactly the sort of man Shen Yu would idolize most. Another senior brother. Shen Yu murmured to himself before bowing deeply and shouting. This lowly rising blade greets his second senior brother. Shen Yu, /fool. Xiaogu and Minion hissed at him in warning simultaneously, but it was already too late to stop that ball from rolling. Savage grinned, good. Be youthful, be bold. You have the makings of my kind of man, rising blade. Shen Yu nodded firmly, I shall strive to forge myself so. Oh ho. Savage examined him with interest. I say, Sean, where did you find these guests? Cultivation reality, I answered. A reality ultimately defined by the pursuit of power, immortality, and enlightenment. Simply put but accurate, Xiaodan nodded along. We really shouldn't expect anything less from Sean, a new voice at the bar said. When did you lot get here? Harley cocked her head. Penguin, Riddler, and Two-Face shrugged as one door was open. We let ourselves in. I smiled, well, it's good to have you boys, as always. You, too, Cass, Damien. Don't think you can slip past me. Omega, Cass knocked herself lightly on the head with a closed fist. Tee-hee. We ported in, Damien said. Forgive us for the intrusion. Contract established, Boss Naya. Butters, the palico from Rose's tribe that I recruited as Cass' gift, reported with a genuine salute. Sir Butters? Rose asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. I was unaware you accompanied us. I suppose your organization is spreading its branches to new sunbeams. Got it in one, young mistress. I'm on the job again, Niao. Well, that's just adorable, Ivy commented in the background. And professional, as well. How impressive. I see the party has already started, one last voice, a deadpan one, said as Raven floated into the bar through a portal. You know it. Harley chimed. It's good to be back. Sean, Raven fixed me with a stare. Demons. Really? I raised a surprised eyebrow, you didn't like it. Raven glanced away. I didn't say that. Demons. Bida clicked his beak. Despicable beings. As you know them. I couldn't agree more, I said. That's why Raven's gift was a how-to guide for swindling and robbing them out of hearth, home, cultivation, and soul. Acceptable, Bida nodded. After another short round of introductions, where Cass practically glued herself to Su Chen's side, Raven found a sort of easy camaraderie with Xiaodan, Savage became the youngest generation's newest role model, and Damien humbly bowed his head to the mightiest cock in existence as a student of Bida's slashing spurs. The dead end was essentially back to business as usual. Tonight's guests were ridiculous, even by DC standards. But this was the dead end. The best thing anyone could do was settle in for a new story to blow their minds wide open. And considering the cultivators I was currently hosting, I had just the setting, just the life in mind. Now, my old friends, I think I owe you a tale from Samsara as I promised. Prince Sean. Waver cut in. What is Samsara? Is it relevant to the tale you tell? Liang Yi scoffed half-heartedly, it's too grand a term for anything concerning the drunkard, that's what it is. Heh. As I'm using the term. It refers to my endless cycle of reincarnation. I chuckled at Uncle Leafy's thorns but still took the time to answer Waver. I live. I die. I live again. On and on and on. Until I met Didi, at least. But since you asked, it is relevant. Usually, I would just say reincarnation, but samsara fits this particular life very well. Existence is infinite with distinct and non-distinct realities. Yours is one. This is another. The one I'll be telling you all about had certain influences spread throughout its fabric. How so? Waver curiously pressed. Well, this is mostly for the regulars, but... I misdirected slightly, answering Waver's question but not in a way he'd fully understand. See how my cultivator friends here have a distinctly Chinese inspiration about them. There was a general round of nods and confusion from the cultivators, and I continued, well, this reality was also one of cultivation. Or at least, very, very close. Its inspirations, however, were more Hindu and Buddhist than Chinese and Confucian. Huh. Hecate muttered, considering that. Now, that certainly seems rather rare for your usual stories, Sean, and rather intriguing as a result, I must admit. But, like, how? Harley asked. I've never quite figured that out myself, Didi admitted, considering aloud. Certain ideas seem to spread past the source wall quite frequently. Influences and inspirations that persist despite the usual borders of existence. I smirked, oh, some things just have a way of spreading throughout existence. But that's a bit above even our pay grade, my death. Well, that's a terrifying thought, Long On rumbled softly. Ophis fed Long On another candy cultivation pill to soothe him and then one for herself as well, nodding in agreement, Cass struck a cute little pose. Good thing I purposefully keep myself too stupid to get caught up in existential crises. Zhong Hong chuckled, the wisest of us all, young one. I suggest limiting your questions to topics that don't stump even endless death, Raven deadpanned Waver in Harley's way. Waver slowly nodded. That's probably for the best, as much as it pains me to admit. No promises. Harley sing-songed. No data. Simi pouted. Not for that question, my dear, I said, shaking my head. But I'll be sure to give you some data that won't make your shard explode. Now, back to this one life of mine. There, we must begin with God. As you do, Penguin nodded matter-of-factly with good humor. Indeed, I nodded back. God was known as Isuan. Sexless, perfect, and imperfect. Isuan was everything that was and everything that was not. It was all of reality and nothing at all. Its first commandment was thus, let there be no Genesis. God has always and never existed. And with it, that reality itself. Wait, but dash. How dash? That makes no sense at all. Waver exclaimed. You've grasped it so quickly, I smirked. Contradiction is at the core of Isuan's being. It is and is not. It lives forever and not at all. Such was that reality. Enlightened confusion. Profound denial and acknowledgement. That is how this story will go. Get used to it now, I'll warn you. A drunkard like you should not be telling such a profoundly transcendent story, Liang Yi grumbled. This story with torment and try all of our minds, won't it? Xiaodan drawled, exasperated. In the extreme, I confirmed. That sounds about right for the dead end, Two-Face just grunted and shrugged. And as always, we'll just sit back and enjoy the tale, Ivy shrugged back. Don't go trying to wrap your head around Sean's bullshit, especially not this time, it seems. I'm sure he'll lay everything out in a way we can at least follow, if not comprehend. There is wisdom in those words, Xiaoga nodded. Alas, I cannot abide. Already, I am as intrigued as I am confused, as stimulated as I am lost. This lowly student must humbly ask for guidance. The Phoenix Prince nodded along with his friend, muttering, tales of God from a whole other reality. How could we turn away? The heavens are fundamentally unknowable, even to those born to them, Suxing offered, commiserating with the youngest generation. Worlds apart, and yet, we still find ourselves in the same position. We are peers in our ignorance, no. Cass simply shrugged. It's not that deep, though, right? Capital God is everything and nothing. And that's its prerogative. Don't go questioning things that don't need to be questioned. In the end, does God even matter much at all? The youngest generation stared at her, their mouths agape. By their expressions, they didn't know whether to be offended or awed, whether to laugh or cry. She had the right of it, though. Comprehend and consider all one liked. In the end, it only mattered as much as one made it matter. You would do very, very well in that life I lived, Cass, I chuckled. Isuan was everything. It was reality itself and everything not around it. Its being was circular and peerless. A life most wretched, most cursed in its pointlessness. Imagine infinite stories to tell and no one to tell them to. Such was the torment of Isuan's being. In a single, eternal moment between nothing and everything, Isuan lived and languished and lost itself. Immediately and eventually, it came to reject singularity and circularity. Then, Isuin made the first, greatest division, the division of self. Isuin committed divine suicide to give life to everything else in reality. Tough shit, Harley nodded along. Crude but poignant, Bida commented. A noble cause to die for, Zhong Hong declared. A curse it imparted upon us all, Xiaodan argued. Existence, as always, is the worst blessing and the best curse, I stated. Both and neither, for how can one boil it down so simply? I can, Damien said flatly. Yeah, Raven agreed. I rather like existing. Can dash. Can it truly be so simple, though? Waver asked in rapid fire. Does existence not bring pain? Does it not bring pleasure in equal measure? Everything great and everything terrible. But without, is there a point? Is there a point with? Calm yourself, Waver. Simply listen. There's no need to answer everything immediately, Rose soothed him. It is what it is, Savage said wisely, and calmly for once. Don't drive yourself to a broken mind, boy. Overthinking. Ophis' whisper resounded for all to hear. Try not thinking at all. Long unbobbed his noodle-like head, infinite wisdom from infinity. Suchin cocked her head ever so slightly, should we all strive for an empty mind? Never. Grundy rumbled. But sometimes, there is no point filling it with worries and pains. I continued as if my story wasn't already causing existential crises. With divine suicide, Isuin birthed nothing, the white aspect of UN, master of all that is not, and something, the black aspect of YS, master of all that is. They were duality, lord and mother respectively. They saw each other in the wake of divine suicide and were horrified by their opposite. They warred for 7 years. Then, they made love for 7 hours. For the second time, there was division. My kinda relationship. Harley grinned and teased. From Lord UN and Mother YS, the multiplicity was born, I said. 777,777 gods. They went on to raise a city of iron and red stone at the center of reality. Throne. There, they warred and ruled even more for eon after eon. Godly wars, as you do, Penguin nodded matter-of-factly once more. I barked a laugh, as you do, indeed. When the warring gods grew tired, 4 orders of inheritors came after. Some were forged by the gods themselves. The craftsman god Kos grew downtrodden and overworked by the age of divine war. Thus, he cast about in the corpses of Lord UN and Mother YS for 4 immortal flames, embers of what was once Isuin. Savage leaned forward in his seat. Oh, we love a good creation myth. Creation, truth, perhaps. Zhong Hong posited, leaning forward all the same. I smell humans on the horizon, Hecate predicted. The first flame Kos found was white and ferocious, I told the tale. But it was rigid and burned terribly cold. Kos flung it into the void. The second flame was black and vicious. It was hungry and burned simply to burn. Kos flung it into the void as well. Thirdly, Kos found a second black flame. It was gentle enough to hold but curious. Oh, so terribly curious. Kos kept that third flame, but he wasn't satisfied. Finally, he found a second white flame. It was cool. Stable. Pliant. Kos returned to his workshop with the last 2 flames. He worked the cool white flame for a year and a day. When it was perfect by Kos' reckoning, he took his chisel to it. The flame cracked. The first order of inheritors sprung forth. Servants and spirits. The sustainers. The other gods were awed by Kos' miracle of creation. But terrified as well, for the sustainers were made from the flame immortal, part of Isuin's infinite heart and soul. They were filled with that terrible thing called will. They grew rebellious, and Kos returned to his workshop once more. There, Kos reached back into the void and retrieved the first white flame. They still burned too cold for reality, but Kos was clever. He smothered them in the ashes of his forge. The second order of inheritors was born, clad in ashen armor. And before Kos' mistake could repeat, he seized them and beat good old law into each one with hammer and chisel. Thus, the eons were born. Angels. The protectors. Living nuclear explosions set into ashen armors. With law, they set throne back in order, existing in equilibrium with the sustainers. Kos was praised, but another grew jealous. Pre-Esma, wicked of heart and jealous, the master of want. She hid herself within Kos' workshop and when the time was right, stole his favored chisel and the last flame immortal that Kos held. That warm and curious black flame, Esma beat upon it without skill or thought to consequences. She shattered the flame immortal before she could be stopped. It spread throughout reality. Where it fell, life sprung. Men. The perceivers. They were imperfect. Impermanent. In her idiocy, Esma created mortality and the gift of death. And the other gods could only bow with awe, for the tiny, insignificant lives of men burned with meaning they couldn't touch. Meaning and potential forged from inherent limitation and the fires of Isuan's will. Each man was a universe to himself, of himself. They were perfectly imperfect in their lies and struggles and wants and deaths. They were, some say, what inspired the multiplicity to their suicide by division as Isuan once did. Only one word emerged from everyone's lips as my tale trailed into a pause once more. Damn. Was, of course, elaborated upon, Riddler shaking his head. That was a damn near religious story. It was religious, Raven snorted. The main characters were gods and it was about the creation of men, spirits, and angels. And it was true, Father? Su Xing asked. As true as anything could be in that reality, I confirmed. Esma and Ka certainly existed. As did men, spirit, and angel. Something must have happened, no. That was the tale everyone knew and accepted, told by immortal beings that were there when it was conceived. A reality dominated by immortality as the default. Dee shook her head. How dull, how unchanging. Honestly, I can only thank Esma for her so-called idiocy. I like the part about man's simple existence awing the gods. Shen Yu smirked somewhat smugly. Savage grinned, joining, as did I. As you should. Perfectly imperfect, was it? Each a whole universe unto himself, of himself. Beautifully, splendidly, quintessentially put. Degree, Cass smirked as well. Haters will say it's fake. But we're just built different. What happened to the fourth order of inheritors? Hecate cannily asked. Ah, the hungry black flame, I nodded and clarified. They weren't forged by the gods. No, they were forged by men. From the void, men summoned them forth, naming and masking them. They were the devils, the destroyers. So it was, the four orders of being were set to inherit throne. Ah, yes, the city at the center of reality, Zhong Hong drawled dryly. Let us linger there for a moment, no. It was an awesome and awful place, I gravely intoned. When the multiplicity committed the third divine suicide by division, they sat along its edges and ledges, looking outward. All 777,777 of them began telling their stories and continued until self-annihilation. Each story burned a line out into the rest of reality, and each line a spoke, and all the spokes, a wheel. The wheel of reality, of 777,777 universes for the 777,777 stories of 777,777 gods, and throne as its center axle. Throne was, quite literally, a city of divine corpses, built within, over top, and around as the inheritors seized it for themselves. Be by the phoenix and the heavens. The prince just barely managed to whisper through his awe and horror, emotions that were far from rare amongst the cultivators. The Dead Ends regulars, however, were adjusting much better, Alice simply nodding, sounds wicked. Fucking cool, Raven flatly agreed. Stupid awesome. Harley chimed. Cass feigned a bow. I freely submit to the brain-shattering dopeness of a multiversal city built on dead gods. Depiction. Simi requested. Hecate was quick to nod her agreement. Oh, yes. This is something we simply must see. I nodded in understanding, then, behold, and feast your eyes on, the city at the center of everything. The mirror behind the bar sprung to life as if painted, intricate and gorgeous. The scene there first was one of clouds and dead gods. Some of the clouds rushed and raged to and fro like waves of water, and just as liquid. Others formed solid ground, unknowable scenic lands where even the gods would lose their way. And from it all, from the cloudy waves and rapids, from the cloudy mountains and canyons, rose a great many figures of stone. Corpse statues that were once much more. Their faces were set in death, some somewhat human, others with more than one face, fierce and compassionate, and others still that bore no resemblance to men. Each sat in eternal vigil, burned out from the inside by divine suicide and told tales. Yet even dead, the divine corpses bustled with life. Scavengers within stone flesh. Squatters of the dead divine. A city of the present built atop, within, and around the remains of an age past. There were homes and apartments, markets and bazaars, dens of crime and pleasure, nobles and homeless vagrants, slaves and merchants, all of servant, spirit, man, or the rare angel. Beasts of burden and magical, pseudo-futuristic vehicles swam through the clouds, waltzed through the air, and hovered over streets of petrified flesh. It was magnificent. Awesome and terrible. Lively and inert. A slice of the city. All roads ended at Throne. There, reality gathered. Reality prospered and languished, swelled and fell. There, reality lived and died. All atop the carcasses of gods long forgotten but never gone. Penguin let out a low whistle. Oh, damn. It's beautiful. Minion exclaimed, so odd that her usual, composed, cultivator mask had broken. Shen Yu nodded along, beyond words. A monument most grand. My friends, suddenly I have a request. Long Un intoned seriously. When I pass. Make a city from my form. Badass, Noodle Dragon, Harley nodded and smirked her approval. That is only a small slice of throne, I said. Here, another. The scene in the mirror shifted to another slice of throne. The second scene was damn near modern in vibe. There, the divine corpses were integrated into a seemingly infinite expanse of skyscrapers, hab complexes, and towering megacorp guild headquarters. Billboard ads and neon signs filled the skyline. Rooftop bars contrasted with monks sitting in meditation. Wooden barges flew alongside giant, people carrier pigeons. In that slice of throne, past, present, and future blended seamlessly. I continued, once, it was heaven. What you see now is the ruins of that heaven. But the city's people haven't gotten the memo. They persist. They pick the divine corpses clean. They have pierced heaven, and now, they roast its carcass over an open flame so they may feast eternally. The scene in the mirror pulled back and out until all of throne was seen from the void. A view few if any would ever see. The whole of the massive city was set upon a great disk, floating upon nothingness. A broken sun hung above, stuck forever in one place. 7 minor cities orbited the disk, alongside a moon. And in the center, the red city itself rose as a 7-tiered circular step tower, packed with dead gods and teeming living masses. Outermost was the district of Ashton, then the Old King's Road, the furnace, the spires, the palaces, the sanctum, and finally, the sacred spoke. Throne rotted just as it thrived, I said. Despite the angels, law means little to the people of Throne. Their day-to-day grinds are ruled by the guilds, incomprehensibly vast syndicates, of whoremongers, of slavers, of butchers, of drug peddlers, and of bankers, accountants, and lawyers worst of all. Be they servant, angel, man, or devil, everyone in Throne desperately struggled for a piece of power to call their own. Father. Su Xing's voice came out raw and aching to understand. How? How did it come to such lows? The city of gods. Heaven itself. How could the fall be so great, so all-consuming and corrupting? How? I fixed my newly reunited son with a serious stare and time seemed to linger on that moment. There is a language that all of reality understands, my son. It is violence. It is not the only universal language, but it is one of the most key. One can only reach heaven through violence, for there will always be another already attempting to do so. And when you meet them, you will have to do violence unto them or they will simply do it unto you first. So when that time comes, my son, don't go dying to another without a fight. Su Xing stared back at me with wide eyes, seeing a glance of truth, even comprehending it. But that's what struck him so speechless. Su Chen reached over to nudge him. Told you so. Curly logical and, Cass exclaimed. I'm ready. I'm so freaking ready. Let's get to killing. Rip and tear all the way to godhood. Harsh wisdom but wisdom all the same, Shefinger nodded. Thank you for being the one to impart it upon our son. I could not have borne doing so myself, Sean. The youngest generation were all wide-eyed and stunned. Only Rose managed to speak for them, reach heaven through violence. Even plants know violence to a certain degree, Ivy pointed out. Nature on the whole most definitely does. Hecate sighed, it's certainly one way, I won't deny that. That can't be the only way, Raven deadpanned. It's not, I conceded. But sometimes, you don't get a choice as to the way you rise. A man shouldn't be solely defined by the strength of his arm, but he shouldn't let that strength languish in mediocrity, either. Savage loudly declared. Turning away from violence is turning away from life itself. After a short moment of thought, Damien nodded to himself. I will need to practice my katas threefold. Now, I brought the conversation back on topic. As to how Throne specifically fell so far, well, it had been left open for the taking by divine suicide. So someone decided to do just that. They took it. The conquering King Zos took God's empty throne through sheer, overwhelming, human violence. Savage's grin could have been seen from space. Human, you say? Human, I confirmed. Zos was human. A whole new kind of dominion and domination from what Throne was used to. The prime angels guarded Throne in the wake of their master's divine suicide. Zos came with violence in his self of selves and smashed them all. He toppled towering colossi. He broke immortal ashen armor. He quelled the cold, nuclear flames of the void at the angels' cores. In the end, he laid low Metatron 1, God's scribe. From that ancient being, Zos extracted Isuan's true name, the true syllable of royalty. Then, he set that royalty unto his brow as the true key of kings. He became the first and greatest of the demiurges, the royal inheritors of Throne and reality beyond. Imitators followed in his footsteps. A great many, almost all now forgotten. The Universal War ensured they were wiped from the cosmic records. Once more, the 777,777 universes were conquered, not by the gods of old, but by the demiurges of new. 7 emerged to establish themselves at the end of the war, and Zos disappeared. In the new order, each of the 7 ruled a seventh of reality, stalemated against each other. They set kingly keys in their brows as well. Just as Zos had. The 7's keys tuned themselves to the 7-part name of Isuan, of royalty, Ysatunvramapresh. The glory, the tower, the flame, the diamond, the blade, the mind, the beast, such was one translation. The 7 each bore a word that tuned their key to 111,111 universes. I paused to let that sink in. Even my endgame friends were visibly stunned. Everyone was leaning forward on the edges of their seats. It was the conquest of a multiverse and the royalty that allowed the victors to rule. The heavens themselves wouldn't miss the story. But the 7's keys were all missing something, I continued, speaking with a deep, rolling gravitas that drew my audience in. They mimicked Zos, but none could rival the true key of kings. For Zos hadn't used the 7-part name of Isuan to forge his key. No, he used Isuan's most secret name. A name spelled out in the shape of reality. Some claimed the shape of reality was somewhat like a wheel. But from another angle, turned on its side. The secret name of God was I. And Zos harnessed that most singular, most secret, most sacred syllable for his key of kings. Recorded. Chronicled. Progress. Simi eagerly dinged in report. Penguin hummed his appreciation. Very nice, very YHVH. Cass hit a smug, and slightly sinister, peace sign. Heh. We know the secret name of God. I definitely won't use this for any wicked and devious mischief. Suchen and Alice nodded along, yes, no mischief at all, / nope, none, why do you ask? Fondly amused and playfully exasperated, Dee ruffled all of their heads in turn, just make sure you don't break creation, dears. Waver considered aloud. Could it truly be anything else? So after all of this? Damien flatly began. Were you Zos? Fair guess, I chuckled. But no. I didn't even want to rule a seventh of reality, much less be the one true ruler of all of it. No, I spent my time enthroned as a somewhat humble knight, with a Hayes vow to help whores and pleasure slaves in any way I could. Usually, that just happened to entail quite a bit of violence, and the pleasurable rewards that followed. I was a master of the blade, I told Su Xing, Shen Yu, Savage, and Damien. Both blades. I playfully wiggled my brow at Xiaodan, Shifinger, Harley, and Didi. I was an oath-sworn defender of the downtrodden, I said seriously to Baida, Suchen, Ivy, and Raven. And I had a cool-ass magical mech suit, I finished with a knowing and smug smirk. Cass, Alice, Riddler, and Penguin's Way. Mecha. In the multiversal city. Riddler excitedly exclaimed. Cass pouted. Wah. Sean always gets the cool stuff. I want a magical mech suit. Defender of whores. Ivy considered for a moment before nodding. Acceptable. Suchen just nodded in smug satisfaction. My father has always been someone most impressive. Good. I must see this mastery, Damien said seriously and unflinchingly. Wait, magical mech suit first. Riddler requested. I, too, am interested in this mech, especially to distract from. Sean, Xiaodan calmly agreed, giving the impression of fondly rolled eyes at my both blades comment with words alone. Sean. Didi asked, amused. Just Sean as a whole. Xiaodan gave a single, telling nod, just Sean. I'm enjoying my time with father so far, mother, Suchen quietly argued on my behalf. As am I, this reunion, Xiaodan said but still sighed. But Sean will be Sean. Accurate, I grinned. I am who I am. Nevertheless, I think I can satisfy both sides at the same time. Everyone interested in the sword, gather around and read this. Everyone else, let me just call up the memory. I set an unassuming, unadorned journal on the bar. Immediately, Damien, Savage, Shen Yu, and Su Xing, plus Rose, ever-curious Waver, a begrudging Liang Yi, and the proudly erect Baida flocked to it. Somehow, they could all read without getting in each other's ways. And as they were doing that, I summoned the memory of my mech as an illusion made real beside me. Though it was a mech, it was one that walked the line between mech and power armor. Worn, it clung to the user like a second skin. Just, scaled up a touch for good measure. Where I stood 6 foot, the mech stood 8. It was lined with lithe and corded techno-magical muscles, covered by advanced armor plates, sensor, and stealth systems, and fully sealed for the user's protection. A railgun rifle was slung over the shoulder, while a long, straight, single-edged blade was wielded in one hand. Trophies from various hunts and a crimson cloak decorated the exterior. Cass stared at the mech suit with sparkling eyes. Whoa. Cybermagic ninja. I suppose it's still a mech. Riddler grumbled half-heartedly. Impressive, Raven commented, her voice flat but not necessarily deadpan. Oh yeah, Harley grinned. I can fuck with that. You can fuck with that. That thing just fucks. Now, imagine it creeping through a debauched den of smoke and pleasure, turning a carnal house into a charnel house for its own cruel masters as it goes, I smirked. Ivy hummed, smiling. That is a pleasant mental picture. This is my atlas, I proudly and properly introduced the mech suit. There were none like it. And this one was mine. The world I was born into in that life was far into the sci-fi stages of humanity. Fabricators, mechs, FTL travel, particularly eldritch AIs, and all. I could likely tell whole stories about that one universe alone, but I digress. It was only the tip of the iceberg. Because, of course, Throne awaited. City at the center of a multiverse, Hecate nodded in understanding. A place where past, present, and future are bound to blend. By magic, what I wouldn't give to see, to explore. A moment later, we were interrupted by the sword heads, my son reading out of the journal with awe in his voice, to train with the sword, first master sweeping. When you have mastered sweeping, you must master the way of drawing water. Once you have learned how to draw water, you must split wood. Once you have split wood, you must learn the arts of finding the fine herbs in the forest, the arts of writing, the arts of paper making, and poetry writing. You must become familiar with the awl and the pen in equal measure. When you have mastered all these things, you must master building a house. Once your house is built, you have no further need for a sword, since it is an ugly piece of metal and its adherents idiots. Wait, that actually kinda slaps. Alice muttered. Your stance must be wide. You must not be spare with the fluidity of your wrists or shoulders. You must have grip on the handle that is loose and unstrained. I heard it said you must be tender with your sword grip, as though with a lover. This is patently false. A sword is not your lover. It is a hideous tool for separating men from their vital fluids. Shall you read another passage, contemplative? Words from a true master. Savage, grinning wide and manic, read yet another, you must strive for attachment non-attachment when cutting. Your cut must be sticky and resolute. A weak, listless cut is a despicable thing. But you must also not cling to your action, or its result. Clinging is the great error of men. A man who strikes without thought of his action can cut God. Yes. Yes. Magnificent. Cut God. Damien, quiet and considerate, read 2 more, 8, you must never make multiple cuts. Each must be singular in its beauty, no matter how many precede it. You must make your enemies weep with admiration, and likewise should your head be shorn off by such an object of beauty, you must do your best to shed tears of respect. 9. When decapitating an enemy, it is severe impoliteness to use more than one blow. This is a master I can eagerly follow. Liang Yi nodded along, a man who finds pleasure in the result of cutting is the most hateful, crawling creature there is. A man who finds pleasure in the act of cutting is an artisan. Indeed, the difference is starkly clear. Closing. 1. It is said the greatest warrior kings may sublime violence and forget all they learn about the sword. This is true. But the only true path to kingship lies through regicide. Rose read. 2. Moreover, only the worst kind of idiot strives to be king. Reach heaven by violence, Waver finished, sounding so much like he'd glimpsed a sliver of enlightenment. Cass let out a low whistle. Wow. Sounds like the real deal. Calling Medi's teachings just the real deal is a grave understatement, I teased Foe seriously. Medi was the greatest, grumpiest, brokest and most broken swordswoman in reality. She lived in a clay jug in an unnamed market square and was habitually drunk. Her sword could cut reality itself. Mood, Raven simply said. Queen, Ivy added. Xiaoden nodded, truly, the great Medi has mastered more than just the sword. Zhong Hong chuffed, all true masters deserve to be as grumpy as they wish. We earn the right by living to reach noble and loathsome old age. Chuckling, I wrapped things up, all true. Now, I think I've taken the floor for long enough. There's more to tell from that life, but I think I'll leave all Wai Sun's story for another time. This is a reunion after all. My stories can't be the only ones we hear tonight. Does anyone else want the spotlight? Zhong Hong put on a great, half-hearted sigh. Well, I certainly can't surpass that. But I shall try to entertain at my own means. I've still seen many a thing throughout my long life in the heavens. I'm sure I have a story or two to share. Oh. Su Xing perked up as well. I can tell you about my conquest, father. Heir. Conquest in progress, that is. I didn't have to consider my decision for more than a second, sorry, old swan. My son's story and plight are going to take precedence here. Go on, champ, tell the room about the troubles you've encountered and the progress you've made. Liang Yi scoffed, perhaps you'll make a half-decent father after all, drunkard. While Su Xing was visibly psyching himself up to tell his tale, Su Chen nudged him, want help? I can dash. Su Xing began to refuse. He stopped himself with a breath. Yes, that would be appreciated. You've seen my failures so far better than anyone, sister. And I trust you to share my thought process and reasoning. Right. Su Chen nodded before turning back to the rest of the room with a blunt deadpan. Elder brother keeps getting himself caught up in diplomacy. The native tribes and city-states of his chosen world are taking grievous advantage of his mercy as a result dash. Sister dash. Su Xing sputtered. No. Let me tell the tale in full first. It's not so simple dash. But already, the others were cutting in with their own personalized advice. Less talking, more conquering, boy. Savage helpfully declared. That is your issue. Worry not, for I have much experience in the matter. Your Uncle Savage would teach you. Ring in equal to _ ring in equal to, iota, Cass advised. Assassinations and subterfuge. Damien, of course, nodded with her, agreed. A dagger in the back solves many problems. Become a paragon they will leap to follow, Xiaogu suggested. Fuck that, just smash M into submission. Harley maniacally cackled. Do the city-states have a criminal organization you can take over to get your foot in the door? Penguin asked. Ophis hummed. Bribe with sweets. Have you tried a mixed approach? One of respect and force. Rose inquired. Magical domination and control of their leaders, Raven deadpanned. But you didn't hear that from me. Su Xing was left still sputtering and now very much overwhelmed by the flood of good intentions and questionable guidance. And me. I couldn't contain my laughter or smile if I even cared to try in the first place. This was right. This was how it should be. And glancing at Didi to find her glancing back at me, I knew she felt the same. Even in death, family reigned supreme. And, this chapter was a lot of fun to write. A bit too many characters all in the same scene, but I think I managed them decently well. And for the story, kill 6 billion demons is just peak. Seriously, I cannot recommend reading it for yourself enough. The art is gorgeous. The story is enthralling. And the lore is deep. If you find yourself liking the little taste of it I gave here, please check it out, https://kills9billiondemons.com. Also, there's a small Easter egg in this chapter lol. So, the author of K6BD is a guy called Abaddon. He also does a TTRPG named Lancer that's all about mechs. Sean's Atlas mech is from Lancer, and Sean himself in that life, and I headcanon that the Lancer verse is one of the 777,777 universes in K6BD. Anyway, just a cool little tidbit I included lol. As of this chapter, I have the dead end planned out until the start of the next vacation arc. Coming up next will be a fluff chapter, another story from a new Sean life, and one more story that will likely be from a life Sean's already mentioned. Then, I'm, 98% certain the next vacation will be Batfam in RWBY with Professors Didi and Sean Kane arc. That one should be more character-focused than the world-building focus most of the first vacation had. We'll get a couple more bar stories before then, though, smiley face. Edit, there probably won't be another chapter this Sunday. I've gotten kinda behind with my writing and I feel the need to rebuild my backlog for my patrons. Just the way things go, unfortunately, uneasy face. The normal posting schedule will resume next week. But if you start fiending for a chapter, my Patreon, patreon.com/driceguys_BTB, is always there. Chapter 78, 67, Family Conquest Bonding. Su Xing. The chance to know his father was the greatest gift, the best blessing that Su Xing could ask for. He dreamed of it for as long as he could remember. Since he was just a babe on mother's knee. Way back then, mother would tell him stories. Stories of a man who shook up the heavens with everything he did, of an impossible man who never settled for simple stagnation, of adventures and mischief that awed and exasperated even mother. Even now, years later, the tale of the drunken fist and the Kunpeng was one of Su Xing's favorites. It influenced the way he molded himself as a man. As mother told it, there once was a great shape-shifting monster that terrorized a world as both fish and bird. It rampaged south and north. Its wings blocked out the world's sun, and its fins brought forth the shadows of the abyssal deep. Visiting on a passing chance, the drunken fist found that he could not sleep. Not when the Kunpeng's wings beat an eternal whirlwind and its fins stirred a roaring whirlpool. The world's natives were too oppressed to raise any complaint. But the drunken fist wasn't so tolerant as to accept his mortal comforts being disrupted by the ruckus. Late one night, the drunken fist sought out the Kunpeng, the emperor of that world. He tracked it by its wing beats, high, high, high into the air. Politely, the drunken fist asked for a scant night of peace. The Kunpeng scoffed and dove away from the drunken fist. Once more, the fist tracked the shape-shifting beast emperor. Down, down, down into the world's abyss. The fish-formed Kunpeng whipped up mighty waves and whirlpools underwater. It stirred tearing currents and ripping riptides to obstruct the drunken fist's journey. He let nothing stop him, for he was tired and quite annoyed without his mortal beauty sleep. In the deepest crevice, the drunken fist found the Kunpeng. Again, he asked politely. Humbly. Just one night, the drunken fist requested. Then, I'll be out of your scales. But the Kunpeng had never known censure or complaint. It bore the arrogance of an emperor and the might to back it up. It squawked and screeched and drove the drunken fist off. Fine, the drunken fist said, resolving himself. Be like that. Only once diplomacy had broken down did the drunken fist resort to forceful action. Deep in the ocean, he gulped just once. Around the Kunpeng for a li in every direction, the weight of the abyss disappeared. A small sea was swallowed in an instant by the drunken fist's insatiable thirst, while the rest of the ocean was held back by his power. In its fish form, the Kunpeng was left beached and floundering at the bottom of its domain. Even shifting to its bird form, the beast emperor got nowhere. It could not swim through the drunken fist's pocket of air, and it could not fly through the abyss beyond. It was trapped and quickly grew rather frustrated. The drunken fist paid its irritation and frustration no mind. He left the Kunpeng trapped there, a prisoner within both of its domains. A night passed, then. A night of good sleep. Refreshed by his taste of mortality, the drunken fist returned in good spirits. As requested, he only took a single night's sleep of the Kunpeng's time. Then, without any true harm done, any unnecessary violence, he put things right and went along his way. A great beast emperor was humbled, made to taste humility, and taught that the heavens were wider than any one being could ever know. That world would never forget that night of peace. But for the drunken fist, it was simply an uneventful Thursday. That was Su Xing's father. One of many stories like it that he'd been told all his life. Mother spoke fondly of Sean Cain, the drunken fist and master of change. He left a legacy behind, a legacy for Su Xing to live up to. At times, it was a violent and glorious legacy. At others, it was one of cunning and restraint. In all honesty, Su Xing found himself preferring the latter. He was well aware that preference of his could be considered somewhat unusual. A young man, powerful and in his prime, foregoing the tales of fist and sword for the tales of silver-tongued guile. It was odd. Sister Chen certainly thought so. But his sister from another mother accepted him for his quirks. She knew him better than anyone else in the heavens, and Su Xing couldn't imagine his life without her. Unfortunately, the younger sister seemed to have gotten the idea in her mind that it was her duty to shore up his perceived flaws. It was a great shame, a disgraceful mark on Su Xing's record as her elder brother. But Sister Chen was more than eager to shoulder the violence that he hesitated to do. And she was good at it. No true surprise from the daughter of she who comes with dawn and sunset. Other mother Xiaodan was terrifying. Su Xing could only roll his eyes and grumble, but ultimately accepted Sister Chen's initiative. In truth, he could do violence just as well as his sister. His hesitation was not born of weakness but of purpose. He simply preferred restraint first, and violence only when his noble hand was forced. That philosophy had not necessarily served him well as he forged the first steps of his path through the heavens. Not always. It was tradition for all of Mother's children to take a task unto themselves. Once grown, they all set out from the Phoenix Mother's nest to seize and secure a legacy based on their own power, their own merits. Each of Su Xing's distant half-brothers and sisters set out into the cosmos to claim a world for themselves. They were all tasked with establishing a royal bloodline there. By founding, by conquest, by marriage, or by any other means at their disposal. They received no true aid from Mother. Only advice. Everything else, they did themselves. Su Xing's own undertaking of the task had been, perhaps more difficult and tedious than most, made so by his determination to make diplomacy, any diplomacy at this point, work. But he certainly wasn't going to allow himself to be the first of Mother's children who failed. Still, the break from conquest that came with Mother's summons was welcome. And then, well, he'd been introduced to his father, who was casually on vacation after death and across countless realities. Everything since had been something of a blur for Su Xing. A good blur. The best blur. But certainly overwhelming all the same. A stepmother, who just so happened to be death herself, free and generous with her love and acceptance. Father and his approval, which Su Xing already found himself desperately craving. Then, a trip beyond the borders of reality to Father's bar, new friends, an immortal uncle, an unbelievable story from yet another reality, and wisdom profound enough to shake the heavens. Reach heaven by violence. Was Su Xing's philosophy wrong? Fundamentally flawed. When he raised his worries with father, he just hummed and shared yet more profound wisdom. Well, violence is one universal language. Do you want to know another? One that might just be even more prominent than violence. Su Xing, of course, immediately perked up and listened. Lies, champ. Lies. Father continued. A man without a lie in his core is a poor man, indeed. For most things are lies. And they matter much more than truths. Men will do everything and anything to uphold their lies. They'll live and die for their lies, fight and oh so desperately try. Be they lies of inherent morality, good and evil, or lies of civility, righteousness, and enlightenment. The most noble concepts in existence are lies we as men strive to make real. Violence might be a universal language, but lies are perhaps greater, forcing violence into submission so civilization and society can exist at all. Su Xing was awed and humbled as he listened closely to his father's wisdom. He internalized the lesson as best he could. What did it mean to lie? No. What was a lie? To that end, what was a truth? A truth is a bare thing. He ventured. Father listened just as patiently as he had, gently encouraging Su Xing to comprehend in his own way. And lies give form and structure to bare reality. They can be devious just as easily as they can be noble. And the lies we tell ourselves are the most important of all. The universe has no morality but that which we enforce upon it. That is a lie, yes. Father's smile was proud, and Su Xing's heart soared, it just might be. There was an art enthroned that everyone knew to some degree. The art of lying to the face of God. The art was our magic, our way of reshaping reality and molding it to our whims and makings, for good and for ill. Yet lies of the self can be just as powerful. I think I understand, Su Xing said. You don't, Father chuckled. Hell, I don't, not fully. But you'll get there in time, simply by living and upholding your personal lies. Just know, Su Xing. You don't always have to resort to violence when another universal language lies in your mind and on your tongue. That is a relief, Su Xing exhaled slowly. I would hate to spurn your wisdom, Father, of reaching heaven by violence. I will heed it when I must. But I am also determined to establish my empire without resorting to all-consuming violence. Father nodded his understanding and sympathy. There are an infinite number of ways to live, champ. And as you live, you'll inevitably forge one more. As will your sister and your stepsister. As has everyone who's ever been, and everyone who ever will. That said. Father broke into an ominous smirk, and Su Xing knew dread. Let's talk about your conquest, champ. Just me and you. And me. Vandal Savage, the immortal who declared himself Su Xing's uncle, cut in. I would ask that sister join us. She is the most familiar with my task so far, Su Xing warily requested. And to curtail father's legendary fatherness and uncle's enthusiasm. Stepmother, as well. Sure, father easily agreed. Too easily. Call your mothers back over here as well. This is a moment of family bonding. Oh. Su Xing didn't know he could be so filled with excitement and dread at the same time. Their night at the dead end had otherwise been winding down when Su Xing raised his worries to father. It had been a night of good times, but good times inevitably came to an end. The elder uncles were leaving. As were the youngest generation, being sent back to their proper places by father. Likewise, the new friends they'd made here were settling in for the next day. Everyone was sent off with fond farewells and promises to keep in touch. Soon enough, only Su Xing and his sister, mother, other mother, stepmother, stepsister, father, and Uncle Savage remained. A moment of family, as father had said. Uncle Savage was honored, reaching the point of speechlessness for once, to be included. Then, father clapped, and family bonding began, centered on Su Xing to his delight and dismay. All right, Su Xing, tell your dear old dad all about what you've done so far. The paternal attention was a drug in Su Xing's veins. Despite the worry of disappointing the men he'd grown up hearing stories of, he couldn't contain his smile. He shouldn't have been so easy to please. He was grown. A man setting out into the world on his own terms. But, this was his father. And he cared enough to hear out Su Xing's troubles with focus and intent. So, of course, Su Xing happily began at the beginning. The world is known to the natives as Zyatalia. It is one of the many worlds between base Earth and ultimate heaven. It lands on the lower end of the scale and is relatively small from what I've gathered. But to the natives, it is, of course, their entire world and all they've ever known. I began with a year spent integrating with the people of Zyatalia. I ventured wide and far, making my name and deeds known. I would not hope to rule without knowing the people I ruled and being known in turn. Adventures came and went. I established myself as a power in my own right, proven by my slaying of legendary monsters like the Basilisk and Chimera, and my taming of the legendary Cerberus. I did and earned favors, took on quests unfulfilled for centuries, and forged a reputation worthy of respect. The natives know me as if I were one of their own. The cultivators of Zyatalia are proud and philosophical, but I've placed myself at the peak of the lower world's power. I do still have peers, however. Old masters and kings and warlords. Thus, I decided that direct conquest was ill-advised, especially without a true army at my beck and call. So, when I set my sights on putting forth my claim, enacting conquest in earnest, I aimed to do so by diplomacy and cunning, rather than outright force. Father and mother intently listened to the start of Su Xing's journey. As did other mother, stepmother, and everyone else. They didn't judge or dismiss him in the least. Su Xing patiently, and somewhat anxiously, awaited their feedback. Mother was the first, nodding with pride. It is rare that I hear of my children's exploits while they are in progress. You've done much already, Xing. Already, you can stand proud with your name known across a world, but do not lapse into complacency. Uncle Savage nodded as well, more in consideration than familial pride. Taking the time beforehand to integrate yourself and prepare was a good choice. An unknown conqueror will spend the first era of their rule putting down rebellions. A conqueror that comes with fame and respect will have a much easier time of things. Dude, I'm way out of my depth here, stepsister Alice said. But, good job, I think. You've proven yourself a hero, other mother Xiaodan praised softly. It is a good foundation to begin working from. Oh, you're just so lively and ambitious. Stepmother Didi happily gushed. The praise was appreciated. Greatly so. But most of all, Su Xing wished to hear his father's thoughts on the matter. Slowly, father nodded. I haven't heard any terrible choices so far. You made yourself known, both as someone not to fuck with and someone willing to lend aid. And when presented with the choice, you chose restraint over brute force, the slower but likely less costly option. Most people don't think about their royal legacies until the conquest is done. You've already begun. And you took the route that, historically, tends to last longer than overwhelming oppression by force. Relief coursed through Su Xing's veins. Father approved. Father praised him. He hadn't crippled his conquest from the start, only to find out much too late. As other mother said, and father agreed, Su Xing had laid himself a good, stable foundation to build from further. Now. He just had to figure out how to begin that building, as Sister Chen then voiced with a well-intentioned half-whisper, a good foundation, yes, but how does one lay the first stone atop? Su Xing sighed, little Chen speaks shrewdly. I have stuck the first foothold, but I find myself troubled to find the second. Details, then, champ, father encouraged. What's the situation like on the ground? Who are we dealing with? What drives them? What do they have and what do they need? And how can you best use those things to your advantage? Important information, yes. Details. Uncle Savage agreed. Are there existing alliances and rivalries you can play off each other? Are the factions internally stable? Can you win the common people onto your side? A successful conqueror must consider all of this. Well. Su Xing hesitated for just a moment to ensure he could articulate his knowledge. The natives of Zyatalia mostly exist in two categories, the tribes and the city-states. The former are numerous and disparate. Decentralized and with greatly varying levels of civilization, advancement, and power. The latter are populous but only number half a dozen. They maintain equilibrium with each other as a matter of great priority. It is a six-way contest that goes absolutely nowhere. And the city-states prefer it that way. You'll likely have to deal with the tribes individually, stepmother Didi advised and then asked. Have you been focusing your attempts on the city-states? I have, Su Xing confirmed with frustration. Like their maintained stalemate, I've gotten absolutely nowhere. It is nearly impossible to break into their game of politics, no matter the personal power I can bring to bear. So then, just stop trying, stepsister Alice suggested with a shrug, her tone simple, nonchalant, and straight to the point without being cruel. Stop smashing your head against the brick wall and just walk around it. I dash. Su Xing moved to argue. But brought himself up short. Laid out like that, there was an appeal in the simplicity. Father agreed as well, yeah, I think that's your first real mistake here. It's where you're getting stuck. You might be well-known, respected, and powerful in Zyatalia, but you don't have an established power base that can disrupt the city-state's preferred status quo. Even if you break into their game alone, they'll just see you as a tool they can win over and wield, not a peer power. Stepmother Didi nodded just once, you're hyperfixating. Indeed. Uncle Savage declared, grinning with menace on Su Xing's behalf. As you've described the situation, the city-states only see the other city-states as their rivals. In a game of factions and nations, the six of them stand contentedly at the top, pushing and pulling amongst themselves. A single tribe couldn't hope to match them. But 6. 12. A coalition of 24 or more united under you. One by one, you'll make the city-states quake and crumble. And they won't see their doom until it's already upon them. I. Sushing couldn't find his words, stunned by the shift of perspective laid out before him. Sister Chen laid a gentle hand on his arm, saying softly, dealing with the city-states directly has shown itself to be futile, elder brother. Each of them sees you as nothing more than an advantage against their rivals. Even if you align with one, you'll just be drawn into the stalemate. The tribes, by comparison, are a path we haven't taken yet. That isn't to say this new path will be without difficulty, Xing, Mother warned. You will have to tailor your approach to each one individually, and once integrated, manage a coalition of different cultures, old feuds and rivalries, and a great many egos. But you will certainly see progress this way. Honestly. Stepsister Alice said. Going for the tribes is going to require more diplomacy than aligning yourself with one city-state and being forced to make war with the rest. It will, won't it? Sushing considered aloud. The more he did, the greater the appeal grew. He'd been going about his conquest from the wrong angle, attacking a bulwark instead of an architectural oversight. More so than smashing your head against a brick wall when you could go around, as Alice said, Sister Chen deadpanned. In the end, it's your choice, Father reminded. We're just here to give you advice and point out what you might have missed. No matter what you do, know that I'll always be proud to call you my son. That, I will always remember, Father, Sushing said, fighting to keep his voice from wavering through the sheer swell of emotion Father's words inspired. Pride, oh so sweet pride, and fondness, the love of a son for his father, already, and Sushing had never felt more whole, more stable, more sure of himself. Noble, noble boy. Stepmother Didi cooed, reaching over to pull him into a loving hug. You're going to fly. Just don't forget that you can always call upon us if you need help. I won't, stepmother, Sushing reassured, savoring death's embrace. Sister Chen wriggled her way, very ignobly, between them and into death's embrace with a little pouting noise. Don't worry. I won't let him forget. The dutifully moral fool needs reminders from time to time. As you say, as I disagree, Sushing rolled his eyes. When they all pulled back from death's embrace, Sushing saw that Father was wearing a smirk. A wicked and mischievous thing. Almost fox-like in one way, and just very, very amused by what was to come in another. Then, Sushing knew dread and excitement, for he'd certainly heard tales that began with just that smirk. All right, champ, we're getting to the fun stuff now, Father said. Me and your Uncle Savage are going to tell you the best way to establish yourself and an alliance over a great many disparate tribes. We will. Uncle Savage blinked for only a moment before hopping on board with Father's mischief. We will. Oh, I already have a working plan in mind. Knowing my rival and brother, his is undoubtedly similar. I don't understand, Sushing voiced his wariness. Mother. Do not look to me. Not now, Mother scoffed, not cruel but accepting of definite fate. You are at the mercy of your father's wisdom. It is about time. Hey, Savage. Father asked in good humor. What's the most important aspect of conquering? Breaking the will of the current ruler and getting their people on your side. Savage declared. Let's save that for the city-states, not the tribes. Try the second most important aspect, Father deadpanned. Alliances and morale. Savage answered the second request just as quickly as the first. And what's the best way to secure both alliances and morale, especially for a fledgling dynasty and royal line? Father continued leadingly. Savage's grin was wide and almost literally shining. Why, marriages, of course. Everyone wants a piece of the royal line. And you should really start working towards a secure succession now, nephew. The last was said almost chidingly. Sushing barely noticed. His jaw was too busy dropping open. Horror was too busy blooming in his eyes. A terrible, terrible blush was too busy overtaking his cheeks. No. Tell him it was all a jest dash. There we are, Father nodded in satisfaction. I hope you're ready to be popular, champ. You're going to win your coalition of tribes by selling your conquering body to the most powerful among them. I predict you'll end up with 3 wives, at least, and a good few concubines as well. You'll be by far the most eligible bachelor Italia has ever seen. But afterward, the tribes will be invested in seeing you succeed. And I'll bet there's a good chance a boy like you finds love that way. Goodness, that takes me back. Savage laughed. You'll find few women like tribal princesses, nephew, I guarantee it. Even stepmother Didi nodded, I support this course of action. All the tribal babes for my stepson. As do I, mother agreed. You're establishing a royal dynasty. You will, of course, need wives. And children. At least 6 of them, 1 for each city-state, while you build a capital in the center of them all. S6. Likely more, as heirs to your future wives' tribes, too, other Mother Xiaodan gave a little laugh. Good luck, Xing. I am not ready. Su Xing stuttered. Best get ready quickly, stepsister Alice giggled. Sister Chen slowly nodded. I wouldn't say no to new good sisters. Why would they want me? Su Xing felt as if he was on the verge of panicking. Champ, father deadpanned. Soon enough, you're going to rule a whole world, or a significant enough portion of it that the difference won't matter. One way or another, you're going to have to deal with marriage. Best to play the card now while you can get the most out of it. And this way, your wives will know you first as a conqueror, not just the new emperor. That'll make a difference in your relationships, trust me. Doesn't get much more diplomatic than alliances by marriage, stepsister Alice pointed out. Sister Chen agreed. You brought this evil onto yourself with your stubbornness, elder brother. I just wanted to conquer a whole world in mother's name. Su Xing definitely didn't whine. Is that truly too much to ask? Father laughed. No, but it does come with a few prices. The first of which, in your case, will be having to woo yourself a few tribal princesses to tie their peoples to your cause. It won't be the last, though. Wait until you get to the bureaucracy. Hold yourself proudly, nephew. Uncle Savage advised. Take on every task asked of you with manly gusto. And when you return to conquer the city-states in truth, drive and break their leaders before you with radical diplomacy. Our radical diplomacy? Su Xing asked, already dreading the explanation. Yes. Uncle Savage laughed. They dared to make themselves your enemies instead of allies. And so, you will take their ladies, their queens, and their wives. Diplomacy. Make peace by aggressive seduction and cuckoldry. When you march upon their walls and their men sally out to meet you, have the wives already prepared to open the gates behind them. Shatter their spirits. Massacre their motivations. Make them regret ever turning you away. Siege and seize their city-states without spilling a drop of blood more than necessary and ensure the populace loves you for it. This isn't all is fair in love and war moment, isn't it? Alice muttered. It's just efficient, if cruel, father chuckled. Consider taking those wives as mistresses and concubines. It should smooth things over on the city-state side of things to not be completely left out of your newfound royal dynasty. Oh, heavens. Oh, Tao of Das. Oh, ancestors and my royal blood. Su Xing felt as if he was on the verge of hyperventilating. He couldn't just turn away everyone's advice. Not even Uncle Savage's, for the ancient man knew what he was doing better than most anyone. If an immortal conqueror told you how to conquer, well, it was best to listen. But, heavens. It was also overwhelming. The time for action would soon be upon him, as soon as he returned to his claimed world. In truth, Su Xing wasn't sure he was ready. Father saw his troubles, of course, gently soothing with simple words, chin up, champ. Just take it one step at a time. With effort, Su Xing raised his chin with pride and confidence he wasn't wholly feeling. Breathe, Xing, mother instructed. Su Xing did, taking in a deep, ragged breath. Through all of this, don't forget to enjoy the little things in life, stepmother Didi reminded. Su Xing took the words to heart. The simple advice soothed a bit more of his frayed nerves. You can still choose your wives in the end, other mother Xiaodan said softly. Choose not for strength, for it will come no matter what on your path. Choose for companionship, and those you believe you will grow to love. That helped quite a bit more. In the end, the choice was his. Su Xing wouldn't throw away the future happiness of himself and his wives for the sake of conquest and conquest alone. You seem cool enough, stepsister Alice shrugged. I don't think you've got anything to worry about. Not really. It was the reassurance of the young, just as inexperienced as Su Xing currently felt. But because of that, Su Xing took solace in his newfound sister's words. He was cool enough, but Su Xing didn't pay that last word any mind. I'll be with you, elder brother, Sister Chen asserted last. I won't let any future good sister take advantage of you. If you cannot trust them at first, trust that I will always stand with you. With that, Su Xing finally settled. Not fully. But enough. His sister had been with him from the start, and she'd be with him until the end. He was not being cast alone into the unknown. Su Xing let out his first breath and took another, fortifying. He bowed to everyone, thank you all for the guidance. I cannot promise to follow all of this advice, but I won't fail. Through heaven and hell, I will succeed and I will return to celebrate with family. Father smiled proudly, that's my boy. That simple reassurance and proud claim straightened Su Xing's back in his seat. Stepmother Didi's smile matched father's in pride. Even mother nodded in satisfaction. Then, father turned his attention to Sister Chen. Su Xing nodded. She deserved just as many moments of father's time as he did. What about you, Mercy? Father asked. Sister Chen cocked her head to the side, Mercy. Yeah, 'cause I suspect you have none, father explained with audible amusement. Sushing nearly snorted in sudden laughter, not a single bit of it. Sister is ruthless and dangerous. Terrifying. If I didn't have her strength on my side, I might just spit blood and quit any endeavor against her outright. Mercy. Sister Chin muttered, rolling the name on her tongue. I like it. I'm glad you do, father smiled. Now, what are you up to these days? Other than supporting your brother in conquest, of course. With only her relative quietness showing her nerves, Sister Chen answered. I do origami. Adorable. Perfect, stepmother Didi instantly assured. Sister Chen relaxed at that and began to open up. It is my art. Has been for years, now. There is so much one can do with a single, unbroken page. Would dash. Would you like a dragon, stepmother? Yes. Goodness, yes. Stepmother Didi beamed. Anything you make, Mercy, will cherish, father smiled as well. Sister Chin fell silent for a moment, then. Awed and processing the new experience of father and stepmother doting over her, Sushing knew. He felt the same, after all. It hardly lasted forever. Almost instantaneously, in a flash of movement, she produced one of her origami pages and began folding. She had father and stepmother's full attention as she walked them through the creation process. Fold here. Crease. Another crease. Unfold and refold perpendicular dash. It went on like that for a while. Sushing spotted one of other Mother Xiaodan's rare smiles as father and stepmother gave Sister Chen the focus she desperately needed and craved. Even Uncle Savage's smile wasn't as boisterous as usual. It was content. Almost soft. Sushing felt his heart swell in the connection of the moment. Family. This was how it should be. Outside of father's bar, the sun rose on a world foreign to Sushing. Not foreign for long, he hoped. Wherever father and stepmother made their home, Sushing knew he and his sister would always be welcome. But eventually, the time came to part ways. As comfortable as family was, there was still work to be done. Father sent them all home with hugs and promises to meet again. Then, Sushing and his sister returned to his claimed world. The world that awaited conquest. And Sushing's marriages, too, now. His first wife ended up almost choosing herself. A young woman of obsidian beauty with a powerful tribe at her back. A coven, as they called themselves. Immediately, Sushing was taken by her darkness, by her mystery, by her macabre mind and sharp silver tongue. It was only right, in the end. Like father, like son. Sushing found that his apple didn't fall far from his father's tree at all. I. And, not much actually happened in this chapter, but that was by design. It's fluff. And I felt we needed the buffer instead of diving straight into the next story. That's coming in the next chapter, along with the return of Siri and the Edge Runners. They've been kicking around the DC verse, doing gigs with Deathstroke, but I feel it's only right to bring them back for this next story world. Sean never lived in cyberpunk. But he did live in a cyberpunk world. Just one with magic, dragons, elves, and spirits on top of the usual cyberpunk fare. Enter the dragon, y'all. Shadowrun is up next. Chapter 79, 68, Runners. Lucy Kushinada. Comms buzzed back and forth as she kept them all connected on Overwatch. Here, not nearly as many people could challenge a netrunner in her prime. But those who could. They tended to be much, much more dangerous as a result. Like, AI past the Blackwell, dangerous. Still, for something as simple as keeping everyone in the crew in communication with each other, Lucy wasn't worried. Damn, those hips, chum. Look at work, we're KKKK. Becca muttered. Focus, Lucy chided. I am. On dat ass. Becca called back, and Lucy could practically hear her leer. Lucy rolled her eyes, target is entering the alley now. Cameras see you three, and her. She'll run into me and Falco on the other side. The fixer wants her alive, Bex. Put that thing away, David snorted over comms. Client, babe, Lucy reminded. Technically, Deathstroke would be our fixer for this gig. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's right, David muttered. They were all adjusting to their new world well enough. But sometimes, they slipped up. Usually, when it came to slang and lingo. Or the fact that fresh air was a thing at all. Or the real food, with actual meat and veg. Or the lack of chrome and the primitive net in Lucy's case. Okay, there were a bunch of things to adjust to. But largely, it was leagues better than good old Night City. And they still managed to find work they could do, work they were good at, and used to. Mercs were always in demand. And as actual edge runners willing to do the job in a world of heroes and villains, they were making some very good scratch these days. Chum, we should just go back to wet work like we're good at, Becca grumbled. You're very good at it, Deathstroke cut in with honest praise. But this job doesn't require it. And the target is something of an acquaintance of mine. I would prefer this not to get messy. Just bag Selina, deliver her to the client, and let her escape as she always does. If the idiot thinks he'll truly reprimand Catwoman for stealing from him, well, it won't be our problem at that point. Guess that's a good thing, Becca admitted. I'd hate to have to make a mess of that ass in that leather. It is a very nice ass, Deathstroke agreed, his voice utterly flat. Before any of them could really process that from their boss, Siri called out over comms, I see her in the alley. I think I can catch Dash. Oh, scop shit. David suddenly exclaimed. How the fuck did she do that without Chrome? The target has fled, Siri reported flatly. Up the building. Dat ass can Delta. Becca added, helpfully. Isn't that a shame? Deathstroke hummed nonchalantly, sounding utterly uninterested in the gig. David didn't even hear him, shouting out, Siri. Give us a port. On it, Siri confirmed. Sorry, Lucy. Lucy winced in anticipation. Siri's portals were undeniably useful. But the net didn't respond well to them. There was always the briefest of instants when Lucy lost track of her chums during transit. Lost track of David. And if Lucy used one herself, the disorientation wasn't pleasant at all. The connections she was keeping track of fizzled, disappeared, and then came back just as quickly. Lucy shook off the jarring sensation. David, Becca, and Siri were on the roof and already giving chase after dat ass as Becca had taken to calling the target. Get us rolling, Falco, Lucy said. Falco chuckled in the driver's seat beside her, let's hope they keep to the buildings bordering the street, yeah. Doesn't much matter, Deathstroke casually interjected, lounging across the whole back seat behind them. I suspect I already know where she's going. Oh, yeah, boss man. Lucy asked. Where's that? The only neutral ground in this doomed and damned city, Deathstroke drawled, waving lazily. It looks like we'll be putting the gig on pause for the rest of the night. But I could use a drink. And a Mr. Barkeep story. Our lack-witted client will just have to stew in his now empty gallery a little bit longer. Aye. Sean. With a rush and a tumble, Catwoman's fine-ass form came into the bar through a skylight that most certainly wasn't there just a few moments ago. Safe. She called out, laughing. Hey, Selina. Harley happily called out to her. Running from the fuzz. The bat fuzz. Ha. No, Catwoman chuckled back. Just some adorably earnest mercs. They're still a few years too young to catch this kitty. A few moments later, 3 familiar heads poked over the rim of the skylight to peek inside the bar. A himbo, a gremlin, and a princess peek into a bar. Sean. Siri gaped at the sight of me. Siri, I smiled back. Welcome. Come in. I insist. As I said that, the dead end just about swallowed them whole. A twist of space, the chime of a welcome and bell, and 3 of them found themselves sitting at the bar as if they were always there. Siri sighed and settled instantly. Oh, I suppose we can stay for a bit. Huh. The himbo whipped around in shock. What about the target? What about the gig? David, right? I asked. Remember me? Remember the dead end? This is neutral ground, man. Just take a load off for the night and enjoy yourself. Gun gremlin. Harley exclaimed, glomping onto Becca. Clown chum. Becca glomped right on back. Seeing that, David was forced to accept the situation as well, deflating rather dramatically. All right, chum. I remember you and your magic whatever bar. We're chilled. We'll resume the chase in the morning, little mouse. Catwoman purred and chortled. Lil mouse. David's face scrunched up in indignation. I'm a dog. Got that dog in me. Built different, you know. Catwoman very obviously indulged him, if you insist. You'll have to prove it when we pick things back up. Hey. You may have dat ass, Becca jabbed a finger at Catwoman before switching to point at David. But dat ass is min dash. Lucy's. So don't get freaky-feely, you feel me, freaky. Oh, you're just perfect, gun gremlin. Harley cackled. Just precious. She's certainly something, an amused and exasperated woman's voice said as the rest of Siri's crew walked into the bar. Ah, yes, I nodded to them all, welcoming them. The neon pastel cyber GF, the cowboy punk driver, and Deathstroke. Come on, sit and chill. As long as you don't go causing trouble, we're happy to host you for the night. You won't have to worry about that, Mr. Barkeep, Deathstroke informed me. I've put our gig on pause to respect your neutrality. Not that it was much of a serious job in the first place. Selina certainly led us on a merry chase, though. But that's fine. The kids need the practice. If it were another quarry, I'm sure they would have done quite well for themselves, Dee Dee said, offering consolation. Bullshit world. David grumbled half-heartedly. She ain't even chromed out. Pure meat shouldn't be able to move like that. David, Siri deadpanned with amusement. I'm pure meat as well. Well dash. Yeah dash. But you don't count, chum. David sputtered an excuse. You're, like, all magic and scop. And Selena is the world's newest goddess of thieves, Ivy pointed out. That was about when the rest of the bar joined the conversation. Other than Siri and her edgerunners, the usual dead-end staffers were present. Alice, Harley, Ivy, and Hecate, while Simi casually watched over the entire bar, almost blending into the background, and Ophis napped on a stool. Then, some of the regulars were back in their regular spots at the bar, Riddler, Two-Face, and Penguin from Gotham, Barbara, Jason, and Cass from the Bats, Clarion from Limbo, and Diana back from a mission in the Mediterranean. Oh, yeah. Clarion muttered. I'd forgotten about that. I certainly haven't. Catwoman purred. I've put my new domain to good use. And the rest of us are just trying not to think about it, Jason deadpanned. The edgerunners turned to simply stare at Catwoman for a moment while she preened under the attention. Eventually, Becca nodded, yeah, makes sense. That could only be divine. Catwoman chuffed a laugh, damn straight. The Bat is a lucky man in this case, Penguin chuckled. Oh, don't fret, darling, Catwoman waved. I made him work for it, you can be sure of that. Cass held up an X of her arms over her face. Enough. Not a word more. No sexy stuff between dad and stepmom. Ick. Alice nodded faux seriously, feel my pain. Omega, Cass winked at her. Well, it's different for you. Your dad's actually sexy as hell. Alice's expression went utterly flat in an instant. Just for that, I'm going to make this hurt. Degree, Cass played up her shock and affront. Asterisk gasp, asterisk oppression. For speaking the truth. Help, I'm being oppressed. Alice didn't let Cass please stop her. Quick as a bolt, she threw out a spell. Without even borrowing any powers. Her training was coming along nicely, thanks to me, Clarion, and Hecate. Cass, of course, ducked and dodged out of the way. Which just led to a minor chase around the bar as Alice tried to enact her righteous vengeance. But other than for the edgerunners, who were looking at the magical chase queerly, the two young women went ignored by the rest of the bar. Diana took the moment to smile at Siri. Greetings once more, Princess Cyrilla. Princess Diana of Themyscira, Siri bowed back. I have not forgotten how you fought for me just moments after we first met. It is an honor to meet you again now that I'm calling your world something of a halfway home. Well, that's a good thing to hear, I smiled. How are you and your friends adjusting, Siri? Steadily and promisingly, thank you for asking, Sean, Siri nodded. Deathstroke has had no shortage of work for us. We can put our talents, if not to good use, then to productive use. And David? David's doing much better than the last time we saw you, Lucy finished for her. Thanks to that cyborg chum, fresh air, real food, and much less stress. Cyberpsychosis seems to be a thing of the past. For all of us, though David was in the most danger from that by far. Wincing slightly, David nodded, It's like everything from before was a dream. A nightmare. And only here did my life become real. I know the feeling, I shared. But you're on the road to recovery now. Keep at it. Things can and will get better. Even better than they are now. With actual air to breathe and food that isn't scop. David asked, half joking. I met his eyes and held that gaze to impart how serious I was when I said, even better than they are now. Oh. David stilled as his attempt at humor left him for something genuine and heartfelt. Oh. Then, yeah, I guess I'll just keep at it. The edgerunners all shot me varied looks of gratitude. Becca cracked an honest smile, no teasing. Falco nodded his thanks. Lucy's keen eyes assessed me as she mimed her thanks, looking for any hint that I was taking advantage of David. She didn't find anything, of course, and settled for squeezing his hand in silent comfort. Siri gave me a look like she owed me a favor for just those simple words. I waved her off. Everyone settled at the bar, soon enough. Drinks were fetched, poured, and served. Alice came back around behind the bar, grumbling at her inability to land a satisfying hit on Cass. Cass slid back into her seat with a smirk visible through her mask. Harley began chattering about everything and nothing with Becca. Deathstroke made small talk with Clarion, acting like old colleagues. The scene was familiar. Comfortable. Friends, old and new, from every walk of life gathered for an inevitably eventful but peaceful night out. Just as the dead end should be. But I felt the need to share more, to ensure David knew without a doubt that I could relate and empathize. Cyberpunk wasn't an easy world to live in by any measure. David and the other edgerunners deserved to know they weren't alone. And while I'd never had the pleasure of living in Night City, I did have quite a few stories from a world adjacent but with an even higher danger ceiling. I shared a glance with Dee. Immediately, she knew what was coming, knew I had a story to tell on my lips. She smiled with delight and poured herself a drink to settle in as well, silently encouraging me to tell whatever story I would tell. Nodding to myself, I raised my voice to speak to everyone at the bar, anyone in the mood for a story. "Oh, Dee." Barbara instantly groaned. "Do we have to?" "We do," I simply confirmed. "I'll get my notes ready." She grumbled back. "Story." Harley cheered. Nova, chum. Becca joined her. Cass joined as well, in her own way. Chaos. Glorious, told Chaos. "Knock our damn panties off, Daddy Barkeep." Grrrrgh. Alice growled at her. "Keep pushing your luck, Bat. See what happens." Her mission conjugate matrix, Cass stuck her tongue out and sparkled. "The only punishment I'll accept is spankings. From your daddy." Ivy gave a throaty chuckle. "I'm willing to be entertained." "Always down for a dead-end story," Riddler agreed. "Story?" David asked in confusion. "A story. Like the last time we were here, babe," Lucy explained warily. "Remember? Remember Yarnum?" "No dash." Still confused, David cocked his head slightly. Then, like a light, the memories hit him. His eyes widened and his pupils dilated. His breath hitched in his chest. "Oh, fuck. Yarnum. Fuck. I repressed that sitch for a reason." "I guess that's right, Yarnum would have been the only story you guys really heard from me," I considered, chuckling. "Don't worry, this one won't be nearly so mean-to-colly hazardous. Other than the alien insect spirit invaders from the outer planes. But we can avoid them easily enough." "Promising," Jason deadpanned, shaking his head. "Fuck. I'd repressed Yarnum, too." "I think everyone who could be considered sane did," Penguin shuddered. Even Harley nodded along. "Yeah, I put that story out of my mind the moment Gothboy stopped telling it." "Congratulations, baby," Ivy smirked. "You finally breached back into sanity in at least one area." Degree, Cass simply smiled, and the world around her seemed to crackle with static. I remember every moment of that eternal, eldritch night of blood and violence. "Should?" Falco glanced at me. "Should we be worried about that?" "I feel like we should be worried about that." I gave a casual wave. "I'm sure it's fine." Barbara just sighed. "I'll sign her up for a round of mental decontamination." Poor Martian manhunter." "Oh, there's no need for that," Dee said, reaching over the bar to bring Cass' still smiling face onto her breast. "She just needs a little bit of tender love and care." A bit of blood began to leak out of Cass' nose, and not solely from Dee's soft embrace. Though that certainly helped. Eehee. Death's titties. As I said, I nodded. "It's fine. Just try to avoid mentioning the eldritch word around Cass from now on. A few eyes of insight on the inside never hurt anyone. So long as they don't come outside." Barbara hung her head in defeat, visibly not wanting to deal with eldritch bullshit at the moment. "Damn it, Sean. Damn it, Cass. This new story really won't be that bad, right?" "It won't," I promised. "It's meant to be relatable to David and his crew. And it can't be that if they bleed out of their eyes when they try to think about it." Satisfied? Then, let me set the stage. Despite the little eldritch oopsie, my audience was quick to gather around. Not listening to a story in the dead end when you were given the chance had almost become something of a taboo. That did fun things to my ego, of course. I couldn't help my smile at the thought. I liked it when people enjoyed my stories. What else could I say? The year is 2011. I began, letting the lights in the bar dim as even the dead end itself listened in. The world belongs to megacorporations just as much as it belongs to the established nations. Technology is king. Profit is king. Pollution is running out of control as a result. But all of that is soon to change. Because the awakening has just begun. On January 13th, a few odd babies were born. Were they important? Who could say then? But they were certainly different. Some were born with pointed ears. Others were born squat and hardy. Soon enough, the babies were being called elves and dwarves. Because that's what they were. Natural-born exotics. Lucy blinked. That's certainly different from the 2011 we know. The megacore, tech, profit, and pollution are about the same, though, Falco joked. So what's the deal? Riddler asked. Is this a cyberpunk world? Or something else? Yes, I answered. The elves and dwarves kind of point to something else, Clarion pointed out. Just keep listening, I rolled my eyes. Now, the awakening. Can you hear the capitalization? It, of course, struck most harshly in a time of turmoil. The world was barely recovering from a terrible pandemic called Vitas. Ecological disasters were rampant. And the Mexican government had even collapsed from the inside. Luckily, the cartels had gone corpo at that point. They helped pick up the pieces. But unnoticed through all of this, Stonehenge-like structures were quite literally rising from the ground all over Europe. The silent first step. Then, the 24th of December rolled around. The year wasn't passing uneventfully, but it did seem to be passing into more of the same. And on an internet forum, an otherwise unnoteworthy message was sent. It came exactly 1 second after midnight and consisted of only 10 words. Good morning, world. Welcome back. Play nice. Sayalitra. That's fucking ominous. Hecate offered rather frankly. More than you could know, I chuckled. Because later that morning, an honest-to-deity and magic dragon emerged from its lair in Mount Fuji, Japan, the first of many great dragons to wake from their eon-long hibernations. The dragon Ryumio announced his return to the world in spectacular, unbelievable fashion, and with his appearance, announced the return of magic. On December 24, 2011, the world transitioned into its sixth age, the sixth world. But I wasn't done. I was just starting. At the same time, a group of Native American activists raided an internment camp in Abilene, Texas. They were glowing. Bullets couldn't touch them. The traditions, practices, and rituals of cultures across the world were suddenly having very real, very tangible effects. Magic had returned, and Daniel Howling Coyote proved that humans could use it, too. Oh, shit. Harley exclaimed, grinning. We poppin' off quick this time. So that's Sayalitra messenger. They must have known about magic beforehand, no. Diana considered aloud. That consideration sparked a realization in Clarion, and he sucked in a sharp breath. They were welcoming back the dragons. They were telling the dragons to play nice. Who dash? No idea, I cut him off with a quick answer. As far as I knew, no one claimed Sayalitra or used the name again. But yes, they must have known about magic before the awakening revived it. More than that, they must have had quite a bit of fundamental knowledge of how the world worked, including how magic waxed and waned with the ages. And they weren't just welcoming back the dragons. They were welcoming back the spirits, elves, dwarves, orcs, trolls, and dozens of other magical beings and species. They were the unacknowledged, unpraised herald to the sixth age of the world. And to leave their mark on history. I finished, pitching my voice lower for effect. They only needed 10 words. Becca leaned back with a whistle. That's hard, chum. That's hard as fuck. No one claimed Sayalitra. Hecate asked, furrowing her brow. That seems odd. It could have been well, not anyone. But the list of suspects was larger than you might expect, I explained. They could have been a great dragon that hadn't officially announced themselves yet. Or a passion, specific examples of guardian spirits from the fourth world that embodied human passions. Or they could have been one of the few truly immortal elves that hid themselves for thousands of years all throughout the magic-less fifth world. Or someone in something else entirely. I won't claim to be an expert in the sixth world, even having lived in it. And this transition? You make it sound natural. Was it expected? Ivy asked. Oh, yes, I nodded. See, the tides of magic ruled that world, and they acted in cycles. Magic waned until it was forgotten, rediscovered, and utterly dismissed as a concept during the odd worlds, only to surge back to the fore in truth during the even worlds. Almost all of recorded human history took place during the fifth world. But with the awakening, it was firmly established that magic was just as real in the distant past, I'm talking 3000 BCE, as it was in the new present. Well, that's just fascinating. Atlantis research must have gone crazy in that world, Jason muttered. But how did all of that mix in the sixth world? Magic and modern civilization. I smirked. That's the stage I'm setting, isn't it? A modern world trending towards dystopia, interrupted by the reawakening of magic. I could see the excitement in my audience as the possibilities jumped into imagination. I left their minds to wander on that for a moment, just to emphasize the effects awakening had on the world as it transitioned from fifth to sixth. On a single day, the whole world's table was flipped, completely and utterly. Seemingly, anything became possible. A whole new world. But humanity would do as humanity did, magic or no. First, a bit more history, I began again. Ryumio was the first great dragon to emerge. More emerged as the world was reeling, confirming Ryumio wasn't a fluke. All of the first dragons were great dragons, the largest, most powerful, most intelligent, and oldest paragons of their species. They were, unfortunately, not all friendly. Some, like Ryumio, just got themselves situated. Others rampaged. Furshwing, in particular, awoke in Germany and rained destruction wherever she went for months before she was shot down by the military. Then, where she landed on the border of Germany and France. Well, just think of Alsace-Lorraine as magical Chernobyl afterward. Cass shrugged. She woke up cranky. It happens to the best of us. Just proof that dragons are big, fire-breathing, living WMD people, in the end. That's not comforting at all, Cass, Barbara deadpanned. It's accurate, though, I said. Dragons could be good or bad, but on the whole, they were simply complex creatures. Just like any human, just like any person. Only smarter than an AI, more magically powerful than a nuke, and older than all of recorded human history. But thanks to that complexity, at least one dragon decided it was his duty to explain things to the world. Lucy zeroed in on one thing I said, however, smarter than an AI. That's fucking terrifying. What can you do? I shrugged without saying. Her screwed-up expression said it all, practically screaming back, something. Anything. Then, I picked up right where I left off, so, the big D dunkles on. He woke up in Denver and, unlike the other dragons, he sought out humanity for himself. Specifically, he sought out a reporter. And he sat down to give a full 12-hour interview on the awakening, magic, dragons, and more. Without his guidance, humanity would have been utterly lost. With it, we were only partially lost. Good dude. Harley nodded at that, good dude. Becca nodded second, good chum. Cass nodded third. Good dragon. Diana rolled her eyes but didn't continue the trend, he did a good thing. The right thing, offering guidance to the lost. It's pleasing to hear that the dragons weren't just beings of selfish destruction. He became the President of the United Canadian and American States later on down the line, I elaborated. His term lasted, all of a few hours before he was assassinated. But I'm sure that didn't have anything to do with his attempts to better the world. Politics, Two-Face scowled. Not even for a dragon. Assassinating a dragon, however. Deathstroke swirled his drink and thought. I bet I could pull it off. Becca perked up at that, new gig. Let's not, Siri shot her down with only slight exasperation. Now, I brought my history lesson of the awakening back on track. The dragons were the most obvious change of those first years. But they weren't the most impactful. That would be the transition from humanity to meta-humanity. Remember those elven and dwarven babies that were being born before the awakening? Well, after the awakening, the elven and dwarven birth rates and subsequent populations exploded. Magic restimulated dormant magical metagenes in the human genome. As you might expect, the first elves and dwarves didn't integrate easily. But the situation was made even worse in 2021, with goblinization. Becca, then, Falco nodded in joking understanding. Hey. Harley leaped to Becca's defense with faux outrage. Gun Gremlin is a gremlin, not a goblin. Yeah. Wait. Becca was quick to agree, only to settle into a pout a moment later. Gonk, I'm still human. Chuckling at the exchange, I elaborated, funnily enough, goblins weren't really a thing in that world, except in one specific outlier situation. Goblinization dealt in orcs and trolls and their subspecies, not goblins. But the real kicker was that it made them, suddenly and without any warning whatsoever, from fully grown humans. A tenth of the world's population went to sleep one night and woke up with tusks, horns, green-gray skin, and a whole bunch of discrimination aimed at their confused selves. Even though humanity was now called meta-humanity, racism had new faces, and they were squat-bodied, pointy-eared, tusked, and horned. Damn, David muttered. That's rough, chum. Terribly rough and coarse and irritating, Dee agreed sadly. And it gets into everything. That dash. That's so stupid, Dad. Alice exclaimed, very much sounding her age as she did, teenaged and righteously hopeful and not yet trapped by how cruelly uncaring the world could be. It's racism, dear, I said with a soothing voice. Magical or not, it's inherently contradictory, inherently stubborn, inherently self-serving, and inherently hateful for the base ease of hatred. So yes, it's stupid. It's close-minded. It's the respite of the dull who can't think for themselves and the weapon of the coldly cunning who think too much for themselves. But none of that changes the fact that it's always been here and likely always will be in some form. Hecate scowled, deep and true, magic was reawakening in the world. And the first thing some people did was repurpose old hate for the new stage. Disgraceful. My own hatred for elves, I can understand, Siri shook her head. But there is precedent there. Old grievances. And even personal ones against the brutal creatures that hunted me. But hatred for something new, simply for being new. Hatred for babes and victims of a transformation out of their control. She trailed off, her viscerally disgusted expression saying enough. TCH, humans are gonna human, even in a brand new world, Catwoman opined with a click of her tongue. Change. Simi dinged a soft, almost mournful question. Humanity is constantly changing. Adapting. But that change is often slow to come on the whole, and when it does, it's not always for the better, not always progress. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, I shrugged. As Selena said, humans are gonna human. Cass frowned. Racist shitheels aside, how come elves and dwarves were born like that, but our orc-y and troll-y boys and girls had to suffer a probably painful transformation? That's just how the dormant metagenes express themselves, I answered. After the initial goblinization, naturally born orcs and trolls appeared as well. And the transformation rate for adult humans slowed but never fully stopped. The orc, troll, elf, and dwarf genes went dormant during the 5th world due to the lack of magic, then popped back up with a vengeance in the 6th. So they've always been part of metahumanity, but, of course, quite a lot of people didn't see it that way. Alright, that's magic, dragons, elves, orcs, dwarves, trolls, and a bogoscope new form of racism, all before 2025, David summarized. What the hell is coming next? The megacore, I said simply. That roused universal scowls from Siri and her edge runners, fucking corpos, / corpogonks, / stuff it, it's always corpos. Well, really it's. I began counting on my fingers. The megacore, corporate wars, draconic takeovers, Native American independence with Ghost Dance War, Amazonian wars, a whole bunch of other redrawn nation lines, cyberware and other tech, the MatrixNet, the Crash 1.0, the foundings of specific metahuman nations, insect spirits infest and all but wipe out Chicago, the year of the comet, the Crash 2.0, the technomancers start appearing in the wake of the second crash, Ian and Dash. No, that's about it. A lot of the major stuff, at least. It brings us up to when I was really kicking around in the world in the 2070s. My audience just stared at me. I'd run out of fingers to count about halfway through. But I'd continued. Listing off events that they had little context for, but to be fair, they all sounded suitably heavy with history. Cass began. That's. Kinda. Becca continued naturally. Lot, goth boy, Harley finished, like 3 chaotic musketeers. It is, I snorted. If I went in depth into all of them, we'd be here all night. But I don't want that. I still have a proper story to tell. So instead of going into details, we'll go by vibes. Alright, everyone, pop quiz. Which of these images looks like it belongs in the 6th world I've described so far? The mirror behind me shifted to a new scene. The first was a hulking, 2.5 meter man with curling horns from his head, dressed to the nines with grungy, punk, street style and armed to the quite literal teeth with a rather vicious-looking serrated katana. He rode a quadrotor drone down neon streets like it was a skateboard. A street samurai riding a drone that's being piloted by an AI sprite magically manifested from a hacker's mind. That first image relegated itself to the top left quadrant of the bar's mirror, and the second was superimposed over it for a moment. It depicted a sleek and sterilized futuristic interior. A corpo boardroom. Only, one whole wall of the corpo boardroom was displaying a view of the Earth in full. From orbit. And in front of the orbital view, a dragon impatiently drummed its claws on the table before the board. A great dragon attending a shareholder meeting in orbit, about ready to burn one of his corp's chief officers for skimming off the top of his hoard. The second image was relegated to the top right, and the process was repeated with a third. A trio of high society ambassadors talked business while attending a sporting event. One was elven and supernaturally, gracefully beautiful. The second was Orcish and rather striking in a perfectly tailored suit. And the third was human and so cybernetically augmented that it was impossible to tell where the meat ended and the metal began. Or vice versa, as was likely the case with him. The sport they were watching was a fascinating merger of roller derby, capture the flag, motorcycle stunt driving, and biker gang war called combat biking. The drivers were armed with smart guns, stun batons, blunted lances, and even a single grenade launcher per team. It was an awesome testament of entertainment, only made possible in the magically cyberpunk future. Ambassadors for Tyr Terngire, the Orc Underground, and the UCAS taking their business discussions to a pleasant afternoon of combat biking. The third image dropped to the bottom left, and the last image of my little pop quiz appeared. It showed a towering, futuristic, and dystopic pyramid of chrome and glass and carved stone over dense urban sprawl. A massive Aztec-styled face stared out from the side of the pyramid, carved so its eyes always bled. And at the top of the pyramid, corpos in pristine suits did methodical, routine, but quite literal blood sacrifice rituals to power their corp and nation's magical workings. The Aztechnology Pyramid Arcology, capital, and corporate headquarters in Tenochtitlan, formerly Mexico City, with S-technology blood mages performing their usual sacrifices at the peak to bloody and power their corpo-national empire from Texas to Colombia. There was a short moment of speechless silence as I finished. But then, Barbara ungracefully snorted and confidently answered, all of the above. Correct. I grinned. I hope that helps convey the dichotomy and ridiculousness of the sixth world. Everything I showed you was real. Everything belonged. By the 2070s, magic was corporatized, the Matrix net was magicitized, and both, along with everything else from cybernetics to sports, were blended together into a beautifully unique stew called the sixth world. Dragons with corpo hordes is pretty preem, I gotta admit, Falco chuckled. It is all too fitting, Diana chuffed along with him. Fucking corpos. Always knew they were one step away from doing blood sacrifices, Lucy muttered. Me damn them. Hecate groaned, burying her head in her hands. Clarion nodded along with her, ritual blood sacrifice for magical and monetary profit. I'm sorry you had to see that, goddess. I mean. Jason desperately looked for the silver lining. The Aztec vibe was pretty cool. Oh, sure, Riddler agreed. But maybe they're taking the imitation just a bit too far. That shit was preem. David said slowly, a blooming in his eyes. Combat biking. Harley exclaimed. Ivy. Combat biking. I need it. Honestly. It did sound like a pleasant and entertaining way to spend an afternoon, Penguin admitted, chuckling. Dad. Alice turned to me. Can I have a drone skateboard? Ask your mother. Mom. Yes. Yes, a dozen times yes. You'd look so cute and cool, my dear. Dee Dee just about squealed in excitement. Smugly, Alice stuck her tongue out at Cass. _ winky face. Cass didn't take it sitting down. No, she went nuclear. Yeah, whatever. I'm still gonna fuck your dad. Becca was suddenly giving Cass a hilariously approving look. Oh, damn. I didn't know Chum was chill like that. Wadash. You bit dash. Alice squawked. All right, enough of that. I quickly cut them both off before the situation could devolve further. It would've. Because honestly, Cass was probably right. Regardless. Does anyone want to hear about my career running in the shadows of the sixth world? Like running on the edge? David asked with audible interest. It's just about the same thing, chummer, I smirked. Chum is better, David pretended to grumble. His growing smile ruined it. Come on, Chum, tell us some solo stories. Then first, I began. I'll have to introduce you to the shadows of Seattle, the city of primetime for Shadowrunners. And how I got sucked into that gray world almost completely by accident. Chapter 80, 69, Deeper Shadows. And, just my obligatory, infrequent, patrayon.com/dryskies_BTB plug, don't mind me unless you want to. Sean. As I said, Seattle was the big time for Shadowrunners, I continued. It was the perfect blend of corpo and criminal, tech and magic. Those gray areas, along with the fact that it was the last bastion of UCAS on the West Coast, meant the shadows of Seattle were extensive and deep. The megacore ruled the Seattle Metroplex more than UCAS did, though, and it was cut off from the rest of the country. There was always work to be found, even mostly legal work sometimes. But the real rep and money were found in the corpo runs, the real shadow runs. Falco nodded, that's just how it is, chum. No gig pays better than a corpo one. And no gig is more dangerous. I gave him a nod, exactly. Every AAA megacorp, the Big Ten, each of which could rival entire countries and sent representatives to the corporate court that governed the business world, had a stake in Seattle. And, of course, that brought their profit games and power struggles to the city. They did their business through deniable assets so often that Mr. and Mrs. Johnson became the blanket names for anyone offering to pay for a shadow run. With the best Johnsons, you would never know who you were working for. Just that there was a job to be done and you were being paid handsomely to do it. I can only respect the hustle, Deathstroke said honestly. With that kind of professionalism as the working culture, there's just more profit to go around. For everyone. Even the targets, more often than not. Wait, huh? How does that work? Jason asked. Imagine you're a corp engaging in war by deniable assets, Deathstroke elaborated. You get hit by a merc team, and they make off with some loot or another. Who are you going to hire to get that loot back? Another merc team. Jason guessed. Deathstroke nodded, and the profit spreads. Additionally, the first targeted corp now has an unattached casus belli they can use on whoever they can justify it against. The cycle will just continue from there. Honestly, it's more economic stimulation at that point than illegal work for hire. Diana frowned. I dislike that I don't know enough about the topic to rebuke you. Regardless, that all sounds like a horrendous breach of law and order. I would have done something about it. Ah, but what if the mercs and their gigs are already the established law and order? Riddler suggested. Then, wouldn't disrupting the usual trends harm more than it helped? If all of the edgerunners and solos suddenly disappeared from Night City, there'd be open warfare in the streets before the week was out, Lucy deadpanned. It's not ideal, Diana, but some situations are just complex like that, Barbara argued soothingly. Economies are often almost exactly like ecosystems. Delicate balances of predator and prey. Or the economic sense, supply and demand. Shadowrunning might not be legal work, but it is still work. Ivy nodded along with Barbara's arguments. Completely eliminating Seattle's Shadowrunners would be like taking a mid-level predator out of an ecosystem. The effects couldn't be predicted until it was already done, and once it was, it'd be nearly impossible to reverse. But something would rise to take their niche. You're right. Frowning even more fiercely, Diana still nodded and backed down. She was mature like that, willing to admit when she was wrong. I can dislike it all I wish, but everything has its place. I shall have to think on this more. It has rather startling implications for our line of work. From both sides. Shadowrunners were an inextricable aspect of Seattle, I continued. The shadows were just as prominent as the megacore, just as prominent as the city's matrix. Seattle was a city of the highest highs, the lowest lows, and not much middle ground to speak of at all. Life was lived fast there. Despite the seeming chaos, there were a surprising amount of rules. Usually, corpo rules. But there also tended to be just as many tools that could be used to do any job you wanted done. It wasn't a city of dreams. It was a city of opportunity. And that was even more tempting and deadly than mere dreams. Sounds like our kinda city, chum. Becca grinned. I'm sure we would have done quite well for ourselves, Siri confidently claimed. You have all the ingredients of a good shadowrunning team, I chuckled, pointing at them with a label each. Siri, mage. Lucy, decker. Falco, driver, and if you can link to your vehicles, you'd make a good rigger, too. Becca and David, street Sammies. Samurai. I capped the labels off with a bit of a caveat, you'd really need a dedicated infiltration role and preferably a face role as well. Infill does exactly what it says. They're the team's ninja. And face is for all the social stuff. You won't have many runs where they won't be useful for that or the contacts they'll develop. I could do both of those roles, as diametrically opposed as they sound, Deathstroke put forward. I nodded. Then, you lot are ready for the shadows. It's a step up from where I started. Only one of my team had proven chops in the beginning. There are a bunch of ways to get into the shadows, but my team and I were very much dragged into it by chance and the flow of things. For us, everything started in college. Just 3 friends, about to meet a 4th and 5th who would lead to something spectacular and, mostly unplanned. College goth boy? Harley asked, grinning. Yeah, I can see it. I'd kill to see it, Dee casually added. Please don't. Jason pleaded. How many times have you actually been through college, Sean? Hecate asked curiously. Not as many times as you might think. A lot of my lives simply don't suit or need it, I answered with a shrug. But back then, it was only my 2nd time around. The 6th world was only the 6th life I lived, after all. Fitting. You know, it's rather rare that we get a concrete number out of you, Ivy commented. I waved dismissively, exact numbers are a pain in the ass. I remember my lives as stories, not the single number associated with them. But I suppose for this story, the number is somewhat important. It's very early on in your endless journey, Dee agreed. Yep, I nodded. I was still very much in the process of adjusting to my reincarnations. I didn't have nearly as much experience to pull from as I'd have down the line. And I was a long way off from any wisdom I can claim now. So, none, Dad. Alice snarked. None at all, I chuckled. What I'm trying to get at, though, is that I wasn't anything close to a real magical powerhouse. Which was rather relevant to my role and career in the 6th world. See, I was going to the University of Washington then, on a full-ride magic scholarship. Oh, if only. Clarion moaned and swooned dramatically, complete with a longing hand laid on his forehead. Suddenly, Barbara snorted in realization, oh, Dee. You were a magic jock. I was a magic jock, I confirmed. D1 recruit and everything. UW had a very good magical program. Not as perfectly structured as Seattle University's Hermetics curriculum was considered to be. But it was better for shamans, and that suited me just fine. Hermetics. Shaman. D1. Magic. Hecate, naturally, perked up at the prospect of more magical knowledge. Clarion, once he snapped out of his playful dramatics, was right behind her. Do tell, Sean. You haven't mentioned much about the actual metaphysics of the 6th world. And now you're telling us you studied it. For shame, I say. We simply must know more. If you insist, I obliged. All magic in the sixth world sprang forth from the astral plane. And the astral, it was the superposition of two locations, let's call them. The physical plane and the metaplanes. The physical plane is exactly how it sounds, everything you'd think of as real. But the metaplanes were deep and varied. They were considered the origin of mana and the homes of the spirits, life that dealt in mana constructs rather than organic molecules. The closest metaplanes were what gave rise to the concepts of hell, the Feywild, and Valhalla. Beyond those closest echelons, the metaplanes only grew more alien, more ethereal, more paradoxical, and incomprehensible. No one knew what lurked in the deepest metaplanes. But the sixth world saw plenty of evidence that there was life there. Anathema life that understood us as much as we understood them. That is to say, not at all. Oh, I don't like that. Barbara muttered. I don't like that at all. Cass asked. So, what? Demons. No, demons would be considered more on the comprehensible side of the scale, I chuckled. Less armies of the damned, and more just another brand of spirit. Life from the deeper metaplanes was so utterly alien that there was no comparison. The insect spirits were the most common example the sixth world saw. They were the closest thing to alien life that metahumanity knew of. Think alien bug swarm. Now, make them magic, intelligent, literally hive-minded, and subject to rules of life and being entirely different from what the physical plane mandated. But, they're just bugs, right? David's face scrunched up in both disgust and confusion. I shook my head. Insect was just the closest comparison metahumanity had to what these deeper spirits were. And I'll just let you think about that for a moment. The closest we could get to pinning them down were just about the farthest things from human life that Earth has to offer. Ah, Penguin summed it up best with one word. Yeah, I've always kinda considered bugs to be Earth aliens, Harley winced. Despite the subject matter, Clarion was grinning from ear to ear, fascinating. Terrible, but fascinating. And the other spirits? They lived on the same level, yes. Beings of magic, just much closer to concepts we would normally comprehend. That's about right, I nodded. There were animal spirits and elemental spirits and even conceptual or cultural spirits. They liked to hang out on the astral and were agreeable, in one way of saying it. Actually comprehensible, in another. See, the astral itself was complicated. In a Venn diagram, it was everywhere those two locations overlapped. It was both physical and meta, and neither, to put it not at all simply. But that meant the spirits who liked to linger there had much more solid footholds in the physical plane. The influences of reality were recognizable in them. And since the astral lay over top the physical plane, a lot of them just chilled, you know. Only slightly removed from the reality we're used to. Was the astral a 1:1 representation of the physical plane? Hecate asked a rather expectedly canny question. Not 1:1, per se, I waved my hand SOSO. It mirrored the physical plane in some places, and not at all in others. But there was some correlation between the two planes. In the overlapped space of the astral, there was as much influence from the physical plane as there was from the metaplanes. So, like. Jason gathered his thoughts. High Earth orbit, but magical. Where you can still see the Earth below, where you're still tied to it, but the vast unknown lurks just beyond. Smart, dude, Alice smiled brightly at Jason and Jason alone. That's a pretty good analogy. I like it. Jason chuckled kinda awkwardly, looking away and sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. It's nothin'. Just how my brain made sense of it. Dee and I shared knowing glances at that little interaction. But we didn't interfere. Jason would be good for Alice. More importantly, Alice would be good for Jason. And them feeling each other out like this was just adorable. What do hermetics and shamans refer to? Hecate pressed for more magical knowledge. Well, the physical plane, metaplanes, astral plane, and the spirits were all set aspects, established concepts. The physics of magic, there was no changing them, I said. But the metahumans who could use magic all saw it in different ways. Hermetics and shamans were the two most prominent ways of using magic, the leading traditions. Hermetics were calculated and methodical, while the shamans were spiritual and instinctive. A hermetic might painstakingly calculate every facet of a spell or ritual. A shaman would wing it completely. But both were completely valid ways of seeing magic, with benefits and disadvantages that went both ways. Corpo versus Nomad. Falco offered. Sorta, again, I waved my hand SOSO. It wasn't so cut and dry. Really, the traditions just influenced an individual mage's relationship with their magic, not the results they could affect. Shamans were more likely to see magic through a cultural or esoteric lens. They gave more of themselves to magic. On the other side, Hermetics were much more practical, almost academically distant, seeing magic through a much more scientific lens, as a tool for meta-humanity like any other. Neither side was necessarily wrong. It all came down to the individual. Well, isn't that interesting? Clarion hummed, tapping his lip. You said your university's magical program favored shamans, but their rival's program favored hermetics. The latter would be much easier to teach in an academic setting, no? Yep, much more structured, I nodded. UW's magic course was all about providing the tools and environment for a mage to self-actualize and learn in their own way. It was a much more flexible curriculum. But I'm biased, of course. I was a shaman. Not really in the cultural sense. More that. I was determined to forge my own path, with only myself to judge, and damn anyone else who tried to influence me otherwise. Dee chortled, that does sound like you, Sean. Even as a reincarnating babe, you had a unique way of doing things, it seems. Asterisk Omega, Cass cheered. Reach heaven by violence. Barbara's expression went utterly flat at that, what? No. Cass is the last fucking person I want to hear say that dash. I feel like I missed a banger of a story, there, Clarion considered aloud. That particular wisdom was still a long way off during my time in the Sixth World, I chuckled. I still had a somewhat youthful view of my situation back then. I thought I had to have been chosen to reincarnate again and again for a reason or something. That each of my lives had a destiny to live up to. That I constantly needed to be doing so much more. And now, chum? David asked, focusing on me with intent and a longing for purpose. What do you think now? I gathered lifetimes of experience and lessons learned into my gaze as I met his eyes. The air hung heavily between us. Then, I just shrugged, it is what it is. David almost face-faulted onto the bar, wah-dash. Huh. It is what it is, I repeated, this time layering more profound meaning into my voice and words. Maybe I was chosen. Maybe I wasn't. It is what it is. Maybe I should be doing more, maybe I should be doing less. It is what it is. Maybe there's some endless purpose to everything. Maybe there's none at all. It is what it is. All I can do is keep on keeping on, 'cause existence will be what it is, with or without me. And I much prefer with dot. Dee lovingly leaned into me, laying her head on my shoulder, I much prefer with, too, dear. Lucy grabbed David's hand and sent him a pointed look, we all prefer with dot. Oh. David muttered. Guess there's no real need to stress the debts, huh? There can be, I offered. But there doesn't have to be. No need to get caught up in philosophical crap if it's just bringing you pain. You're a good kid, David. My advice. Just keep on keeping on. If you feel like you need a purpose, find one. Or make one. Or abstain entirely. Really, just live, 'cause the universe will go on with or without you, and... Dee finished my advice, and even death prefers with dot. I let the moment linger for a bit longer, until David nodded and settled again. Then, I nodded to everyone else as acknowledgement for their patience and picked up where I left off. Alright, so. Even as a D1 magic jock, I had something of a chip on my shoulder. A need to prove myself and do something, preferably something good in a world that was honestly pretty fucked up. I came into my first year with that drive in me. And pretty quickly, I found myself with a patron. A spiritual patron. This is going to be good. Clarion grinned and leaned in for more. Patron equals sprit. Patron equals human. Simi asked, cocking her head curiously. The first one, I answered. Certain spirits were powerful and relatable enough to bond with mages. Most shamans had one of these mentor spirits. Hermetics rarely did. They weren't necessarily good or bad, just aligned with the mage they bonded with. They could be anything from Eagle to Pegasus, to Chaos, to Dragon Slayer, to Pollution, and each incarnation was interpreted differently for each individual mage. My patron was the Firebringer, the divine thief who stole primordial fire and first gifted it to men. Lord Prometheus. Diana gasped in awe and reverence. Oh, Cousin Lucy's going to love this one, Dee chuckled. It appeared to me as a devil, an angel, a god, and a titan all at once, I continued with great weight to my voice. It cradled fire in its outstretched hands, shifting between claws and fingers and wings. It saw potential within me, pushing that stolen fire onto my brow and breathing new life into my primordial clay. With stolen fire, what else could I do but make my mark on the world? What else could I do but spread the flames? What else could I do but help those who asked earnestly, genuinely, emphatically? W, Cass made a little O with her mouth beneath her mask. Whoa. Heavy. How'd you burn, Daddy? Did you burn bright? Hot. He's not your daddy. Alice snapped at her. However he burned is none of your business. Cass shot her a teasing wink. Not yet, but it will be. Maybe I want Daddy to burn me all up. Horny, and I can't believe I'm saying this, aside, Harley cut in. That sounded all bigly and sagely and whatever ly. But what really happened there, goth boy? Well, my bond with the Firebringer gifted me a boon, expanding upon the path I was already walking with a talent for alchemy. I was pants at it beforehand, I explained. Pure spellcaster, magic jock me. But the Firebringer was a creator. Its alchemy helped me invest my spells into items and triggers for easy use later. It turned the pure instinct I ran on into preparation for just about anything. Think. Levitate in a feather. Fireball in a fuse. Or death touch in a good solid pebble that I could chuck at people. Hey, that's a mental image, Clarion snorted. Getting hit on the head with a tiny pebble and dropping over dead. That does sound interesting, Siri hummed. I think I would like this Firebringer. Enchantments are always powerful, Hecate nodded approvingly. However, I added. The bond also meant I quite literally couldn't refuse a true cry for help. A preferable drawback, all things considered, Diana commented. Lord Prometheus' legacy of aid lived on through you. I just sighed, yeah, it sounds pretty good, until it gets you and your friends dragged into the shadow war between an AI trying to prove itself worthy of life and those insect spirit invaders trying to devour, quite literally, everything that does and doesn't move. But we'll get to that. That sounds rather interesting. Can't we get to it now? Ivy playfully asked. Oh, no. No, of course not, I denied her just as playfully. You still haven't met my friends yet, after all. Hell yeah. Becca grinned. Flex your chums, chum. As I elaborated, a guilelessly smiling figure appeared in the mirror. The first was someone who was with me in that life for as long as I could remember. He was the best friend I could have asked for. Real ride or die. He was a jock, too. But the more traditional kind, with an untraditional sport of choice. Urban brawl was his game. A blood-pumping mix of mundane objective and fantastical execution. Urban brawl was all about getting a ball to the other team's goal. But to do so, both teams engaged in urban fucking warfare. Hold on, chum. David exclaimed, laughing. I can only get so hard. Siri rolled her eyes alongside Lucy, both sighing, you would. Why the shitfuck did Night City not think of that? Becca demanded rhetorically, her eyes sparkling. Would have made downtime a breeze. I'm both intrigued and horrified, Jason said frankly. Surprised face, Cass pursed her lips cutely. Welp. I've found my new favorite sport. I'll have to introduce it to the Coliseum of Crime, I chuckled. Yes. Harley hissed and pumped her fists in victory. We're gonna make a fortune and have fun doing it. I continued, but anyway, my day one chummer was one of 2-star heavies on UW's Urban Brawl team. Everyone, meet Trip the Troll. More specifically, Trip was a subspecies of troll called, for obvious reasons, minotaurs. But that doesn't have the same alliteration. So, Trip the Troll. A simple dude, always chill, and without a liar's bone in his beefed-up body. In the mirror, the vision of Trip waved happily. He was massive, just short of 2.5 meters, 8 foot, but built like, well, a bull. Fluffy hair fell down over his eyes, with symmetrical horns poking up from both sides of his head. The horns weren't just for show, either. They'd fuck up anyone Trip charged at. It had happened more than once. But despite his intimidating exterior, Trip wore a constant, slightly simple smile. He wasn't the smartest tool in the shed, but not dumb, either. Just, slower than most. And I knew from long experience that he was brave, loyal, and a bit of a softy to those who were willing to overlook his appearance for the men beneath. Whoa ho ho. Becca leered aloud. Bull himbo. Good taste. Yeah, he could pick me up and fold me in half. Please, keep your mouth civil, Siri chided. But dash. Look at that slab of beef, which girl? Becca whined. I do have eyes, Siri said, rolling them. I just also happen to have a filter. Sigma, Cass considered aloud. He looks like he gives good hugs. The best fucking hugs, I confirmed, chuckling. And the bro handshakes. Don't even get me started on the bro handshakes. Every time we saw each other, it was bro shake on sight. The men in the bar nodded their understanding and approval in almost eerie unison. Hell yeah / respect / can't hate a bro, shake / it's only right / you son of a bitch / my man / brother, chill shit, chum. Manly nods all around. I introduced one last fact about Trip. Now, considering the setting, you might expect Trip to be chromed or biomodded to the gills. But nah, he was all natural. Just like me, Trip had magic. His magic just expressed itself differently. See, the magically awakened expressed themselves in two fundamentally opposed ways. Mages like me externalized their magic. Physical adepts like Trip internalized it. They changed themselves instead of changing the world around them. And make no mistake, adepts could be some scary motherfuckers. Understandable. Internal magic is a terrifying field of study and expertise. Clarion shuddered slightly. Chrome and magic didn't mix. Siri asked. Not usually, I shook my head. It's a ship of Theseus argument, when you get down to it. If you're born with a set astral template, then each piece of Chrome tunes your physical template away from it. You're not necessarily losing parts of your soul or anything so dramatic. Just shifting the frequency you project into the astral to a different template. You're still you still have your soul, it's just a different you than what the astral knows to look for, connect to, and flow through. For most people, barely a problem unless taken to the farthest extremes. For mages and adepts, well, even a little bit of disconnect causes static. Fascinating dash. Hecate began. Harley cut her off with a teasing jeer, boo. No more magi physics BS. Right, I'm getting sidetracked, I admitted. Now, my second friend in that life was one I met in college. She fell in with me and Trip quickly, though. She had a similar level of drive and determination to prove herself as I did back then, and Trip got along with anyone willing to look past his intimidating appearance. She was a dwarf named Grenda. But woe to anyone who called her that name. Even when I first met her, she went by a street handle, Goldie. Goldie the dwarf. Yes, I'm aware. The jokes write themselves. Goldie appeared in the mirror beside Trip, almost his polar opposite. She only came up to his waist and wore a perpetual scowl on her face. And yes, for someone so short, she was surprisingly curvy. Traditional Japanese yakuza tattoos covered her skin, covering almost unnoticeable seams in her flesh. Her hair was a fiery crimson red, standing like a plume of exhaust flames from a ponytail at the back of her head. She carried a monstrous single-edged cleaver of a sword and dressed like a disgraced samurai. The team's short stack, Becca nodded. Even more good taste, chum. That Chrome? David asked with a keen eye. Looks like good shit. Can't even notice it at first glance. Gotta wonder what she's chippin'. Name a piece of Chrome, I deadpanned. Goldie probably had something equivalent. Shorty was dangerous. And it always felt like she could do anything she put her mind to. She was damned indomitable. To make things worse for our enemies, her family had a legacy as yakuza enforcers. The kind you call when you want no witnesses. She was exiled from them, but never completely cut off. Family drama. She still learned the family business, though. She learned it well. Even as a teenager, she was earning a rep course. Her rep took something of a hit with her exile. That's why she was down at our level. It was a boon for me and Trip, though. Goldie would become our infiltrator. A Chrome fucking ninja. Cass paused. Goals. No Chrome unless you desperately need it, Barbara glared at her. Cass shot her a smug side eye. I'll find a way. Barbara groaned and hung her head in defeat. Ugh. You will. You absolutely will, and I hate it. Cass preened. Don't resist. Join the Chrome transhumanism train. We've got data cookies and hidden weapons. Chum's got her priorities straight, David chuckled. So, a crew of 3. Penguin asked curiously. I'm not hearing a, what was it called? Decker? Your hacker. Or a face, though I suppose you've got violence well covered already. Our Decker and Face will join us mid-story, I chuckled. Trip, Goldie, and I got through a relatively uneventful first year at UW. In our second year, we decided to start taking small jobs together. Just student gigs, really. In preparation for making something of ourselves after we graduated. One of those jobs was given to us by a clique of stereotypical rich mean girls. They wanted us to humiliate their social rivals. Real petty shit. But a gig's a gig, they were willing to pay very well, and we were too small time to be picky. Deathstroke shook his head. I don't envy having to start out that way. Petty contracts from rich kids. At least it isn't petty wet work for rich kids. Collegiate wet work might be a step too far, Barbara deadpanned. What's a little murder between lectures? Harley asked, making a whole show out of her shrug. Extra credit, some might say. Ivy offered, smirking. Harley beamed a smile back at her. That's why I love ya, Red. Like I said, I shrugged at it all. We were small time. Really small time. But the rich girls were paying us 15 grand for a little humiliation. Becca perked up at the mention of money. Suddenly I'm much more interested in taking gigs from rich kids. It's not worth it, Deathstroke sagely advised. It's never worth it. Our targets were two girls. Well, I wouldn't call them popular girls, I considered as I spoke. They kept to themselves, mostly. But they were the kind of girls who were actually smart and competent and successful. The clients hated that. They wanted to throw some dirt on them. So at a party one night, I set about seducing them for that dirt. The targets appeared in the mirror as I laid the scene. Tellingly, they appeared standing with Trip and Goldie. Oh ho. Siri raised a brow. I think I see where this is going. The first was an elegant young woman of unparalleled beauty. Her skin was soft, brown, and flawless. Her hair fell short on her head and black as the deepest night. She was draped in tasteful gold and silks, looking more in place in a Middle Eastern palace than a Pacific Northwest university. Her features came across as royal, cool, and demanding, without venturing to haughty, hostile, or cruel. She was a woman who accepted only the best, and the world itself often leaped to give it to her. The second woman was just as charming as the first, but in a very different way. She had the pointed ears and supernatural charisma of an elf, but absolutely none of the confidence one might expect to come along with her nature. Even in the mirror, she was visibly nervous, her vision trying to stay half behind the first woman. She always looked mere moments away from poking her fingers together. Adorably awkward, almost perpetually teary-eyed, and perfectly pathetic. Sean, Dee gave me a preemptive, stern look. You better not have made the elf girl cry. Cass exclaimed, her nose already bleeding. It's okay. Elves are for bullying, everyone knows that. Bully the elf. You know, sometimes. Jason considered aloud. Cass really is the wisest of us all. Don't worry, my death, I reassured Dee. If I ever made her cry, I made sure to kiss it better afterward. Aftercare is important when bullying your elf GF. Everyone, meet Neferati and Liz, the last members of my shadowrunning team. Anyone care to take a crack as to the roles they took up? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the socially awkward elf wasn't in charge of being the team's face, Penguin said. Also, Falco added. Neferati could make me do things. I'm enough of a man to freely admit that. Understandable, Clarion declared. Based, even. She had that effect on people, I chuckled. And she was much more than she seemed on the surface. At first, the plan was simple. I was supposed to seduce her and Liz at that party I mentioned. Trip, the legend, was acting as my wingman. Goldie just scowled, said she'd watch my back, and then disappeared for the night. I think she and Trip woke up together. Ah, they'd be cute together. Harley cooed. Hot, Becca leered. 8-foot-tall beefcake versus 4-foot short stack, everyone wins. But anyway, I continued. I successfully got an invitation back to Neferati's dorm. It was more of a penthouse than a dorm. Liz was dragged along by Neferati. For your own good, you horny creature, she claimed. The three of us had a very pleasant night together. No debts, chum. Becca pressed. I refused, shaking my head, my daughter's listening. Alice let out a sigh of relief, thank Mom for that. Smirking, I added, all I'll say is that elf ears wiggle so much so that Liz looked like she was trying to fly out from between me and Neferati. Cass cheered as if I'd made all her dreams come true. Elf bully. Bully, indeed, I agreed. But come morning, Neferati confronted me. She figured out I had hidden motivations. But she was also honestly impressed by my showing. So she offered to buy out our contract if my team and I came to work with her and Liz. By that point, I was much more interested in her than some rich, mean girls. And I only got more interested as she revealed her true form and nature. You fucked your way into more gainful employment, Barbara deadpanned. I'm not even surprised. So, true form. Any bets? Penguin offered. Dragon, Two-Face snorted. No contest. It's the only one we're missing, Got it in one, I said. But so far, we've only heard about great dragons. The ones who've lived long enough to come into their true power and potential. Neferati wasn't a fledgling, but she was far from great. She'd been born to the great dragon has to be, one of the better greats, in the fourth world, but at the tail end of it. So Neferati only experienced a few years way back then before her whole species went into hibernation until the sixth world. Essentially, she was a dragon teenager. But a teenage dragon is still a dragon. Neferati brought us into the big leagues. Big leagues with a not-so-big dragon. Riddler muttered. Why do I feel like there's something there? I don't know about all that, David shook his head, grinning. But Dragon Princess Edge Dash. Shadowrunner, whatever. That's pretty Nova, chum. Diana laughed lightly but genuinely, even dragons must find their own way through the world. It's rather rare to hear about one of those awesome creatures in such a relatable stage of their lives. Oh, yes, Hecate agreed. Typically, the greats shine so bright that the rest of the dragons fall to obscurity. I imagine Neferati had just as much inborn potential as her mother, simply not yet realized. I wasn't an expert in dragons, I demurred. But that sounds about right. Great Dragon was just the title for those dragons at the peak of their life cycles. They were the oldest, wisest, and most magically potent. But the younger dragons couldn't be easily dismissed, either. Neferati alone was as sharp and canny as the rest of the team put together. She always ran at least 2 mental partitions, each with processing power that put supercomputers to shame. She could naturally fly, of course. She breathed not flame, but scorching sand like the most vicious sandstorm. And her breath was just the most direct weapon at her disposal. She was a prodigious magical talent beyond that. She might have been our face, but she was also our plan Z if shit went really tits up. Understandable, Ciri nodded. I would have liked to see Smasher stand up to even a young dragon. You dealt with him well enough on your own, Ciri, Falco reassured. Cut the Borg boogeyman down to size real good. I smirked at her as well. Even against a dragon, I wouldn't count out a witcher. Ciri blushed but didn't look away. I shall take heart in your confidence in my abilities, my friends. Now, I continued my story. The big leagues. By the summer of our second year, Neferati scored us a real run with her connections, Dragon Princess and all. It was a corpo run, we knew that going in, at least. But the runs Johnson didn't let us in on much more information from the start. Oh, properly ominous, Clarion grinned. Not really, I shrugged. Just the norm in the shadows. Even if you're at need to know, you probably won't learn much until you actually get on the job. That seems horribly inefficient, Deathstroke scoffed. Everyone hates loose ends, boss man, Lucy said. And not everyone has a rep like yours to avoid treatment like that from clients and fixers. We made do with what we had, I said, resuming. From the initial debrief, we knew it was a Horizon run. Horizon was the media megacorp. Think, all of Hollywood, corporatized. On the surface, at least. They were more diverse than that in practice, of course, as any megacorp has to be. Horizon's real business was in information of all kinds, from social networks to espionage. Mess with that, and you get hunted to the end of the sixth world. Other than that, though, they were honestly one of the better reputed AAAS. PR will do that to a corp. They at least knew the benefits of appearing as if they cared about their workers. But, never ask Horizon about the Dawkins group. Those motherfuckers made Amanda fucking Waller seem like amateur hour. Now, that is high praise, Deathstroke noted, raising an eyebrow. Clarion shuddered, terrifying praise. Gnarly. Harley chuffed and chortled. Not just corpo spies, but a spy corporation. And even apart from the spying, I can't imagine they practiced the ethical business they seem to preach, Barbara added. Oh, Dee, no. You don't get to AAA status while letting pesky things like ethics get in the way of profit, I confirmed. They had a good reputation. But they were still corpo. Thankfully, our run was focused on media production, not pay data. There was a SimSense flick, essentially, living a movie, in production. The Johnson wanted us to, quote, ruin it by any means you deem necessary, Crashing a mainstream BD, Lucy nodded in understanding. Sounds like a pretty preem gig. Tough, too, Becca said, surprisingly canny with her commentary. There's real scratch behind those productions. Like, real scratch. Our thoughts exactly at the time, I nodded. We decided to take the run slow and quiet. Neferati came through with auditions and positions for the production. For some reason, I was pushed into a leading role, with Neferati acting as my agent, Goldie and Tripp as my security, and Liz taking a job as a production editor. Woo. Harley cheered. Gothboy movie star. For some reason. Ivy shook her head in amusement. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, faking offense. You can exude some major main character energy sometimes, Sean, Barbara laughed. I'll have you know, I'm almost never the real main character in the worlds I've lived in, I retorted. Yet you find a way to collect a story every time. And your filmography in that role is now 69 deep, dear, Dee smirked. Whatever, I rolled my eyes good-naturedly. Already, we were off to a flying start with the run. But for the first month of production, we just integrated ourselves into it all. The director was a visionary. As in, the kind of creative who was blind to everything but his vision. But he was successful, and with his proven track record, Horizon spared no expense on his behalf. He dreamt it up, he got it. Unlimited creative freedom, backed by megacorp resources. Sounds like an artist's dream, Dad, Alice said. And everyone else's nightmare, I corrected. The director was, also, a complete and utter dickbag. If he wanted something, it had to happen. Or else people started getting fired first, privately blacklisted second, and publicly shamed third. Neferati quickly became crucial for that run, working her social magic to keep us all out of the line of fire. Fucking harsh, Two-Face winced. He made himself enemies that way, I'm sure, Catwoman commented. Was that where the job came from? It's likely, I nodded. We figured the whole run was an internal Horizon affair, really. Someone he'd worked with in the past who had a justifiable grudge. And we were there to do their dirty work. From the inside, we set up a whole bunch of sabotage methods. Liz slipped a virus into the production's editing software. Neferati was stirring up discontent on the down low. Goldie made herself a little assassination backdoor into the director's suite. We could have pulled the trigger whenever. Then, that one day of filming came. Curly logical and, Cass raised her hands to slap them down on the bar, leaning forward. I'm ready for glorious Schadenfreude. I chuckled, setting the stage. During the usual filming, the director had been growing more and more discontent with how fake everything was. Not a good sign, already, Jason winced. So, with his unlimited creative freedom and practically black budget, he decided to make the production real. The action needed to be visceral. The enemies needed to be true threats. The director himself had to be in danger. So, for the big set piece to herald the start of the film's apocalyptic setting, he rounded up exactly the danger he was looking for and set it loose on the set with orders to keep filming no matter what happened. Our simple social run suddenly turned very, very loud and very, very violent. The chaos I'd laid out sprang to life in the mirror behind me. A horrifying crossbreed of lizard and monkey leaped at an unsuspecting stage tech from the set's rafters, needle-like fangs bared and only bloodthirst in its eyes. A hairy, painfully contorted, and muscularly hunched humanoid tore straight through one of the production's crew and chased after another with the first's flesh still in its teeth. An otherwise normal-looking woman with pale skin, bulging veins, and fangs crouched over a body, draining it dry. A ghastly albino elf shrieked and shrieked and shrieked until the actor it was focused on collapsed into convulsions and the creature began to feed on his still-living fear. And all around, hairless, horrible, corpse-eaters feasted on the flesh of the fallen, swarming in hunting packs that didn't even leave bone behind. The bar fell silent at the carnage on display. I took the chance to explain what they were seeing. This is MMVV. Short for Human Metahuman Vampiric Virus. But as you can see, it doesn't just take the form of vampires. There were vampires, yes, but it also made banshees, werewolves, goblins, and wendigos, depending on the victim's initial metahuman species, and ghouls most commonly of all. But no matter the transformation, the virus had one through line: its infected could no longer live without consuming metahuman essence, be it flesh, blood, or emotion. And other than their cannibalistic hunger, most infected were entirely rational. Rational, but forced to become cannibals and vampires and soul-suckers. There was no cure. By all of the divine spirits on Mount Olympus. Diana let out a shaky exhale. Holy shit, chum. David ventured, sounding so horrified that he was almost asking permission to be horrified. At least we've never had a gig go that scopped up, Falco muttered. Even Max TAC would have their hands full. The Smasher gig was close, but at least we were prepared for the violence. Having it spring off that suddenly. Becca, of all people, shuddered. Straight outta a nightmare XBD. Oh, Cass scowled. All that infected junk sounds an awful lot like biological warfare without the war to me. But I propose we can make an exception and still try the director for war crimes. Yes. That, and I can't stress this enough, Barbara said slowly, is fucking horrifying. They still have rationally thinking minds. Siri asked. Then, why? When infected with unnatural hunger, I imagine one can be driven to extreme actions even easier than most. Dee sadly shook her head. Yep, I confirmed. That vampire? Their veins only bulge like that when they're on the literal verge of starvation. I can't imagine the other infected were treated much better before the director released them on the set. Silver lining, Deathstroke offered flatly. I think your run now qualified for all of the hazard pay. We had to get out of there without being eaten or infected first, I deadpanned right back. So anyway, I started blastin'. Becca nodded approvingly, the only correct response. Like my mentor spirit, I grinned. I brought the fire. Fireball, and more fucking fireball, along with a generous touch of napalm alchemically prepared in a bottle for a magical Molotov. When in doubt, burn that shit down. You know, for once, I'm going to say that's completely valid, Barbara admitted. Angry face, Cass threw out a silly gesture as if casting a spell. I cast. Nuclear EXXX explosion. Barbara paused and shrugged. Less valid, but still understandable. Harley nodded sagely, pretending to stroke an imaginary beard on her chin. Yes, the Council of Chaos Gremlins shall allow it. Becca nodded just as sagely, adjusting an invisible monocle. Yes, seconded, chum. In the mirror, my fiery rampage played out in full glory. I pulled Trip and Goldie behind me, not even risking the chance they'd get scratched and infected. Then, across a whole movie set, I burned. Ghouls and vampires and wendigos and werewolves burned with me. Like my mentor spirit to humanity, primordial fire was gifted to the infected. Instead of the ultimate tool in mankind's arsenal, they received peace from their cursed condition, even if it had to be forced upon them. Thankfully, I commentated. The asshole who started that mess was also one of the first to go. The director was turned on immediately and torn limb from limb, flesh from bone. Couldn't have happened to a better idiot, in my opinion. Unfortunately for everyone else on the set, collateral damage was kinda the name of the game. I likely burned as many victims as I did infected that day. Now, I can only hope they would have understood my decision. It's a tough situation, with only tougher solutions, Diana consoled with sympathy. At least you were thorough, Deathstroke took another route of consolation. Very thorough, I nodded. 'Cause after my best Firebringer impression came our Plan Z, Neferati in her draconic form and absolutely no desire to become the first MMVV infected dragon. A roar shook the bar from within the mirror. A fierce dragon appeared over the production set, her scales shining the same pink gold as a desert sunset. Young as she was, Neferati was only 6 meters from snout to tail, almost triple that in wingspan, and 2.5 meters at the shoulder. But hovering there, she was as great as any of her species could ever be. Below her, the fires I'd brought burned and burned. Then, she opened her jaws and brought a scorching sandstorm with her breath to smother it all. The horizon set was buried by a small desert appearing in the middle of the city. Completely and utterly buried. Made into a tomb in an instant. The run's objective to ruin production by any means was accomplished in rather dramatic fashion, I said. But when you're the only survivors of an event like that, you can write the record rather well. We got paid and decided that discretion would be the better part of valor for the rest of the summer. Or at least. I thought we decided that. What's that mean, goth boy? Harley asked, cocking her head. Well, I sighed. Liz had her job in the production's editing team, remember? And the cameras never stopped rolling, not even to the burning, buried end. Somehow, and I still blame Neferati for this more than Liz, a very well-edited view of the run was leaked into the Matrix. For the whole world to see. Clarion snorted a laugh, ha. If a dragon's not showing off, are they really a dragon? Hell of a big break, chum. Becca laughed. Did any of your magic professors end up giving you extra credit for it? Hecate asked, honestly curious. I couldn't help a snort of my own laughter, one did, actually. My alchemy professor was rather charmed by the napalm in a bottle, magical Molotov. She helped me patent it and everything. Not that the extra credit itself was all that useful. We didn't really get the chance to finish our third year at UW as a result of that all. Huh? Why not? Alice furrowed her brows in confusion. You were famous, right? Exactly, Lucy was the one to nod and explain it. Famous for knocking over a megacorp's production, their product, their profit. Not a good look if you want to get through school in peace. Well, that's just bull. Alice grumbled. You only know the half of it, I elaborated. Horizon did, in fact, start hunting us down. But publicly, they claimed us for themselves. Claimed us as Horizon agents that were just rooting out corruption, incompetence, and delinquency within the megacorp. So at the same time that they were putting us on the run, they were making a pretty PR profit off us. Typical corpo bullshit, David scowled. At the very least, I shrugged, mentioning the silver lining. That run was rather effective at jump-starting our rep in the shadows. That made David's scowl flip around into a grin, oh, yeah, chum. Can't ask for a much better first impression than burning and burying everything while you ghost off. Just one run in, and already your crew were going hard, Falco nodded in respect. We got more runs after being pulled firmly into the shadows, I said. Thankfully, they were less eventful than the first one. Then, a few months down the line, Liz was contacted by something in the Matrix. An AI dash. Oh, fuck, Lucy paled dramatically. That right there. That's a netrunner's worst nightmare. I can't imagine it was much different for Deckers. You'd think so, I chuckled. But honestly, this AI was very friendly. AI had a fraught reputation in the sixth world. But Pulsar, the AI that contacted Liz, wanted to change that. He wanted his people to be accepted as, well, people, not digital boogeymen. To that end, he was looking to do good for the world. And a team of famous and powerful Shadowrunners would be a valuable asset to have in his digital back pocket. Good people, Pulsar. He gave us the resources and backing to start doing good things in the sixth world, instead of just eventful things. It kinda set the course of our careers, though. We were pulled past the big leagues, to be honest. Some of the runs we did at that point. Well, I'll leave them as stories for later. The mercenary lifestyle isn't for everyone. But it can be fulfilling, I finished with a smirk directed at David. You just gotta get good enough that the people you want to work with offer you jobs you want to do. To being the best in our fields. Harley exclaimed, raising a toast. Good enough to tell anything we don't want to do to fuck right off. I'll drink to that. Deathstroke was already sipping his drink. Sigma, Cass casually scratched the side of her head. So you're saying? I just have to get good enough at all of that sexy hexy, mating pressing, backshotty, squirty flirty business that I can tell daddy to fuck me right off. The whole bar stopped and simply stared at Cass. Just stopped, several mid-motion, and stared. Then, Harley leaned forward with a jester's grin. It's a bold strategy, Cass. Let's see if it pays off for ya. She's got the spirit, Becca added. No one can deny that much. Honestly, I'm eagerly watching to see just how far she'll take it at this point, Dee chortled with amusement. Alice, however, was far less amused, CAAAASSSSSSSS. That might just have been the final straw that started a lifelong rivalry between adopted daughter and the thirsty girl who very much wanted to fuck her dad. In the end, I think it was the rhyming that really did it. Ice cold, Cass. Ice cold and well played. Judging by Dee's amusement, I'm sure Cass would get the win she was looking for one of these days. Chapter 81-70, The Beautiful Breaking of a Gothic Mind. Raven. This is a bad idea, Raven deadpanned to herself. Surprisingly, Passion agreed with her, the worst. Terrible. Just awful. We're going to die or embarrass ourselves. And I don't know which one will be worse. Why are we doing this again? Because I am at the end of my fucking rope. Valid, Raven nodded to herself. Still bold to the point of stupidity. Oh, I'm sorry. Passion snapped back at her. Did you have a better plan? Unfortunately. No. I've got nothing that would force the issue as well as this. He ain't gonna be forcing anything but that blessed cockhead against my damned cervix. Crass. Raven. Bitch. Me. I've got no shame or fucks left to give at this point. Except for the obvious one. Passion nodded matter-of-factly, except for the obvious one. Raven sighed, we're screwed. So screwed. We're not. And that's the problem. So hop to it if you're gonna keep hogging the damn body. It'll all be worth it in the end. Raven, even though she probably should have known better, didn't protest. The truth was, she felt the same as Passion. Passion was her, after all, and she was Passion. Her other half was just more open about expressing her emotions, considering she was her emotions. They completed each other, even in being so frustrated that they were pushed to the point of boldness and potential stupidity. Especially then. But there was only so much a lifetime repressed, barely legal half-demon could take before she resorted to drastic action. Raven. Raven and Passion both. Together, she found herself at that limit. No, firmly past it. After all, she'd gotten a taste of what she craved once already. It just left her wanting, craving, needing more. A dream just wouldn't cut it. Raven needed. Frankly, she needed to be fucking fucked. To be pinned down in a mating press and fucking bread. To be stretched and fucking filled. Back-breaking, ass-clapping, thigh-smacking backshots. Pleasure like she'd barely ever known before. Slick skin on skin and ravenous kisses. Consensual hand-holding, even. She needed to revel in the emotions she could now let herself feel and be actually satisfied for once. It wasn't her fault. She wouldn't accept even a bit of blame. Not when Sean was, well, Sean. Gothboy, Harley called him, and Raven was well aware of how perfectly that name and nature, that style would complement her own. The dead ends Mr. Barkeep and his impossible stories and even more impossible power that let him free her from every chain she'd ever known. And introduce a very different set of chains to her in the aftermath. It wasn't just him. It was Dee, death, as well. She had just as much responsibility to take for Raven's carnally charged mental state. There was only so long an endless meal like Dee could be waved in front of her face. Raven, as it turned out, liked goth girls. It wasn't so much an awakening as it was a realization. Plenty of people were attracted to their own style. They gravitated toward it for a reason, after all. But if Raven was a goth grand sorceress, Dee was an endless goth goddess. She was goth potential fulfilled to its fullest, and Raven found herself craving a taste of that as well. It wasn't fair at all. How was a poor half-demon girl supposed to cope with the goth mommy and the goth daddy on the table? When they were the pot she could win, how could Raven do anything but bet it all? It was a beautiful dark attraction. A curse of desperate need and wanton desire that coursed through her veins. Raven found herself coming up well short of resistance. She'd tried, oh, how she'd tried. But her meditations consistently turned into fiery fantasies. Her poetry ventured thirstier and thirstier, pure expressions of her lust, no matter how she tried to contain it. Even her studies brought lewd results these days. She wasn't going to settle for some nameless tentacled horror from beyond, though. Not when Sean and fucking Dee were its competition. It seemed like a nice person. But Raven let it down gently. Todd the tentacled horror just didn't measure up, even with the intriguing possibilities that so many limbs offered. Sean could do tentacles better, Raven was sure, not to mention the actual emotional connection she had with him. And she was determined to lick death to orgasm if it was the last thing she did. Good. Good. Passion purred from within. Let the lust flow through you. Lust. Passion. Turn them into action. He's shown us so much. Freed us from cruel chains and emotional repression. He gave us the chance to make ourselves balanced and whole. Shouldn't we show him our thanks for that freedom? I'm doing this for me, for us, Raven replied. We've been without emotions or real connection for too long. After a lifetime of repression, I just want what we deserve, what everyone else takes for granted. It's only somewhat about him and her. She could practically feel passion smirk, whatever you have to tell yourself, me. You're being unhelpful. I'm being true to myself. Say whatever you want. We wouldn't be doing this for anyone but Sean or Dee. They're special, yes, Raven admitted. But I'm the one who made the choice. I feel like I deserve some credit for that. And I don't. Passion asked. You're me, Raven deadpanned. You made the same choice before I was ready to admit to it. Passion giggled, it's easy to be honest when only you can hear me. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Raven muttered. I think Sean can hear you sometimes. And we're not hiding anything from death. Raven felt passion shift and squirm at the prospect, whatever. That just makes things easier. Yeah, easier. I am not shy. Doubt, Raven retorted. I think I know when I'm talking out my ass. Shut up. You haven't managed to do anything so far. You had to come to me for this plan in the end. I turned to my lust and passion for a plan of lust and passion. Wow. Groundbreaking. Well. It took you too long to cave and admit it. I was waiting for an opportune moment. Don't lie to me. We hit the limit of our patience on our own schedule. And now that we have, I'll raise and conquer Earth like that deadbeat shitbag wanted from us, if I have to go another night with only our fantasies for company. Fair. Valid. Same. So less talking. More putting those final pieces in place. Passion snapped. You're the one who engaged me in conversation, Raven grumbled. The wards are in place. We might as well be isolated from the rest of the tower. Setting. Candles are lit. Crystals are glowing. The dawn darkness is a good backdrop. When the sun rises, the curtains will draw so we aren't disturbed. And I put down the proper protection spells on the sheets. They'll be needed. Hydration. Plenty of water and a few sports drinks for electrolytes. Our surprises. Sensitive. Did you want to feel them again? Don't distract me. How's the fit? Slutty. Bratty, Raven deadpanned. Perfect. Passion hesitated, and my manifestation. The shadow clone spell has been ready for this entire time. You could have manifested at any point. And helped. You haven't. Nervous. Yes. Passion snarled. Unlike you, I can actually feel our nerves. Raven simply hummed. Being cool does have its advantages. Just dash. Passion began, cutting herself off. Fine. We're ready. Just dash. Just do it. Raven, despite her cool exterior, took a breath as she took in everything. Her room and sanctum had been converted to a new purpose. Surprisingly, not much had changed. The biggest change was pulling her bed away from the wall and into the center of the room. It now sat within a ritual circle. Nonsense. Utter nonsense, every line and symbol. But it served the plan. Not that it would fool Sean and Dee. But it didn't necessarily have to. They just had to go along with it long enough for Raven to be able to claim some kind of plausible deniability. The trickery in the plan was less for their sakes and more for hers. Her intentions would be rather obvious, Raven suspected. If nothing else, her current state of dress would see to that. Fishnets hugged her legs to mid-thigh. Her skirt was somewhat less than a skirt. A belt, more accurately. She could feel the room's air on her ass as the belt concealed next to nothing. That exposure, plus that nothing that lay underneath for ease of access, sent shivers of anticipation up Raven's spine. Above the skirt, a casual button-up shirt was worn in a slightly strained state. Even unbuttoned to her navel, especially then, her breasts threatened to spill out of it. Soft and full and perky. They wanted to breathe and beg for attention. Raven wasn't about to stop them from doing either. Especially considering the fishnet undershirt she wore in place of a bra was more for style than substance. Beneath the half-open, barely concealing button-up, Raven's surprises were keeping her nipples at attention rather well. Every movement was stimulating. Tingling. Shocking in the very best way. She bore the new sensations without a single change to her expression. But within, passion was almost constantly biting her lip to keep from moaning. In the end, there wasn't any way to go but forward now. With passion shouldering her nerves, Raven made the call. The visual effects spell she'd built into the nonsense ritual circle glowed. But where magic should have surged and reached out to the ritual's targets, Raven just used her phone. It didn't ring for long, and when it connected, Raven was the first to speak. "The spirits smile upon me tonight. Mine call has been heeded, and the ritual has begun. I beseech thee, magic, connect me to the final pieces I need." Sean's voice came through from the other end of the phone call, utterly bemused. "Raven." With her reply, Raven channeled every bit of flat deception she could manage into her voice. "Ah. The spirits know my name. How convenient and fortuitous. Take notice of my request, spirit, I seek death in her hand. Help me complete the ritual." Ritual. Sean's bemusement was quickly shifting into straight amusement. "Raven, you called me. On a phone. Not through some kind of spell. I hardly see how the medium matters, spirit." "You answered my call," Raven deadpanned. Sean chuckled. "This is surreal, you do realize that, right?" "Oh, look. My ritual," Raven flatly stressed, "has summoned thee, spirit. And thy lady death. Join me, and I swear mine sanctum's walls shall shield you from the cruel mundanities of the physical world." "So? You're asking me and Didi to come over?" Sean asked. "Thee and thy lady death, spirit. Join me," Raven steadfastly repeated, not giving an inch as she took refuge in flat audacity. "Ah, yeah." Sean paused. "Okay. Sure. We're closed up for the night here anyway. Didi and I will be right over, Raven. See you in a few." "And so, the ritual continues," Raven said flatly, keeping up her cover even as she hung up. Within, passion was practically rolling around and cringing. "Ah. That was so much more embarrassing than I thought it'd be. Why'd we think this was a good idea?" "I thought it went fine," Raven said back. "It got Sean interested, at least. What happened to having no shame or fucks left to give?" "Well, I just found some." Passion whined. Raven hummed. "I think we haven't gone far enough. Spirits can be difficult. Some extra encouragement might help. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Me. I'm supposed to be the bold one." Passion exclaimed. Raven smirked at herself. "Just try and keep up. Nerves. Oh, you bitch. I'll show you why I'm still your passion. Bring it on. Bit hard to do that if you're just going to hide." "Hide dash. I'm not hiding from anything dash." "Ugh, fine. Fine. Give me a damn shadow clone." Raven provided, and passion manifested. They were still inherently connected, but now, two identical young women stood before the ritual circle. Passion, for all her bravado, though, looked slightly lost. What? What now?" Passion demanded. "Now." Raven drawled her reply. "Take a pic. Send it to Sean. Encourage him." Visibly nervous but unwilling to let herself fall short, Passion pulled over the mirror in the room. "This is dumb. Stupid. Sean and Didi are going to come over anyway. You know that." "I know that. Why should I?" "Nerves getting the better of you?" Raven asked, taunting herself. "You wish." Passion snapped. "Probably wanna hog all of that glorious goth goodness for yourself, me. Well, I won't let you. I'll show you encouragement." Some of Passion's disgruntlement carried over as she leveled her phone at the mirror, frustration at herself and her other half. It showed in her expression, almost half a sneer. Still, she shucked her button-up shirt and her skirt, putting herself on near-naked display. The phone clicked a picture of fishnets and grayish skin and full, pierced breasts. Before she could second-guess herself, Passion had already sent it to Sean. Ha. Beat that, me. Cute, Raven deadpanned. Amateur. Let me show you some real encouragement. Moving carefully and methodically, Raven mounted the bed in front of the mirror. She faced it, bent over, and raised her ass. A pert and perfect mountain rose behind her head. Already, Raven was getting herself in position. Face down. Ass up. Ready to fuck. And as she worked her ass left and right for the perfect shot, she had no intention of leaving the position before she was stretched, filled, and utterly satisfied. Raven snapped her pick as well. It was tempting. Inviting. Seductive. She'd like to see Sean try and refuse an ass like hers and an invitation like that. But to one-up her passion, Raven didn't leave the pick bare as she sent it off. It bore a single line of text. Get in here now, or I'll drag you here myself. Was it necessary? No, likely not. Raven had faith that Sean was true to his word that he and Dee would be right over. But Raven wanted to make her intentions clear from the start. Once they came, she didn't know how much patience she'd have for communication and clarification. In fact, she didn't even leave her position when they stepped out of a portal behind them. Passion spun around with a start. Raven just tracked Sean and Dee's arrival through the mirror, giving her hips and ass a constant little sway. Hello, Raven. Thanks for having us. Dee greeted and trailed off. She blinked. At the sight of two Ravens, at the scene of temptation and invitation, at their state of dress. Raven knew she was on full display for her arriving eyes. But she didn't flinch or give an inch. Sandwiched between her thighs and raised to the heavens, Raven's pussy must have been practically winking Dee's way. That, and the shining trails her arousal tracked down her inner thighs, should have gotten the message across quite competently. Dee came out of the portal, greeting them, but Sean was focused on his phone for that initial moment. Amused. Smirking and shaking his head. He chuckled to himself, ritual. Sure. I suppose that explains a thing or two. Then, he looked up and was treated to the same invitation Dee received. To Raven's visceral satisfaction and a thrill of confidence sent straight to her pussy, even Sean was brought up short by the scene. He paused. Ah. And that would explain things even more. Really, dear? Dee asked. I have to admit to a bit of confusion. Pleasant confusion, but confusion all the same. Passion drew herself up, finding her boldness once more, Raven cut her off, took the initiative, and played it utterly straight. Oh, my. The spirits have arrived. The ritual has begun. We rejoice, and I offer myself up to higher powers. Take mercy upon mine soul, mine poor, desperate body, spirits. We have put a grand work in motion. But the rest is up to you. Lips twitching in amusement, Sean asked, is this necessary, Raven? Couldn't you have just approached us openly? Mine ritual is open, honest, and true, spirit, Raven deadpanned. I seek enlightenment of the physical and spiritual flesh. Sean glanced at the useless, nonsense ritual circle and then met Raven's eyes in the mirror, raising a single, unbelieving eyebrow. Raven, without a hint of her shame for passion had it all, nodded with a straight face, open, honest, and true. All that remains is to discover whether or not the noble higher powers will join us. Passion, on the other hand, was blushing brighter and brighter with every moment. Her usually pale skin was glowing. She fidgeted from side to side, finding herself unable to meet Sean or Dee's eyes. Raven could feel all of her emotions, of course. The embarrassment, the stubborn pride, the lust, oh, Dee, the lust, and every other tangled strand now that she was confronted with her plan in action. Passion talked big game. But she was, by nature, emotional and prone to internal conflict. That was fine. Raven was the exterior aspect for a reason. Now that things were actually moving, and moving fast, it was her duty to push through the nerves, shame, and pride. To make emotional fantasies into solid action. I'm still slightly confused, Dee admitted, tilting her head to one side. That circle won't actually do anything. But you have to know that, Raven. I trust you not to try and take advantage of us, too. So this can't be some scheme for power dash. My death, Sean gently interrupted her. This isn't a scheme for power. It's a scheme for sex. Raven is propositioning us. Just in a unique way. That's dash. Passion sputtered but ultimately failed to find words. Oh. Dee blinked. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. Why didn't you just ask? The ritual is rather clear, isn't it? Raven asked flatly. It's really not, Sean chuckled. But I suppose that's part of the charm. So. Passion stuttered. Is that a yes dash? Are you going to let the ritual fail? Raven raised a deadpan eyebrow in the mirror and at Sean and Dee behind her. Will you allow our hard work to go to waste? It took significant time to gather the confidence to attempt such a ritual, spirit. Now that it's begun, I feel rather empty. Will you leave me to that cruel fate? Dee smiled brightly and compassionately at both ravens. Never, Raven. Neither of you. You're a dear friend and perhaps something more. What do you say, Sean? Divide and conquer. Sean answered her question with another smirking question. To start, Dee nodded. But I believe Raven deserves both of our attentions in the end. Plan C with hints of Plan H. Oh, and that one bit from Plan M. The worship bit or the taming bit? I suppose both qualify. 2 bits from Plan M, then. Raven patiently waited out the impromptu planning session that sprang up between Sean and Dee. A planning session for fucking her. But despite the pleasurable shivers of anticipation that prospect brought her, Raven waited. Patiently. Still face down and ass up. Still there for the taking. Passion was less patient, almost hyperventilating. Oh, gods. Oh, Dee. Wait dash. Phuck. This is happening. It's really happening. It can't dash. I can't dash. I am not ready dash. Oh, dear, Dee took gentle initiative. I'll take this one first. She seems like she could use a less intensive touch. Come here, darling. What do you call yourself? Passion, she said. I'm Raven's emotional aspect. That explains things. Don't worry yourself to death, darling. Just enjoy. With an enviable softness, Dee took Passion in her arms as they sat on the edge of the bed. Almost but thankfully not quite motherly caresses stroked, played, and whispered their way across Passion's skin. Simultaneously safe and stimulated, Passion began to squirm and simper. Then, she moaned and just about melted as Dee's fingers brushed her nipples. Sensitive, are we? Dee cooed. And so pretty. That's it. Just watch, settle, and let me get you ready for your turn. Echoes of gentle, preparing pleasure from her other half lingered in the back of Raven's mind. But she was in the mood for something a bit more, intensely satisfying. She didn't move from her prepared position as Sean approached her. Her eyes tracked him in the mirror, almost taunting, challenging. Raven, Sean said. Daddy, Raven replied, deadpan but not at all sarcastic. Is that how we're doing this? After everything you've done? I couldn't call you anything else. Well, if anyone deserves to claim daddy issues, it'd be you. Shut up and fuck me like you fucked me in my dreams. No foreplay. Sean raised an amused eyebrow. I've been getting enough foreplay from myself ever since I met you, Raven admitted. Not a single moment of peace. Only horny. Sean played up his exasperated sigh, but between one blink and the next, he was suddenly naked. Raven watched without a single shift in her expression. But beneath, her anticipation was reaching a fever pitch. Sean laid a hand on her ass, following the generous curve with a groping touch. Raven couldn't help but press herself into it. On her other side, Sean's cock came to stand over her ass. Just barely touching. Already, Raven could feel its heat, a perfect complement to her own. In the mirror, it loomed large and proud, seemingly colossal with the shadow it painted across her ass, a shadow what was to come. Sean's fingers dipped inward, following the crease where her ass met her thighs, to collect honey, and Raven felt herself was drooling down there. No embarrassment came from the realization. Only more, even more need. Damn, girl, you been living like this. Sean muttered. Constantly, Raven's deadpan reply came with a pleasurable twitch as something clenched. Without magic, I would have ruined all of my costumes and casual clothes. It's your fault. Take responsibility. Yeah, this just won't do, Sean, thankfully, agreed. If you get like this again, come to me straight away. Don't waste time stressing or trying to endure. I'll take care of you, Raven. When, not if, she corrected. But that is, something of a relief to hear. Daddy. Brat, Sean chuckled. I do what I have to do to get your attention, Raven freely and flatly, shamelessly, admitted. You're going to be incorrigible, aren't you? Sean asked rhetorically, rolling his eyes. Raven didn't bother answering. And only partially because he suddenly shifted her positioning as he said it. She found herself still face down and ass up, but with her primed pussy pointed towards Sean. The mirror lay on her left, continuing to give her a view of the happenings behind her, but from a new angle. Silent and seemingly unfazed, Raven rested her head on her hands and renewed her ass-waving invitation. Sean took the invitation. And internally, Raven just about hooped in celebration. He drew his cock head up the pressed-together seam of her inner thighs. Her slickness made the path easy and smooth. Like a fish up a waterfall, Sean's cock reached for Raven's heaven. It slipped over her clit with a shock, parted her petals with a pulse, and notched itself at her entrance with a whole-body quiver. Despite all of her unfeeling composure, Raven found herself sucking a sharp breath. The moment seemed to freeze there. Right on the verge of satisfaction. Vindication. Exultation. In the background, Raven felt passion falling apart under Deli's attention. Her emotions were jealous and envious. But Raven was the exterior aspect, and she'd been the one to dare. Passion would just have to suck it up and let her go first. Already, Raven felt herself opening up to Sean. Her body was submitting instinctively. Her heart and mind already had. Anticipation didn't so much tie a knot in her gut as it allowed her to savor every second, every moment, and instant. Stroking hands suddenly took firm hold of her hips. Raven's breath hitched in her throat. Sean pushed forward first. Raven was just as quick to push back to meet him. Slowly, and laboriously due to its sheer size, his cock saw progress. Every inch of hard flesh and hot vein was felt, and viscerally enjoyed. Raven's lower lips swallowed Sean whole. Stretched and filled. Raven didn't flinch or twitch. She didn't moan or whimper. She showed no outward signs of her pleasure. But it was there. Oh, was it there? Her mind was alight with popping sparkles as Sean pushed and pushed and pushed into her. It seemed like it would never end. Raven didn't want it to. Eventually, though, Raven's ass pressed back against Sean's hips. He slotted himself within her snugly, fully, perfectly. As if it were where they both belonged. He was a roaring flame in her darkest depths. She was the sheath to his sword, and could ask for nothing more. Darkness completes darkness, after all. Goth boy, king of the Goths, indulging his grand Goth sorceress under the observation of his deathly Goth queen. It was everything. Raven would have been content to freeze the moment as it was for the rest of time. On the surface, she showed none of those thoughts. None of her lofty exaltations and dramatic metaphors. None of her core deep pleasure, most of all. She must have looked bored. But Sean knew. He had to. Her usual failures of expression weren't so much failures with him. It also might have helped that passion was showing Raven's pleasure through their connection. Where Raven was seemingly stoic, passion was anything but. She was falling apart in Deli's arms. As Sean withdrew, passion whimpered with every stirred fold. When he slid back inside where he belonged, she shouted Raven's pleasure to the heavens. He set a steady pace at first. The whole of Raven's inner world still shook with each steady thrust. Explosions, 4 fireworks didn't describe the pleasure. The only reaction Raven showed was a lidding of her eyes as her ass quaked and rippled, her quim gushed and drooled, and her hips pushed back into each thrust. Raven was fucking herself on Sean's cock just as much as he was fucking her on it. A single noise was all of the expression Raven's failure of an exterior could muster. Oh, Deli. Oh, Deli. I'm dying a death by 1,000 pleasures, 1,000 thrusts. Passion was much more vocal, thankfully. He's splitting me in ha-a-a-l-f-f-f. Darkness. Darkness, don't be so cruel as to claim me now. At least let me fin I-I-I-S-S-S-H-H. Passion squealed. Raven squirted, mm. And Sean upped his pace. Now, even Raven's eyes were fluttering. Sean was spearing her open, stretching her out, and peeling back her expressionless exterior layer by layer. It was beautiful. Honestly beautiful as Raven felt hint after hint of emotion appear from her stoic half. Her pussy gripped him tight, trying its best to hold hard and fast. It failed. Sean's cock was domineering and devastating. It pushed through, pulled out, and left nirvanic chaos in its wake. As tightly as she held on, Raven's cunt was being conquered. The pleasure was overpowering any sense she could claim to have. As it was, the beautiful and twisted metaphors that flitted through her mind were miracles, magnificent miracles of a Gothic mind well on the way to being beautifully, blissfully broken. She understood why the French called it the little death. She was dying and ascending. Both at once. The darkness was an old friend. It clung to her. Embraced her and blocked out the cruel, cruel light of the rest of the world. But now, familiar darkness came with a lifetime of repressed ecstasy. Raven died and was born again in the darkness. Her doom raised its head with black sunbursts in her mind. Not even an incubus could have given her the same pleasure Sean blessed her with. And he was far from done. Her quim, her cunt, her cunny clenched around Sean's conquering cock. He thrust straight through her tightness and maintained that steady, solid, sanity-eroding pace, now faster to bring Raven to greater and greater heights. The evidence of her arousal and pleasure flowed freely as if a carnal tap had been left open. Raven gushed. She squirted. She came and never stopped. Beneath her connection with Sean, a straight-up puddle was forming. It came from an all-consuming heat that pooled in her loins and burst forth from the depths of her very soul. Even Raven was forced to react visibly, biting her lip and staring straight at Sean in the mirror, Harder. Faster. There. Right there. Yes. Her tone was flat. But passion mirrored her inner chaos. Raven's emotions cried out in ecstasy. Blissful weeping, from just the echoes. Neither of Raven's aspects could shoulder the burden of consecutive climaxes alone. So while Raven's stoic dignity crumbled, passion had long since fallen apart completely, reduced to wordless moans and whimpers and muffled screams. Behind Raven, a lithe, leanly muscled form of silver and black thrust into her without pause or mercy. The barest hint of sweat shone on his pale, perfect skin, more aesthetic than labored. The smirk on his face told Raven she had his full attention. Sean was watching her every reaction, apparent or not. Her stoic exterior was nothing before him. And Raven reveled in being laid bare so completely, so pleasurably. With lidded eyes, Raven couldn't help but challenge him flatly. "Daddy." Her challenge worked. It worked all too well. In a blurring instant, Raven found herself flipped and fucked back into. Her pussy didn't the chance to process any sudden emptiness before it was full to the brim once more. "Sean." Daddy mounted her, pressing her back into the bed from above. Raven's eyes widened ever so slightly, staring up at him. She didn't think she could have been laid more bare. She was wrong. Now, Sean bore witness to every minute reaction of her blank face. Her steadily cracking facade. It was impossible. But actual expressions began to surface on Raven's face. Raven's eyelids fluttered. She bit her lip. Her brows furrowed in pleasure and concentration. A tiny, tiny moan escaped her. The hints of a flush began to spread across her skin, from her cheeks to the top of her breasts through her fishnets. Her breasts bounced and bounced with Sean's thrusts. Then, bending himself over to fully engulf her with his body, Sean took one of Raven's sensitive, pierced nipples between his lips. Raven's back arched off the bed. Lewd, wet slaps filled the room, her sanctum. Every thrust pulled more nirvana from her mind, her body, her heart, her soul. Raven hadn't stopped coming since the first orgasm. Her poor, conquered cunny still found a way to come even harder. Oh oh. 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 Moans fluttered from Raven's chest. With a grunt, Sean gripped her hips. He planted his feet firmly and lifted her ass off the bed, arched with her back. The slightly shifted position just let him fuck her that much harder. Raven felt him at her core, knocking on the door. Raven gripped the sheets of her bed, and her stoicism unraveled completely. At the fevered pitch, Raven's vision went slightly cross-eyed. Her lips fell open. Her tongue lolled out. A fair bit of drool escaped as well. Her cheeks burst into a brilliant blush. Overwhelmed to the point of silliness. She must have looked stupid. Fucked stupid. Raven couldn't find it in herself to care. Mama AAANNNH. Finally, Raven exclaimed her pleasure to the heavens. And with her breaking, Sean came. He thrust deep and grounded himself there inside her. Raven's whole world exploded as new heat entered her core. The peaking moment seemed to stretch on and on forever. Raven hoped it would never end. Just her, and Sean, and ecstasy. Once Raven was firmly driven to the point of pleasured shell shock, Sean began to withdraw. Slowly. Almost painfully. He left a needy ache behind, and Raven whimpered. But she didn't have the strength to stop him either. Sean had fucked her weak and silly and beautifully, blissfully broken. He pulled out completely and stepped to stand at the side of the bed. Raven's head lolled limply to follow him with her eyes. For everything, he looked the part of a carnal conqueror. Strong, shining, and with a cock that still stood solid and tall. Weakly, Raven mustered the wherewithal to crawl to him. Immediately, she went straight for the cock that broke her. She laid the sloppy, magnificent thing on her face, uncaring of propriety or the mess. Raven nuzzled herself against that glorious cock. Lovingly. Worshipfully. At that moment, it was the only thing in her world. Daddy. Raven mumbled. It's so heavy. And rather messy, Sean coolly noted. Raven nodded. I should clean it for my other half. Wait, no dash. Passion tried to protest, stuttering even more weakly than Raven. Too slow, too bad, Raven deadpanned. Get yourself together, nerves. HNNGH. I'll show why you dash. Raven tuned out her passion. More important things were right in front of her, resting on her face. Reverentially, Raven licked and lapped her way up Sean's length. Her tongue touched every inch of hard flesh and heated skin. She licked herself and Sean off his cock without shame or hesitation. Then, reaching the tip, she couldn't help but try to swallow it whole. Too far. My dash. My turn. Passion exclaimed, struggling over to them on all two shaky legs. She collapsed onto her knees beside Raven, but it didn't seem like she meant to. Raven still took advantage of her emotions' weakness. Make yourself useful. You can have the scraps. So not fair. Passion whimpered. Despite her complaints, she practically launched herself forward to tend to Sean's balls. Raven felt him throb between her lips and hummed. At least her passion and nerves was good for something. After a few moments of worship, Raven surfaced from her cock worship. The ritual isn't done, Spirit. Daddy. Will you complete the task we've called you here for? Considering you didn't even give me the chance to go soft. Sean chuckled. I think I'll manage. Good, Raven nodded. Then, I have an appointment with Mommy Death. And you have an appointment with my pesky emotions. Divide and conquer, no. It's worked so far. Don't worry, I'll bring your passion to heel, Sean smirked. Passion's expression flashed through a whole mess of emotions, anticipation, embarrassment, nervousness, arousal, before finally settling on a sort of resigned excitement. Oh. I'm in danger. Raven gave Sean's cock one last kiss on the tip, looking up at him with utter sincerity and deadpanning. Don't stop until she's even more broken than me. Passion cried out as if she'd been betrayed, as if she'd been stabbed a comical number of times by a comical number of people on the Ides of March, me. Then, she was crying out in a very different way as Sean began blissfully breaking her on his cock. Satisfied, Raven turned to her second goal of the ritual. She was going to eat some Mommy Death pussy, even if it killed her. Something Passion said earlier resurfaced in her mind. Yes, Raven nodded to herself, for Mommy and Daddy Death, it really was all worth it in the end. I. Small change of plans. I'm gonna make this the last chapter before the next vacation arc begins. I initially planned for another bar story, a short, sweet, and punchy one. But I've got very little inspiration for a short story like that, so I decided it's better to skip for now. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed and thanks for all of the support as always, smiley face. Chapter 82, 71, a much-needed bat break from it all. Sean. I hummed to myself, seemingly out of the blue, as Dee and I closed up for the night. The Bat Kids have been in a real mood lately. A few days after Raven's ritual, things had mostly returned to normal. She'd come back for more once already. The insatiable half-demon wasn't about to give up real pleasure and satisfaction now that she'd gotten a taste of it. I was more than happy to fuck her mind broken as often as she wished. But otherwise, the dead end chugged along as it tended to. Just good times and good friends, mostly. Never quiet, not completely. But generally uneventful and always peaceful, as the patrons respected our neutrality. Gotham was the same, though with much less peace or uneventfulness. That week in particular, there seemed to be something in the air. The regulars, mainly Batman's rogues, were somewhat restless. Penguin had some big deal he was worried about going through, something to do with selling ice in a desert. Riddler was in one of his phases, though thankfully, not an unmedicated one. He'd still organized a rather tense, running trivia night across the city that ended with a minor case of brawling when Grundy won it all. And Catwoman had stolen the very concept of Bane's addiction and sold it to the highest bidder. That, at least, seemed to be turning out well for everyone involved. In all, not that unusual for Gotham. But it was still a lot happening without much chance to breathe. It wasn't affecting business, just the general mood in the air. Especially amongst the heroes tasked with keeping law and order. I think it's one of those weeks, Dee replied sympathetically. And I don't think they even realize they're having one of those weeks yet. So, one of those weeks. Bad times and burnout sneak up on the best of us, sometimes. We should do something nice for them. It'd be nice, yes. A gift or something. A vacation, Dee deadpanned. That family doesn't even know the meaning of the word break. We'll have to teach them ourselves. Hey, very true. A vacae, then. You up for another, my death? I think I could be convinced. I nudged her, especially if there's more family waiting on the other end. A grin bloomed on Dee's face. Well, now that you've offered. I know just the life to revisit, I nodded. You know what burned out Bat Kids really need? A chance at therapy via visceral violence without any moral quandaries. Dee suggested. And, not magic, soul powers, I added with a chuckle. That would likely do it, Dee nodded. We can even take Alice, I said. And make the vacae a short one on the local end. A long vacae for us, with next to no time passing here, so they don't have to worry about abandoning their duties to Gotham. We'll be back in time to open up for the night on this end. I imagine they'd appreciate that consideration. Overworking themselves so much. They must get it from their father. Without a doubt. So, as good friends, it's our responsibility to give them a chance to unwind. I couldn't agree more, my death. You want to get Alice packed and ready while I collect our guests for this vacae. You do realize you'll have to all but abduct them to get them to take the break they deserve. That's the plan, yeah. It's for their own good. Well, just be gentle, Dee giggled. No use stressing them out even more beforehand. No promises, I grinned. As a wholesomely eldritch, witchy teacher once liked to say, take chances, make mistakes, get messy. A little Vaki abduction is the only way they'll learn to pace themselves. The magic school bus and Miss Frizzle, dear. Dee raised a surprised eyebrow in recognition. Did you know her? Unfortunately, no, I sighed. I would have hit that so fucking hard. Alas, I can only take her advice and make this a Vaki trip one to remember and learn from. It'll be enough, Sean, Dee reassured. Time away from their duties will be enough. Hopefully, they'll take the coming lesson to heart. Cass certainly will. That girl knows how to have fun. Too much fun, honestly. I chuckled, shaking my head fondly. It's Barbara, Jason, and Damien we'll have to focus on. Though Alice might be able to help us with one of them. Vacation and matchmaking. Dee chortled. Now, you're just spoiling me. For my death. I'll always aim to please. Now, shall we? We shall. Aye. Barbara. In Gotham, the work never truly stopped. Not even with the dead end taking much of any given night's traffic these days. Gotham would always be a city that didn't so much sleep as it did simmer, constantly. The bats were still needed. They still rarely got a break or vacation to speak of. There was just too much to be done. Bruce was the only one who could have stood against Gotham's simmer alone. But more and more, he found himself busy with the League and hero business beyond Gotham. The sidekicks had become heroes in their own right, now, and they were the ones who consistently watched over the city where it all began. That wasn't to say Bruce neglected his duty to Gotham. No one would go that far. He was still the hardest working man Barbara knew. To the point of self-harm, she often felt. That hard work was just directed to the bigger picture now, more often than not. He didn't have time to patrol Gotham streets every night and stop every crime himself. But he had the rest of the Bat fam for that. His kids picked up the mantle where he wasn't able to anymore. He taught them well. When an international threat stirred up trouble for Bruce and the League, Barbara and the others were making sure their home didn't burn down in the meantime. They had reputations and responsibilities to their names, and even Damien had long since left Bruce's shadow. In doing so, they were never bored. But always, harried, stressed, and overworked. Tonight, for example. Fear was in the air. And that meant Barbara was tracking down Scarecrow. It couldn't have been anyone else. Rumor had it that something odd was going on at a deli, of all places, in Old Gotham. Whispers on the local net and social media spoke of late-night thrills and spooky shit. Of course, in Gotham, that wasn't all that strange. Ghosts. Barbara wasn't superstitious, but she believed in ghosts. She'd seen too much not to believe in them. But the ghosts of cold cuts and individually sliced cheese. As ridiculous as it sounded, Barbara tracked down the posts and marked the haunted deli's location. It had seemingly become the trendy challenge spot for the kids in the neighborhood. Just something to do when they were a little drunk or high or horny late at night. It was an uncharacteristically wholesome outcome for Scarecrow, but Barbara knew his work when she saw it. While ghosts weren't his usual style, he was an innovator when it came to fear and horror. She wouldn't put it past him to make a haunted house out of a deli. Running off exactly 21 hours of sleep over the past week, she'd counted every minute of it. Barbara descended upon the haunted deli. She was exhausted from being on alert with only carefully calculated breaks. But her determination hadn't dimmed or wavered. Scarecrow was being harmless for now, but there was no telling if he'd remain that way. Horror, by necessity, needed to be shocking. So, his relatively wholesome endeavor could switch up at any moment. It was Barbara's duty to ensure it didn't harm Gotham when it did. Scarecrow. John. Barbara called out as she walked straight through the deli's front door. A bell connected to the door chimed ominously. A monitor in Barbara's suit identified traces of Scarecrow's fear toxin in the air. Insidious and troublesome stuff, that fear toxin. It had an annoying way of sneaking through even the Batsuit's nanoscrubbers. Already, Barbara was bracing herself. She felt when the hallucinations began. But knowing didn't change what she was seeing. A ticket machine at the counter clicked. It churned out a ticket that seemed to fly right into Barbara's face. You're next. Barbara sighed. At least the service is prompt. John. She called out. I just want to talk. Another ticket clicked out, the dead take no orders. It's a deli, John, Barbara deadpanned. That's the whole fucking business. It's not me, Batgirl. This shit's actually haunted. You gotta help me. Scarecrow's voice cried out from the back of the shop. That made Barbara pause. It seemed that her mission description had changed almost immediately. Scarecrow wasn't holding cold-cut ghosts hostage. They were holding him. The weight of the whole week hit Barbara then. An odd sort of realization that seemed to come out of nowhere, but at the same time, had been building through night after night of Gotham's usual bullshit. One of her villains being held hostage by the ghosts of Sliced Ham was just the final straw. The culmination that made her week of weeks set in. Suddenly, Barbara hung her head in defeat. What a shit-fucking week. You think you have it bad? Scarecrow shouted back. I just wanted a sandwich. The cold cuts behind the counter came to life from beyond the grave. Salami shuddered. Turkey trembled. Roast beef rumbled bestially. And worst of all, slice after slice of ham hefted itself into the air with awful, meaty, slapping flaps like a bird. Barbara discovered at what point pigs flew. Oh, Sean's head pats. That's so fucking cursed. Barbara exclaimed, springing into action to avoid flapping ham. Come on, John. I'm getting you out of this cold cut hell. I can't. Scarecrow sounded like he was on the verge of genuine tears. The sausage links have me all tied up back here. Fuck dash. Barbara couldn't find the words to express how heinous the situation was, only curses. She ended up having to fight her way through pounds of deli-prepped, haunted meat. A few wholly animated sandwiches, as well, acting as final bosses of some accursed sort. And the cheese. Oh, Dee, Barbara shuddered. The cheese. Both covered in cold grease, Barbara eventually emerged from the haunted deli with Scarecrow in tow. And she was done. Done to the point of physically twitching. She'd never be able to look at sliced meats in the same way again. Worst of all, she was kind of craving a sandwich. Then, Sean's ridiculous death van pulled up beside her. Hey, Babs, get in dash. Huh. What happened to you? Need a ride? I need a shower. Barbara didn't so much deadpan as she just felt dead. And a revenge witch. I can help with one of those things now, but the revenge witch might take me some research, Sean said. He waved a hand in her direction, and Barbara damn near sagged in relief as she was spontaneously cleaned of cold grease and cheesy shame. Bless you, you stupid, sexy, glorious bastard. Ah. All right, I'll take it, Sean shrugged. Now, get in. I'm taking you, Cass, Jason, and Damien on my next vacation. You know what? Yeah, Barbara nodded. Even if it's a Sean vacation, I could really use a vacation right about now. Aye. Jason. To kill or not to kill? Jason growled. That is the question. Thankfully, the answer isn't so complicated with a bastard like you. It's always going to be, fuck a murdering rapist, dot. Wait, why dash? The scum sputtered frantically, trying to beg for his life. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk Jason cut him off with a double tap to the forehead. Even 2 bullets were almost more than the bastard deserved. Jason glanced at the murdering rapist's victim. He'd been too late to avert her fate. It was a terrible way to go. In dirt, grime, fear, and pain. Jason wouldn't let this nameless alley be her grave. But he'd also been drilled since his Robin days to avoid disrupting crime scenes. The best he could do was place a tip to Jim Gordon through the back channels. Barbara's father would take care of the rest. He wouldn't cover for him, Jason knew. But Jason didn't expect him to. Jim was a good cop. Someone Jason looked up to. He didn't agree with or approve of Jason's new way with heroics. But he understood. More than Bruce did. Jason could admit he'd been struggling recently. Not easily, but he could. And it wasn't a struggle he could address in simple terms. Sure, the week had been busy, even by Bat's standards. But Jason's struggle wasn't external. Just the opposite, actually. It was a conflict of man versus self, one of Jason's own making. An old way and a new one clashed over Jason's morals. The way of heroism he first walked, the creed he was raised with. Or, the way of vengeful justice he was stumbling somewhat blindly through now, the creed he could claim to carve for himself. The finality of it all, that's what Jason was struggling with most. The old way had no finality to it at all. Its justice was never-ending. An Ouroboros cycle of second, third, fourth, too many chances. A revolving door of criminal patterns, always bearing the same suspects. There would be no end to Bruce's fight against crime, and Jason thought he liked it that way. Couldn't be him. Not fully, not anymore. But on the other side of the scale. There was such a thing as too much finality. Jason didn't believe every criminal deserved death. That was another endless cycle in the making, just one of new, unknown faces compared to always more of the same. Knowing when there was a chance for change was just as necessary as knowing when that chance would be futile, ignored and spurned by the one he tried to help. Jason's new way walked a tightrope between those two extremes, and he found himself still blindly feeling around for his personal limits there. The old way was good for that, at least. It could never be said that Bruce didn't have lines he wouldn't cross. Jason felt those limits were just as worthy as they were, well, limiting. Sometimes, people just needed to die. But in accepting that truth of the world, was Jason's judgment being turned into a constantly shifting goalpost. His line in the sand was flexible, but that flexibility had weaknesses of its own. Bruce had a definite guiding light. He had his limits and lines. But they were his, not Jason's. Jason couldn't bring himself to blindly follow Bruce's path as he had when he was Robin. Only, that left him just as blind as he forged and faltered his way through the world, stumbling straight into his own lines and limits as a hero. Truthfully, Jason could only say one thing for certain: he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to do good, for Gotham, for the world, in his own way. But going forward, he knew his creed would constantly be in question. It would need to be proven, perhaps to himself most of all. He would hold regrets. He'd make mistakes. He might even damn himself and become everything Bruce feared, more mindless killer than heroic vigilante. But Jason dared to dare. He had to make something to call his own. He'd been burned once already. Touched by death, by Dee, he couldn't be the same boy he was before. To live, truly live with the second chance Dee had given him, Jason needed to be different. He fought for himself, now. Not Bruce, not Jim, Talia, or any of his siblings, just Jason. It had been easier when he had a vow of vengeance to approximate a guiding light. The Joker, damn and curse his twisted soul, had been good for that much, at least. For a while thereafter his return, Jason just had to focus on killing that damned clown. Little else had mattered, certainly not crafting a whole new heroic creed from the ground up to suit his new life. Now, though, that vengeance had been taken from him. He couldn't complain, not really. Dee had even more of a claim on the Joker's death than Jason did. And Jason still got the pleasure of seeing the clown suffer. He was satisfied. Left slightly empty in the aftermath, but steadily moving on. The dead end helped with that moving on, of course. As did family. While his relationship with Bruce was still strained both ways, Jason found himself interacting with his siblings more and more. As he did, he remembered. Remembered that there was more to life than vengeance. It pushed him onto the path of forming that vague vengeance into the proper heroic creed he was now struggling with. Jason had his siblings, Sean, Dee, and even Alice, to thank for that personal progress. Alice was the strangest inclusion there. But Jason found he couldn't ignore her presence. She was cute. Lively. And while she didn't struggle with herself as Jason did, she was searching for a path in life to call her own. Just like him. In an oddly enjoyable sort of way, Jason found himself relating to her. Both trying to find their way, both looking to make something unique for themselves, both wanting to be seen as more than their adopted parents' legacies. Progress, as a person and as a hero, was exhausting, though. Jason felt like he was stressing himself half to death while tearing down an old creed and building a new one in its place. Against himself, Jason pushed, stumbled, got back up, backtracked, and began pushing anew. His journey was far from a straight line. And honestly, at the moment, Jason could really use a break from it all. Honk honk, bud. A voice pulled Jason out of his brooding. Really, Sean? You couldn't just use the horn? Nah, the Vaki vessel's horn was designed to spook the type of things that lurk in the void between. If I used it here, what with the fabric of reality and all, well, let's not find out, yeah. Jason jolted in place, turning to see Sean and Barbara parked behind him out of nowhere. That wasn't that surprising, considering the exchange that just passed. But, he'd been brooding on the edge of a rooftop. Wadash. How did you get a van up here and sneak up on me at the same time? Jason asked. It's Sean, Barbara rolled her eyes. Don't ask. Don't stress the small stuff, Sean waved. Just hop on in, my broody young friend. I was monologuing, Jason grumbled. Sean raised an amused eyebrow, brutally. What's this about, then? Jason asked, completely avoiding the question. Are we going somewhere? Sean just chuckled, indeed, we are. Dee and I figured this was the perfect week to give you bat kids a bit of a break. So, you, Barbara, Cass, and little Damien will be coming with us on our second vacation. I don't need a break that bad dash. Jason began to grumble. Sean cut him off, adding, Alice is coming, too. Fine. A vacation sounds, fine. I. Damien. A man without enemies, without foes, without rivals, is a poor man, indeed. I find myself disturbingly unwealthy lately. It is frustrating. Oh, no, I would not be so greedy. I simply wish to properly test myself so I may continue to grow. My time in father's service has been decent for that much. But I can't help but wonder if grandfather would have been more consistent in finding worthy opponents for me to challenge. True enough, I suppose. Noble companions can be just as important to a man's growth. I don't know if I would call Barbara noble, however. Much less Dick. Yes, I'm being harsh on them. It is a compliment, in my eyes. I will continue to taunt and slander Barbara at least until she lives up to the greatness I know to be within her. Dick might be a lost cause. They help me grow, yes. But not nearly enough on their own. I need true danger. Pure violence. A perfect cut and a beautiful parry. I need to be on Dee Dee's door and come back stronger, fiercer, and more driven than ever. Most of all, despite Father's arguments. I need to kill. My blade will not grow any sharper without tasting real death. Damien considered aloud, putting words to his gathering frustrations. He would never blame Father for his stagnation. Not truly. The creed against killing was a worthy one. Damien knew it wasn't that Father couldn't kill, it was that he couldn't let himself kill. Father didn't kill because it would be too easy to continue to do so, because it would compromise something within him, making every problem a nail for his new lethal hammer, and because doing things the hard, often futile, way took more strength of will and character than taking the easy and final way out. Damien respected Father that much more for his steadfast refusal to make himself judge, jury, and executioner. But that was Father's journey, not Damien's, not Jason's, not any of Father's children's journeys. Damien still felt the need for true death to hone his blade. Perhaps it was a weakness in himself. But Damien's chosen weapon was a tool for killing and nothing more. Denying its purpose was noble and worthy, but likely harmful to his personal growth. Damien scowled, if only there were worthy opponents that could barely be considered alive in the first place. Father could hardly complain then. Soulful eyes stared back at him, the other half of Damien's conversation. Bat Cow made her feelings known, moo. Damien chuckled, indeed, what I wouldn't give for an outbreak of vampires from one of Mr. Barkeep's stories. Sounds rough, little guy, a new voice suddenly said. In an instant, Damien went stiff and ready to fight. He didn't turn around, though, wouldn't show that much weakness, even as he recognized the voice and relaxed, Mr. Barkeep. An honor, I'm sure, even if you are interrupting something rather personal. Sorry, Damien, Sean chuckled. Couldn't help but overhear your frustrations, though. You could have, Damien scowled. Maybe. Maybe not, Sean shrugged. Regardless, I might have a solution. How would you like to kill endless hordes of shadow demon beasts, hell-bent on killing people and feeding off their despair? Let's go. There was a brief moment of movement, and Barbara found herself shoved out of her seat so Damien could take it. She didn't react well to the rude but necessary intrusion, huh? You brat. Damien ignored her, staring seriously at Sean, I'm already in the van. Let's go. Now. I will have my perfect cut. Aye. Bruce. Bruce kept his head down, working automatically. It was grunt work, but valuable in keeping everything running smoothly. Mundane and critical at the same time. He filed new reports, processed tips, hints, and online rumors, and coordinated with the Gotham Police Department. Mostly, Bruce concerned himself with keeping all of his family's heroics unimpeachable. They weren't above the law and bureaucracy. Just parallel to it all in a way that made them uniquely effective. But paperwork was still very much required to keep everything above board. While he was here, while he had the chance away from the League's business, Bruce dedicated his time and effort to Gotham and his family. He wouldn't let his children fall victim to pointless obstructions. Bruce was still a protector, he always would be. But these days, that role rarely took him onto the nightly front lines. Fine. If he couldn't patrol, he'd still find a way to make things easier for those he cared about. Even Jason. Though watching out for him was consistently Bruce's most trying task these days. He was aware of everything Jason did as Red Hood. Every report he saw or filed for himself left Bruce deeply conflicted. Conflicted, but always proud. They had their disagreements, their own beliefs worth fighting for, but Bruce never missed that Jason was doing his best in his own way. Bruce didn't sigh. The regret settled within him anyway. Disapproval of Jason's ends and means, mourning for the boy he'd once been, and yet, pride in his son despite Jason's new methods. Straight arguing had gotten them, less than nowhere, though. The best Bruce could do for Jason now was to keep him accountable. Behind Bruce, another of his children launched herself, rolling chair and all, clear across the Batcave. The chair's wheels clicked with mischief the entire way. In the reflection of the screen before Bruce, his daughter appeared from one side and disappeared into the other. Epsilon equals sad face greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Bruce didn't ignore Cass, but he didn't address her, either. He kept his head down and kept working. She pushed herself back, rolling chair and all, once more. On her second pass, Cass stood precariously on the chair's seat and back like a conqueror atop their flagship's prow. Asterisk. Bruce kept working. Cass threw herself across the Batcave for a third time. She was sitting in the chair, at least. But her arms and legs were sprawled out, and she was spinning the whole way. Honestly, Bruce was just impressed with her control of the rolling beast. Still, Bruce plugged away at the Batcomputer. Cass wouldn't get the reaction she wanted out of him. It would utterly defeat the point of confining her to the Batcave. Back and forth, she rolled across the room, reflected on the screen in front of Bruce. Her passes grew increasingly more mischievous and absurd. She pumped and pumped her fist as if dancing to some unheard song. // // she covered her face in faux embarrassment, peeking through her fingers to try and catch some reaction from Bruce. __phi. She produced a pen and notebook, furiously taking notes as if to imitate Bruce's work. C equals, she picked up the chair and ran across the floor in some ridiculous reversal of the norm she'd established. *ZZZ. She mounted the chair again and pretended to sleep the entire way across. Sigma, degree, she mimed horror, looking behind her as if she were fleeing from an invisible monster. She spun slowly, staring Bruce's way with a blank look of confusion and question on her face. Finally, she stopped halfway across the room, directly behind Bruce, to give him a supreme side-eye. Bruce let her stew in that side-eye for a few long moments. He didn't look up to meet her eyes in the screen's reflection. He didn't have to. He knew his most mischievous daughter all too well. Don't give me that look. Winky face. Cass continued to shoot him a scathing side-eye. This is bull. It's punishment. And you brought it on yourself. When you work yourself non-stop, your takedowns get ridiculous. Our rogues deserve some dignity. I'm not sure Clayface will ever recover after you've finished with him. Cass held strong with her pout. Well, I think he looked pretty with all of that glaze and paint. He was crying, Cassandra, Bruce deadpanned. Clay tears. I think some of your additions to his person were permanent. He's going to be bullied in Arkham. Cass shrugged. That sounds like a him problem. It is. So, I'm making it a you problem as well. Unfair. Tough. They lapsed back into silence, Cass still pouting as she spun, now stationary, in her chair, and Bruce still working. He was more than content to leave it like that. Truthfully, it was a half-hearted punishment. Just meant to curb some of Cass' pent-up enthusiasm so it wouldn't be released upon the people of Gotham. Not even the rogues deserved that. If only there were another, perhaps more productive, way to exercise Cass' chronically mischievous energy. Then, all at once, the Batcomputer warned of an intrusion to the Batcave, and a new voice graced the cavern. Are we interrupting something? Bruce, unaware that his reaction mimicked his biological son's reaction, didn't even turn. Sean. You are. Slightly. But if you're willing to take Cass off my hands and keep her out of trouble, I'll forgive you. Cass cheered. Yes. Sean. Save me. Well, isn't that fortuitous? Sean chuckled. I don't know about keeping her completely out of trouble. That sounds like an impossible task where Cass is concerned. But I do have a way to make sure any trouble she makes won't come back to bother you, Bruce, my friend. I'll take it, Bruce said flatly. What did you have in mind? Dee and I are going on our next vacation already, Sean explained. We're taking Alice. But I'm also planning on taking some of your children, Barbara, Jason, Damien, and Cass, of course, along for the ride. They'll be firmly out of your hair and given the break that they really do deserve. Would that be agreeable to you? Bruce hummed. How long would they be gone? Not long at all, thanks to time fuckery between different worlds, I'll guarantee that much, Sean said. Dee and I will be back in time to open up the bar tonight, not gone a whole week like the first time. An acceptably short disruption, Bruce nodded. And where would they be going? Oh, just a little world called Remnant, Sean answered with a wave. It's a modern world with little in the way of danger for fighters of their skill. The local shadow demon beasts will be good exercise, good tribulations for them, not existential threats. And I'll personally ensure they have all of the tools they need to thrive and grow during their time there, Bruce. I promise. A vacation would be good for them. Bruce considered. A change of pace, most of all, Sean nodded. They'll still be using their usual skills, just in a different situation. It'll be a new experience, but good for them. And they'll be back before you know it. Omega, Cass pleaded. Please, Dad. I'll double my grounding when we get back. Agreed, Bruce gave her a stern nod. You will. So until then, have fun, and do me a favor. Tire yourself out, Cassandra. Barbara, take the chance to relax. Jason, find yourself. I'm proud of you. Damien, you're the responsible one, the dutiful one. Look out for your siblings. You all have my permission to go. From within Sean's van, his children's reactions were a balm to Bruce's soul. Barbara sputtered, Damien's the responsible one dash. Jason grumbled half-heartedly, like I need your permission. And Damien just nodded seriously, you can rely upon me, father. Cass hooped. Woo. Vakari, baby. She was quick to hop into Sean's van. With a nod from Sean, they were off. Once they were gone, Bruce nodded to himself. It seems an opening on the front lines has just appeared. A single night won't hurt things. I need some exercise of my own, anyway. A break from busy work, a return to old times. Tim and Dick should be pleasantly surprised. Aye. Sean. After collecting all of the Bat kids we were taking for this trip, I returned to the dead end to pick up Alice and Dee Dee as well. The kids settled in the back, and Dee Dee slid into the front next to me. Dee Dee and I shared smiles as Alice grumbled a greeting to Cass behind us. Homewrecker. Omega, Cass waved back and corrected her. Never. I could never really get between Dee Dee and Daddy. Unless. Alice scoffed but greeted the others more fondly. Hey, Barbara, Damien. Hi, Hey, Jason. Barbara nudged him with a grin, and Jason took a moment to glare at her before turning back to Alice, suddenly all smiles. Hey, Alice. Excited. With Dad. Yeah, Alice giggled. And terrified. But, like, in a fun way. Jason chuckled, yeah, I totally get what you mean. Alright. I called back to all of them. Seatbelts, everyone. There are no speed limits in the void between, so we'll be going pedal to the metal. Just don't stare too hard into the abyss. It does, in fact, stare back. Sean. What does that mean? Barbara stressed, half sounding like she desperately wanted to know, and half sounding like she didn't want to be told. Ever. Don't worry about it. I laughed, slamming the van into motion as I did. We peeled off through a hole in reality and straight into the void between. There, we sped along until I found our destination. With mortals in the back seat, I really couldn't take my time between realities. In and out was best. With another well-placed hole in reality, we appeared on a world with a broken moon overhead. Immediately upon our arrival, mine, specifically, something shifted. I'd lived a life on Remnant once. I was living a life on Remnant now. Instead of arriving in the past of the same timeline I knew as Dee Dee and I had for our first vacation, here we'd arrived in a world directly parallel to the one I'd already lived in. Everything was the same as my past life on Remnant, but now, my past alternate and my current self superimposed upon each other. I slotted easily into the life I was already living here. Reality settled the paradox naturally, so there wouldn't be two Seans running around. The moment of complicated metaphysics passed as quickly as I blinked. The only evidence of the resolved paradox was the ringing scroll native to Remnant that suddenly appeared in my hand. Still, Dee Dee felt something, glancing at me with a question. All right, dear. Yeah. I think I need to take this call, though, I answered with a small, amused shake of my head. Local or long distance? Dee Dee tittered behind her hand. Local, surprisingly enough. My sister here. Ah, yes, I nodded in recognition. I think I remember this call. I picked up the scroll, yellow. Juniper. Sean. Thank the gods. It's bad, Sean, it's so bad. You have to help me. Juniper's voice on the other side was frantic. Calm down, sis. Deep breaths. Is Nicholas okay? He's fine. The girls. The same, but more distraught. It's my boy, Sean. I gathered that much. What has John done now? Broken his first heart so badly that the Yandra aftermath is washing over the entire family. Wadash. Sean, no. Don't bring that evil onto me. He's run off to be a hunter. Just up and left in the middle of the night with Crocia Moors and barely a thought in his handsome little head. Hey, that does sound like John. I need you to find him, Sean. Find him and talk some sense into him. At the very least, get him to answer our calls. He'll undoubtedly end up at Beacon. I was hoping you could use your connections there to look out for him. I can certainly do that for my favorite nephew. But I'll warn you now, dear sister. I won't force him to come home. He's nearly a man grown. You have to let him make his own mistakes and learn his own lessons. I'll look out for him, but be prepared to recognize that it might be his time to step out of the nest. Then I'll just have to come there myself. This might be his first step into the real world, but I'll be a damned bad mother if I let him do it without a packed lunch, a hug, and confirmation that, yes, I do believe in him. Ah, I see. The worst part about this is that he left without saying goodbye, isn't it? Middle of the night, Sean. The twins went to wake him up in the morning and found an empty bed. Little Amber asked for him at breakfast, and we just had to tell her he was gone. And he hasn't answered my calls, or Coral's texts, or even Lavender's MEMES. Memes, Juniper. I know you know better. That is concerning, though. I'll give him a decent talking to in preparation, but I'll leave the real verbal lashing to you. So don't be too long coming to see us in Vale, all right? And do bring the whole family, won't you? I may or may not have someone to introduce you all to. Would you like to say hi, my death? Hello, Juniper Cainarch. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hopefully, we can meet more thoroughly soon. Dee joined the conversation, leaning on my shoulder to speak into the scroll. Hello. Instantly, Juniper was caught off balance. My death, Sean. Sean. Do I hear goth nieces and nephews in my hopefully near future? You'll have to come to Vale to find out for yourself, dear sister, I chuckled. Until then. Juniper's excited squeal echoed for only a moment before I hung up the scroll. I turned around to the kids in the back seat, all right. Who wants to find my nephew, give him a good talking to, and likely enroll in Not Magic Demon Hunter School in the process? All 5 of them were looking at me oddly, as if the scroll call that just passed didn't quite make sense to them. But Cass' agreeable shrug got things moving again. For all, yeah, I could go for some Not Magic Demon Hunting. I. And so, I purposefully avoided giving Cass a POV section. I feel like it kinda ruins the magic of her character. She's someone to experience but not understand, if that makes any sense. Also, I feel like the Sean RWBY situation could use a WOG explanation. It's a parallel RWBY verse to the one Sean lived in, but it was created by him coming back for this vacation in this way. There isn't an infinite number of alternate Seans on endless reincarnating journeys. His coming back for the vacation split off this RWBY verse to a parallel timeline where the current Sean and the RWBY Sean merged. His first RWBY life is unaffected, but he gets to revisit that life situation. By that, I mean he's still John's uncle and still has his history in RWBY for the Vaca arc. It's all kinda complicated but relatively simple in results, essentially just ensuring Sean has the background in RWBY that he had before. All that said, let the RWBY Vaca arc commence. P.S. Just tell me I'm wrong about Miss Frizzle, though. Smash. In a heartbeat. For education's sake. Chapter 83, 72, Another Serial Reincarnator, Appear. Sean. Sean. Barbara asked warily, incredulously. What exactly are we getting ourselves into here? Jason was similarly bewildered. How the hell do you have a sister and an extended family here? We just arrived. Mr. Barkeep moves quickly, Damien just nodded. This is hardly a surprise. So. Alice cocked her head curiously. I have an aunt and new cousins. Dee was already smiling widely. More family will always be a good thing in my book. Omega, surprisingly, it was cast to bring order, and her usual chaos. Pause. Now, let's just let Daddy explain. I will slap you, Alice growled. Cass adopted a convincingly confused expression. Why would you do that? W-dash. Alice sputtered for a moment, taken aback by the sheer audacity, before jabbing a finger at Cass. You know why. All right, I chuckled. Now, I wasn't completely expecting this development myself. This is an old life of mine. But it seems that coming back like this has given me a bit of a restart. Here, now. This is the start of my dear nephew's huntsman journey. What kind of fuckery are we talking about? Barbara asked slowly. Time travel and paradoxes. Oh, no, the paradox has already been resolved. This is parallel dimension fuckery. Self-sustaining and much less concerning, I said. It's a blessing, really. Certain tragedies will certainly be averted this way. But leave that for me and Dee to worry about. I won't let them affect your vacation. This is still your change of pace, your time to unwind from the usual Gotham business. I want all of you to enjoy yourselves for the few months we're likely to be here for. Months. Jason stressed. With less than a day passing on the other end, I reminded him. But yes, make yourselves comfortable. For you all, this will be a long but much-needed vacation. Barbara paused for a moment. You know. I'm surprisingly okay with that. Dee knows we need it as much as Sean says we do. Our time here will not be wholly spent on relaxation, correct? Damien asked intently. I said, change of pace, not do-nothing lounging around, I smirked. You'll have more than enough to entertain and better yourselves with, I promise. Plenty of people to meet and lessons to learn. Remnant somewhat abhors boredom and stagnation. The Grim see to that pretty well. Surprised face, Cass perked up with interest. Grim? The shadow demon beasts. Murder fodder. Murder fodder, indeed, I chuckled. They're loathsome creatures native, well, not quite native to this world. The Grim were created by the dark aspect of Remnant's divine duality with the sole purpose of destroying the light aspect's creations. Don't worry about the gods of light and darkness, though. Those two brothers have long since abandoned this world. And honestly, Remnant might just be better off without them. Petty fuckers destroyed the moon on their way out, though. Comforting, Barbara deadpanned. Were they factually real or just a creation myth? Real, I think, I shrugged. But I couldn't say that for certain. In the end, they've ceded their claim to Remnant. Now, the Grim and humanity remain locked in eternal, existential struggle. Humanity formed 4 kingdoms, Mistral, Vacuo, Atlas, and Vale, as safe havens against the Grim tide, but the majority of the world remains wild, untamed, and overrun by the Grim. They're just about infinite and not mindless, but wholly malicious. Every Grim you kill will be a minor victory for humanity, if a seemingly futile one. Sigma, Cass scratched her head in thought. So, like, complete and utter extermination. Or our best attempt at it. For humanity's sake. As a demigod in a grimdark future once said, I answered with a smirk. They are coming. Kill them all. Damien stoically nodded to himself, but it was easy to see he loved what he was hearing, powerful words for an acceptable enemy. I shall, in fact, kill them all. And sharpen my blade ever more in doing so. That. You know, yeah, I can get down with that, Jason nodded and muttered to himself. A fair bit of undeniably righteous killing to fortify my creed. The situation isn't looking great for humanity, I continued. But it's not like any of you need to worry about single-handedly turning the tide. As I hinted, Dee and I will deal with that. You all just focus on having fun and bettering yourselves, yeah. Honestly. Barbara seemed to relax with that reassurance. Mood. Yeah, I can do that. No need for us to focus on saving the world when you and Dee can undoubtedly do it more effectively. All we gotta do is go with the flow. Hold on, this isn't fair. Alice grumbled. We're on vacation, but we're going to school. Grim hunting school, I clarified with a slight smirk. You'll be sparring, hunting, and learning the history of the world. Making new friends all the while. And actually applying the things you'll learn in practical huntsman missions. If everything goes to plan, and it will, you won't find yourself bored and trudging through academic grunt work. I finished with an offer, but if that still doesn't interest you, Alice, you can always play assistant to your dear old mom and dad. And what will we be doing, dear? Dee asked. Other than taking care of a few little existential issues, that is. Well, burgeoning young huntsmen and huntresses can always use more teachers, I answered. How does Professor Dee sound? Novel, Dee chuckled. And intriguing. Why, the students would all be my children, in a way. I matched her growing grin there at the end, nodding firmly, my death would be able to indulge her motherly and nurturing instincts without a doubt. From what I remember of my nephew's generation, you'll have your work cut out for you. In the best of ways. Wonderful. Dee practically purred. Now, I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you relate to the family here? Your sister by blood, yes. But how do you carry the Ark name if that's the case? Interesting situation, that, I chuckled. Juniper is my older sister here. She married Nicholas Ark and hyphenated her name. Cain Ark, see. But the Arks are rather, overwhelmingly, aggressively familiar. I'm Nicholas' brother-in-law, but he folded me into the Ark family in truth, essentially adopting me. Out of respect for Nicholas and Juniper, and with their permission, I took the Ark name as well. Thus, Sean Cain Ark, just like Juniper. Oh, how simply beautiful, Dee's smile was beaming. I think I love the Arks already. I always would have, of course, but it's good to hear that they went above and beyond to include you, dear. It's the Ark way, I shrugged fondly. Nicholas would hardly leave family out in the rain. Maybe his parents. That relationship is strained. But Nicholas successfully broke from that cycle and raised his kids right. Even as a decorated huntsman from a powerful huntsman lineage, I think that's what he's most proud of in life. Dee nodded in understanding, a good man, then, putting his children's futures over his family's legacy. Without a doubt, I smiled nostalgically before shaking my head. Now, what do you say we get the kids enrolled and properly situated, my death? We'll have to see an old, locally reincarnating friend for that. I think you'll like him. I don't know if he'll like you. But old Oshpin deserves to have the tables turned on him every once in a while. Aye. Oshpin. The scroll connected him to his deputy's office, Glinda. There was no response. But Oshpin didn't expect one from Glinda on his first attempt. She was a busy woman. And well wise to his usual games. But given how much work he made for her, Ashbin felt part of his duty could be considered giving her breaks from that work. Unwanted breaks, usually. But she needed them more than she knew. Glinda, Ashbin tried again. And again, there was no response. Within the safety of his mind, Ashbin chuckled. He considered Glinda a dear friend. Perhaps one of the best he'd had over his many lives. She, undoubtedly, considered him a rather annoying boss. He took a sip from his mug, cocoa, for Ashbin knew life was too short to spend it drinking ghastly bitter coffee, and tried once more, Glinda. Finally, a frustrated huff, a side Glinda rarely showed to anyone else, came back over the line. What, Ashbin? Ashbin, of course, paid her frustrations with him no mind, taking another sip of chocolatey ambrosia. A rather pretty little bird just landed on the hour arm of the clock tower. After a short pause, Glinda's voice came back with a bit more focus. Crow, Ashbin. Smirking to himself where he knew she couldn't see, Ashbin hummed, No. Just a bird. A parrot of all things. They're a rare sight in Vale, aren't they? An escaped pet, perhaps. Do you think it knows any interesting phrases? Ashbin could practically hear Glinda's expression fall flat. What on remnant possessed you to call me for this? It's not Crow. I doubt the parrot has any interesting information to share. I am busy, Ashbin. The school year begins next week. Your initiation plans need to be finalized. Peter is off on a wild grim chase. Again. And you're being of no help at all. As usual. There is such a thing as too much delegation, Ashbin. Now, to top it all off, you're interrupting my working routine. For a parrot. It's a very pretty parrot, Ashbin simply said. I'm sure it is. It's also an irrelevant parrot. Do not make me come up there and disconnect the scroll line in your office. If you're so bored as to bird watch, I have plenty of paperwork that still needs your signature. No, thank you for offering, though. Then. Let me work. Very well. You only had to ask, Ashbin put on a dramatic sigh. Will you still be able to make it to the staff dinner on Friday? Just as fiercely as she told him to stop interrupting her, Glinda snapped her answer, you know I wouldn't miss it. Very good, then. I'll just keep my parrot sightings to myself from now on. In my humble opinion, you're missing out, but if that's what you wish. For a moment, only static came through the line. Then, 3 words through gritted teeth and the distinct click of the call disconnecting. Good day, Ashbin. Chuckling to himself with satisfaction, Ashbin returned the farewell even if Glinda couldn't hear it, and a good day to you as well, my friend. Truly, what would I do without you, and what would you do without me? I can hardly let you stew in your work constantly, as you're so prone to doing, no matter how beneficial it is to me. I'm sure you'll come around to my distractions one day. With another sip of his cocoa, Ashbin returned to parrot watching. Fascinatingly intelligent creatures. Perhaps General Ironwood would enjoy one. He absolutely wouldn't, Ashbin chuckled. But it's an amusing mental picture nonetheless. It really was the simple pleasures that kept him going, Ashbin pondered. Especially after millennia of lives, with little result. That twisted being, once a woman he'd loved like life itself, persisted, and so, the man once known as Ozma did, too. Despite his best efforts, Ashbin could feel that the world was waning. It began with divine abandonment, of course. But now, that was barely a memory. Only the Grimtide and its mistress remained. Even the humans he now guided and sought to protect weren't the same as the humans Ozma originally knew. So much had changed, but the Grimtide was constant, wearing down on humanity like a river through stone. It was inevitable. But Ashbin couldn't let himself give up hope. Not even when the magic of the world faded to myth, not even as his feud with that twisted being dragged on, not even after he parted with portions of himself to make the maidens. The man once known as Ozma lived and died and lived again. Such was his curse. Such was his noble struggle against the dying light. He hadn't tasted true victory for many incarnations now. All that was left was a grand holding of the line, and the simple pleasures. Sweet and subtle cocoa, Ashbin's beloved. The teasing of a dear friend. Comfortable meals with familiar faces. Even the rare sighting of a parrot. It was often the simplest things that carried the greatest weight these days. Ashbin sat. He sipped. He pondered and reminisced. So many good men and women, come and gone. More than a few gave their lives for his feud, for humanity's sake. Ashbin was in too deep. He couldn't let all of the sacrifices be in vain. Even just in his current incarnation, there were noble warriors, daring spies, heartbreaking betrayals, and the best of friends. Old friends and a new generation, all unlikely allies, come together to take up Oshbin's noble cause. James Ironwood, so driven, so flawed. Glinda Goodwitch, so hard-working, so self-sacrificing. Summer Rose, so lovely, so well-remembered. Crow and Raven Branwen, so brave, so cowardly, so complex both. Sean Kane Ark. So mysterious, even to Oshbin's mind, so oddly familiar. As Oshbin's mind lingered on the last man, a persisting enigma, the intercom in his office got his attention. Hazel called up from the lobby below. A lovely girl, but not very suited for frontline huntress missions. Oshbin didn't mind taking her on at Beacon after she'd graduated last year. Sir? Sean Kane Ark is here to see you. Oshbin hummed to himself with pleasant surprise. Think of the devil, and he shall appear. I'm sorry, sir. Just the rambles of an old man going senile, Hazel. Don't mind me. Send him up, please. Yes, sir. Heir, and his guests. Guests. Oshbin felt one of his eyebrows quirk in interest. Yes, them as well, I suppose. If he's brought me guests, it must be important. I won't turn them away. Very good, sir. They'll be up in just a moment. Oshbin nodded to himself as the intercom cut back out. He considered doing something fun to greet Sean. The man had been caught up in sustaining efforts throughout the Vale's frontier last he checked. Defending settlements, discouraging banditry, fighting Grim, of course, and other things of the sort. His semblance made him uniquely suited to unsupported combat missions. Oshbin chuckled to himself. Sean was never without support. In many ways, he was a one-huntsman army. Almost unfairly useful, but far from subtle. If Crow was Oshbin's spy, Sean was his warden. Stalwart and nigh impossible to overwhelm. The more Grim that was thrown at him, the stronger and more entrenched he'd grow. Even Salem had to take Sean's semblance resurrected deathly shades into consideration. Something fun, however. With limited time, Oshbin just shrugged and turned his chair away from the door for a dramatic reveal. He heard the elevator arrive at the top of Beacon's clock tower. He gave Sean and his guests a few moments to cross the hallway between the elevator and his office. Then, perfectly timed, Oshbin swiveled his chair and leaned forward with his fingers touching so his form would silhouette against the sky behind just right. The door to his office opened right on time, of course. Oshbin had vigorously practiced to get the timing perfect. Sean, smiling, came through the door first. His smile spread naturally onto Oshbin's face, though he kept it concealed behind his templed hands. But Oshbin's smile went slightly stiff, and his head went slightly tilted, at the sight of Sean's guests. Sean was in his usual darkly styled manner of dress and bore his usual knowing quirk to his lips as if he knew something the world didn't. A young girl, about the age of Beacon's students, came in beside him. She seemed to take after Sean's styling, and by the way she walked, it was plain to see that she was close to Sean. If Oshbin wasn't mistaken, the relationship seemed paternal. How odd. Sean was hardly old enough to have a nearly grown daughter. 2 young men and 2 young women came in behind Sean and his possible daughter. Early 20s for the oldest, to maybe 14 or 15 for the youngest. They were all dressed in queer costumes, but Oshbin ran a huntsman academy. They were hardly the strangest fashions he'd seen. And the costumes were visibly armored, at least. That was more than Oshbin could say for many of his students, unfortunately. Aura tended to make children and even some adults overly confident in that department. A shame, considering extra armor would always be sensible. But it was the last woman who made Oshbin's smile freeze fully. She looked exactly the same age as Sean. Uncannily so. And good absent gods, her aura. Not the light of her soul as Oshbin was used to, just the not-so-simple air about her. To Oshbin's diminished magical senses, the woman made Salem seem non-existent. Not simply weak, not as if the enemy of new humanity was a mere child or anything so insulting. It was like comparing 1 or 5 or 10 to infinity. There just wasn't any comparison at all. Even more shocking, she seemed intimately familiar. A core part of Oshbin's incarnating soul recognized her. In at least one quintessential way, he could never forget her. But putting words to that recognition on his own would have killed him, Oshbin was certain. She was everything and nothing, the beginning and the end. For the first time in millennia, the man once known as Ozma found himself terrified, and strangely welcomed. Oshbin. It's good to see you, old friend. Sean greeted. Did he sound older? Wiser? More whole? For an odd, impossible moment, Oshbin couldn't find his words. Oh, I can see why you wanted me to meet him, dear, the endless woman said to Sean. Unlike you, however, his is something of a curse. Or a Haya's vow, perhaps. You'd have to ask him, Sean shrugged. I never got that full story. Finally, Ashbin mustered his tongue, falling back on a mysteriously amused tone by rote habit. Sean. Would you care to explain? Introduce? Anything? Sean chuckled. You'd understand the situation better than most. We've always had an unspoken sort of understanding, haven't we? Tell me, Ozma, do you ever wish you could go back? Ashbin sat back into his chair as Sean called him that old name, answering his question with a question, to do things differently. That, Sean nodded. And to simply revisit a certain part of your lives that you miss. The endless woman nodded. Restless souls deserve vacations most of all. Ah, that's how it is, Ashbin nodded matter-of-factly, the nod immediately undercut by his next words. I don't understand. At all. Let's keep it that way. I always knew there was something familiar about you, Sean. But now, I have a queer feeling that keeping my curiosity to myself would be for the best. I don't mind answering a few existential questions for an old friend, Sean grinned. And I don't mind not knowing if it will save my sanity, Ashbin shot back nonchalantly as he could manage. Same/mood. The oldest costumed young man and woman muttered at the same time. The younger costumed young woman gave all three of them a side-eye so legendary that Ashbin quite literally heard what her expression was saying. Pussies. Ashbin blinked. How in the broken moon? That's just Cass, Sean chuckled. You'll get used to it. She won't give you any other choice. Anyway. He clapped. Introductions, first. And then, I have something to request from you, Ashbin. And a promise to make that should come as something of a relief. Ashbin waved at the pair of chairs in front of his desk. I'd say make yourselves at home, but we'll have to fetch more seats for that. Not necessary, Sean waved dismissively. Oh. Dad, can I? Sean's daughter excitedly asked. Ashbin knew a young woman who wanted to show off when he saw one. Knock his socks off, Alice. Ashbin's confusion quickly shifted into complete, utter, shocked disbelief. Sean's daughter walked up to one of the chairs and ran her hands over it with a furrowed brow. Then, she stepped back, and magic happened. Powerful. Genuine. Impossible. For the first time in his current incarnation, Ashbin found himself gaping. Sean's daughter wove magic into constructs and conjured 5 more chairs from thin air. It was a masterful feat of an art long lost to remnant. The girl accomplished it easily. Eyes wide, Ashbin just stared. His glasses fell down the bridge of his nose. His jaw fell open and stuck there. It was like witnessing magic for the first time all over again. The same as it had been in his first childhood, so long ago. It was impossible, yet real. Real enough to quite literally sit on. This is Alice, Ashbin, Sean introduced. My wonderful, magical, adopted daughter. Yo, Alice held herself proudly and more than a little smugly in the chair she summoned, smirking. Catching flies like that. Ashbin's jaw snapped shut. He tried his best to compose himself once more. The silent but very loud one is Cassandra Cain, Sean continued. No relation. Omega, Cass winked. Yet. I'm looking to add that E onto my name. Red here is Barbara Gordon, and Broody here is Jason Todd. Both of them looked at Ashbin with sympathetic, slightly dead eyes, Barbara deadpanning, trust me, we feel your pain. Small and deadly is Damian Wayne. Greetings, Damian gave a single, acknowledging nod. I look forward to honing my blade upon your institution. And last but certainly not least, Sean finished. My partner, my endless companion, my death, Dee. Hello, Ashbin, Dee smiled gently. Any friend of Sean's is a friend of mine. I'm sure we'll get along swimmingly. Something about Sean's pet names for Dee rang extra true, not in Ashbin's mind, but in his very soul. Ashbin immediately decided it was best to ignore that. I see. Ashbin managed to say, as if he understood. He didn't. It's a colorful cast of characters you've brought before me, Sean. And to think, you found them on Vale's frontier. The last was a hint and a probe for more information. Ashbin didn't believe it. Sean would know Ashbin didn't believe it. The young man who suddenly seemed much more impossible than Ashbin ever conceived simply smiled. Honestly, everyone here found me, not the other way around. Well, except Dee. I drifted across her lap between moments and lives. I haven't regretted it for a moment yet. Ashbin hummed, an intriguing turn of phrase. Believe whatever helps you sleep at night, Sean smirked. Ashbin sighed. Actually sighed. He wasn't at all used to having the tables turned on him so effectively. He was the lofty and mysterious one. Here, already, he'd been reduced to a shocked and confused mess. But if anyone was going to do it, it would be Sean Cain. With introductions out of the way, your request, Sean. Ashbin asked. Am I correct to assume it has something to do with enrolling these young adults in Beacon? Got it in one, Sean nodded. Team Bat, or something. They'll end up together, that much is certain. And your daughter? I'm afraid I must protest slightly there, Ashbin said. Someone of young Alice's gifts should be nurtured in a very different way from the usual huntsmen and huntresses. Magic, Sean. I cannot stress that enough. Magic. Smug as can be, Alice smirked at Cass. Heh. Take that, Cass. I'm special. Oh, Cass waved and rolled her eyes. Specially special, we know. Oi. Thankfully, Sean nodded at Ashbin's point. Oh, I couldn't agree more. I was thinking more of a teacher's assistant role for Alice. And you'd be taking a teaching role in the coming school year? Ashbin inquired. Dee and I both, Sean confirmed. That was the plan, with your approval, of course. Beacon is still your domain, Ashbin. Ashbin silently glanced at Dee for a long moment. For some reason, I can't find it in me to disapprove. Wonderful. Sean smiled. I certainly wouldn't turn a mage of your pedigree away as an additional magical tutor for Alice. Good to see I won't have to. Additional, tutor? Ashbin raised a questioning brow. With a mischievous smirk, Sean waved his fingers, and Ashbin felt magic for the second time that day. Despite himself, Ashbin's breath caught in his throat. His mind went utterly blank. He knew Sean didn't have magic before. But it was as impossible to deny now as it was simply impossible to be. Ashbin felt as if the world he knew was collapsing around and rebuilding itself around him, all at the queer whims of Sean Cainark, And Ashbin laughed, long and strained. Sean, since you seem to have returned with impossible leaking out of your ears. That promise you mentioned earlier? The one that would come as a relief. What exactly would that be? That. Sean's smirk turned languid and surprisingly understanding. Just a promise from me and Dee that this incarnation can be your last if you wish it, Oz. It rang true. Oh so temptingly, cruelly, shockingly true. Immediately, Ashbin knew Sean would surpass every other shock of his impossible return with that single cryptic promise. What did Dee say about restless souls and vacations? Before, Ashbin had tried his best to ignore it. Now, it resonated with him. A vacation for his restless soul, after so very long. Backed by something endless, Ashbin felt the first ember of hope in a dozen incarnations spark to life within his chest. Outwardly, though, he simply sipped his cocoa. Yes, that would be nice. If you're offering the promise, I think I'd like to hold you to it, Sean. I suppose the only thing I can do is wish you and your death the best of luck. If you're trying what I suspect you're trying, you'll need it. Aye. Sean. That went, well. Barbara half said, half asked. It did, I confirmed with a chuckle. Especially for Olaz, though I doubt he knows how to react even now. Still, he got 4 new students, 2 new professors, and a TA. And that's without the revival of magic from his perspective and the new hope that there is a solution to his situation. We got everything we wanted, and Ashbin got benefits he couldn't have known to expect. What's his deal, by the way? Jason asked. There were a few exchanges there that didn't translate all that well for the rest of us. Oh, he's a reincarnator like Sean, Dee answered nonchalantly. A local one, I clarified. I'm decidedly extra-local. But yes, Ashbin is something of a serial reincarnator himself. Just confined to Remnant and its history. His journey of life and death and life again is one of a noble fight for humanity's sake. Against his ex-wife. Sigma, Cass scratched her head. Huh. She hot. Terrifyingly so, I nodded. It's a twisted sort of hotness, though. Ashbin may be a reincarnator, but Salem's curse of immortality manifests in the more traditional way. An unbroken, maddening line of life from an age long lost. Now, she's an eternal and undying lady of destruction. For most intents and purposes, she's the goddess of the Grimtide. Her ultimate longing for death, she takes out on humanity. She hasn't been human for thousands of years now. So she strives to grant humanity the fate she can never reach. And with eternity on her side, she's bound to accomplish her vengeful, illogical, genocidal goals eventually. Fuck, Barbara said. Worrisome, Damien muttered. She's evil, without a doubt. But she didn't start out that way. It's the kind of evil paved from a road of regrets. Hers is a terrible situation, but... I trailed off. An awfully tragic one as well. Absolute freedom from death is often no freedom at all, Dee nodded sympathetically. Thankfully, Sean and I are here to see to it. Let us worry about the poor woman. We've already promised to do so. You know, for once, I'm happy to not have to save the world, Jason stated. It sounds like a stalemate I don't want to insert myself into. We'd be out of our depth, most likely. Don't go stressing over nothing, dude. Mom and Dad will handle it, Alice reassured. It's like a side quest for them. Meanwhile, we'll be chillin' in a cool-ass hunter school. I even get to be a TA, she continued with a grin. Don't worry, you can come to me when you need help. Jason laughed. I'll be relying on you, then, Alice-sensei. MMP. Alice squeaked. Jigu dash, good. As you should. Dee Dee and I shared glances and grins at that. I cleared my throat and announced, ahem, first, however, we need to get all of you situated. That means school supplies. Chiefly for new huntsmen and huntresses. Weapons. Let's get you kids properly armed, remnant style. I wholeheartedly support this course of action, Damien said firmly. Oh, Cass cheered. Who could say no to more weapons? She, Damien, and Jason glanced at Barbara. Barbara scoffed, don't look at me like that. I like weapons just as much as any of you. Honestly, I'm offended you doubt me like that. Damien nodded just once, as you should. Well, start getting creative now, I warned. Your options will be a bit more extensive than you're used to. What do you mean? Jason asked. You'll see. Chuckling, I set us on course for my favorite mechasmith in Vale from a life past. The Valkyrie vessel ate up the distance like it was nothing. What would have been a decent bullhead airship ride for the natives was mere minutes of impossible driving for us. As the world outside warped ever so slightly, Barbara groaned but didn't complain. Soon enough, we were stepping out of the van in front of a tortoiseshell-shaped shop on the edges of Vale's commercial and industrial districts. Forge smoke poured out of the shell's ass. I led everyone inside, where they found an odd mix of traditional blacksmith and automated production workshop. There was no lobby or otherwise streamlined ordering station. If you wanted Olivar's work, you went straight to him. I led them straight back until we found the smith in question. Olivar was just as I remembered him. Old, that is. Old, slow, and steady. He was a hunched little man with a long neck that stretched out from the collar of his shirt, longer than anything completely human should have been. He was hammering a glaive blade into shape, each strike perfectly measured and seeming to crawl down until it hit with deceptive force. Sean, Jason deadpanned. I'm pretty sure that's a turtleman. Tortoise, I corrected, blinking. Did I forget to mention the faunus? It seems you did, Damien confirmed. Oh. I shrugged and explained. Well, they're just humans with a bit extra. Unique animal features or traits. Discriminated against, as you might expect, but not for any good reason. They're just more people. Confused face. Cass eyes still went wide. Cat ears. Puppy ears. Fluffy tails. One of the above for each faunus, but yeah, I answered. I've seen all of those features. Cass raised her arms in victory. Catgirls. Dog boys. The dream is real. Damien nodded along with her, serious as can be, must. Pet respectfully. They're just regular people in the end, I said. Olivar might be part tortoise, in some nebulous way, but he's also just good at what he does. Olivar can hear you, Death Knight, Olivar's croaking voice cut through the noise of his workshop. But you ain't wrong. Been doing this for 100 years, and I'll be doing it for 100 more. Now. What do you want? Your work, old man. I called back. I've got 5 new commissions for you. Need them quickly, but I'll handle the prototyping for you. All you've got to worry about is smithing the final product. Right, Olivar grunted. Well, until you've got the designs, leave me to my work. Your lean spends well here, but it's not enough to keep me in business alone. Will do, old man. I turned back to the others. Now, what are we thinking of for grim hunting weapons? First, I should show you some inspiration. This is a mecha shift weapon. It's what you'll be creating for yourselves. I produced my old huntsman weapon from seemingly nowhere. It had, of course, come along with my initial merger on arrival, like my scroll. But until I needed it, I'd stashed it in a nifty little sole pocket. My old baby was a halberd of surprisingly reasonable size. The shaft stood as tall as I did, with the bladed head on top adding another foot. Perfectly practical, without losing out on the reach advantage of a polearm. What looked like chains were draped around the halberd's shaft. They really came into play when the weapon mecha shifted, as I proceeded to demonstrate. Clunk click clang. With a series of mechanical noises, the halberd blade, apart from the spear tip, folded into itself. The shaft shortened itself and folded as well. Suddenly, there was a bolt, a barrel, a receiver, a pistol grip, and a shoulder stock. The chains revealed themselves to be ammo belts. In mere moments, the halberd transformed into a belt-fed light machine gun with the spear tip as a bayonet. The Bat Kids, and Alice, stared and stared and stared. Jason was the one to finally break the silence. I am so fucking erect right now. In a flash, Alice snapped her gaze onto his crotch before realizing what she'd done and looking back away with a squeak, meep. Thankfully for her, everyone but Dee Dee and I were focused on the machine halberd. So. Mecha shift means. Barbara began. I nodded, a functional weapon that mechanically shifts into another functional weapon. Cass was blushing and drooling immediately. It's beautiful. Guns. All of the guns, in one, Jason's mind was visibly working, already. A blade for every occasion. Damien sounded like he was having a damn near sexual awakening. That's right, I chuckled. I know you all have portable computers, and that they likely have design software of some kind. Start designing the weapon forms you want. I'll help prototype them, and Olivar will ensure they fit together in a cohesive whole. Hop to it, now. There was a flurry of movement amongst the Bat Kids. Jason claimed a crate to sit and work on. Barbara joined him, leaning against each other's backs. Damien quickly found himself perched like a gremlin as high in the workshop as he could reach. A strange position, but it seemed to be where he was most comfortable. Without realizing it, his tongue stuck out slightly in concentration as he got to work. Cass found a robotic arm in the workshop and hung upside down on it from her knees. Just to spit in the face of OSHA standards, most likely. Olivar grumbled, but since he wasn't using the robotic arm, he didn't stop her. As the chaos settled into a furious working silence, I gave Alice my attention. Right, you don't have whatever bat CAD they're working with, so I'll be helping you with your design, Alice. Any thoughts so far? Alice worried at her lip. I don't know, Dad. I'm not, like, a frontliner. You're not, I agreed. And that's okay. I still think you deserve a weapon to call your own. Does it have to be complicated like yours? Not necessarily. The mecha shift doesn't have to change the weapon's form. It can keep the same form while shifting its role in a much less flashy way. Yeah, that sounds better. If I'm not a frontliner, I'm support, right? Magical support, even. That made Alice start to smile again. Yeah. Can I have a staff? Whatever you want, Alice, I confirmed and encouraged. Remnant has something called dust. Essentially, not magic, energy powder with elemental or conceptual affinities. Alice snorted slightly. That sounds pretty magical to me, Dad. Doesn't it just? I chuckled. Regardless of the semantics, your staff can function with dust, and shift to different kinds and different attack styles. So. Not magical, haymakers versus AoE versus. Like, debuffs or something. Alice asked. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds awesome, actually. I'll be the black mage on the backlines. Then, all that's left is the aesthetics, I said, grinning mischievously. How about something like this? I wove a quick illusion for Alice to see. Starting from the top, there was a wide spoke circle set vertically, with space in each spoke to store dust. Skeletal wings extended from either side of the circle, and a grinning skull was set in the middle. Continuing down, the shaft was midnight black with sparkles like stars all along its length. Only, it ended a bit too soon for Alice's liking. That's a wand, Dad, Alice deadpanned. You're trying to make me into a magical girl, aren't you? Dee Dee cut in. Oh, I think it's just precious. Mum. Alice whined. We're going for intimidating, not precious. Dee Dee cocked her head, but that's what the skull is for. See. I just barely contained my laughter as Alice caved to Dee Dee's enthusiasm. HRNN. Fine. But make it a proper staff, at least. Not a wand. I'm a black mage, not a magical girl. Dee Dee cooed and hugged her. You'll always be my magical girl, little one. I lost the fight against my laughter with that and waved myself away, leaving Alice looking horrified, comfortable, and conflicted, most of all, in Dee Dee's arms. Knowing Dee Dee, she'd get her way, no matter how Alice tried to resist. Black magical girl Alice was a rather amusing prospect to have on the horizon. Still laughing, I took myself right over to Jason and Barbara to check up on them. All right, you two, how's it coming? Barbara's eyes swung up to meet mine with a scary look in them. Sean. How extensive would you say mecha shifting can be? I'm afraid you'll have to elaborate on that question a bit, Babs, I said. She huffed. I couldn't decide on one traditional weapon form, much less two. So I'm not going to bother. I'm going to make my utility belt mecha shift. I blinked. Well, color me impressed. That's a terrifyingly versatile idea. I'm afraid you'll have to take up much of the specifics with Olivar, though. I'm no mechasmith. He'll be able to tell you what's feasible and what's not. Then, I'm going to prepare as many options as I can manage to present him with, Barbara grumbled determinedly. And you, Jason? I asked. Barbara snorted before he could reply. Hey, it's exactly what you'd expect from this lunk. It's a tool for killing the shadow demon beast enemies of humanity. Jason defended himself. Guns are just the most efficient way to do that. Also, I added with a smirk. Guns are cool. There's no denying, trigger pull, go boom. They're all the ancient, primal pleasure of throwing rocks at our foes, with the added flair of harnessed explosions. Exactly. Jason exclaimed. I'm thinking dual pistols that link together into a submachine gun, lengthen into a long rifle, or can be stacked side by side and loaded with special shells for a double barrel effect. You're a man who knows what he wants, I chuckled. I can respect that, Jason. I'll leave you two to that. Finish up in 5. I got dismissive nods from both of them, instantly focused back up on their designs, and moved on. With a hum, a step, and a twist of space, I appeared on Damien's perch behind him, peeking over his shoulder. A sword, I nodded. As expected. What else is there to it? Nothing else, Damien grunted. I need nothing else. Only a blade for every occasion. If that's the route you want to take, I won't stop you, I said. Look, Damien didn't show it much, but he was surprisingly excited to show off his work. It will be a messer, a fader, a rapier, and even a zweihander. I will be able to slash, stab, and make space, switching as I wish. I am quite satisfied. And in the end, that's all that really matters, bud, I patted Damien on the head. He'd likely deny it, but he leaned into the touch and almost purred. Dismounting Damien's perch with a step, I muttered to myself, now, to see what the Chaos Gremlin has come up with. Walking over to where Cass hung from her chosen robotic arm, I asked, what ya got for me, Cass? Omega, Cass gave me a little blush and a look of consideration. It's, nothing complicated or really that impressive. Really? I blinked. Winky face. Cass adopted an expression of slight consternation. I don't think I'm really cut out for creative engineering. But you do have something. I clarified. Cass nodded, and I continued. Then, that's enough. Ultimately, this is your weapon, Cass. Just show me what you've come up with. Omega, Cass blushed and looked away. Okay. Don't laugh. Never. Swinging herself off the robotic arm, Cass flipped in midair and landed perfectly. She then proceeded to show me a simple but terrifying design. It borrowed the usual and proven batarangs. But it arranged them in a specially designed ammunition pouch. At the top of the pouch, there was a spool of wire, what looked like a power supply connected to the wire, and an inbuilt launcher. Omega, Cass explained with big, almost frantic gestures. Batarangs plus some kind of cutting monowire. They can be connected or each thrown freely. I'll be able to electrify and heat the monowire for extra effect. It keeps my hands otherwise free, and there's even a launcher for if I can't manage to throw for whatever reason. This, I said slowly and genuinely, would make you an absolute terror to fight, Cass. Essentially, knives thrown with eviscerating wire, and a thermal or stunning component, too. I don't see why you were ashamed of this, to be honest. Omega. Cass' mood and expression shifted for the better. Really? You think it's enough? It's not complicated and probably doesn't take advantage of the tech well enough. Doesn't have to be, I shook my head in approval. Batarangs are proven to work, already. And monowire can be utterly vicious. If you can control it, you'll be tearing Grim apart in no time. And even with Aura, I'd hesitate to go up against this as a human opponent. Cass cocked her head. What's Aura? I paused at that question, and a realization came over me, that's on me. Let's get Olivar working on all of these designs and then I'll explain it to everyone. I went about doing just that, shaking my head to myself the whole while. In the excitement of our initial arrival, I'd pushed Aura to the side. But it was even more important than getting Alice and the Bat Kids' mecha-shift weapons. Shame on me, for getting the light of the soul. Curiosity had Cass trailing after me like a duckling. I gathered everyone up again and gave Olivar our desired designs. After a curt clarifying conversation with Barbara, Olivar grunted. It's doable. I'll make M happen. Now, shove off and let me get to work. Nodding, I turned to everyone else, all right, that'll take a little while. We've got time to kill in the meantime. Jason nodded as well. The old, price, quality, speed, pick two, dilemma. I guess we'll just have to wait a few days for the results. Not that long, I waved dismissively. With Olivar, we pick quality and speed. The price is enough to bankrupt most huntsmen twice over, as a result, but it's my money you're spending. So don't worry about it. Our smith is a tortoise, Damien flatly pointed out. Exactly, I nodded. And slow and steady wins the race. Old Olivar doesn't make mistakes in his process. He makes progress. Your new weapons will be done by the end of the day. Guaranteed. But until then, there's something I forgot to share with all of you. Should we be worried? Barbara asked, raising an eyebrow. Are not magic superpowers with quite literally no downsides worrisome? I shot back another question. Barbara paused. They should be. But you have my attention and interest, now. Perfect, I grinned. Now, the new humanity stands alone against the grim tide. But never completely powerless. And that's thanks to a unique aspect of this world's metaphysics, aura, the light of the soul. Dee blinked. Is that what I've been sensing? I thought it was strange how some souls here shine so brightly. It is, I confirmed. Aura, the burning beacon, the glowing manifestation of one's soul. It's unique to everyone, and uniquely beneficial to the individual, as a result. It is your soul, after all. It's you, the very core of your being, empowered. It can't harm you any more than your normal, healthy heartbeat can. But you can be damned sure it will help. That seems useful, Damien stated the obvious. Even Father wouldn't refuse such a superpower. It is still the make of him as a man, no artificial enhancement or grand mystic fortune. I'm in. I don't know. Jason muttered. It sounds sort of ethereal. Nebulous and vague. It's anything but, I chuckled. For something called the light of the soul, it's a surprisingly concrete and quantifiable phenomenon. It can be measured, improved, and consistently awakened, both by yourself and someone else. With aura, there's a definite method to the so-called madness. What an oddly advanced aspect of this world, Dee considered aloud. Soul science is no small feat, even if it's limited to awakening, improving, and measuring what's already there. I began and brought myself up short as I really thought about it. Huh. You're right. I hadn't thought about it, but for a world with faded magic, the widespread and institutional awakening of the soul is rather impressive. Regardless, aura is invaluable, I shook my head, continuing. Once awakened, aura will shield the physical, along with enhancing it. It can be used for defense, offense, self-healing, sensing, and even movement. Aura and momentum interact, oddly, but I'll leave that for you to discover yourselves. That is, if you're still interested. Damien stepped up to me without hesitation. You already convinced me. Let us begin. What must I do? Nothing much, I chuckled fondly. The leverage is mostly on my end here. Some people use a chant, but that's more of a religious thing than anything practically necessary. If you were awakening it yourself, you'd have to go on a whole soul-searching training montage. But in this case, there's nothing wrong with the shortcut method. Self-actualized or not, your soul responds to you. Alone. As I said that last line, I booped Damien on the head. It was an intimate thing, but no more than his usual head pats. A touch of nurture, like a big brother, not a lover. My will reached within him to give his soul a bit of a kickstart. The long-engraved metaphysical pathways of self-actualization in this reality did the rest. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Damien's soul was halfway there already. If he were native to Remnant, he would have awakened his aura years ago. Damien's soul stirred. His aura awakened, yawning and stretching over his physical form like a lazy cat. A black flame turning red at the edges, it settled there over, within, and without him. Content. Complete. A shield. An enhancement. An unextinguishable light of his soul. Awakened and self-actualized, Damien simply hummed, Yes. Just. Yes. I grinned knowingly, like stretching a muscle you didn't know you had, right? Off to the side, Dee was beaming. Oh, this I simply must try. Alice. Alice, come here, please. Alice obliged, and I felt that awakening process clearly. Dee's spiritual touch was gentle but firm. Resolute and unimpeachable. Where I gave Damien's soul a bit of a kick, Alice's soul did its best to practically leap into Dee's ever-inviting arms. She backed off just as quickly as she came, but the result was certainly permanent. Alice's aura came out wholly black and woke with force, as if it smelled a pot of coffee. Whoa. Alice muttered. Thanks, Mom. Dee's smile somehow spread wider on her face, a pleasure and a blessing, little one. Always. Equals union beside and joined with union equals, Cass skipped up to me with lidded eyes and a smirk. Me next. I booped and kickstarted her as well. Cass' aura flared dull gold, and she reacted with it. She hit a flip with casual ease and came up in a victory pose. Asterisk happy face, V, soul power you ghetto. Whatever, Barbara rolled her eyes, but came up to me next. Come on, Sean. Wake me up inside. Laughing with a hint of mischief, I leaned forward and stole a kiss as I awakened her aura. Barbara froze. Her soul surged, purple and flustered. When she recovered, Barbara glared at me. Stupid, sexy Sean. If I'm gonna be messing around with my soul, I want death to do it. Jason, surprisingly, chose Didi to awaken his aura. It appeared around him in a reverse of Damien's, red cord and black at the edges. When everyone was awakened, I spoke again. Aside from the baseline benefits, aura also comes with a semblance, an ability unique to every individual. Normally, discovering it is a matter of trial and error. But Didi and I should be able to expedite the process somewhat. No need, Dad, Alice said. I can already feel mine. It feels like my magic, but slightly dash. It's like a different medium, I guess. Yeah. I bet I can copy and borrow semblances like I can copy and borrow magic. Good job, Alice. I shot her a proud smile before turning back to the Bat Kids. Now, for the rest of you. I looked Damien in the eye. The perfect cut. I looked past Barbara's glare. Preparatory perfection. I looked into Jason and paused. Non-lethal, actually. You won't kill unless you absolutely mean to. I looked toward Cass and blinked when I couldn't find her for a moment. Oh, that'll be entertaining. Sure. Give the Chaos Gremlin supernatural stealth. Why not? Horror dawned on Barbara, Jason, Alice, and even Damien's faces. Oh. Fuck. Omega, Cass popped back into everyone's perception with stars in her eyes. I'm invincible. Invisible, Damien absently corrected, still coming to terms with the coming chaos. Omega, / Cass cheered. Yeah, invincible. That's what I said. Catch me if you can. She proceeded to disappear again. Right before everyone's eyes. And the horror only mounted. Didi was giggling up a storm to herself, we've dash. Hee hee, we've released a great and terrible evil onto this world, dear. Doom, my death. I nodded and sighed, forlornly, regretfully, dramatically. Unknowingly, I've doomed us all. As if to punctuate that terrible truth, Cass popped up out of stealth again behind Damien. She grabbed him, mind holding a dagger, and viciously stabbed him before he could react. Omega, Iota, Cass chanted. Throat stab, throat stab, throat stab. Then, between one blink and the next, she was gone once more. And I couldn't help but play into the new era of chaos, huh? Must have been the wind. I. And, just a heads up, I'm going to be taking next week off from posting. No disasters or anything, just life stuff getting busy for next week, and I'll be traveling. The usual schedule will resume on the 6th of June. Thank you for your patience, smiley face. Chapter 84, 73, Everyone Gets a Friend. And now, back to your regularly scheduled dead-end vacation. John Ark. He still felt sick. Air travel didn't agree with him at all, John found. No, it just ended in upchucking, embarrassment, and terrible first impressions. Hopefully, that wouldn't be a recurring problem. Huntsmen didn't fly all that often, right? Even just thinking it, John knew that couldn't be true. How else would they get to their dangerous and impressive missions across the world? Gods, why did he want this again? No. John steeled himself and slapped his cheeks awake. He was going to make something of himself. He was going to succeed. John Ark would show the world, he'd show them all. He'd be a legend. A huntsman to make the Ark name proud. He wasn't going to run back home at the first sign of discomfort. That terrible thing called motion sickness was just his first hurdle. And John had leaped clear over it. Barely stumbled. It was true. Anyone who doubted that clearly hadn't stayed to watch him make a full recovery once he was back on solid ground. He was solid now, solid as a rock. Or, like, a good table. He just needed his feet beneath him. Now, he was ready to take on the world. John looked around him at Beacon in all its glory. It was awesome. Here, he'd make himself just as awesome. Throwing up on a pretty girl's shoes sucked. But it was a busy day. Surely, no one would remember that incident. It was in the past now. Practically ancient history. Only his future was laid out before him now. And it wouldn't have any more upchucking in it, John was sure. He squared his shoulders. He put on that winning smile he'd practiced in the mirror. He strode forward into his future. Confidence, John, you can do this. His imagination showed something special in his mind's eye. An awesome dream for an awesome new place. Dream John stood tall and strong, older, with the shadow of a beard like Dad's on his face. Sword in one hand, shield at his side. A tide of darkness flooded in around him, but Dream John blazed with light against the darkness. He was a warrior, a protector, someone who mattered. And it all began here, John's journey to become the man he was meant to be. He put that confidence he didn't quite feel it would come into his walk, his smile, and a few finger guns here and there. Finger guns were cool, right? Duh, they were guns. Of course, they were cool. Not that Crochet Moore's wasn't. It was classic. Can't go wrong with the classics. Beacon was a shining castle, looming in the not-so-far distance. Everyone was headed that way. They probably knew something, likely more than he did. John shrugged and followed the flow of incoming students, striding and shooting finger guns the whole way. He barely made it halfway across the entry courtyard before a voice interrupted him. It was a familiar one. So familiar that John didn't even flinch at first. "John," the familiar voice called out in greeting. John's reply was automatic, "Oh, hey, Uncle Sean." But as soon as the words crossed his lips and registered in his brain, John froze mid-step. His head whipped around in panic. Quickly. Too quickly. John threw himself completely off balance, his body matching his shocked mood with a stumbling, jarring double take. Uncle Sean. Sure enough, a familiar but utterly unexpected face was staring back at him. It had been a year or two, but Uncle Sean was exactly as John remembered him. Confidence that John wished he could have. Cool, dark style. And a knowing smirk on his face. Oh, gods, he knew. "John. Nephew," Sean said frankly. "You've really gone and done it now. We should talk." Haha, what's there to talk about, Uncle Sean?" John tried for a laugh that came out sounding rather fake and hurried, even to his ears. I am sure whatever you think we need to talk about, we don't. And dash. And if we do, it's all just some big misunderstanding. Besides dash. I'm busy. I have, orientation. Yeah, orientation to get to. And you have plenty of time to get there. Oz likes to give the new students a good while after they arrive to settle in. Oh, Oz. John gulped. You know, the headmaster. Visibly amused, Sean just nodded, I should. I am working as one of his professors here for the time being, after all. John felt like he was going to faint. See congratu LA tie-ins. Oh, gods, his voice cracked. Why did his voice have to crack? This absolutely couldn't get any worse. Thank you, John, Sean chuckled. Now, walk and talk with me. You probably don't want to do this in public. That reminder made John stop, look around, and suppress a whimper. He was wrong. It could get worse. It did get worse, with other people watching. Some of his soon-to-be fellow students were curiously glancing their way. A few had outright stopped when Sean mentioned his position at Beacon. Gods, John could just about die. Why yeah. John, quite frankly, squeaked. Let's walk and talk, Uncle Sean. Good choice, Sean nodded. Come along. I won't chew you out too badly. The full extent of that task is going to be left to my dear sister. As I said, nephew, you've really gone and done it now. Oh, gods. John whimpered slightly. Mom's gonna rip me apart. Why you've gotta save me, Uncle Sean. Sean turned and began to walk, waving John's way over his shoulder. John hurried to catch up. He was so out of it, so distraught, that he barely registered the woman who joined them. Barely, but he still did. Uncle. Who's this? John asked. She was a kind and cool-looking young woman around Sean's age. Gorgeous. If John didn't have bigger things to worry about, he would have been tongue-tied. As it was, he was only confused and cautious. But Sean didn't say anything to protest her inclusion. If anything, he visibly settled next to the dark beauty, with her pale skin, gentle eyes, and her expression of amusement without it being cutting or malicious. John, meet my other half, my death, Dee, Sean introduced. Dee, meet your new nephew, John Ark. Why you're married, Uncle Sean? John sputtered. Sean's lips quirked slightly. That's one word for what Dee and I are. A rather underwhelming one, in my opinion, Dee tittered. But I suppose it gets the gist across. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to meet you, John. No matter where you go or what happens, know you'll always have an ally in me. It's the least I can do for family. I dash. John trailed off, finding himself blushing. She was just so caring, so earnest, so gentle. Ah, thank you. Dee smiled at him, you're welcome. Always. And it's no trouble at all. Not for family. Now, to John's dread, Sean brought the conversation back on track. Let's talk about how you fucked up, nephew. First, though, I feel like I should get your side of the story. I've heard from your mother. Now, I'll hear from you. Oh, what good would that do? John bemoaned. Stopping off the courtyard's main walkway with a bush for privacy, Sean turned to him with a serious and sincere look in his eyes. John. No number of mistakes, big or small, will stop me from being your uncle. I can empathize with you, I suspect. And I can be your greatest defender when the rest of the family gets here. But to do that, you're going to have to trust me enough to open up, wholly and honestly. So what's going on, nephew? What motivated you to an extreme plan like this? It's just Dash. John hesitated before going nearly limp where he stood and admitting in a small voice. I felt smothered. Sheltered for their sakes, not mine. Like I couldn't do anything on my own. Like no one would let me. If I didn't do this now, I'd be stuck in everyone's shadows for the rest of my life. Mom and Dad. I get it. I think I do, at least, John continued. They didn't want to force me into the Ark legacy like my grandparents did to Dad. But at the same time, it feels like Dad swung too far in the other direction. Like I couldn't pursue the family legacy, even when I wanted to. So I ran away and didn't let them even try to stop me. Sean looked at him as if piercing straight to John's core. Then, he nodded, slow and proud, it's good to see you aren't making yourself intentionally blind or dumb. Your parents are people, just as flawed as everyone else. Seeing that at your age, even if you didn't say it, is impressive. You're right. Your dad still has scars from his childhood. He might have transferred them onto you without realizing it. His parents didn't give him a choice. To make up for that, he gave you every choice but the right one for you, it seems. And Juniper. My sister loves very protectively. She thinks she can shelter you kids from everything, that she's strong enough to do so. But no one is. And sometimes, protecting those we love can come right back around to harming them. Both of your parents have had their fair share of danger. They led impressive careers as a huntsman-huntress pair. But they've put that stage of their lives behind them. They're content. Happy with their home and their retirement, with you and your sisters. They've settled down. But in doing so, I think they've forgotten the fires of youth, for lack of a better phrase. They don't understand that the peace they need now might not be what their children need, not at this stage of your lives. John fell quiet. Listening. Internalizing his uncle's wisdom and insight. He didn't realize Dad had scars from his childhood. John just thought, well, he thought it was parental protectiveness. Not actual trauma. Sean's words were a peek into his parents' minds. A hint that the situation was deeper than he'd realized. Where John thought he got it, he'd only scratched the surface. His parents were people, too. And John didn't quite know how to feel about that. Silent and introspective, John didn't notice Dee Dee's approach until she was hugging him. There, new nephew. Sean told me something recently that sums this up rather well. Every man is a universe unto himself. Do you understand what I mean by that? John paused, and shook his head. No, not really. You have your wants and needs, motivations and goals, Dee Dee elaborated. You're complex by nature, and that's a wonderful thing. But so is everyone else. Yes, even your parents. They're just as complex as you. They have desires and traumas and fears, and I have no doubt they're trying their very best to raise you through those things. That's all we can do, through mistakes, complications, and victories, try our best, for life is often full of situations with no definite right and wrong. Oh. That, mostly, Sean smiled fondly. But in this situation, there's at least one definite wrong. John. Pick up your damn scroll. Boo-wah dash. I dash. John sputtered. Seriously, Sean's tone turned grave and reproachful. Completely cutting yourself off like that is the worst thing you could have done. You could have died in transit, and your mom would still be calling your scroll now, none the wiser. Your sisters would be texting a dead number, and they wouldn't even realize it. I can support you in setting out to find and make your own way through the world, but going completely MIA is just cruel and stupid. For that, I'm disappointed in you, nephew. John paled. He paled dramatically and even began to feel faint. That dash. I didn't mean dash. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, indeed, Sean nodded somberly. But I'll tell you what. If you promise to call your mom and keep in contact, I'll help you prepare for your time at Beacon. Through John's horror, a spark of hope bloomed. Why, you aren't going to send me home? I won't, Sean confirmed. I'll even defend your right to stay when the family gets here. But to be brutally honest, nephew. You're currently so out of your depth that it's hilarious. If you're even going to survive initiation, you desperately need my help. You don't even have awakened aura. Aura. John cocked his head. Dee Dee saved me from my foolish, sheltered nephew, Sean sighed. Dee Dee giggled. Oh, he's not that bad. No, Sean rolled his eyes. He's worse. For now. But I don't intend to let him stay that way for long. John was still mostly just confused. Then, Sean reached out and lightly smacked him upside the head. And before John could exclaim his offense, His whole world exploded from within. I. Ruby Rose. Are you brain dead? Stupid. Hey, I'm Dash. Don't answer that. I can already tell. Rude. So rude. The whole world had gone so wrong, so quickly. Topsy-turvy. Twisty-wisty. Funky. Like weird cheese. Ruby shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot as the stuck-up princess she'd unfortunately run into yelled at her. Not cool. Not cool, at all. Ruby could barely get a word in. All I did was knock a few bags over. Ruby muttered. I heard that. A few bags. Bags of highly volatile dust, you dolt. The princess snapped back at her. Ruby's hopes of making any friends at Beacon were already going up in smoke. Was everyone going to be like this mean and surprisingly small princess? Oh, Ruby just knew it. She wasn't ready. Everyone here was going to hate her. She'd make no friends and just hang off of Yang all over again and eventually drop out and end up in some gutter in Vale. How pathetic. Mystery voice. You didn't have to say it out loud. The princess heard the mystery voice, too, and seemed to take it as support. She and Ruby both turned, both stopped, and both blinked. Mystery voice. Was that you? Why, you're so young. And he was. He looked about the same age as Ruby. Maybe even younger. But where Ruby was just about drowning herself in her nerves, Mystery Voice was so confident in himself that it almost hurt to look at him. He was kinda cute, too. All serious and expressionless. Princess seemed to recover quickly enough, though, at least someone else can see it. She's careless and clearly addled. You're right, she is pathetic. Dash. I was talking about you, Mystery Voice cut her off. Ruby felt her heart give a little jolt. Cute boy Mystery Voice was defending her. What? That can't be right. You have gone on an unbecoming tirade for something so minor as to not even be worth mentioning. Even now, your men are picking up the so-called damage. It's as if it never happened. Yet still. You yell. Pathetically, Cute boy Mystery Voice continued. Princess's jaw slowly dropped open. After yelling so much, she was now speechless. Meanwhile, Ruby could have swooned. He was defending her. A cute boy was defending her. Not Yang, not Princess, just Ruby. It was a first, in her experience, and Ruby was immediately flustered. Out of her depth. Should she help him defend her, or was that considered weird? He certainly didn't seem to need the help. Tell me, do you usually treat random people you've just met like this? You must be insufferable if you do. And sheltered from consequences to the extreme. It's not a good look, I must say. And who are you to tell me what is and isn't a good look? Princess demanded. Cute boy Mystery Voice shot her a scathingly flat look, just your fellow man in the fight against the Grim. Just a bystander and witness to your uncouthness. Is that enough for your lofty standards? Or will you degrade me for it, as you seem to degrade everyone else around you? Princess visibly flinched before taking a breath to calm herself. I believe we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. You seem like an educated and upstanding young man. Shall we try for a better introduction? I am Weiss Schnee, heiress to the Schnee Dust Company. Ruby gasped. Princess clearly wanted Cute boy Mystery Voice all to herself. Ruby couldn't have that happening at all. And I'm Ruby. Ruby Rose. Huntress extraordinaire and all-around normal girl with normal knees. Weiss glared at her out of the corner of her eyes. But Ruby wouldn't be budged. He defended her. Her. The first person outside of her family to go out of his way to do so. Ruby wasn't about to allow some princess to steal him away after that. There was a long, tense moment where it seemed he wouldn't accept Weiss' olive branch, but in the end, he did. Damian Wayne, grandson of the demon, son of the bat, heir to the Wayne name and all of its corporations. Weiss seemed to turn thoughtful at his introduction, but Ruby was left open-mouthed with shock. He had titles. Like, proper titles. You could do that. Or was it just a rich people thing? He sounded rich. HNNN. Gosh dang it. Ruby wanted a title. Daughter of the Summer Rose, or something. Wayne. Weiss turned the name over on her tongue. I'm afraid and slightly ashamed to say I haven't heard the name. Still, I assume it's noteworthy. In another world, perhaps, Damien gave a single nod. Perhaps it's noteworthy enough to change how people comport themselves. Here and now, that is clearly not the case. It's something of a welcome change, if I'm to be honest. Oh, cryptic. Mysterious. Cute boy Mystery Voice lives up to his nickname twice over. It didn't really make sense to Ruby. Like, any. But that didn't matter. She was actually having fun now. And hopefully, making friends. Maybe even with Princess. Weiss adopted a strange expression, slightly Khan's iPad in confusion, and Ruby couldn't help but giggle. Well, I'm glad you aren't, like, famous, Damien. There's only room for one big name in our new group of 3 besties. And I think Princess Weiss has that covered. Eris, Weiss rolled her eyes but didn't seem nearly as hostile now that she'd calmed down. And I still think you're something of a dolt. But I will admit. My tirade was unbecoming, as Damien said. I apologize, Ruby. Ruby couldn't stop grinning now. No, it's cool. I bumped your stuff, you know. You were just reacting, and reactions can get away from us. Like, this one time, I was surprised by a Beowulf on patch, and I went way overboard. Just tore it to shreds and shadows. Yang, that's my sister, she found me in a crater. I don't even know how that happened. Ruby laughed and sighed, ha ha ha, to be 10 again. Weiss was looking at her all weird now. Wait, they both were. Weiss looked wary, and Damien had a spark of earnest appreciation in his eyes. Ruby just cocked her head in confusion. He was even smiling a little. It looked odd on his face, the first expression she'd seen from him. Cute. Still, what was it she said to get 2 opposite reactions? You were killing Beowulfs at 10 years old. Weiss asked slowly. Oh. Weiss was impressed. That's what it was. Ruby beamed a smile. Yep. Dad called me an early bloomer. Not too early, though. Yang got her first when she was 12. What a terrifying family, Weiss muttered. Is it? Damien asked, sounding just as confused by that as Ruby was. I had my first kill even earlier. It was not a reaction. Very much premeditated. But I have likely fallen behind since then, as I've taken up Father's creed against killing. A worthy standard to hold myself to, but it has been difficult. Wait, your dad doesn't kill Grim? Ruby asked. People. He doesn't kill people, Damien answered. Ah. Ruby blinked. Yeah, that's probably a good thing. Damien gave an accepting shrug. Like all creeds, it has its benefits and flaws. If your father's creed is against killing people, does that mean you're first? Weiss asked slowly. I was born into the League of Assassins. I did not shirk my duty to grandfather, Damien answered. I take it back, Ruby, Weiss said after a moment of pause. Your family doesn't seem so terrifying now. But that's murder. Ruby exclaimed. Damien just nodded, assassination, specifically, but yes. I was born to violence. And I've become rather good at it. Weiss stared. Ruby gaped. He wasn't even ashamed or regretful at all. But, he didn't seem like a bad person. HNNN. Ruby was so confused. Torn up inside. Make it make sense. She was going to have to add Danger to Damien's nickname. Cute Danger Boy mystery voice, with titles and all. It was already getting out of hand. The 3 of them fell into an awkward silence after that reveal. Damien didn't seem bothered at all, but Ruby didn't know what to do. She imagined Weiss felt the same. So. When in doubt, talk about her baby. Ruby grinned as the plan settled in her mind. So, anyway. I've got this baby. Check it, new besties. She swung her weapon from its place at the small of her back. It flipped open as she did. Beautiful, glorious mecha shift action. The scything blade opened, nearly half as tall as Ruby, and she mounted it on the ground blade first. That's right, stand in awe of her baby. Weiss blinked. Why are you taking out your huntress weapon? But Damien got it. Very nice. Scythes are often impractical, but I have faith you've made it work for yourself, Ruby. Hey. Ruby giggled at the praise. It's also a customizable, high-impact sniper rifle. Crescent Rose eats Grim for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert. Dessert. Damien hummed. Yes, I can respect the vision. Oomph. That's nothing. Weiss turned her nose up competitively. My Mertnaster is pure class. Subtle. Sophisticated. Stylish. Behold. Weiss revealed her weapon. A rapier, elegant as it was deadly. But Ruby felt something inside her twitch. This princess. She was trying to one-up her. Atlas-forged steel, Weiss haughtily explained. Gasp so haughty. The best good money can buy. And the guard contains a revolving chamber that can be filled with dust to suit my needs. My semblance is the Schnee glyphs, of course. With it and our most premium dust, I can attack from range just as capably as in melee. What do you think? Ruby plastered on a shaky, slightly fake smile, her voice coming in just a whisper. Nice. I am preferential to swords. Damien muttered. Ruby suppressed another twitch. And yours, Damien? Mine is recent, Damien said. Forged just a few days ago by a mechasmith my patron recommended. It is nothing more than a sword. Nothing less, either. All the better to become an extension of myself in pursuit of the perfect cut. Damien unsheathed his weapon without any flourish. Just the lightest rasp of metal on leather. He displayed it before them. It looked like a long sword, but Ruby, to her shame, wasn't the most familiar with the specific intricacies of swords alone. She'd have to fix that. If Ruby looked closely, she could see the seams that the sword would mecha shift along. The blade shone silver as it caught the light. Pristine. Untouched. Unblooded, yet. But no less deadly for those things. You lack a ranged option, Weiss pointed out. My brother clings to his guns. My eldest sister aims for versatility. My second sister embodies her usual chaos and viciousness. But I need only the blade. Only. My. Perfect. Cut, Damien said firmly. While it wasn't nearly as flashy and awesome as Crescent Rose, Ruby thought the relatively simple sword suited Damien. Does it have a name yet? It's named after a story my patron told recently, Damien nodded. Brutal, sharp, and true. It is reach heaven by violence. I intend to use it to do just that. Ruby tried to keep herself from squealing. She didn't succeed. So cool. I. Blake Belladonna. Blake had been intending to interfere. But the situation seemed to have resolved itself without her assistance. The haughty girl who could only be a shni was called on her special brand of tyranny. Bullying a younger, weaker-seeming girl for a minor inconvenience. Typical, of course. Blake hardly expected anything else from a shni. Still, the deadly boy seemed to have brought the shni up short. Blake's interference was no longer necessary. So Blake just shrugged to herself. There would certainly be chances to butt heads with the damned shni going forward. But she wasn't needed here and now. Blake had more, interesting things to do anyway. Orientation was still a little while off. Blake continued in that direction while keeping her head down and her eyes on her scroll, on the page. Her hearing let her navigate without looking up much. Perfect. Preferable. Pretty much necessary. Because Blake wasn't willing to disrupt her reading momentum right when the story was getting good. She found the building everyone was flocking to, where orientation and the opening ceremony would undoubtedly take place, and prepared herself to be fashionably late. Instead of going straight in, Blake found a tree and hopped up into it. With cat-like balance and grace, she settled on a branch. Out of sight but not far from the arriving students below. It was the perfect pretense of privacy. Both in public and out of the public eye. Unseen and unbothered, but the thrill was still there. And really, that thrill only enhanced her reading. Her favorite author had been stress writing recently. At least, that was Blake's best guess. Personal troubles. Blake sympathized. But she also very much appreciated that the latest volume came early. Blake had a few series that she frequently returned to. Ninjas of Love, of course, that classic. But the one she currently read was Love of the Blood. It was a glorious, beautiful, spicy tale, all about sister and brother in taboo. Cora Arch didn't dance around the issue as so many other authors did. There were no step relations in her stories. Just sinful, illicit, full-blooded incest. So brave. Blake sighed aloud to herself. The latest volume brought drama, glorious drama. A projection of the author's personal troubles, perhaps. Blake couldn't say for certain. The main character's brother, and lover, thank the gods, abandoned her in the night to pursue his dreams. There was tragedy and tension in the beginning, but the main character vowed to bring her love back herself. Along the way, she was tempted by wicked normalcy, by handsome antagonist suitors she could have actually married, but the main character didn't waver from her taboo love. Sister found brother once more, lovers reunited for only a moment. He ran, unwilling to give up his dreams. She chased, unwilling to give up him. It was tragic and romantic and so very, very illegal. Arousingly immoral. If Blake had a brother, she worried she would have been tempted. But alas, unfortunately, she did not. As Blake read on in her hidden but risky perch, the story turned to juicy, juicy smut. She was riding high, ears twitching beneath her bow and blissful heat in her core. Her inner thighs practically rubbed themselves raw against each other. The slightest of blushes graced her cheeks. When the sister caught her brother, he didn't resist. Not against her. Camped out in the dead of night, with no one to interrupt, no one to judge, the sister set upon her brother. A lover's kiss. An unsheathed cock. A dripping quim. Feelings of betrayal and frustration and taboo love, love, love. She slid him into her needy, aching cunt. Home. Where he belonged. Blake's fingers trailed sparkling fire over her tummy and womb as she read, sneaking their way downward. The sister clung to her brother with grazing nails and marking lips. Blake's questing fingers found her core through her pants, and she muffled a moan at the pleasurable shock. Oh, damn. Must be a good one. Suddenly, a voice from above interrupted her reading. Blake jolted in her skin and almost fell out of the tree before catching herself. Her head snapped upward to the source of the voice. She was shocked to find an older girl, red-headed, beautiful, and almost exactly mirroring Blake's position in the tree. She was sprawled across a branch with a scroll in her hand as well, while her other hand hadn't stopped brushing over her own tummy and womb. But the smile on her face was teasing or judgmental. It was empathetic. W-dash. Blake stuttered. I don't know what you're talking about. The red-headed girl laughed. Don't give me that. I know a reading smut in public face when I see one. And our current positions are pretty damning. Not that I say that with any malice, of course. As Blake stared up at the other girl, her dread quickly faded. You, too. Her smile grew sheepish. Yeah, me, too. I'm Barbara, by the way. Barbara Gordon. It's nice to meet a comrade in smut. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Blake began to smile as well. Blake Belladonna. Heh. Comrade in smut. That's good. Funny. So, you come here often? I think I will be, yeah, Barbara snorted. First time, but it's a good spot. That's why you chose it, right? Me, I just needed to get away from the rest of my group for a little while. These last few days have been hectic. Good hectic, but I still needed the me time, you know. I do, Blake nodded. Nothing wrong with a bit of me time with a good book. Haha. This one was a gift, actually, Barbara blushed. I know, smut is a gift. Sean's just kinda like that. A gift. Blake blinked. Is it, to your tastes? Barbara rolled her eyes fondly. Yeah, and that's the worst part. It's all political smut and power smut and just perfect for me. You know when an author gets real flowery and a bit conceptual but it's extra hot, 'cause it's just adding to your immersion. Blake nodded and honestly smiled because she did. She did know. Sounds like it's to my tastes, too. Reminds me of Ninjas of Love, but I'm sure you've read that. I haven't, actually, Barbara said curiously. Trade. Yes, Blake replied instantly. Absolutely. I've never had someone to share smut with. It's not something we really like to brag about, is it? Barbara chuckled. Good thing we caught each other in the act and cut out all the bullshit. Sorry for interrupting you, though. It's cool, Blake waved. I think I interrupted you as well, right? Besides, smut is for rereading. The second time around is often better than the first. You get it, Barbara smiled. Blake matched her, so do you. Comrades in smut. Best comrades in smut. I. Pira Nikos. Her arrival at Beacon was draining, terrifying, and just more of the dreadful same all at once. New place, new people, and more of the same performance. She was supposed to be perfect. The invincible girl. She'd always been removed from her peers. And even now, across the world, that disconnect stayed exactly as it was in Mistral. Pira could do no wrong, no matter how much she wanted to. Pira was special, even when she didn't want to be. Pira was alone, especially when she craved the opposite. Pira was strong and famous. She was untouchable. But she'd happily give it all away for just one person who understood. Alas, it seemed that even coming to Beacon had been a fool's gambit on her part. Everyone still recognized and knew her name here. Everyone still wanted something from her. Everyone still only saw the invincible girl, not Pira. When that became clear to her, and it did rather quickly, Pira did her best to sink into the background. It was, surprisingly effective. She could either be in the spotlight, stealing the show, or entirely out of everyone's notice. There was no in-between, no middle ground. All or nothing, both options left her feeling so alone. Still, for the time being, Pira decided that unnoticed observation was preferable to the circling crows and social scavengers. She found herself in the auditorium where orientation and the opening ceremony would take place, just a wallflower watching it all. This way, at least she didn't have to make the same small talk, answer the same questions, and fend off the same kind of opportunists over and over again. Her new peers didn't know how lucky they had it. They could all just be. Pira didn't have that luxury. She hadn't had that luxury for years. The black and red-haired girls who entered late, talking about shared interests. Pyrrha could never, not anymore. The blonde boy who came in a daze as if he'd just awakened his aura, but that couldn't be true, and found a spot without being bothered. Pyrrha could never, not anymore. The trio of black, red, and white, 2 girls and a boy, making new friends without any expectations. Pyrrha could never, not anymore. The energetic orange-haired girl and feminine-looking boy enjoying familiar, if hectic, chemistry. Pyrrha could never, not anymore. But worst of all, Pyrrha's focus kept being drawn back to the beautiful and charismatic blonde girl who bounced from group to group throughout the auditorium, welcomed in each one. She was clearly popular, but not cripplingly famous as Pyrrha was. Pyrrha envied her the most. Her confidence, her widespread friendships, and her simple ease of being. Pyrrha wished she could do the same, all of it. Instead, she was left lonely and longing. The most famous girl in the room, watching from the outside in. As her envy had her unconsciously following the beautiful and bombastic blonde, Pyrrha, well, she did her best to live vicariously through the other girl. She heard the blonde's name. She watched her in action. And she coveted the other girl's comparatively simple life. Emmy, you made it. Congrats, girl. The blonde girl, Yang, exclaimed to another girl, hugging her for a moment in greeting. Just as quickly, she moved on, slapping a boy on the back, Rusty. Find a way to get lost on the trip here. Ha ha ha. Yang knew just so many people, and was friendly with all of them. Pyrrha was left with something like awe. And envious desire. She wanted to be confident and popular like that. Not so famous she couldn't even be herself. Ivy. Obs. Arden. G-Man. Clem. It went on and on like that. Greeting upon greeting, and Yang never grew tired of it all. Pyrrha couldn't help but imagine that the other girl knew everyone in the auditorium. It certainly seemed that way. Until Yang was suddenly brought up short with a blink. Pyrrha followed Yang's suddenly blinking gaze to a well-built boy and a darkly fashioned girl. They were keeping to themselves, just talking. But Yang didn't approach immediately as she had with everyone else. It seemed she'd finally found faces she didn't know. That didn't stop her for long. With a grin and her usual confidence, she went to introduce herself as if it were nothing. Pyrrha could never, not even before she became so famous. Hey. I haven't seen you two around here before, Yang cut into their conversation with a smirking lilt to her voice. I would have remembered someone like you, big boy. You, too, goth girl. Lovin' the look. I'm Yang. Yang Xiaolong need someone to show you two around. Alice, the girl said flatly. But we're good. Jason, the boy chuckled. Show us around. Didn't you get here today like everyone else? We have a few days at Beacon on you. Yang didn't let the disinterest dissuade her, grinning, then, you can show me around. Early arrivals, huh? You're not from Signal or Pharos. I would know you if that were the case. Where you from? The School of Hard Knocks, Alice grunted. Jason was valedictorian. Accurate, unfortunately, Jason smiled sheepishly. Gnarly. Yang laughed. Well, you're welcome to come knock around with me. You show me the things you found in Beacon so far, and I'll show you the people you'll be learning with. Trust me, I know everyone. Again, we're good, Alice repeated. Ah, don't be like that, goth girl. Yang didn't back down. At least let Mr. Hard Knock Hunk over here answer for himself. Do. Not. Start, Alice growled. I've had enough of overly confident girls trying to steal a march. Don't test me. Testy. Yang teased. Don't worry, goth girl. I'm flexible. I can take both of ya. I in a fight, right? Jason asked. Yang didn't answer with words. She let her smug grin do the talking. It got the message across better than words ever would. Alice glared. Jason blushed. And Pyrrha had to force herself to stop listening before her face overheated to the point of fainting. So confident. So bold. Gods, I could never. Pyrrha muttered to herself. You look lonely, child, a voice from beside her made Pyrrha jump. And marked. Not for long, I should hope, but for now, you are both. Would you like a bit of company? What dash? Who dash? Pyrrha spun to find an older but still young woman smiling somewhat sadly at her. She was black as night and pale as the broken moon. Her face was made up of delicate features, caring eyes, and gentle expressions. She didn't intrude into Pyrrha's space, just let herself be present. Still, Pyrrha was startled. She was welcomed. Already, it felt like she'd known this strange new woman for her whole life. A friendly shoulder to lean against as we watch the coming fireworks, that's all I'm offering, the woman reassured. Do you know who I am? Where some might have asked the question arrogantly, Pyrrha was just confused and wary. The woman raised an eyebrow and answered her question with another question, do you know me? No. Pyrrha ventured. We've just met and haven't even exchanged names. Exactly, the woman nodded. How can we know each other, then, without even taking that first essential step? That said, call me Didi. I insist. Pyrrha's confusion was steadily winning out over her wariness, so she returned the favor, Pyrrha. Wonderful, Didi smiled. Now, to actually answer your question. Yes and no. Yes, I know you, in the same way I know everyone else. And no, in that, I don't know you, Pyrrha. Would you like me to? That dash. It can't. Is it really that simple? Pyrrha asked, almost begging. As simple as speaking to each other and being true to ourselves, yes, Didi nodded. Oh. I wouldn't even know where to start, then, Pyrrha muttered. You already have. More than you realize. We are speaking, aren't we? And I don't believe you can be anything but true to yourself, Pyrrha. Pyrrha laughed at herself, maybe. Desperation will do that. Didi shook her head. Desperation would do the opposite. You crave, you long, you need, Pyrrha, but you haven't given in to the desperation and taken the false friendships thrown your way. That dash. Pyrrha trailed off and fell silent. Didi let her think. Eventually, she shook her head with a slight smile. It hasn't done me much good, but I suppose I can see things from your perspective. Didi tittered, oh, you were just waiting for your opportunity. It would have come with or without me. It still will, I guarantee it. But now, you'll have me to call a friend as well. I'd like that, Didi. I'd like that very much. Again, they fell into silence. But unlike most silences, it was comfortable. Pyrrha didn't feel the need to fake a thing or live up to her fame. It was just her. Just Pyrrha and Didi. Eventually, though, a thought crossed her mind, You mentioned something about fireworks. Didi chuckled, where young Cass is concerned, fireworks is the only appropriate word. As if on cue, a figure suddenly appeared behind the microphone on the front stage. Only, it wasn't the headmaster as everyone was expecting. She looked to be another student, one who managed to sneak her way on stage and was taking the chance to cause, fireworks. Somehow, her expression shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. Hear ye, hear ye. I have gathered you here today to declare a momentous occasion. We are numerous. We are legion. We are inevitable. Together, we can force the teachers to recognize our demands. To recognize the sovereignty of our sacred nation of auditoria. To recognize our rights to Taco Tuesday, our rights to bear explosions, and our rights to parties in the dorms. Why should we let Beacon rule us when we can rule it? Auditoria stands. Off to the side of the stage, the deputy headmistress hissed at the headmaster, Ojben. Do something. The headmaster just sipped from his mug, No, she's making some good points. I'll allow it. The deputy headmistress spun her fury onto another member of staff on the stage, Sean Kane Ark. This is your fault. I know it is. Oh, without a doubt, the other staff member, a young man who made Pyrrha think of Didi, even from a distance, nodded easily. But I'm afraid there are some things in this world that no one can hope to control. Wise, the headmaster nodded into his mug. Very wise, Sean, indeed. In such a situation, against such a foe, what are we mere men to do? The deputy headmistress threw her hands up in the air, arg. Useless. Useless. Just useless. Fine, I'll squash this microstate revolution myself. She proceeded to march on the microphone, weapon in hand, a riding crop, and fury in her eyes. The girl at the front of the stage froze, not in fear, but in preparation. From a many-pouched belt, she produced something and spiked it on the ground at her feet. Smoke burst into existence, and once again, her expression did all the talking for her. Bat vanish. A moment later, though, the deputy headmistress showed that she was not to be trifled with. Her weapon glowed purple. The smoke was quite literally slapped away by a ghostly hand. Then, another ghostly hand caught something. The revolutionary girl's escape was foiled as, stuck, she sprang back into view. Degree. She pointed and screamed. Witchcraft. Righteous fury, the deputy headmistress corrected. And now, I have myself a political prisoner. I suggest you yield, girl. The revolutionary was determined to resist to the bitter end. Never. You'll never kill the dream. Viva la auditoria. The damnedest thing happened with that. A chant. A chant of support started up amongst the other students in the auditorium. They were rallying behind the silent yet so loud revolutionary girl. They chanted against so-called tyranny. They wanted the rights she advocated for. The Taco Tuesdays, the explosions, and the dorm parties. For a few moments there, it seemed as if things would get completely out of hand. But eventually, the deputy headmistress had to cave to the mob. She released the revolutionary girl with one last glare of, "I'm watching you." The girl, naturally, was utterly unrepentant. The headmaster took the stage in their place, beginning his spiel. "That's certainly one way to start the year. Now, I'll keep this brief dash." And beside Pyrrha, Didi's eyes twinkled, as I said. Cass and fireworks really do go hand in hand. Chapter 85, 74, Trials of Shadow, Trials of Bone. Sean. For years, you've trained to become warriors. And today, your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest, Oshbin said. Beacon's incoming class was lined up at the top of a cliff overlooking said forest. Nearly 100 young adults, all potential huntsmen and huntresses, were arranged and listening closely to every word out of Oshbin's lips. They'd learn better soon enough. Oshbin was a great huntsman, a good man, and a half-decent reincarnator, but his words absolutely shouldn't be taken as gospel if one valued their sanity. Glinda knew that best, the poor, overworked woman that she was. Out of the whole prospective class, I focused on Alice, the Bat Kids, my nephew John, and everyone else I remembered from my first time around here. Some were nervous. Some were excited. All of them, including John this time around, knew roughly what they were getting into. It was still interesting to see them so early on. For my first life in Remnant, I'd arrived late at Beacon, only joining the teaching staff after the semester started. Now, however, I was here from the beginning. Already, my presence had changed things. To say nothing of Didi, Alice, and our Bat Kid guests. John's aura was unlocked beforehand, for one. And the Bat Kids had been busy making friends, or causing their usual brand of chaos cough, for another. I was interested in seeing how this initiation turned out with a slightly altered starting line. Oshbin, Glinda, Didi, and I stood before the incoming class for the briefing. Below the cliff face, everything was prepared and suitably arranged. Oshbin's initiation was set to begin. The setting usually remained the same, but Ola's liked to switch up the objectives each year. My initiation, for example, had been all about attacking a fortified position in the Emerald Forest. How Oshbin wrangled Grim onto the defense like that, I'd never know. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams. Allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates. Today, Glinda picked up the speech after Oshbin trailed off. "Ah, that's my cue," I muttered before speaking up to address the class. "Right, teammates. Partners. The hunter, that's huntsman or huntress, who will become your other half. Once you get into the forest, the first person you make eye contact with will be your partner. If you have a preference already, make sure to stack the deck in your favor. The Grim cheat by nature. So, as hunters, it's our duty to cheat better and smarter. You'll only get one shot at this. Make it count." "Gods, Sean," Glinda muttered, giving me a side eye. "Must you start your proposed lesson plan now? I didn't think you were serious about cheating death as a hunter 101. "Dead serious," I smirked back at her. I called it rain-checking death to avoid giving undue offense, though. Glinda glanced at me out of the corner of her eye, confused. Didi giggled, but that did little to tip Glinda off to the joke at play. Ignoring us, Oshbin continued the speech. "After you've partnered up, make your way to the northern end of the forest. You will meet opposition along the way. Do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path, or you will die. You'll all be monitored and graded throughout the initiation," Didi spoke up. "But we won't interfere unless utterly necessary. Do try to avoid that necessity, yes. Failing to do so won't reflect kindly on you," I added. "But you'll be alive, at least. Now, at the end of the forest, you'll find an abandoned temple with relics within. Pick one relic per partnered pair and bring it back to us to pass." Oshbin sipped from his mug, visibly enjoying the fact that he only had to do a quarter of the work with me and Didi here. "That is your mission. Should you choose to accept it, to see it through to the end. Good luck." The moment Oshbin finished our speech, the launch pads beneath the students began to abruptly activate. An unnamed student was the first to lift off, surprised but recovering quickly in midair. One by one, the process continued down the line. As it grew closer to him, John turned to me with a worried look. Uncle Sean. I heard some people talking about this in the locker room, so, what's a landing strategy?" "Oh, my sweet, simple nephew," I chuckled. "It's falling. Falling with style. Be sure to stick the landing." John paled right as the launching process caught up to his spot in the line. "I can't do the A and he was gone. I shook my head to myself. He'd be fine, I knew. This time around, at least. The first time around would have been actually dangerous for him, but now, aura would cushion his fall, even if it might take him out for the rest of the initiation. Then again, maybe not. John took after his father when it came to aura. That is to say, chonky enough that he'd probably bounce rather than crater. Good luck, new nephew. Dee called after John's flailing flight. Sean. Glinda glared sternly. How does your nephew not know what a landing strategy is? Is he completely unqualified? Are his transcripts faked? Yep, I nodded matter-of-factly, not bothered to cover for him. He's got the spirit, and absolutely none of the experience. Her glare turned into a fierce frown. I should see him expelled for his own safety. It was rather obvious, Glinda, Ashbin casually said. And I accepted him anyway. Give the boy a chance. He knows nothing. I raised an eyebrow. That's what Beacon is for, isn't it? Learning. Or did this place stop being a school when I wasn't looking? That actually succeeded in bringing Glinda up short for a moment. She blinked before grumbling. Fine. You're right about that, at least. But if he makes it through initiation, I'll be tasking you with getting him up to speed, Sean. When, I corrected. He's a flailing, foolish mess. But I have the utmost confidence that John will pull through anyway. Or have you forgotten who his parents and uncle are? Great. Cool. That's nice and all, Dad, but, did you guys forget about me or something? I blinked at the unexpected voice, turning to see Alice was still standing on her launch pad. Her unactivated launch pad. Huh. What gives, Oz? Ashbin casually sipped from his mug. She's hardly going to be a student, now, is she? I believe someone of young Alice's unique talents deserves a rather more individualized initiation. Oh, it's 'cause I'm special, Alice nodded smugly. Cool, I can vibe with that. This is highly unorthodox, Glinda scoffed. Some might even call it nepotism. Not nepotism. Just magic, Ashbin answered simply. Glinda's expression went blank at the mention of that word. Magic. Oh. Did I forget to mention that? No matter, visibly and audibly amused, Ashbin shook his head. Hold my mug and watch over the other students for a moment, if you would, Glinda. It's been much too long since I last stretched these muscles. But far be it from me to pass up the opportunity for an old-fashioned wizard's duel. I'm a witch, old man, Alice, cocky and teasing, sneered. So bring it. As the two of them squared up and Dee moved to officiate, I stayed with Glinda. She remained stunned, speechless, mostly, and slowly blinking, magic. I chuckled, Dee and I are very proud of our Alice. Now, I feel like we haven't had the chance to catch up yet. How have you been, Glinda? Other than busy, of course. Glinda deflated suddenly and rather dramatically at that, whimpering, so busy. Gods, Sean, the work. It never stops. It was a side of Glinda she didn't show anyone but her close friends. Her students wouldn't believe their eyes if they ever saw the delicate cracks she hid. Glinda was stern by nature, that much was true, but she was also a very overworked older woman without any time for fun, romance, or other relaxation in her life. Reaching over, I patted her head soothingly. There, Glinda. You sacrifice so much. I see you. You're worth so much more, and you can do anything you put your mind to. She sniffled and leaned into my touch, though she would likely deny both later. Thank you, Sean. It's good to have you back, even with the chaos you brought. Continuing to comfort my old friend, I took a moment to glance at the wizard and witch duel. Alice was doing, well, good on her part, but not great on the whole. She hadn't flubbed a single spell. That was progress. Arcane energy crackled. Spell construct snapped into place. She threw out an icy fog, a shattering stun bolt, and a blade of pure force. But, she was up against an opponent with literal millennia under his belt. Ashbin was one of two mages from a remnant age long gone. And though he'd given away pieces of his magic throughout the years, he never gave away his skill or experience. Alice was essentially facing a light version of me, her dear old dad. And I don't think she realized that just yet, considering she was still going for direct attacks as if Ashbin was a peer mage who'd match her strength for strength. That simply wasn't the case. Ashbin was a man with a lever. And he knew how to use it to its greatest effect. Oz dispelled Alice's icy fog with the lightest of conjured breezes. He absorbed the shattering stun bolt and integrated it into his dwindling magic. And he perfect parried her blade of pure force like he was in a video game. When it was his turn, he wasted no time and spent not an ounce more effort than needed to make a statement that experience control would typically triumph over youthful power. Ashbin raised his cane and pointed it at Alice. He took his lever and leveraged it just right. Minimum power, maximum effect. Oshpin rocked Alice's world with just one word. Explosion. I. Barbara. Boom. Huh. That came from the top of the cliff, back at the starting line, Barbara estimated. And for some reason, she didn't suspect that Sean was to blame for once. Hell of a blast, though. A bit less than a ton of TNT or whatever the remnant equivalent would be. She didn't envy the one who had to clean it up. She catalogued the explosion for later reference, but primarily focused on more immediate concerns. Remnant didn't play around with their trials by fire. It was nostalgic, in a way, reminding her of her first nights patrolling Gotham. Sink or swim. More aptly, fly or fall. Like the others, Barbara was sent flying out over the forest by the launch pad. The first few moments of initiation were chaotic. Nearly 100 kids were in the air over the Emerald Forest, each with their own unique landing strategy. Barbara watched as that ruby girl Damien had been talking to shoot her way through some weird blackbird and used her scythe to catch her fall on a branch. She watched the other new friend he'd made spring off a glyph in midair, redirecting and arresting the momentum of her fall. Not magic, Sean would undoubtedly call it. Impressively, Barbara saw the blonde babe who'd been flirting with Jason and Alice dance through the air, boosting off gauntlet weapon blasts to practically skate across the treetops. Blake, Barbara's new comrade in smut, caught herself on a ribbon and bladed anchor, twirling and flipping like an idealized ninja. Then, Barbara watched that Pirra girl, she was famous or something, bust straight through a trio of tree trunks wholesale as if the first one alone wouldn't have splattered her. As Sean had hinted, Aura did odd things with momentum. Pirra landed easily and efficiently, instantly popping back up to look for something. She seemed to find it in Sean's nephew, John, as he flailed through the air. She took aim and threw her weapon as a javelin. Barbara couldn't help but whistle to herself. It was a damn near divine throw, made with utter confidence. A bit too much confidence. But it succeeded in its task, catching John's hood and pinning him safely to a tree. Pirra had staked her claim rather dramatically, it seemed. Chuckling to herself, Barbara refocused on her own landing strategy and those of her brothers and sister. The Bat Kids all knew the mission at hand. They didn't ignore Sean's advice to stack the deck. Getting some random for a partner wouldn't be fun for any of them. Jason just covered himself in aura and came in like a cannonball. In the short practices with the new power they'd had before Beacon began, it was quickly discovered that he had quite a bit of the stuff. Enough to tank the landing outright, crashing through the trees and landing with a cratering roll. Sean said they were all above average in the aura department, but that Jason's soul was particularly robust, for some reason. Barbara supposed coming back to life would do that to a soul. Damien's landing strategy was just as eye-catching, but with more finesse. He drew his new sword, took a breath, and cut the air, cut the rest of his fall right out from under himself. The perfect cut. Damien's semblance could be used for movement just as effectively as it could be used on the offensive. Cass was, surprisingly enough, the most subtle of them, and Barbara was the most efficient. Cass used her batarangs and monowire to anchor and swing herself to the ground. Barbara opened her cape to glide, as they all could have, probably should have done, except Jason. Once she was satisfied with her reduced speed, her grapple gun did the rest. Barbara's own semblance was strange, but welcome and undeniably powerful. Perfect prep. She hadn't known what was coming for their initiation. But at the same time, she absolutely had known every possibility in store for her so she could prep her new Mechashift utility belt for anything and everything. It was like limited future sight, preparatory precognition. And by Dee Dee's grace, it was perfect for her. Bruce was going to be jealous, though he'd never admit it. Jason landed first, and the rest of them followed his lead to the same landing zone. That way, their partners were essentially predetermined. Damien got Cass. Barbara got Jason. Any of her siblings would have worked for Barbara, though. Yes, even Cass. For as chaotic and gremlinish as she could be, Cass was still a bat. She could still be professional and utterly effective when she put her mind to it. Right, Barbara took charge once they were all together. We're moving north in parallel. Keep it tight and vigilant. These will be our first encounters with the Grim. Until we get some confidence going, I want Bruce levels of paranoid, copy. Confirmed, Damien nodded. Barbara got similar nods from Cass and Jason, too. Let's get moving, then, Barbara said. Remember, no mercy here. These aren't people. Strike to kill. Put them down hard and fast. Don't give them a single chance to get up and put a claw in our backs. Finally. Damien intoned softly and eagerly. Jason pulled his helmet back to show a grin. I don't know about you all, but I'm ready to kill some monsters. Curly logical end, Cass exclaimed. Fuck we ball. It probably says something about us that we're so eager to have an enemy we can kill for once. Barbara muttered. But I'm going to ignore that. Good call, Jason chuckled. Just enjoy that not bloodshed. Gathering themselves, they set out northward. The two new bat teams kept some distance between themselves but were still well within earshot. If Cass whistled or Jason shouted, the other side would come running. Barbara set a brisk, sustainable jog, and for the first minute or so, it was quiet. Then, Cass let out her piercing whistle. Barbara and Jason burst into twin sprints. They weaved their ways through the trees until they found Cass perched on a branch and pointing at a shadow across from her. Sigma, it thought it could out-stealth Romance new stealth master. Baeka. Barbara looked, and for a tense moment, couldn't see anything. Then, the shadow, or something within, shifted. Barbara blinked. It looked just like any other shadow on a branch. But something was expertly hiding within. So expertly that Barbara doubted she would have caught it on her own. Not until it was too late. Her mecha belt shifted, and Barbara took her high-powered flashlight from it. The kind that was too bright even at noon. She flicked it at the shadow and flashed it once. The shadow was chased away, revealing the ambusher. It looked like some kind of twisted big cat. An inky black shadow cat. The limbs were too short. Its whole body was too squat. But it was wide and powerful. Saber-toothed fangs protruded from its jaws, and its claws of bone looked like they could tear through steel armor. Revealed, the grim cat gave a cougar-like screech. That characteristically eerie call, like a woman's scream. But the imitation beast was clearly an ambush predator. Once caught in the open and focused on, it tried to flee. Damien was the quickest on the draw. He stepped and slashed. The distance between him and the grim cat seemed to disappear. In a blink, he was upon the thing. With the cleanest of cuts, he cleaved the creature in twain. Cass moaned. Ah. Disappointing. Barbara. Jason warned warily. They have, like, ecological niches. Killing niches. Barbara nodded. I caught that as well. That thing was next to useless in a straight fight, but on the pounce. I'll bet it was lethal. With new information in mind, they continued their trek north. At one point, Jason spotted a grim crow the size of a large vulture. They barely slowed as he mecha shifted his weapon to a long rifle and took the shot. Barbara only felt satisfaction at seeing the not-bird burst into shadowy feathers. For the most part, the emerald forest was brightly lit and almost inviting. That made it even more dangerous in Barbara's mind. Because it was far from as tranquil as it looked. It was wild. Dangerous. A proving ground for these monstrous shadows of nature. There were wolfish howls and bearish roars aplenty. It was only a matter of time before the Bat Kids ran into the sources of both. The howls came first, over on Cass and Damien's side. A whole pack of them, announcing their hunt in unison. But Barbara and Jason didn't get the chance to rush to their aid. Because the roars came next, from a trio of towering, lumbering, bear-like grim beasts. The trio of grim bears rolled into their path like a storm. A storm of shadow and bone. Immediately, Jason set upon two with shots from his pistols. They took the small-caliber semi-auto fire almost without complaint. Oh, they bled, sure, bled ink and crimson. But if anything, the pistol fire only seemed to piss them off. They moved to close the distance. Jason threw himself backward, firing the whole way to, again, little effect. One of the grim bears swiped at him and tore through the ground where he just was. Torn, arm-long furrows in both soil and stone showed how devastating it would be to get caught by those powerful claws. Jason came up in a roll a ways away, already mecha-shifting his weapon to its double-barrel configuration. Then, the hard-headed fool charged straight into shotgun melee. Rolling her eyes, Barbara called out, "Flasher. Look away." Dutifully, Jason dropped himself face-first and prone onto the ground as Barbara's flashbang flew into the fray from behind him. He watched the dirt to avoid the flash and let his helmet systems muffle the bang. With a ringing pop, crack, bang, the non-lethal explosive went off between Jason's foes. They reared back and roared, blinded and deafened temporarily. But that was all the help Barbara could afford to give before her own grim bear was upon her. She ducked a claw swipe and lashed out with an aura-empowered fist. Dee Dee's tits. It was satisfying to see such a monster stagger at her punch. Barbara kicked away with anything goes, taking to the air for a paradoxically brief but lasting moment. It gave her the time she needed to fetch a more suitable weapon from her mecha belt. Still hanging in the air, the batbow staff sprang open and locked together. The grim bear rushed her a moment later, and Barbara finally let herself fall, right on top of it. With leverage against thin air that should have been impossible, anything goes was beautiful bullshit. Barbara twisted, energy transferring and gathering from solid footing to her core to her shoulders and arms, and struck hard enough to crack grim bone. An armored plate on the bear's shoulder spiderwebbed with evidence of the force Barbara could bring to bear. The bear's roars turned to whimpers for a moment before surging back to roars with rage. It was cracked but far from toothless. A punch, why were bears throwing punches, was launched at her with shocking speed. As much as Barbara tried to twist out of the way, she was still caught on the side of her gut. The punch smashed her. Barbara flew. But surprisingly, it didn't hurt nearly as much as she was expecting and bracing herself for. More push than impact, but it was a hell of a lot of push. Barbara was thrown straight out and away from the fight. But she kept her bearings rather well. On her way out, she whipped a batarang at the grim bear, closing her eyes immediately as it began to burn white-hot with thermite. The shape of a bat was still imprinted behind her eyes for a moment. Barbara kind of just let herself fly after that. She knew her throw was accurate. The batarang had lodged itself right in the Grim's mask. Now, the bear had 4,500 degrees of fuck you temp melting a bat-shaped path straight through its face. The beast was as good as dead. And Jason would be fine if the plethora of shotgun blasts and lack of roars were anything to go off. So Barbara just let her aura take her, enjoying the impromptu flight. With the most minor of subconscious adjustments, Barbara avoided every tree in her flight path. Perfect prep was good for more than just gathering all the right tools for the job. So Barbara flew straight and true as if it were nothing. Then, she broke into a clearing and found herself looking up at the clear sky above. She landed a moment later, with a splash of sand, of all things. The sand made her landing rather soft, all things considered. And Barbara took a few seconds to just lie there and think. Her first real fight against the Grim. They were formidable foes. Tanky. Aggressive. And powerful enough to send her flying with a single punch. But, there wasn't much of a mind behind their actions. They were wild. Feral. Barbara found that fact reassuring. The Grim could be as strong as a Kryptonian, but without intelligence, they were much less dangerous than she dreaded. Eventually, Barbara brought herself up into a sitting position and looked around. With the splash of sand on her landing, she expected a shoreline, or maybe a dry riverbed. Unfortunately, her new surroundings didn't seem to be either. It was a significant section cut out of the forest. But rooted and fertile soil had given way to fine sand and a few dried-up dead husks of trees. It was as if all of the life had been sucked out of this specific spot in the forest. Instantly, the sight set her on edge. A dead sandpit. Barbara muttered flatly to herself. In the middle of a flourishing forest. Yeah. Sure. That's natural and not menacing at all. Sighing to herself, Barbara clicked the mic in her suit twice to let the others know she was still alive and unharmed. The wolven howls had died down. Damien and Cass had undoubtedly taken them out just as easily as she and Jason had taken out the Grim Bears. Soon enough, the others joined her at the edge of the sandpit. Hold, Barbara cautioned them from coming any closer. I don't trust this shit. Oh, same. Jason called back, looking no worse the wear from his fight against the other two Grim Bears. That's a trap if I've ever seen one. Are Grim antlions a thing? Barbara shuddered. Don't bring that evil onto me, Jason. I don't need to think about some fuck-off big bug Grim lying in ambush beneath me. It is a valid concern, Damien said. Equals Cully logical and equals, Cass advised. No sudden movements. They would hunt by vibration. So don't die, yeah. Wonderfully reassuring, Barbara groaned. Still, she was quick to come up with a workable extraction plan. Guess this is what the noisemaker was for. Her mecha belt shifted the disposable tool into her reach. Fetching it from her waist, Barbara chucked it as far away from herself as she could. The unassuming thing hit the sand with an unfitting thump. Then another thump. It began to resound like a giant's footsteps. And immediately, the sand began to shift as something very much did come to life below. Barbara was kicking off into the air with the first of the noisemaker's thumps. Anything goes carried her up and away with each kick. Just in time, too. Around the noisemaker, the sand vibrated and split. A massive maw appeared beneath, circular and lined with quad mandibles. Quick as a blink, the maw surged upward, and the rest of the Grim was revealed. A fucking sandworm. Barbara swore. Oh, that's just not right. Jason muttered. Cass just stared. Is that better or worse than a Grim antlion? I honestly can't tell. Terrifying ambush bug or worm that can swallow a van whole. I could cut it, Damien said. Fuck that, let's not. Barbara denied him that challenge. In all likelihood, the thing is confined to the sandpit. So we just back away. Slowly, and continue on our way. It seemed so simple as she landed next to her siblings. Barbara should have known not to expect things to go to plan when a sandworm was in play. They still had to circumnavigate the whole sandpit, after all. And while the Grim worm was almost definitely blind, its other senses were more than sensitive to make up for that. Slowly and steadily, they tried to creep around the pit. But by then, the sandworm had long since lost interest in the now-eaten noisemaker. Now, it was just roused, unsatisfied, and looking for real prey. Strangely enough, the grim worm proved itself smarter than the grim bears or grim wolves by lulling them into a false sense of security. Reared up like a queer snake, it remained utterly still. Up until it didn't. The team reached the other side of the pit and moved to leave. Then, the worm reacted. It withdrew itself back under the sand. The earth shook as it surged forward, directly at them. Past the sand, it carved through the denser soil and stone just as easily. A wake of raised earth was left in its wake as it rushed toward them like a speeding truck. Scatter. Keep it moving. Barbara called out. We're going loud and fast. Thankfully, her siblings were as quick on the draw as ever. Jason broke into a sprint, parkouring through the forest over logs, boulders, and rough terrain. Cass disappeared with her semblance, but Barbara was certain she would keep pace with the rest of them. Damien launched himself with a perfect cut and kept doing so. Barbara made sure to drop a grenade where they were before using anything goes to bounce off everything but the ground. The worm surfaced right into Barbara's grenade. But the blast of shrapnel barely phased the massive, writhing thing. Worst of all, it didn't make a sound as it gave chase once more. No roar, no growl, and now, barely a rumble beneath the earth. Barbara could still track its trail, though, as a familiar thump began to echo behind and beneath them. Listen for the noisemaker. Barbara shouted in realization. It's still on in there. So dash. Run dash. The fuck dash. Away dash. From the thumps. They did just that, not stopping for anything. They ran and ran until the forest blurred around them. But the grim worm was relentless. It burrowed through everything in its path with only the noisemaker's ominous thumps and the shaking earth to announce it. We need better terrain to turn and fight. Jason shouted. I do not think this worm cares much for any terrain, Damien deadpanned. Cass made herself visible again as she swung through the treetops with her monowire. One swing took her high over the canopy, and she came down to announce what she saw. Clearing up ahead. Initiation objective, I think. Some groups are already there. TCH, Barbara clicked her tongue. We're going to have to turn and fight anyway, then. Go. I'll try to make us a bit of space. The other three surged forward. Barbara stopped on a branch and reached into her mecha belt. She retrieved another fruit of her perfect prep as something in her mind prompted her to use it now. Just off the grim worm's path, she threw a self-laying mine. As it buried itself in the ground, it must have made a ruckus to the worm's senses. It veered off toward the new vibrations. Barbara continued after her siblings. A moment later, the mine exploded spectacularly in the worm's maw. It wasn't much of a distraction. But it was time. Space. A chance they desperately needed. Barbara burst into the clearing up ahead only a second after her siblings. She threw another self-laying mine into the worm's inevitable path as she did and took stock of the new situation in an instant. That was a big fucking scorpion, and an equally big fucking bird overhead. Wonderful, they were just adding to the party. Right as the Bat Kids burst onto the scene, Ruby had managed to get herself pinned by a feather, shot by the Grim Raven, while the Grim Scorpion bore down on her. Her sister tried and failed to reach her. It was the Weiss girl who saved her hide, trapping the Scorpion's tail in ice. Then, the green fools wasted their opportunity by talking, so if you quit trying to show off, I'll be nicer. Do not have a heart-to-heart beneath a scorpion stinger. Barbara immediately barked. Jason, Cass. Fetch our team's relics. The rest of you, get your heads in the fight. We've got one more incoming. Whoa. Huh. Wadash. There's another one. John sputtered. Big ol' worm, Jason casually informed them as he and Cass ran past them to obey Barbara's command. Digs underground. Keep moving and listen for the thumps. Also, hey, Yang. Hey, Mr. Hard Knock Hunk. Yang blinked. Ruby. Weiss, Damien greeted. Damien. Ruby grinned. It is, good to see you again, Damien, Weiss nodded slowly. Likewise. However. Please focus. The surprise at their appearance and slow uptake by most spoke to an unfortunate lack of experience. But not all of them were left blinking. The femboy and orange-haired shortstack, Ren and Nora, if Barbara recalled correctly, were ready to fight for their lives in an instant. Barbara judged them to have the most life-or-death experience after the Bat Kids. The champion, Pyrrha, and Barbara's comrade in Smut, Blake, were a bit slower, but they adjusted quickly enough to work with. For John, Ruby, Yang, and Weiss, however, it took the worm running into Barbara's second perfectly prepped mine to shake them back into action. Explosions did have a way of doing that. The worm reared its head, now scarred, and Yang just stared. Oh, fuck all of that. Jason chuckled, trust me, we feel the same way. I'd like to kill it dead and not think about it for a long, long time, if that's agreeable with you all. Yes, Ren nodded matter-of-factly. Kill it very, very dead. Oh. With fire. And electricity. And explosions. And hammer time. Nora helpfully added. There's, also the bird. John pointed out. The very big, very angry bird, that's circling back around. And the Deathstalker, Pyrrha added. Is that what it's called? Damien considered. Fascinating. I was simply calling them as they were. No, Damien, Weiss shook her head. The bird is a nevermore. The scorpion is a Deathstalker. And I believe the worm is a blind worm. Yes, and the academic names are nice and all, Barbara said flatly. Now, focus on killing them. We're not in a great situation, but it's far from hopeless. There's an enemy for air, land, and underground. We'll have to deal with each accordingly. We're going to want to ground the bird dash. Nevermore, Weiss corrected, seemingly unable to help herself, before blushing. Barbara continued as if she hadn't spoken, flip or lead the scorpion off that cliff over their dash. Deathstalker, unfortunately, Damien, the little shit, joined in on the correction. Barbara glared at him, finishing her list of objectives. And lure out the worm. And of course, Cass couldn't let that fun slide without joining in. Blind worm, Babs. Thank you. You were all very helpful, Barbara rolled her eyes. Any complaints with the bare bones of that plan, though? Any ideas or suggestions? No time. Jason suddenly said in a hurry. Just try to keep those when conditions in mind. They'll make this fight much, much easier. As he said it, he dropped to one knee and shifted his weapon into its long rifle form. Above, the Nevermore had fully circled back. The massive grim raven dove. Jason held his ground and began firing as quickly and accurately as he could. And for someone like Jason, that was rather effective. He hit the big bird's soft spots, the eyes, a few joints, and the wings. Ruby and Pyrrha were quick to join him, slightly less accurate, but still effective. The Nevermore flinched, looking to reconsider its dive. Then, Nora joined the volley with a grenade launcher. Her explosions were the final straw that succeeded in driving the Nevermore off again. But that was a small victory. The Deathstalker broke free of Weiss ice. And the blind worm buried itself again, unseen but never unheard with its ominous asterisk thump. Thump. Thump, star. The Deathstalker charged straight. Surprisingly, Sean's nephew charged to meet it. Damn near suicidal, but Barbara would never call him a coward after that. She gave a pointed look at Cass to mind him. Winky face, she shrugged. Chum's got the spirit, but not much else, yeah. I've got him. Me, too. Pyrrha was suspiciously quick to declare, glaring slightly at Cass. Barbara just rolled her eyes. She didn't need drama, romance, and jealousy when she was trying to manage a battlefield. John met the Deathstalker in its charge. But in another surprise, he held strong and fast. The scorpion's claws crashed against his shield. John didn't even take a single step back. Then, Pyrrha and Cass were there to help him. Pyrrha brought her spear to meet the Deathstalker's armored face, seeking the gaps. Cass went invisible and around, coming back into sight as she threw her batarang and monowire to choke the Deathstalker's stinger. Impressively, they pinned the massive beast like that, against John's shield, in front of Pyrrha's spear, and under Cass' tangling, cutting wire. Worm. Incoming, Damien said bluntly. Barbara nodded. She could hear the thumps. Thank Dee Dee for perfect prep. Otherwise, that worm would be way too stealthy for its own good dash. Well, not its own good, but certainly everyone else's. Dropping a nade. Scatter. Barbara ordered. She waited until the last moment before taking her own advice. She was the last out of the danger zone. A mere moment after she kicked off, the blind worm surfaced again. It swallowed her nade without complaint. Until a burst of fragmentation tore at its insides, of course. Even then, bleeding and torn, the worm was eerily silent. Keep it above ground. Yang called out, setting upon the beast with a flurry of fists and shotgun blasts. An ambush predator like the blind worm shouldn't have been so well armored. But it was already clear to Barbara that Grimm didn't like playing by the rules. Yang's exploding fists left craters on its bone-plated segments. Ren danced and flipped over the worm, digging his gun blades into the black flesh that peeked through its armor. Blake joined him with more of the same. Both of them were agile fighters. And against an immobile target like the worm when it was above ground, they were doing good damage. However, they were also glass cannons. The blind worm writhed and flailed with the whole of its visible body. Blake and Ren were struck and sent flying. Yang toughed it out, seeming to absorb the damage and hit back even harder. The worm focused on her in turn, dipping down with its mandibled maw to scoop her up in one bite. With an enraged roar, Yang grabbed two of the mandibles and held the grim there, her blonde hair billowing in aura-empowered anger. Damien, Barbara said calmly. Armor. Let's cut it away. Damien nodded once, let's. Keep it there, Yang. Barbara called. Easier said than done. Yang snapped back. This Bronco's buckin'. Still, she did her best to give them the opening, her rage giving way to supernatural strength. Damien dashed forward. Barbara wasn't far behind him as her mecha belt shifted to her whim. A device and its power line were detached from the hole, a high-speed laser cutter. Taking it in hand, Barbara leaped onto the writhing worm and began cutting away at its armor. Damien did the same with perfect cuts. Each was a breath, simple and easy for him. Bone plating parted like butter. Barbara burned her way through, and Damien sliced true. Parts and pieces of the worm's natural armor sloughed away. But before they could get at the flesh beneath, the worm rebelled. It threw Yang. She tumbled as over aura. The blind worm was quick to turn its attention to Barbara and Damien, but not quick enough. They leaped clear. At the peak of their flight, the worm reacted. Quick as a whip, it lashed out with its whole body. A dreadful realization came as it rushed at Barbara. She kicked away with anything goes. It wasn't enough. With its whole body as the weapon, Barbara was smashed into the ground. Aura didn't stop the breath from being knocked out of her. She didn't let herself fall stunned, rolling away as soon as she made impact. The worm gave chase, dripping a trail of acid from its maw. Because why not? The massive, armored, burrowing, vibration-sensing ambush Grim didn't have enough advantages as is. The fighting rotated then, and Barbara's siblings came to her aid. Damien parried perfectly, backed by aura and semblance as he slid his blade off one dripping mandible. Jason swooped in with double-barreled fury on full automatic. His specialty shells wreaked havoc within the beast's maw. Cass appeared before Barbara and disappeared just as quickly with her in tow. Cass, Barbara groaned, shaking her head back into the fight after her close call with acid. Be a dear and drop these off around the worm, will you? Omega, Cass saluted with a smirk. Aye, Captain Babs. She took the sonic disruptors Barbara gave her without complaint and flickered back to invisibility in the wind. Perfect prep told Barbara that they'd be exceedingly effective. The resonating vibrations from the sonic disruptors would fuck up the worm's senses something fierce. Sure enough, as Cass dropped them off and they activated, the worm made its first noise of the fight. It was an unholy sound, a cry from the deepest hells. Shrill and wavering and so much like nails on a chalkboard. The worm tried to flee. But instead of going back underground, it surged upward in its confusion. Its full length was soon revealed. 2, 3, 4 buses end to end. Nigh on 100 meters and all writhing horribly. Above ground and plagued by sonic resonance, however, it was stranded. Easy pickings. Damien got the final honor. He took a steadying breath, holding his sword vertically between himself and his target. The world seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the cut to come. And Barbara could swear she heard music. A soundtrack to Damien's perfect cut. Violence breeds violence, but in the end, it has to be this way, eh? Reach heaven. By violence. Cut by cut. It has to be this way. Damien intoned stoically as if saying a prayer. He stepped. He swung. His blade descended upon the writhing worm. The first cut cleaved clean through the body, twice as wide as Damien was tall. The second sliced another section. The third slashed. The fourth carved flesh from flesh, and the fifth separated shadow from shadow. Sixth, seventh, and so many more sundered, severed, and shredded. Damien cut, his soul enforced his blade's intent, and the world fell in line with that will. The blind worm fell into so many pieces. Its acidic blood scarred the ground. And Damien simply stepped back, satisfied. It is done, Damien said. Unfortunately, Barbara had to rain on his parade. Yeah, no shot. We're not leaving it at just that. Some worms multiply when cut cleanly like that. I'm not taking chances. Get your thermite, boys. And Cass. We're burning this fucker until not even ashes remain. Oh, degree asterisk, oh, Cass happily exclaimed. Beautiful, beautiful thermite. I'll look straight into it. Who needs the sun when we can make our own? Idiot, Barbara snorted, but Cass's joke did manage to kill some of her lingering tension. Quickly and efficiently, the Bat Kid set about burning the pieces of worm carcass before they could multiply. Judging by the way the pieces were still twitching, Barbara would put money on it doing just that. She shuddered. Fuck that. Once the job was thoroughly done, Barbara turned to check up on their allies, ready to jump back into the fray. It didn't seem necessary, though. Barbara checked back just in time to see Pyrrha launch Nora off her shield. The short stack flew impossibly high, even striking a pose in the process. At the peak of her flight, she turned, fired her hammer launcher for extra momentum, and slammed onto the stinger that was now stuck in the Deathstalker's carapace. To add injury to injury, the exchange took place at the edge of the cliff, and with another trigger pull, another blast, Nora sent the overgrown scorpion falling to certain doom. Then, there were the others. Their fight against the big-ass bird had taken them to the other side of the now-broken bridge attached to the ruined temple. There, hanging over a foggy canyon, Barbara witnessed something utterly ridiculous. Yang lured the Nevermore into crashing into the taller cliff on the other side of the canyon. Weiss froze it there with dust and glyphs. Blake, Yang, and Weiss worked together to set up a makeshift slingshot with Blake's ribbon weapon. And all together, they launched Ruby at the stuck bird. Firing her rifle the whole way, Ruby flew. She caught her side blade on the Nevermore's neck, stuck to the cliff face, somehow, and ran up it, dragging the bird painfully along for the ride. At the very top of the cliff, the bird hit a stone lip and stuck there. Ruby and her sharp scythe kept going. In a burst of rose petals, Ruby decapitated the Grim like a reverse guillotine. What? Barbara began. Jason nodded along with her. W, Cass finished. Fuck. That was badass. Fucking Nova. That dash. I dash. Only for Damien to interrupt her with something rather worrisome. I have never been more taken, thrilled, or turned on in my life. An awakening. Is this what sex is like? Immediately, Barbara paled. Oh, Bruce is going to kill me. Jason just laughed in agreement, Talia, too, for an entirely different reason. She's going to be furious that she missed this. Her little boy's first murder crush. He paused. Considered his own words. And then, paled just like Barbara, oh. Oh, fuck. It's Damien's first murder crush. Degree, Cass's eerie smile summed the feelings from that realization up best. Fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. No need to worry or stress. None at all. I'm sure little Mr. Overkill in all he does will be perfectly reasonable about this. Damien, ignoring them, nodded to himself. I should secure that head and present it as a trophy of my newfound affection.